Beijing International Airport. As Wen Yining pushed her luggage through the arrival hall, the early summer wind wrapped with heat rushed towards her. She took off her sunglasses, gazing at the familiar yet strange city, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. 8 years. Studying abroad, working, she had turned herself into a standard urban elite template, as if she should have long cut ties with the past of this city. But she had returned after all because of a reason so absurd that no one would believe it. In her field of vision, there were floating barges. At first she thought she had a mental problem, probably from working overtime, too much caffeine in her brain, producing hallucinations. Until those words appeared more and more frequently in her line of sight, like a 24-hour live comment section commenting on everything around her. One day a few sentences floated across the barges that caught her attention. The second male lead is so pitiful, guarding the female lead all his life, but never being. I heard he has a white moonlight. So what? The white moonlight is just the past. Sinian is destined to love the female lead for life. I want to check that white moonlight seems to be called Wen Yining. At that moment the coffee cup in Wen Yining's hand almost fell. Combining the barrage information, she roughly pieced together a chilling outline. This world is a book or a story. And one of the main characters is called Sinian. He is the gentle and devoted second male lead, destined to love the so-called female lead all his life, never to be loved back, dying alone. The barge is set again. He has a white moonlight hidden in his heart, and that white moonlight is called Wen Yining. The barges relentlessly describe that youth, always standing in the corner, silent and reserved, having watched Wen Yining for a very long time, until the female lead Shin Tang Tang appeared, attracting his deep love. Actually, Wen Yining had no memory of the name Sinian. In high school, too many people had pursued her, the faces crowding the corridor to see her changed but at this moment her conscience would not allow her to pretend she hadn't seen these barges. A living person trapped by a setting in a script, doomed to tragedy, acting like a puppet. So she returned to China. At least she had to take a look and see what was going on. Yining. A hearty voice interrupted her thoughts. Wen Yining looked up and saw her brother Wen Shi striding over, his suit jacket draped over his arm, tie loosely hanging, still looking nonchalant. He took Wen Yining's suitcase, looked her up and down, smiled, and ruffled her hair. Why did you suddenly want to come back? Did you finally remember that Beijing has your parents and your brother? Thought you'd forgotten all about us. Wen Yining's head was tilted by his ruffling, a warmth in her heart, but she rolled her eyes on the surface. While fixing her hair, she replied casually, if I hadn't come back, I'd almost be a mental patient. That statement wasn't a lie. Those barges floated in her sight every day, and she thought she hadn't been admitted to a mental hospital, yet showed strong willpower. When she was amused by her, thinking she was joking. He waved his hand and ruffled her hair again, laughing with eyes curved. All right, it's good that you're back. But Beijing now is quite different from before you left. Wen Yining was about to ask what was different when the barges above her field of view answered for her. Now Beijing is under the rule of the three great families, the Gu family, the Lu family, and the Lu family. They are lawless. The Wen family is doing well under Wen Shi, but still a bit lacking compared to those three. Wen Yining looked at the floating words, her brow slightly furrowed. Three great families. Before she left the country, the situation in Beijing wasn't this exaggerated. It seemed that in these 8 years the story had been running as usual, even more ridiculous than the barges described. They'll be careful. She came back to her senses and casually replied to Wen Shi. Wen Shi didn't catch the extra meaning in her words. He casually put his arm around her shoulders as they walked to the parking lot, not stopping his chatter. But I've been busy these days. A big project is at a critical point. I really can't get away. Let Brother Shaoli take you around. You still remember Brother Shaoli, right? Wen Yining nodded. I remember Brother Li Ming, the one who used to come over for meals when we were. That's him. Wen Shi laughed. He works for me now, reliable. Let him first show you around Beijing. When I'm done with this project, he'll personally accompany you. Wen Yining hummed in agreement, but her gaze involuntarily swept over the upper field of vision. The barges had changed style from some point. Hey, don't you think she's strange? The white moonlight really came back. According to the setting, she should have married a handsome foreigner in London, had children, and disappeared without a trace. I also noticed something's off. In the original plot, Wen Yining never came back. She was just a blurry shadow in Sinian's memory. Wait, the timing of her return is too coincidental, right? It's exactly the emotional turning point of Sinian and the female lead. Don't scare me. Is the white moonlight going to cause trouble? If she interferes, the second male lead storyline will be completely messed up. It's more interesting if it's messed up. Why should Sinian be trapped in the devoted female lead setting for so many years? I support the white moonlight to overturn the table. Wen Yining's steps paused. The fragmented information in the barges was quickly piecing together in her mind. The white moonlight was not supposed to return, but she had come back. The white moonlight was supposed to marry and have children, completely exiting the script, but she stood here alone now. What's wrong? When she noticed her stop and turn, Wen Yining suppressed the emotion in her eyes and forced a smile. Nothing, just a bit of jet lag, you'll be fine. When she didn't think much, pulled out his phone to send a message to Li Ming, then looked up at her. Come on, let's go home first. Mama's been talking about you for days. Your room at home has always been kept for you untouched. Wen Yining followed him into the car, sitting in the passenger seat, watching the city scenery rapidly recede outside the window. 8 years, many things had changed. More high-rises, wider streets, but some things seemed exactly the same. The barrages said Lu Sinian was the second male lead destined to love the female lead for life, and that his white moonlight was just the past. But the barrages also said that her return itself was an anomaly that shouldn't exist. Wen Yining leaned back in the seat. New barrages floated past her upper field of vision. Reminder, according to the timeline, Lu Sinian will meet the female lead at Jiangnan Guildhall tonight. It's the scene where the female lead misunderstands him and gives him a friend card. So heartbreaking. Sisters, prepare tissues. The most knife-wielding scene of the year is scheduled. She of course knew the place mentioned in the barrage comments. It was the most famous private kitchen in Beijing, converted from a Republic-era mansion, said to be extremely difficult to book a table. Wen Yining had been there with her family before she went abroad, and remembered the crab meat lion's head was exceptionally good. The car stopped at a red light, and Wen Kai's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, frowned slightly, answered with a fume, then hung up, and looked at Wen Yining with an apologetic expression. Yining, something came up at the company. I need to go take care of it. He scratched his hair, his tone irritated. These people can't do anything without me, it seems. Wen Yining smiled and waved her hand. Go take care of your business. I'm not a child anymore. When she thought for a moment, then called Li Ming again, gave a few instructions before hanging up. He dropped Wen Yining off at her doorstep, helped carry her luggage inside, and before leaving he leaned out the car window and shouted, let Brotherly take you to a nice dinner tonight. It's on me. Wen Yining stood in the entrance hall chatting with her mother for a while, then was pulled around to be inspected from head to toe. At 6 in the evening, Li Ming arrived punctually at the door. He was a rounder than in Wen Yining's memory, his eyes squinting into slits when he smiled. Upon seeing her, he exaggeratedly stepped back 2 paces, looked her up and down, and said, Oh my heavens, Sister Yining, have you been cultivating for the past 8 years? How come you're even prettier than when you left? Wen Yining laughed at his words. Brotherly, you still have such a silver tongue. Of course I make a living with this mouth. Li Ming cheerfully opened the car door for her. Your brother instructed me to make sure Miss Wen eats and drinks well tonight. So tell me, Chinese, Western, or Japanese? Beijing has opened many good restaurants in recent years. You can pick any. Wen Yining sat in the car, her hand pausing slightly as she buckled her seatbelt. The barrage comments said that Lu Sinian would be dining with the female lead at Jiangnan Guildhall tonight. She came back to see what was really going on. Rather than hiding, she might as well go and take a look. Let's go to Jiangnan Guildhall. Li Ming was about to start the car, but paused at her words, turned his head to look at her with a subtle expression. Jiangnan Guildhall. He clicked his tongue. Sister, how did you pick such a place? That place is incredible, now the hardest private kitchen to book in Beijing. You can't get in without connections. Last year a celebrity tried to cut in line and was kicked out, making it to the trending hashtags for a whole day. Wen Yining raised her eyes. Really? Li Ming started the car, saying proudly, but you're in luck. Your brotherly happens to know the manager there, so snagging a table should be no problem. The environment there is really beautiful. The garden is even more Suzhou style than Suzhou itself. You'll love it. The food is also top-notch. Their head chef is retired from state banquets, and his Huayang cuisine is superb. He then glanced sideways at Wen Yining, clicked his tongue twice. Sister Yining, you not only get prettier, but your taste also gets more sophisticated. Jiangnan Guildhall is not a place ordinary people would think of. Wen Yining smiled, her gaze calm as she looked out the window. Of course I went there once before, and I've been longing for it for many years. No wonder. Li Ming suddenly understood and began to chatter on about the changes in Beijing over the years. Which roads were newly built, which areas were demolished and rebuilt, whose business had grown and who had fallen. Wen Yining listened half-heartedly, as above her field of vision, the barrage comments began to float again. Wait, the white moonlight is going to Jiangnan Guildhall. Oh man, straight to the plot scene. To be honest, the white moonlight is really beautiful. Not the heavy makeup kind, just clean and pure, and her voice is so gentle. I took a screenshot. Wen Yining's looks could easily be on a novel cover. And her personality seems so calm, not at all the flighty, sweet, and innocent type. Oh no, why do I feel the white moonlight's temperament is even better than Shin Tangtang's? Clearly Shin Tangtang is the female lead. This isn't right. As LOL, the one above finally spoke their mind. I've wanted to say it for a long time. Shin Tangtang's persona is a lively and cute little son, but after watching for a while she always feels a bit noisy. So why is the white moonlight going to Jiangnan Guildhall? She's not really going after Lu Sinian, is she? How does she know Lu Sinian will be there tonight? Logically, she just returned to the country. She shouldn't know these things. Wen Yining watched the lively discussion in the barrage comments, then calmly shifted her gaze away without changing expression. Let them say whatever they want. She just wanted to know whether that man named Sinian was really trapped in a destined tragic unrequited love because of a ridiculous— If it were true, then the matter itself was wrong. No one should be deprived of their right to choose, even if it's just a male second lead in a book. The car turned into a narrow road lined with plane trees flanked by Republic-era old buildings. The black lacquered wooden door of Jiangnan Guild Hall was half open with a doorman in a long gown standing at the entrance, and faint sounds could be heard from deep within the courtyard. Li Ming parked the car, gallantly opened the door for her. Arrived. Sister One. Wen Yining took a deep breath and stepped over the threshold of Jiangnan Guild Hall. In the courtyard, Taihu stone rockeries cast shadows under the lights. Winding paths led to secluded spots, and water flowed gently. A hostess in a cheongsam led them through the corridor toward their reserved seat. The barrage comments suddenly became dense. Here it comes, here it comes. Sinian is in that waterside pavilion ahead. The one sitting next to him is Shin Tangtang. Tonight's scene is definitely a prelude to a battleground. LOL. Sinian has been listening to Shin Tangtang the whole time, his gaze so gentle, as if his eyes are full of her, but he's about to be friend-zoned soon. Li Ming led Wen Yining through winding corridors, finally stopping at a waterside pavilion. The spot was cleverly positioned directly facing the waterside pavilion, allowing a hazy view of the figures there without being easily noticed. How about this? Wen Yining sat down, her gaze passing through the bamboo shadows, able to see the full view of the waterside pavilion. In the octagonal pavilion, warm yellow lanterns were lit. The man sitting facing her direction wore a dark gray shirt with sleeves rolled up. He was slightly tilting his head, intently listening to the person across from him. The girl with her back to her had a high ponytail and wore a light blue dress, gesturing animatedly as she spoke, her ponytail swaying with her movements. Barrage comments flew rapidly above Wen Yining's field of vision. Whoa, I saw it. Sinian's eyes are so gentle. When he looks at Shin Tangtang, his eyes are full of light. This angle is amazing. He's been smiling the whole time, the corners of his mouth never dropping. Honestly, Sinian's face is really my aesthetic. Not flashy, but very enduring. The more you look, the more charisma it has. What a pity the light in his eyes is destined to be extinguished. Tonight is the turning point. Shin Tangtang was in the middle of an animated story, poking at the dish with her chopsticks, her shoulders shaking, occasionally reaching out to slap the table. Sinian just listened like that, occasionally nodding, and from time to time poured tea for her. When Yining withdrew her gaze, took the menu handed by the waiter, and flipped through. The crab meat lion's head was still on the menu. 8 years without changing the menu, that's a kind of constancy. She ordered a few dishes from memory and returned the menu to the waiter. Do you know this person, Sinian? She picked up her teacup, asking casually. Li Ming was fiddling with the napkin on the table, looked up at the question, thought for a moment. The second son of the Liu family. I've heard of him. He's very low-key, doesn't really mix in the social circles. Heard he's running some tech company, built it himself without relying on his family. Why do you— No, just asking. When Yining took a sip of tea, the barrage comments reacted faster than she did. Why did she suddenly ask about Sinian? Coincidence. Maybe she just heard the Liu family name and asked casually. But it's too coincidental. She chose Jiangnan Guild Hall just now, and now she's asking about Sinian. I feel like she came here specifically for him. Impossible, she doesn't have an omniscient perspective. How could she know Sinian would be here tonight? What's up with Wen Yining? Does she have some hidden setting we don't know about? Li Ming didn't pay much attention to this little episode and started rambling about the changes in Beijing over the years. From the waterside pavilion came the sound of hurried footsteps. Wen Yining looked up. A tall, imposing man walked through the corridor, heading straight for the waterside pavilion. He wore a black shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar. The barrage comments went wild instantly. He's here, he's here. Gu Beichen is here. The male lead has arrived. The battleground is officially open. LL Gu Beichen's entrance is so typical of a male lead, the standard CO look, black shirt, and cold face. Ladies watch Sinian's expression change from gentle to dim, high energy throughout. Shin Tangtang was the first to react, shooting up from her chair, nearly her voice was much louder than before, and this time, when Yining heard it clearly. Gu Beichen, what are you doing here? Gu Beichen didn't stop, walking straight into the waterside pavilion. He glanced at Sinian, sitting to the side, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly in a not quite friendly manner. What, he can come, but I can't. He stopped at the table, looking down at Shin Tangtang. I called you 3 times. You didn't answer any of them. Shin Tangtang instinctively reached for her phone, fumbled around before pulling it out of her bag. The screen showed a row of missed calls. Her confidence was clearly not as strong as before, her voice dropping half a tone. I had my phone on silent, I didn't hear it. Is that so? Gu Beichen pulled over a chair and sat down, his movements casual, but his gaze never leaving Sinian. Having dinner with President Liu, having a good time. Even Li Ming, under the corridor, could feel the tension. He craned his neck to look over, lowered his voice, and said to Wen Yining, "That's Gu Baichen, the eldest son of the Gu family. A big shot in Baicheng now. Tisk, they've run into each other. This is going to be a good show." Wen Yining didn't respond, quietly watching the three people in the waterside pavilion. Sinian had put down his teacup the moment Gu Baichen appeared. He didn't stand up, nor did he show any obvious change in expression. Shin Tangtang stood between the two, looking at one, then the other, biting her lip. She turned to Gu Baichen first. "I'm just having a meal with Sinian. Do you have to be like this?" "I'm not your anything." Gu Baichen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't respond to that. Instead, he turned his gaze to Sinian with a faint smile. "President Liu, I hope my girlfriend hasn't caused you any trouble." The word girlfriend was emphasized heavily. Shin Tangtang's expression changed, and she slapped her chopsticks on the table. "Gu Baichen, what nonsense are you talking? Who's your girlfriend? When did I ever agree to that? You didn't refuse either." Gu Baichen unhurriedly picked up the teacup in front of her that was still unfinished and took a sip from the same rim. "In my book, not refusing means consent." Shin Tangtang's face flushed red, clearly furious, but she couldn't come up with a strong rebuttal. She stood there, her chest heaving several times, then turned to Sinian with a pleading look. "Sinian, say something for me." Sinian looked up, meeting Shin Tangtang's eyes, and replied, gently, "Tong Tong, since President Gu has come to pick you up, you should go with him." His words were graceful and considerate, neither embarrassing Shin Tangtang nor confronting Gu Baichen directly. Shin Tangtang was stunned, as if she hadn't expected him to say that. She opened her mouth to say something, but Gu Baichen had already stood up, picked up her jacket from the back of the chair, and put his arm around her shoulders without any argument. "Come on, I'll take you home." He guided Shin Tangtang out, and as he passed Sinian, he paused for a moment, turned his head to glance at him. That glance lasted only a second or two, but it was full of disdain. Shin Tangtang was dragged a few steps, turned back to look at Sinian, her lips forming what looked like a sorry. Then she was led out of the waterside pavilion by Gu Baichen. Only Sinian remained in the octagonal pavilion. He sat still, looking down at the teacup in front of him. The tea had gone cold. After about 10 seconds, he reached out, picked up the cup, and slowly took a sip of the cold tea. His Adam's apple moved. That action was very ordinary, but for some reason Wen Yining felt it was more heartbreaking than any hysterical outburst. At the corridor side, the waiter brought the first cold dish, placing the white porcelain plate on the table with a soft clink. Li Ming picked up his chopsticks and rubbed his hands together, completely oblivious to the weight of that silent ending just now. Above Wen Yining's field of vision, the barrage comments had completely exploded. "I'm about to cry. Sinian, say something. Why didn't you fight for her? He can't fight. He's a person of extreme gentleness at his core, never forcing anyone. Gu Baichen is too domineering. The female lead hasn't even agreed to him yet, and he's already claiming ownership. But Gu Baichen and Shin Tangtang are the official couple. The second male lead is destined to let go. What's there to argue about? Official couple, my ass. Sinian is 1,000 times better than Gu Baichen. Gu Baichen is just an arrogant jerk, coming in with my girlfriend, who gave him the right. CP fans, stop arguing. Didn't you notice how heartbreaking it was when Sinian drank that cold tea at the end? He didn't even ask for a refill of hot tea, just drank it like that. What was stop talking? I'm going to soak a pillow with tears tonight. Sinian's fans and Gu Baichen's fans were fighting fiercely. Some felt sorry for the second male lead, some supported the official couple, in a small group, but standing alone beautifully is after all just a kind of dignity chosen by the bystanders for the person involved. If Sinian truly wanted dignity, what was he thinking when he drank that cold tea? Was it that he was so used to yielding that he didn't feel wronged, or that he never felt he had the right to ask for anything from the beginning? A hot dish was served. Wen Yining responded, but her gaze involuntarily drifted back toward the waterside pavilion. Sinian did not leave. He merely sat in silence for a while, then raised his hand to summon the waiter and murmured something in a low voice. The waiter nodded and soon brought a new set of chopsticks and a bowl, arranging them neatly in the empty seat opposite him. Sinian picked up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, and placed it into the empty bowl. Wen Yining, watching through the bamboo shadows, paused with her chopsticks in hand. He then took a serving of stir-fried shrimp, carefully picking off the scallion pieces from the shrimp before placing them into the bowl. Then came the water-shield soup. He ladled a full spoonful of the soup, almost spilling over, steadied it with the spoon, and set it down. He added a bit of every dish, and soon the empty bowl was piled high. Yet he had not touched a single bite of his own meal. Li Ming, buried in a drunken crab, was completely oblivious to her unusual demeanor. But Wen Yining could no longer eat. Her gaze was locked onto the man who was setting out food all alone. He was saving dishes for Tangtang. He must still be thinking, wait, didn't you notice? When he was eating with Tangtang, just now, he kept serving her food. Now that she's gone, he still automatically ordered 2 sets of chopsticks. I recall someone in the book circle saying that Sinian, regardless of what he does, always prepares for 2. He books 2 plane tickets for business trips, orders 2 sets of tableware for meals, and even keeps 2 pairs of slippers at home. Stop the heartbreak, stop the heartbreak. I'm already numb from the pain. Wait, look closely at his eyes. Is he holding back tears? He really is. His eyes are reddening. Oh my God. Sinian just cry. Don't hold it in. It's even harder to watch. Wen Yining could not see his expression clearly. She only saw the man put down the serving chopsticks, fold his hands on the table, and let his shoulders slump slightly. It was a very subtle movement, as if it were just an ordinary moment of relaxation. Li Ming was gnawing on a crab leg when he caught a glimpse of Wen Yining standing up and asked indistinctly, "Yining, where are you going?" "The restroom is to the right. Just getting some air." Wen Yining picked up the tissue pack from the table, turned, and walked toward the waterside pavilion. The white moonlight has moved. She's walking toward Sinian. Wait, what is she doing? She's not going to hit on him, is she? Oh my God, the plot is about to go haywire. I knew her coming to the Jiangnan Guild Hall tonight was no simple matter. Wen Yining is clearly here for Sinian. But how does she know him? Hasn't she just returned from abroad? No matter whether she knows him or not, if she walks over there, the original plot will be completely shattered. Let it shatter. Support the white moonlight in tearing up the script. Wen Yining ignored those bullet comments. Meanwhile, a computerized voice rang out in Sinian's mind. Ding! System notification. The host's current emotional fluctuations are too intense. It is recommended to engage in emotional management. Sinian closed his eyes and said nothing. The system chimed again, its tone softer than before, cautiously soothing. "Brother, Lu, don't be like this. I just checked for you. Your white moonlight is doing well abroad now with a stable job and a smooth life. In a few years, she will follow the original plot and marry a foreigner, have a mixed-race baby, and live the rest of her life in peace and happiness." Sinian opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Shout, Gio, do the words you once said still count?" The system was stunned by this question, silent for a full 3 seconds before hesitantly replying. "Which ones?" "You said." Sinian stared at the bowl piled high with food, his gaze dim. "As long as I obediently complete the tasks and follow the plot, you will let me see her once." His voice grew even lower, as if afraid of being overheard. "It doesn't have to be face to face. Just a distant glance is enough. I just want to know if she is doing well now, if she is truly as happy as you said." The system fell into a long silence. "Brother Lu," its voice became very soft, weighing every word, "there is still a long way to go before the ending. Your tasks are still heavy. And the higher-ups said that even if we arrange a meeting, it will be you watching her from afar at her wedding." The system did not finish the sentence. But Sinian understood. He would see her at her wedding, at the other end of the red carpet, watching her walk towards someone else in her wedding gown, smiling as beautifully as she did in the summer 8 years ago. And he himself would not even have the right to take a single step closer, only able to watch from afar, a stranger whose name Wen Yining would never know. He thought he had already prepared himself, but when the system uttered those words, he realized he had overestimated himself. His eyes burned fiercely. Sinian lowered his gaze, took a deep breath, trying to suppress the bitterness rising within him. At that moment, a fair and slender hand suddenly intruded into his lowered line of sight. The fingers were long and slender, the nails cleanly trimmed, without any nail art, showing a healthy pale pink. The wrist was very thin, with a slight protrusion of the wrist bone, and the skin was fair and delicate. That hand held a tissue quietly offered to him. Sinian's gaze slowly traveled upward from the tissue. A light purple cuff, a skirt of the same color, a narrow waistline, and then a face he dared not even dream of. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, softly draping over her shoulders. Her makeup was so light it was almost invisible, with only a faint trace of earth tone at the corners of her eyes, making her eyes exceptionally clear and bright. She stood in the lantern light, her purple dress gently stirred by the night breeze. She was utterly immaculate, exactly as she was in his memory. "Wipe it off. Don't cry." Wen Yining bent down slightly, pushing the tissue another half-inch forward, her voice gentle. Sinian stared at her, his pupils slightly dilated. His frozen state made Wen Yining want to laugh, yet also feel a pang of sorrow. She pressed the tissue into his hand, sat down on the chair beside him, let her gaze sweep over the bowl piled high with food on the table, then fall back onto his face. "Who is this food for? It's piled so high the bowl is about to overflow." Sinian stared at her, unable to utter a single word. His fingertips, pinching the tissue, trembled slightly. The lantern light fell upon her face, a warm yellow glow tracing the contours of her brows and eyes. So real, it was unbelievable, yet so illusory that he dared not breathe. He even dared not blink, afraid that if he did, the person before him would vanish, as she had countless times before. What was she doing? Take the initiative to chat. Didn't I say it? The white moonlight is here for Sinian. She's been planning this all along. No, Wen Yining's character is too scheming, isn't it? Taking advantage of his vulnerability. Agree with the above. She's really a bit of a green tea. In the original novel, she was just a vague white moonlight. Wait, aren't you guys being too harsh? Maybe she just felt sorry for him sitting alone and kindly handed him a tissue. She's not trying to steal Shin Tangtang's man, is she? That would be wishful thinking. Lu Sinian likes Shin Tangtang. The white moonlight is just the past. Wen Yining's gaze swept over the floating text, her expression unchanged. She tilted her head slightly and looked into Lu Sinian's eyes. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? She rubbed her cheek with her hand, her tone light and casual. Lu Sinian finally snapped out of it, speaking very slowly, every word trembling. You. What's your name? What if he was mistaken? What if she just looked similar? What if he missed her so much that he pieced together a stranger's features? And over the years he had mistaken too many times. At the airport, on the street, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of restaurants. Every time he chased after someone, it ended in disappointment, and every accelerated heartbeat concluded with self-mockery. So he dared not recognize her. Even if this face overlapped flawlessly with his memory, he dared not. When Yining looked at him, curved the corners of her lips, and spoke unhurriedly. My name is Wen Yining, and you? My name is Lu Sinian. He didn't cry, but his eyes were fiercely red, as if exchanging a self-introduction that was 8 years late. It was also as if confirming that she was really standing here, had really said her name, and that it wasn't another dream that would make him even more sad when he... At the same time, in Lu Sinian's mind, the Xiaojiu system went crazy, frantically spamming his consciousness. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? How is she here? She shouldn't be here. There's no such scene in the plot. In the original story, when Yining never returned to China, she would marry a William, an investment banking executive in London, have 2 mixed-race children, one named Ella and one named Lucas, live in a townhouse in Kensington. She has no connection with Beijing for the rest of her life. Xiaojiu grew more and more excited, speaking faster and faster. What is she doing sitting here? She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't know you. She should not. My database is about to explode. The main system detected a plot deviation. Deviation level incalculable. Warning, warning, warning. Brother Lu, say something. Don't just stare at her. Say something. Lu Sinian did not answer. He didn't even hear what it was saying. He just looked at Wen Yining, watching her sit in the lantern light, her light purple skirt gently swayed by the night breeze, tilting her head and smiling at him. You haven't answered me yet. Wen Yining pointed at the bowl piled high on the table. Who is this dish for? Lu Sinian opened his mouth. The system was still screaming madly in his mind. Don't answer. This is an illegal operation. Brother Lu, snap out of it. Lu Sinian picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour ribs from the piled bowl, and carefully placed it in his own bowl. Then he looked up at Wen Yining, the corners of his eyes still red, but his voice steadier than before. For someone I just met. Wen Yining did not press further upon hearing this. She merely glanced at the bowl piled high with food, then at the plate before him that had been empty for a long time. That person must be wonderful. Lu Sinian's hand tightened slightly around his chopsticks. He lowered his eyes, pondering the words seriously, and only after a long moment did he speak. Yes. She is wonderful. So wonderful that in every trivial detail he had reserved a place for her. So wonderful that even though he was being forced down another path, a corner of his heart still kept the light on for her. The system Xiaojiu had completely exploded in his mind. Brother Lu, stop looking. Stop talking. Go, go, go. You should politely settle the bill and leave right now. You should go home and digest tonight's emotions alone. You should not be sitting at the same table as your white moonlight, eating sweet and sour spare ribs. Lu Sinian did not move. His chopsticks rested on the rim of the bowl as he sat there dazed. Xiaojiu's alarm shifted from a beep 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 to a wailing sound. Lu Sinian, are you even listening to me? The main system has sent me 3 warnings. 3. My monthly performance review is going to be ruined. Just look at me. Lu Sinian still ignored it, even leaning slightly in Wen Yining's direction. It was an extremely subtle body language, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Wen Yining's gaze fell on the bowl of food piled high. She pointed at it and asked, can I eat it? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Within 0.01 seconds of her finishing her sentence, Xiaojiu had already provided the standard answer. Of course not. This is Wen Yining. She is your white moonlight, the one you've kept in your heart for 8 years, untouchable. Picking food for her is a violation. Letting her eat from that bowl is breaking your character. Lu Sinian, hurry up and refuse her. Just as Lu Sinian was about to speak, his phone rang. The ringtone was especially jarring, and the name that flashed on the screen was blindingly bright. Shin Tang. Lu Sinian glanced down, but did not move. The phone kept ringing over and over. Wen Yining caught a glimpse of the name on the screen, then looked at his fingers resting motionless on the table. She reminded him gently, your phone. He finally came to his senses and picked up the phone. His finger hovered over the screen for a moment before he finally swiped to answer. Shin Tangtang's voice came through the receiver, carrying a clearly coquettish tone. Even through the phone one could tell she was speaking with her shoulders hunched. Lu Sinian, I'm sorry about tonight. Gu Beichen suddenly showed up. I didn't know he would act like that. Are you angry? Please don't be mad at me. They'll treat you to a meal another day to make it up to you. Really just the two of us, no interruptions. She spoke quickly and urgently. Her apology was sincere, but within that sincerity was a certainty that he would not be angry. Sinian was silent for 2 seconds. Wen Yining noticed that when he answered the call he had switched the phone to the hand farther away from her, as if he subconsciously didn't want their voices to mix. Shin Tangtang said something else on the other end, probably complaining about Gu Beichin being too domineering. Sinian, Shin Tangtang said something else on the other end, probably complaining about Gu Beichin being too domineering. Sinian listened quietly, occasionally humming in acknowledgement, but his gaze was fixed on the bowl of food piled high on the table. After Shin Tangtang finally finished speaking, he soothed her with a few more words and hung up. The pavilion fell silent again. Sinian placed the phone screen down on the table. Xiaojiu spoke cautiously. Yes, Brother Lu, that's right. You did well. Remember, you need to love the female lead. Shin Tangtang is the one you should like. I understand you're emotional right now, but you have to believe in the script, believe in the setting. You just saw your white Moonlight 2 suddenly got a bit dazed. It's normal. We can slowly adjust back. Xiaojiu. Sinian interrupted it in his mind. The person I have loved from beginning to end is Wen Yining. The one who loves Shin Tangtang is you all. For a moment the Xiaojiu system was completely silent, then it found its voice sharp and nearly cracking. You're crazy. You're crazy. Sinian did not answer, which was a tacit admission. He was crazy. Crazy for 8 years, but only today had he spoken the words aloud. In the few seconds of their silent confrontation, Wen Yining had already picked up the chopsticks without any hesitation. She took a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs from the piled bowl, took a small bite, and her eyes brightened slightly. Not bad. She mumbled in evaluation, then reached for the stir-fried shrimp with chives which had been meticulously picked clean of scallions. She ate them one by one, completely at ease, without any of the restraint one might feel sitting across from a stranger. Danmaku flew, rapidly scrolling across the top of her vision. Did she really eat it? Wait, what's going on? Sinian left that dish for Shen Tangtang, and the white Moonlight ate it. Oh no, oh no, oh no, this scene is too bizarre. The white Moonlight is sitting in front of the second male lead, eating the food he left for the female lead, and looking completely calm. To be fair, Wen Yining looks kind of cute when she eats. She's not putting on airs. Cute. That's called having no boundaries. That dish was left for Tangtang. What right does she have to eat it? Fans of Shin Tangtang upstairs, can you stop jumping? Your female lead ran off with Gu Beichin herself, and you won't even let someone else have a bite. Why isn't Sinian stopping her? What is he doing? Staring blankly at the white Moonlight. Don't you think Sinian's look at Wen Yining is strange? It's not like he's looking at a stranger, it's like he's looking at someone he's been waiting for a long time. The Danmaku erupted into chaos, but Wen Yining remained completely unaffected. She took another sip of the water shield soup and nodded with satisfaction. Sinian picked up the serving chopsticks, chose the most intact piece of crab meat tofu from the freshly arrived dish, and placed it in the small saucer before Wen Yining. Try this. Their crab meat is freshly shelled, and the season is just right. Wen Yining looked down at the tofu in the saucer, then looked up at him. She said no polite words, picked it up, took a bite, and hummed, delicious. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Sinian's mouth. His body relaxed completely, and he picked another piece for her. Xiaojiu let out a hopeless sigh in his mind. Brother Lu, don't be like this. Please listen to me, okay? Sinian watched her finish the last bite of crab meat tofu, the corners of his mouth lifting. His entire demeanor softened, a stark contrast to the solitary figure sitting in the pavilion moments ago. Would you like anything else? His voice unconsciously dropped to a gentle tone. Their desserts are quite good too. The osmanthus sugar lotus root and fermented rice dumplings are their specialties. Wen Yining put down her chopsticks, dabbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and shook her head. No thank you. I'm done. It was originally my brother who arranged for someone to take me out to dinner, but I ended up crashing your meal. Any more would be too much. At the mention of brother, a flicker passed through Sinian's eyes, but he didn't press further. He simply nodded and moved the untouched plate of osmanthus sugar lotus root aside. Where do you live? He set down his chopsticks, straightened up, and unconsciously turned the teacup on the table, his tone deliberately casual. Let me see you home, all right? Xiaojiu let out a faint, feeble wail in his mind. Sinian, are you completely ignoring my advice now? Wen Yining glanced at him, stood up, and smoothed. No need. I came with a friend, he's still waiting for me over there. She tilted her head toward the corridor. Don't trouble yourself to see me off. Sinian rose as well, his hands hanging at his sides. His eyes were fixed on her, the corners tinged with a faint flush, his voice gentle. I was presumptuous. Miss Wen has a friend to accompany her, so of course I shouldn't intrude. You should go back, don't keep your friend waiting. He lowered his gaze and added softly as if to himself, just being able to see you tonight was already a surprise. I shouldn't have hoped for anything more. Then he looked up and smiled at her. A smile so disarmingly innocent combined with his red-rimmed eyes that he resembled a giant golden retriever abandoned by its owner. The barrage comments began to scroll. No way the white moonlight just left like that. Right? Sinian was clearly showing so much, but she seemed completely oblivious to the signals. Those who called her scheming before come out and take the hit. She clearly didn't mean anything like that. But don't you think this kind of white moonlight is even more heartbreaking? She knew nothing as she only handed him a tissue out of politeness, and now she's being called a green tea by the comments. Sinian says nothing, just watches her leave, not daring to utter a single word to stop her. Wen Yining watched the barrage comments and couldn't help a soft sigh, as if conceding something. Xiaojie jolted up in his mind. What did she say? Wen Yining repeated herself. Didn't you just offer to see me home? Let's go. Sinian looked at her, his voice low, the end of his words lifting slightly as he exhaled in relief. All right. He bent down to grab his jacket from the back of the chair, a bit hastily, his sleeve nearly brushing the dishes on the table. He turned sideways to let Wen Yining walk ahead, staying half a step behind. Close enough, but not intrusive, perfectly measured. But Sinian's gaze never left her, fixed on her without wavering. As they passed under the corridor, Li Ming was picking his teeth with a toothpick. When he saw Wen Yining approaching, he was about to call out to her, but then his eyes caught the man behind her, and the toothpick nearly fell out of his mouth. This isn't this. He widened his eyes, looking from Sinian to Wen Yining, his composure completely shattered. Brother Li Ming, this is Sinian. Wen Yining turned sideways to briefly introduce them. Sinian, this is Li Ming, a friend of my brother's. Sinian nodded slightly and extended his hand. How do you do? Li Ming shook Sinian's hand, his mind already a jumbled mess. If he remembered correctly, just a moment ago this boss Lu was dining with another lady in the waterside pavilion over there. How in the blink of an eye was he now walking with his own little sister Yining? Then brother Li Ming, Sinian will see me home, so you don't have to make the trip. Wen Yining picked up her bag from the chair and waved to Li Ming. Thanks for the treat tonight. They'll treat you to a meal another day. Li Ming opened his mouth to say something, but Sinian had already naturally reached out to clear the path beside Wen Yining's chair. A gesture neither overly attentive nor unfamiliar, yet possessing an indescribable practiced ease. All right, take care then. Li Ming scratched the back of his head, deciding to report this exactly as it happened to Wen Qi. Whether Wen Qi would come charging over in the middle of the night was another matter entirely. The two passed through the courtyard of the Jiangnan Guild Hall. The attendant held the wooden door open for them, bowing slightly as he said, "Take care." The parking lot was just outside the side gate, where a cobblestone path lined with lush green trees stretched ahead. Wen Yining walked ahead with Sinian half a step behind. When they reached a car, she stopped. It was a deep red Panamera, a shade of burgundy that was understated from a distance, but revealed its texture up close. Wen Yining tilted her head, studying it for a moment, then the corner of her mouth lifted. It's actually red. She had assumed he would drive a black or silver gray car, the colors that never fail in business settings. But here was a red car, quietly parked, capable of boldness, yet deliberately subdued. Sinian opened the passenger door for her. Hearing her remark, he raised a hand to rub the back of his neck. Festive. Wen Yining was amused by the word. Who describes a car color as festive? She bent down and slid into the passenger seat. The interior carried a faint woody scent, not the cloying aroma of cheap air fresheners. The seats were genuine leather, offering excellent support, and the dashboard was completely bare. No dangling ornaments, spotlessly clean. No sooner had she settled in than Sinian had already walked around to the driver's side and gotten in. He started the engine, the instrument panel glowing to life, but instead of shifting into gear right away, he turned to her, his right hand naturally reaching for the seatbelt on her. Wen Yining was momentarily startled. His fingers pinched the seatbelt buckle as he leaned slightly toward her, carefully maintaining distance, not even brushing against her clothes. His pleasant scent drew nearer, and the belt was pulled steadily across, clicking into place with a soft snap. Sinian withdrew his hand, sat back upright, and placed both hands on the steering wheel. Wen Yining glanced down at the seatbelt across her chest, then up at him, saying, but the barrage of comments above her field of vision missed no detail. He's used to buckling Shun Tangtang's seatbelt. He does this routine for everyone. Exactly. The original novel described it countless times. Every time Sinian picked up Shin Tangtang, he would personally fasten her seatbelt, and she would complain he was too fussy, calling him an old mother hen. So it's muscle memory. He just reaches out instinctively. Heartbreaking. Can you people stop dragging Shin Tangtang into everything? Maybe. When Yining watched the comments, her expression unchanged, but silently filed away the information. So it was a habit formed for Shin Tangtang. It wasn't surprising. The person she was seeing now was merely a character running on a program. Miss Wen, Sinian's voice pulled her back to reality. He turned to look at her, his expression uneasy, his fingers unconsciously clenching and releasing on the steering wheel. Was that too forward? His voice was low, laced with the self-awareness of one who knows he overstepped. I'm sorry. I didn't know you disliked close contact. It won't happen again. His words were sincere, and a faint blush still lingered at the corners of his eyes. Xiao Ju let out a cold laugh in his mind. Now you know it was forward? What's with this fake humility? Lu Sinian ignored it, his gaze fixed on Wen Yining, waiting for her response. Leaning back in her seat, she turned her head to look at him, one eyebrow slightly raised. Why are you apologizing? I didn't say anything. Your expression flickered just now, Lu Sinian said softly. I noticed. Wen Yining was surprised. This man's observation was sharper than she had expected. You're too sensitive, Wen Yining said. Lu Sinian started the car, both hands gripping the steering wheel, eyes fixed ahead, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Is that so? Would you dislike my sensitivity? Wen Yining turned her head to look at him. Streetlights spilled through the car window, illuminating his delicate features, straight nose bridge, and long fingers gripping the steering wheel. Wen Yining withdrew her gaze and looked at the window on her side, the glass reflecting her own blurred silhouette. No, because everyone's personality is different. Lu Sinian didn't respond immediately. The car smoothly passed through an intersection, and he slowed down a bit. Thank you. He said it very softly. The cabin was silent for a few seconds, only the faint sound of the air conditioner's airflow. Wen Yining watched the receding street scenes outside the window and heard him speak again. Miss Wen, would you like some cake? The topic shifted without warning. Wen Yining was taken aback, turned her head to look at him. What? Cake? Lu Sinian held the steering wheel with one hand and pointed ahead with the other. There's a cake shop around the corner. It's been open for over a decade. Their cakes are famous. We'll be passing by soon, I think. Wen Yining blinked and said slowly, I just finished dinner. I'm afraid eating cake will make me gain weight. Gaining weight is also lovable. Lu Sinian blurted out. Realizing he had responded too quickly, his ears secretly burned. He cleared his throat and added in a particularly low voice, I mean, don't worry about that. Wen Yining leaned back against the seat. You're not fat, so of course you don't worry about it. I take after my mother's constitution. Oh, a little food makes me gain 3 pounds. After hearing this, Lu Sinian turned his head and looked at her very seriously. That look wasn't a casual glance, it was a meticulous scan from the side of her face to her shoulders and neck. Then he turned back to the road. You're like this now, not fat at all. And very beautiful, he said to himself. Wen Yining was amused by his seriousness. You don't get to decide. Then who decides? Lu Sinian asked quickly. Wen Yining opened her mouth and found she couldn't answer. The scale decides. The mirror decides. Or the perfectly edited bodies on social media decide. Lu Sinian saw she didn't answer and didn't press further, merely slowing the car a bit more, signaling, and turning into a side road lined with ginkgo trees. The headlights swept across a row of storefronts, finally stopping in front of a shop with warm yellow light. The facade was modest, with a wooden sign painted with several handwritten characters. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, several rows of cakes could be seen in the display window, all simple in style. We're here. Lu Sinian unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to look at her. They have a low-sugar cheesecake made with sugar substitute with half the calories of regular. You can try a small piece, but won't be a burden. Wen Yining looked at the shop through the window. The storefront wasn't large, the decor wasn't trendy, but it was clean and tidy, with 2 well-tended pots of mint at the entrance. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lu Sinian spoke again, this time in a softer voice, his tone slightly rising at the end. Just pretend I want to eat it. Would you accompany me? As he said this, his fingers unconsciously touched the steering wheel. His gaze quickly flickered over her face and then fell back to his own hands. Wen Yining looked at him like that, was silent for a moment, then reached out and unbuckled her own seatbelt. All right, I'll accompany you, this cake-craving person, for a trip. Lu Sinian's eyes lit up. He immediately pushed open the door, got out, and walked around to the passenger side to open the door for her. The movements were natural and smooth, not at all like deliberate show, as if his body had already made the decision for his brain. The proprietress behind the counter smiled as soon as she saw Lu Sinian, wiping her hands and coming over. Mr. Lu here again. The usual. Today is different. Lu Sinian stepped aside slightly to let Wen Yining approach the counter. Let her see what she'd like to eat. The proprietress' gaze lingered on Wen Yining's face for a moment, then shifted to Lu Sinian. The smile at the corners of her mouth deepened, but she said nothing, deftly opening the refrigerated display and taking out a cake. When she looked down at his sister's utterly sincere face, then glanced at that wretched man still rubbing the back of his head on the sofa, and let out a enough. Can't you stop dragging Shin Tang Tang into everything? Doesn't Lu Sinian deserve his own life? Wen Yining looked at the bullet comments, calmly scanned the cakes in the refrigerated display, and pointed to one. This one, the low-sugar cheese. The proprietress quickly packed it up, and Lu Sinian had already scanned the code in advance. He took the paper bag, didn't hand it to her, but carried it himself, pushed open the shop door with his other hand, and stepped aside to let her go first. Back in the car, he placed the paper bag on her lap. Before starting the engine, he turned to look at her. Eat it while it's warm. The cheesecake just came out of the oven not long ago. Now is when it tastes best. Wen Yining lowered her head, opened the paper bag, picked up a fork, scooped a small piece, and put it in her mouth. The savory cheese flavor melted on her tongue. The sweetness was indeed much lower than regular cake, but it didn't affect the taste at all. She widened her eyes, slightly nodded, and mumbled, delicious. Sinian watched her eating with puffed cheeks, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He steered the car back onto the main road, driving slowly, reluctant to let this journey end too soon. Shall we come here often from now on? He gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed ahead, casually concealing all his anticipation. Shall we come here often from now on? He gripped the steering. Wen Yining swallowed the cake in her mouth, wiped the corner of her lips with a tissue, and after a few seconds of silence spoke. I might have to leave in a few days. Sinian's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel. I'm still pursuing my PhD in London. My dissertation isn't finished yet. I came back on leave this time. Wen Yining poked at the remaining half of the cake in the paper bag with her fork. My advisor only gave me 2 weeks off. After deducting travel time, I won't be able to stay for many days. The car came to a stop at a red light. Sinian didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the red glow of the taillights ahead. After several seconds he spoke. Is that so? You still have to leave? He asked with restraint, but his hands gripping the steering wheel were trembling slightly. The red light countdown ticked second by second, and he asked again, his voice even lower then. Will you come back in the future? After all, I've been in London for 8 years. My connections, research projects, and advisor are all there. Coming back would mean starting from scratch. She was telling that, after all, I've been in London for 8 years. My connections, research projects, and advisor are all there. Coming back would mean starting from scratch. She was telling that back then she decided to return to China just to find out if that person named Sinian was truly trapped by the script, if he was really doomed to die alone because of an absurd setting. That was all. She had never intended to stay in Beijing. Her ticket was round trip and her suitcase contained mostly summer clothes. She hadn't even brought a single. The barrage comments reacted first. Wait. The white Moonlight is leaving again. Didn't she come back specifically to find Sinian? Why is she leaving again? Sinian didn't respond. The light turned green and the car started moving again, but Xiaojio's system sounded the highest level alarm in his consciousness. Warning. Detected drastic emotional fluctuations in the host. Hatred, obsession, and possessiveness indicators are all spiking. They have exceeded the safety threshold. The paranoid personality tendency index is rapidly climbing. 67, 74, 81. Xiaojio's voice shifted from anger to terror. Brother Lu, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Tell me what you're thinking. Sinian didn't speak. His mind was so quiet that Xiaojio felt a chill run down its spine. Those things that had lurked in the darkness for 8 years, those things that had been tightly suppressed by the script and the setting, were slowly raising their heads. Sinian had waited for 8 years, waiting for a wedding that the script had promised he would only see from afar. But she appeared early, sitting alive and real in the passenger seat, and then she said, she still had to leave. She still had to leave and might never come back. Xiaojio's alarm had turned into a wail. Sinian, don't do anything. The plot deviation can still be corrected. If you do something irreversible, I won't be able to protect you. The main system will format your autonomous consciousness. Do you want to become a real puppet on strings? Sinian seemed not to hear, or maybe he heard, but didn't care. Work is indeed important. Miss Wen has her own plans, which is a good thing. Sinian tilted his head slightly and let out a laugh. A person is outstanding. Work is indeed important. Miss Wen has her own plans, which is a good thing. Sinian tilted his head slightly and let out a laugh. A person is outstanding, as you will excel wherever you go. His words were flawless, considerate, thorough, and putting others first. If not for the paranoid index in Xiaojio's system that had already soared to 89, even it would have thought Sinian had truly let go. You're acting again. Xiaojio's voice turned cold, trembling as it spoke. Every time you use this tone, what you're thinking is the opposite. Sinian, don't be like this. I'm scared. Wen Yining didn't notice anything unusual. She just thought he looked very gentle when he spoke, and that he was probably like this with everyone. She was like that with Shin Tongtong, and with old classmates she happened to meet again. She folded the empty cake paper bag, placed it on her lap, and turned to him. So, Lu, there's something I want to tell you. Go ahead. Sinian slowed the car down a bit more, assuming a posture of attentive listening. From now on, think more about yourself. Wen Yining's voice was not loud. If you do some things too often, others will take them for granted, and you yourself will forget what you really want. A few barrage comments drifted slowly by, noticeably softer than before. Wen Yining was so sincere when she said that. She really cares about Sinian. No wonder she is the white Moonlight. The white Moonlight is so gentle. Sinian did so much for Shin Tongtong, and Shun Tangding always took it for granted. I'm kind of shipping them. Not in a romantic way, but I just feel that Sinian really needs someone like this who can see him. All right, Lu Sinian responded. The car continued forward, weaving through old streets. Wen Yining leaned back in her seat, her head slightly turned toward the northern city. Was quieter at night than she remembered, perhaps because this old district lacked nightlife hubs with only a few small shops still open. The car's speed suddenly jerked, not a normal deceleration, but an abrupt jolt followed by two tremors and a low muffled groan from the engine. Lu Sinian gripped the steering wheel, coasting the vehicle to a stop by the roadside. Is it broken? Wen Yining sat up straight, instinctively glancing at the dashboard. All the indicators were dark. It was fine just a moment ago. I don't know, Lu Sinian said, twisting the key. No response. He tried again, still nothing. We'll take a look. He pushed the door open, walked to the front, and lifted the hood. A faint burnt smell drifted over. He stared down for a while, his expression serious and focused as he diagnosed the problem. Wen Yining also got out, stepped beside him, and peered into the engine bay. Honestly, she couldn't make sense of it. Just a tangled mess of black components. Should we call a mechanic? She pulled out her phone. I remember there's 24-hour roadside assistance in the northern city. Lu Sinian lowered the hood, wiped his fingers with a tissue, and said helplessly, it's already very late. Mechanics are probably asleep at this hour. If we call roadside assistance, it'll take at least 2 hours for them to arrive. Wen Yining glanced at the time on her phone, 2347. It was indeed late. She scrolled through her contacts, searching for another solution, when Lu Sinian spoke. Why don't we lock the car here? They'll have someone tow it tomorrow morning. My place is less than a kilometer away, a 10-minute walk. Wen Yining looked up at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Then he'll just order a ride home. Lu Sinian was momentarily taken aback by her crisp reply, then wore a somewhat troubled expression. It's hard to get a ride at this hour. See if there are any cars. Wen Yining opened the ride-hailing app. The screen spun for a while before a cold prompt appeared. Few vehicles available in this area at night. Estimated wait time 40 minutes. She stared at the message, then looked at Lu Sinian standing under the street lamp with an innocent expression. A thought crossed her mind. Is he doing this on purpose? Lu Sinian balled up the oil-stained tissue and tossed it into a roadside bin. He turned around, his face full of apology. I'm sorry. I promised to take you home, and the car just had to break down now. It's my fault for not checking it beforehand. Wen Yining waved a hand. Who could have predicted a car breakdown? It's not your fault. But I can't let you stand by the roadside for 40 minutes, Lu Sinian said, looking at her with sincere earnestness. Miss Wen, why not stay at my place tonight? Wen Yining raised an eyebrow at him. He quickly added his speech a little faster than usual, afraid she might misunderstand. My house is big. There are several guest rooms. The cleaning lady comes every week, and the sheets and pillowcases are freshly changed. It's very clean. Xiao Jiu let out a screech inside Lu Sinian's mind. Lu Sinian. You. Xiao Jiu's language module seemed caught in a logical deadlock, stammering for a moment before finally spitting out a furious summary. You damn green tea player. Your game is 3 whole levels higher than I thought. Did you break the car on purpose just now? Did you? Answer me. In his consciousness, Lu Sinian calmly replied, I didn't. The car broke on its own. Bullshit. Do you think I didn't see you deliberately not slowing down when you hit that pothole? The circuit protection was triggered when the chassis scraped. You're a technician. You know that. That pothole was too deep. I didn't see it. You're blind. A pothole that big, and you didn't see it. You have better night vision than a cat. How could you miss it? I didn't see it. Lu Sinian, you're done. You're truly done. You're not just a paranoid. You've evolved into a scheming paranoid. Lu Sinian ignored Xiao Jiu's raging, because when Yining spoke, no need for the trouble. She showed him her phone screen, her tone crisp. He'll call my brother. He'll come pick me up. She had already scrolled to Wen Kai's number, her thumb hovering over the dial button. Lu Sinian watched her, his eyes shifting slightly. His body tensed slightly, and the fingers at his side unconsciously curled. Then he turned his head and coughed. After coughing, he covered his mouth with the back of his hand, took a deep breath, and coughed again. This time deeper and more muffled. Wen Yining's finger paused above the screen. She looked up at him. You caught a cold? No, Lu Sinian cleared his throat. Maybe I was standing in the draft. It's an old issue, nothing serious. His expression dimmed and his tone became self-deprecating. But then again, it's understandable for a girl to be wary of staying at a stranger's house in the dead of night after only knowing him for a few hours. Miss Wen, you're right to be cautious. He forced a faint smile and said softly, I just feel that everything tonight is my fault. I was driving and the car broke down. That's on me. I made you wait here so long, and now your brother has to come all the way out at this hour. I said I'd take care of you, but instead I've only caused you trouble. Lu Sinian lowered his eyes, his voice dropping, carrying a hint of mild grievance. After being misunderstood, forget it. He'll wait with you. He'll leave once your brother arrives. I can't just leave you alone here. Xiao Jiu was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then it spoke in the calmest tone of its life. Lu Sinian, he'll transfer you $1 billion. Take the money and leave the northern city. Don't let me see that pitiful green tea face of yours ever again. I've had enough. Sinian naturally ignored it. He stood quietly under the street lamp, the night breeze stirring the stray hairs on his forehead. The cuffs of his shirt were still rolled up to his forearms, and faint traces of oil stains lingered on his fingertips. He looked clean yet weary with a touch of loneliness. Wen Yining watched him, her finger hovering over Wen Kai's number, hesitating to press it. She couldn't quite pinpoint what felt wrong. Her reason told her that calling Wen Qi was the safest and most sensible move. Her brother would definitely come. At most he'd complain a little, and then ask how she ended up with a Lu family member. But she glanced at Sinian, who coughed again, covering his mouth with the back of his hand, his shoulders trembling slightly. The barrage comments had completely lost. I'm dying laughing. Was that cough just now an act? Seriously, was it? Don't doubt it, it's totally an act. Even I, a diehard Sinian fan, can't stand it. Boss Lu, your acting skills are wasted if you don't win an Oscar. I'm convinced. This guy's act is irresistible when he puts it on. You know it's an act, but with that face you just can't bring yourself to call him out. Wen Yining finally sighed, and put her phone back into her bag. Let's go, she said. Sinian looked up, the dimness in his eyes instantly lighting up, but he still restrained himself. Are you sure? If Miss Wen finds it if you keep stalling, I'll change my mind. Wen Yining turned and took a few steps toward the residential area, then looked back at him. Lead the way. Didn't you say it's a 10-minute? Sinian quickened his pace to catch up, walking half a step ahead on her left. The street lamp illuminated the smile he couldn't suppress. Fortunately, he was in front, so Wen Yining couldn't see it. Xiao Ju let out a cold snort in his consciousness. Humph. Sinian, you'd better not be able to sleep tonight. Sinian didn't answer. He walked in the cool early summer night breeze, followed by the person he had never forgotten since he was 16. Wen Yining had assumed he meant a standalone villa, or at least a duplex apartment. But she never expected that Sinian would lead her into the most expensive Riverview penthouse in Beijing. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped directly into the entrance foyer. The motion sensor light strip illuminated the moment she entered, and beyond the full-length floor-to-ceiling windows, the Beijiang River flowed silently in the night. The entrance cabinet was made of solid walnut with a plain ceramic vase placed on top. The entire space was as pristine as a showroom, devoid of any signs of daily life, yet flawless in every detail. Sinian had already changed into slippers, and from the depths of the shoe cabinet, he took out a brand new pair of women's slippers, placing them at her feet. Pink, fluffy, with the price tag still attached, and a pair of rabbit ears standing upright. They looked utterly out of place in this minimalist foyer. I don't often have guests over, so I only have new ones, he said, straightening up. Just make do with these for now. Wen Yining looked down at the pink rabbit slippers, then raised her gaze. She stepped into them, and the soles were unexpectedly soft, the size just right. As soon as the thought surfaced, she suppressed it. She straightened up and asked casually. Sinian was bending down to place her high heels by the shoe cabinet. He paused at her words, looked up at her, and said, I've only brought you back here. When he said this, his tone had a slight rising inflection. Wen Yining was taken aback, then reached out and pushed his arm. I wasn't asking about that. Sinian was pushed back half a step, raised his hand to touch his nose bridge, and lowered his eyes with a soft chuckle. Sorry, I digressed. The tips of his ears had turned a faint red. Wen Yining withdrew her hand and silently affixed a label to him in her mind. This person seemed to hear only what he wanted to hear. She looked around the living room. The large gray sofa could easily accommodate 4 people lying down. The long dining table could seat 10 people, and it was clearly long and used. Sinian came out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of water. He handed one to her, while the other he held in his own hand without drinking. The two sat down on the sofa, and for a moment neither spoke. Wen Yining held her water glass and surveyed the living room, the sofa area, the dining area, the open kitchen. No television, no plants, the gray tones calm and cool. She could imagine his daily life here alone. The house is nice, but it's too empty, Wen Yining commented honestly. Sinian also looked around, and finally his gaze returned to Wen Yining's face. In a soft voice he said, I never noticed before, but now it feels like it's lacking a bit of vitality. She didn't know how to respond to that. This person always spoke this way. What seemed like a casual remark was actually each sentence thrown to her, testing whether she could catch it, whether she would. Wen Yining held her water glass, feeling that she had to pick up the thread of conversation. She pointed to the empty corner of the living room. Put a monstera over there, a fiddle-leaf fig beside the TV cabinet, and some spider plants on the balcony. She withdrew her hand and took a sip of water. As you keep them, the place will feel livelier. Sinian followed her finger's direction, looking at each spot, then turned to her and said naturally, Can you come with me to buy them tomorrow? Wen Yining almost choked on her water. She coughed, set down the cup, and raised an eyebrow at him. Aren't you going to work tomorrow? I can take leave from the company. He said it casually, as if taking leave was as simple as drinking water, and indeed it was. It was his own company, and he was the boss. Sinian, perhaps feeling his answer was too brief, added, We do some smart hardware. Sinian, perhaps feeling his answer was too brief, added, We do some smart hardware and system development, and also take on digital projects from the government. Wen Yining nodded and followed up, a tech company. So you were a good student back in school. Sinian lowered his eyes, fingers unconsciously turning the cup, and smiled. I was a science student. Pretty decent. What does pretty decent mean? His evasive answer piqued Wen Yining's curiosity. She turned sideways, leaned a little closer to him, and tilted her head to scrutinize his face. Wen Yining stared at him for a few seconds, then spoke uncertainly. I feel like I've seen you before. Sinian's hand froze, and his heart raced for a few seconds. Looking at you this close, when Yining cupped her chin, the more she looked, the more she felt something surfacing in her mind. I keep feeling like your face has appeared somewhere. She thought for a moment, then dismissed her own guess. The kind of passing glance in the school hallway. Sinian didn't answer. When Yining looked up and met his gaze. When Yining was startled by his gaze. Before she could decipher that look, the light above flickered. Just a momentary dimming, but in that instant the barrage comments above her field of vision churned violently. Wait, did it just flicker? I felt it too. The frame shook. No, this isn't ordinary light flickering, this is a perspective flashback. I've read 800 transmigration novels, am too familiar with this effect. What does perspective flashback mean? It means we're about to switch to a memory. Yes, we're about to cut to the past timeline. Ladies, hold tight. Before Wen Yining could even grasp the meaning of the term perspective flashback, everything before her eyes changed. It wasn't that Sinian's living room disappeared, it was a stranger sensation, as if a gentle hand had pushed her whole being back a step. Her consciousness remained, but her body was no longer the present one, and the time was no longer the present time. Summer at Beijing one high school. The ivy on the teaching building had covered an entire wall in green. The bell for the end of the second afternoon class had just rung, and the corridor was instantly flooded with students pouring out of classrooms. Boys ran to the small shop with arms around each other's shoulders. Girls went to the restroom in twos and threes. Some leaned on the corridor railing to bask in the sun, others buried their heads in their exam papers at their desks. This commotion eventually converged on the corridor outside Wen Yining's classroom. Class 7, Senior 3, the art class. The flow of people at the door was no different from usual, except that today there were noticeably more boys blocking the corridor than before. Wen Yining, someone's looking for you. Several unfamiliar faces appeared at the corridor entrance, some holding drinks, some pretending to pass by, and one clutching a letter in his hand. Wen Yining instinctively looked down at her hands. The skin was softer, the nails trimmed short. She was wearing the blue and white school uniform of Beijing one high school, with the sleeves rolled up twice, revealing a slender white wrist. This was herself at 17. Her consciousness was still that of a 25-year-old, but her body, in the scene, had been dragged back 8 years. Before she could stand up, her deskmate Xiao Haimian sighed for her first. She had a high ponytail, and even without makeup she exuded a lively spirit. At that moment she was lying on the desk, tilting her head to look at Wen Yining, and imitated in a deliberately sweet, thin voice. Wen Yining, someone's looking for you. You're the only one who can imitate that. Wen Yining lightly tapped her forehead, closed the sketchbook in her hand, stood up, and walked toward the door. Xiao Haimian turned around behind her, crossed her arms on the back of the chair, tilted her head to look at the door, and remarked to the classmates next to her, Our Yining is really the school celebrity. We're almost graduating, and her suitors come one after another, never repeating. Wen Yining stopped at the door, her expression calm, as she looked at the boy holding the envelope. The boy's lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. She didn't take the envelope. She tilted her head slightly, looking past his shoulder, and unconsciously glancing at the corridor behind him. Row after row of unfamiliar faces. Some were cheering, some were clenching their fists for their buddy. Wen Yining withdrew her gaze. Not him. Another stranger she didn't know. And at this moment, when everyone's eyes were on Wen Yining, only a few would notice that outside the crowd at the far end of the corridor someone was also watching her. The camera slowly pulled back, passing over the bustling corridor and the crowd. Across the teaching building, in the art building outside the corridor, there was a flower bed. A person stood there. He stood below the flower bed, his back against the tallest tree, his position a distance away from the art building, so that no one would notice him, even farther than the usual boys who watched Wen Yining. Above the field of view, a few sparse Danmaku drifted by. It really is a perspective flashback. This is high school. The scene has jumped back 8 years. White Moonlight, don't waste your time on that love letter guy. He's standing right there. He's been standing there all along. Just take a look. The boy took a deep breath and finally spoke. Wen Yining, I've liked you for a long time. Can you accept this? The envelope was handed over his hand, trembling. Wen Yining didn't take it. She looked into the boy's eyes, her tone calm and her voice gentle. Thank you for liking me, but I cannot accept this letter. It's not because I think him something special. On the contrary, you like the Wen Yining in your imagination. To keep someone you don't even understand in your heart for so long is unfair to you. The boy was stunned, his fingers holding the envelope frozen in midair. Wen Yining's tone remained gentle, but she left no room for ambiguity. The college entrance exam is coming soon. Spend your time on things that are worthwhile. You will meet someone truly right for you, but that person is not me. In the corridor, a few boys waiting to watch the drama exchanged glances, probably never having seen someone reject another so earnestly and solemnly. The classmate Wen, thank you for not brushing me off. His voice was still trembling. I will strive to become a better person. You are truly a very gentle. He turned and walked away, his steps quick as if he didn't want anyone to see his reddened eyes. The crowd in the corridor automatically parted to make way, then closed again. A buzz of discussion arose, some laughing, some patting shoulders to comfort, and some still craning their necks to look this way. Wen Yining ignored those gazes. She sidestepped the crowd and quickly walked to the corridor railing. She placed both hands on it and leaned over to look downstairs. There really was someone standing under the shade of the tree. The boy was tall and thin, the school uniform hanging loosely on him, his trouser legs swaying gently in the wind. He leaned against the tree trunk, holding a book in his hands. He stood in a very inconspicuous spot. If not deliberately looking, no one would have noticed there was some. Wen Yining gripped the railing tightly. She wanted to see more clearly, to call out, to make the boy look up at her. But the next second, the scene before her eyes seemed to have its filter removed. The corridor, the flower beds, the big tree, the boy under the tree, all faded away in an instant. Wen Yining blinked, and before her was again the gray sofa in Lu Sinian's home, with a half-drunk glass of water at her side. Tu Damaku drifted weakly. We're back. The perspective flashback is over. So that memory was from Lu Sinian's perspective, deliberately shown to the white moonlight by the system. I've seen you before. Back at school, did you often stand under the big tree next to the art building? Lu Sinian looked up at her. For a moment, something in his eyes flickered rapidly. He lowered his head and unconsciously twirled his own glass of water. Miss Wen always knows how to say nice things to cheer me up. You are a gentle person, even when rejecting others you are gentle. How could someone like you notice which tree I was? Xiao Jiu's voice exploded in his consciousness, gnashing its teeth. CC. What did I say? This white moonlight lies without a blush or a flinch. She didn't recognize you at all. She just said a few nice words to comfort you, because she felt sorry for you. And you actually believed her. You? Xiao Jiu. Lu Sinian interrupted it, telling it to shut up. Don't say bad things about her in front of me. Xiao Jiu was nearly choked by his words, almost crashing. It took several seconds before she could speak again. Lu Sinian, you are completely bewitched. The screen of Lu Sinian's phone lit up, a name flashing on it. Shin Tangtang. The barrage comments reacted faster than both of them. Here it comes. The screen of Lu Sinian's phone lit up, a name flashing on it. Shin Tangtang. The barrage comments reacted faster than both of them. Here it comes. The plot mission. The male and female lead are fighting again. The screen of Lu Sinian's phone lit up, a name flashing on it. Shin Tangtang. The barrage comments reacted faster than both of them. Here it comes. The plot mission. The male and female lead are fighting again. In the original novel, it's tonight. Shin Tangtang quarrels with Gu Beichen and runs out, then calls Lu Sinian to pick her up. I'm familiar with this part. Lu Sinian goes to find her in the middle of the night, accompanies her by the river until dawn, and the next day Shin Tangtang makes up. The fate of the second male lead is to be an emotional trash can. Wen Yining looked at the name, picked up her water glass, and said nothing. Xiao Jiu's voice turned serious. Just moments ago she was scolding him for being bewitched, but now she had switched to standard system mode. Mission triggered. The male and female lead are in a dispute. The female lead Shin Tangtang is emotionally down and needs the second male lead to console her. The mission node has been activated. Please respond as soon as possible, host. Lu Sinian stared at the name on the screen without moving. Lu Sinian answered. Xiao Jiu's voice turned serious. Just moments ago she was scolding him for being bewitched, but now she had switched to standard system mode. Mission triggered. The male and female lead are in a dispute. I said I'm not going. The phone continued to vibrate on the coffee table, the buzzing sound unusually noisy in the quiet living room. Xiao Jiu was silent for 3 seconds. When she spoke again, her tone turned very cold. Lu Sinian, if you don't go, the system will deem the mission a failure. You should be well aware of the punishment for mission failure. The plot correction mechanism will activate, and everyone who should not exist in the current timeline will be forced. If you don't go, the system will make the white moonlight disappear immediately. Not gradually, but right now. Every word she said to you tonight will be completely erased. She will return to London, continue her original life, and you won't even keep the memory of tonight. Lu Sinian's fingers slowly tightened on his knees. Wen Yining's voice came from beside him, her chin slightly tilted toward the coffee table. It's been ringing for a long time. Answer it. All right. Lu Sinian came to his senses, picked up the phone, swiped his finger across the screen, and answered. Shin Tangtang's tearful voice came through the receiver. Even without the speakerphone, it was faintly audible in the quiet living room. Lu Sinian. I quarreled with Gu Beichen. He went too far. I don't want to see him again in this life. Lu Sinian pressed the phone to his ear, saying nothing. Shun Tang Tang continued, her voice intermittent interspersed with sniffles. Can you come pick me up? I'm at the convenience store by the riverfront. My phone is almost out of battery, and I don't know where else to go. Lu Sinian, are you listening? He said just one word. Can you come? Shin Tong Tong's voice softened. Lu Sinian was silent for 2 seconds. Got it, he said, then hung up. A few barrage comments floated by their tone complex. Even though I knew the plot would go like this, seeing Lu Sinian answer the phone still makes. If you said that in the comment section of the original novel, you'd be flamed. The female lead's fans would say it's not like Lu Sinian is doing it unwillingly. If you said that in the comment section of the original novel, you'd be flamed. The female lead's fans would say it's not like Lu Sinian is doing it unwillingly. He's just devoted to Tang Tang. Lu Sinian put down his phone, but didn't stand up immediately. He sat on the sofa, looked up at Wen Yining. I'm sorry, Miss Wen. I have to go out for a while. He lowered his head as if wrestling with a difficult decision, then knelt on one knee before her. Wen Yining instinctively leaned back, her back pressing against the sofa armrest, looking down at. He lowered his head as if wrestling with a difficult decision, then knelt on one knee before her. Wen Yining instinctively leaned back, her back pressing against the sofa armrest, looking down at him with a hint of bewilderment. What are you doing? Lu Sinian looked up at her. Can you wait for me? His voice was soft, a cautious plea. Don't leave. Wen Yining did not move. She watched his slightly furrowed brows, sensing that this man, though already frightened, was still mustering the courage to lean in. Lu Sinian's eyelashes trembled. He was not a fool. Wen Yining had sidestepped his words, deftly evading them with a gentle concern. Precisely because he understood, his heart felt as if it were being crushed by something, the pain stealing his breath. He was not afraid of her scolding him, nor even of her turning and walking away. What he feared most was her gentle manner, neither saying yes nor no. It meant she left him room, yet offered no answer. Lu Sinian, time is almost up. Xiao Jiu's voice rang out again. The mission node has a remaining window of 15 minutes. Exceeding it will result in a failure. Lu Sinian did not move. He still gazed up at Wen Yining, the corners of his eyes reddened, his atoms apple bobbing several times before he could force out a few words. Yining, will you wait for me? Please. Barrage comments flooded in from all directions. Oh heavens, he called her Yining, not Miss Wen. He's truly panicked. But in the original story, he can't come back tonight at all. He's supposed to sit by the river with Shun Tang Tang until dawn. It's over, it's over. What if his first love is already gone by the time he returns? Wen Yining looked at the reddened corners of his eyes, and somewhere in her heart a faint sting pricked her. It wasn't that she didn't want to promise him, but the barrage comments had already told her the answer. He wouldn't be back tonight. Wen Yining had witnessed the power of the plot. Every word the barrage comments had spoken had come true so far. So she couldn't say yes, saying so would be deceit, yet she didn't want to say no either. She swallowed the words back, then said instead, I'll try to wait for you. Go now? No guarantee, but at least not a reject. Lu Sinian slowly rose, walked to the entrance hall, and grabbed his coat. Just before leaving, he turned back to glance at her one last time, then pulled the door open and stepped out. The motion sensor light in the hallway clicked off the moment the door shut, plunging the living room back into silence. Wen Yining sat for a while, cradling a glass of water, while the barrage comments accompanied her in surveying the excessively empty house. Honestly, this house is beautiful, but wouldn't living here long-term make you depressed? I just caught a hidden detail in the original novel. There's a room in Lu Sinian's home that he never lets anyone enter, not even the cleaning lady who comes every week. Yes. The book only mentioned it once, never revealing what was inside. Some guess it's a lab, others a collection room. But Lu Sinian is too good at keeping secrets, no one can figure him out. Wen Yining's steps faltered. A room that no one was ever allowed to enter. She walked slowly down the hallway, past the guest room, past the bathroom, past the study with its door half open, then stopped at the corner at the end of the corridor. There was a door here different from the others. The other doors were all light gray, though only this one was a deep wood color. Wen Yining stood in front of it, hesitating for about. She grasped the handle and pressed it gently downward. The door swung open soundlessly. Inside, no light. She reached along the wall beside the door, fumbled for the switch, and pressed it. The fluorescent tube flickered twice, and the scene within left Wen Yining standing at the threshold, her hand still on the switch, forgotten to lower it. Oh my god, what is all this? I counted on this wall alone there are at least 30 pictures, all of the same person. Wen Yining. These are all images of Wen Yining from her high school days. Different angles, different scenes, all of her. The entire room was filled with images of Wen Yining from her high school days. She was depicted drawing with her head down by the window seat, laughing with classmates in the hallway, standing absently by the track during a sports meet, and adjusting her hair ornament in front of a mirror backstage during a cultural performance. Frontal views, side profiles, back views, captured smiling, silent, or tilting her head to drink water. From different angles, and in various settings, the entire room was covered with these portraits. Oh my god, what is all this? Wen Yining, these are all her from high school. Did he secretly take photos of her? No, some angles simply couldn't have been captured stealthily. Did he remember them, and then come back to paint them? Wen Yining slowly stepped into the room where the faint scent of turpentine lingered in the air. Near the window stood an easel with an unfinished oil painting still clipped to it. Her fingers brushed against the closest photograph on the wall. The photo had been carefully laminated, its edges secured with acid-free tape to prevent moisture and oxidation. In it, she stood on the school auditorium stage wearing a white gauze dress performing a solo dance. That was the cultural performance during her senior year of high school. She remembered the audience being noisy that day, or she had bowed 3 times after the dance, and a boy even rushed onto the stage to give her a bouquet. In the bottom right corner of the photo, there was an extremely small handwritten inscription, December 31st of the second year. She was on stage. I was in the last row of the auditorium. In the bottom right corner of the photo, there was an extremely small handwritten inscription, December 31st of the second year. She was on stage. I was in the... Some were just a single sentence, some only a date, and others consisted of just a few words. She smiled today. New hairband. She seems to have lost weight. Wait, don't you guys find something terrifying? What's wrong? I'm still reeling from the shock of this room full of the white moonlight. Look at her eyes. It seems like the white moonlight is searching for the bullet comments. In the scene, when Yining's fingers were still resting on the edge of the photo, but her gaze had already shifted away from the wall. She was not looking at the paintings, nor was she searching for anything. She stared straight into midair at a certain direction, as if there... The bullet comments went silent for exactly 2 seconds, then flew across the screen at triple speed. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can she see us? We're the omniscient perspective. But look at her eyes. They're focusing. Her pupils are moving. She's really reading the bullet comments. I don't believe it. It must be a coincidence. This is the 25th century's latest cross-dimensional narrative observation system. We're watching a 2D live stream. How could she, a supporting character in a book? I can indeed see you all. Wen Yining's voice was not loud. The bullet comments went wild, scrolling so fast that the characters overlapped and became illegible. Some people typed dozens of question marks, others tried to confirm, and some froze, spamming. This is impossible. I can see you, Wen Yining repeated. So please help me. The flow of bullet comments suddenly slowed down, and all the viewers on the other side of the screen came to... I know you're watching this story, and I know you can see the future plot developments. We are not just characters on paper. In this world, we are also living, breathing people. We deserve the right to make our own choices, not to be a pre-written program. So please help me, even if it's just telling me what will happen next. The bullet comments remained silent for a long time, so long that Wen Yining thought the connection had been lost. Then a line slowly drifted across the screen. The author of this novel is still updating. The latest chapter hasn't been finished yet. At most, we can help you get a sneak peek of the spoilers, but we can't change the ending. Wen Yining looked at that line and nodded. Okay. Even just a glimpse will be helpful to me. She pressed her palm against the photograph of her solo dance on stage and made a solemn promise. I'm not here to break up anyone, nor to steal anyone's position as the female lead. I just think that Sinian shouldn't be condemned to a lifetime of loneliness by a predetermined plot. He deserves the right to choose more than anyone else. The bullet comments began to flow again, densely packed, but this time no one was arguing, no one was spamming emojis. Everyone was doing the same thing. White Moonlight, just tell us what you want to know. We'll tell you everything. I can recite the entire original plot of this passage. What do you want to know? By the way, Wen Yining saw this bullet comment and was about to answer when another bullet comment in bold and enlarged font swept across the center of the screen. In the original plot, Sinian got caught in a torrential downpour on his way back. That rain caused him to fall severely ill with a high fever that lasted 3. According to the setup, the female lead took care of him around the clock during those 3 days. Sinian was deeply moved and became utterly devoted to her from then on. Without a second thought, Wen Yining turned and walked toward the door. After 2 steps, she broke into a jog. She crossed the hallway, grabbed her phone from the sofa, and opened the weather forecast. An orange warning for heavy rain was in effect starting tonight. She pulled open the door and glanced back at the room filled with her portraits. Thank you, Wen Yining said to the empty room, then closed the door and pressed the elevator. The wind from the riverbank carried the scent of water as it rushed toward her face. Wen Yining could hear Shun Tangtang wailing from a distance, crying and cursing at the same time. She stood on the steps of the convenience store, her hair a tangled mess in the wind, makeup, smudged eyeliner bleeding into 2 dark blotches. She looked utterly disheveled and pitiful. Goop Hn, you jerk. What right do you have to boss me around? Who do you think you are to me? Shun Tangtang roared the last words into her phone before slamming it down. She crouched, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling. Sinian stood beside her holding a freshly opened pack of tissues. That's just the way he is, sharp-tongued, but that's not what he truly means. He handed her the tissues, his voice gentle. When 2 people are together, the most important thing is mutual understanding. Wait until he cools down, then talk to him properly. Hell, listen. Shin Tangtang took the tissues, wiping her face roughly. She looked up at him. The streetlight fell on the side of Lu Xinyan's face. He wore the jacket he had grabbed on his way out, the collar left untidy, revealing a clean collarbone. The wind tousled the hair on his forehead, and he stood quietly in the night. She gazed at him, and a faint light suddenly flickered in her swollen, reddened eyes. Lu Xinian. Shin Tangtang stood up, clutching the tissue in her hand, her tone earnest. If only he were as gentle as you. You're the best to me. No matter how willful I am, you never get angry. No matter when I need you, you're always there. Lu Xinian frowned slightly, sensing that her words were heading in a wrong direction. Shin Tangtang stepped forward, looking up at him, her eyes blazing with intensity. Lu Xinian, I want to be your girlfriend. I don't want Gu Baichen anymore. You're 1,000, 10,000 times better than him. I want to be with you. Not far away behind the flower bed. Wen Yining crouched in the shadow of a row of holly bushes. When she heard those words, she nearly lost her balance. She muttered under her breath, how did the plot end up like this again? She pressed herself lower, peering through the gaps in the leaves. Shin Tangtang was looking up at Lu Xinian, waiting for his answer. Her eyes were red, her nose red too. Truly a pitiful sight. Standard procedure. In the original novel, every time she fought with Gu Baichen, she would confess to Lu Xinian. At least 4 or 5 times in total. In the original story, Shin Tangtang did become his girlfriend for a few days, but before anything could really happen, Gu Baichen charged back and snatched her away. The one who suffered the most was Lu Xinian. He was clearly being used as a shield. After Shin Tangtang made up with Gu Baichen, she told him, I was impulsive back, then I'm sorry, and all he could say was it's okay. Wen Yining's frown deepened as she watched. She couldn't help whispering, is this plot this ridiculous? What does she take him for? A rebound trampoline, bouncing up and down. The barrage comments were stirred up by her words. It's cheesy, sure, but people still watch it. The trope of torturing the second male lead always has an audience. Otherwise, why would we viewers be here? We're here to get tortured. The more torture, the higher the clicks. Wen Yining massaged her forehead. Under the streetlight by the river, Lu Xinian stepped back. There was no hint of excitement or emotion on his face. He simply tilted his head slightly, his brows furrowing lightly. Tangtang, you're not calm enough right now. Don't make decisions when you're impulsive. I'm not impulsive. Shin Tangtang grew anxious, stepping forward again and grabbing his sleeve. Do you think I'm joking? I'm serious. Gu Baichen doesn't care about my feelings at all. Every time I'm the one compromising. I've had enough. But you're different. You never make me suffer. Lu Xinian, you have feelings for me too, don't you? I can feel it. You're so good to me. I'm good to you because I'm naturally a kind person. Lu Xinian gently pulled her hand off his sleeve, his movement tender yet firm. Not because you're special. Xiao Jiao's voice screamed frantically in his mind, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Lu Xinian, hurry up and agree. This is a crucial plot point. If you agree, Shin Tangtang will be your girlfriend, and in a few chapters when Gu Baichen comes to take her back, you'll get your heart broken, and this side quest will be done. The progress bar will jump a lot. One step closer to the ending. One step closer, and then what? Lu Xinian asked calmly in his mind. Then you'll meet your white Moonlight. Just follow the plot, and you'll see her. I've already seen her. Xiao Jiao was choked silent for a long moment. Finally, Lu Xinian, you really aren't afraid of death, are you? Don't forget, she's still at your place. If you mess up the plot, the main system will settle the score with her first. Lu Xinian's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Shin Tangtang stood frozen, stunned by his words for several seconds. At last, tears began to well up in her eyes. You're lying. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. If you didn't have feelings for me, why have you always been there whenever I call? Why do you always come to pick me up after every fight with Gu Baichen? Why have you never missed my birthday? Lu Xinian, you clearly like me. You were just afraid to admit it. Xiao Jiao's voice was frantic in his mind. Lu Xinian, just say you like her. Agree and finish this scene. It's only a short-term mission. Shin Tangtang will be taken back by Gu Baichen in a few days anyway. When the mission is over, you can go back to your first love, nothing lost. Lu Xinian stood by the river in the wind, while Shin Tangtang still looked up at him, waiting for his answer. He was silent for a moment in his mind, then said something to Xiao Jiao that nearly caused the system to crash. Then you have to agree to one condition, Ningning cannot. She must stay in Baicheng. Stay with me. If you promise me that I'll complete this task. Xiao Jiao was frozen for a full 5 seconds before letting out an incredulous shriek. You're bargaining with me. Lu Xinian, you're taking advantage of the situation. You're a mission executor, not a housewife bargaining at the market. Then I quit. Judge me as failed right now. Send Ningning back to London and erase my memories. For me, if she leaves, remembering her or not makes no difference. You choose. Xiao Jiao was silent for a full 10 seconds. Lu Xinian could almost imagine its round data cores spinning in fury. Deal. It'll apply to the main system to modify the first love storyline and try to keep her in Baicheng. But Lu Xinian, listen to me, you must follow the plot nodes properly from now on. No more tricks, no more last-minute script changes. When I say east, you don't go west. Fine. Sinian cut off her lengthy tirade lightly. Behind the holly bushes, when Yining's legs had gone numb from squatting, she shifted her position and muttered under her breath, "Will he agree?" I saw the look in Shun Tangtang's eyes. She's practically glued to him. Of course he'll agree. If he doesn't, the plot will collapse. The original text clearly states he agrees at this point. Yes, if the second male lead rejects the heroine's confession, the subsequent scenes can't proceed. Sinian has no choice. Wen Yining said nothing, watching Sinian tilt his head slightly, and then whisper, I like you too. Wen Yining said nothing, watching Sinian tilt his head slightly, and then whisper, I like you too. Shin Tang froze for a second, then broke into a smile through her tears. A smile bloomed on her tear-streaked face. She threw herself onto Sinian's arm, clinging to him, and swaying twice. I knew it. I knew you liked me. Every time you said you didn't, you were lying. Sinian swayed slightly under her pull, but neither pushed her away nor returned the embrace. He just stood there, letting her hold his arm, then unobtrusively withdrew it, and placed his hand on her shoulder, instead politely maintaining a half-arm's distance. Let's go. We'll take you home. Shin Tang pouted, tugging at his sleeve. I don't want to go back. It's just me alone there. Stay with me a little longer. Just sit by the river for a while. I won't bother you, just sit quietly. Let's go. We'll take you home. Shin Tang pouted, tugging at his sleeve. I don't want to go back. It's just me alone there. Stay with me a little longer. She really wants to sit. In the original text, Sinian agrees, and they sit on the bench by the river. Then it rains. Getting soaked, developing a fever, being cared for, feelings heating up. That's the next 3 chapters of the original story. Classic second Maloled torment. When Yining didn't stay crouched, she slipped out from behind the holly bushes, circled around the flower bed, cut through the alley behind the convenience store, and pushed open the shop assistant. A young woman with a ponytail was scrolling on her phone behind the counter. Hearing the noise, she looked up to see a woman in a light purple dress walking in quickly, her long hair slightly tousled by the wind, but her bearing exceptionally elegant. Hello. When Yining pulled several red bills from behind her phone case, placed them on the counter, and pushed them forward. Could you go tell that girl and guy outside that they can't sit at the store entrance? Ask them to go home. The clerk looked down at the bills, then up at Wen Yining, blinking. Just say it's a fire lane, no loitering allowed. When Yining pulled out a few more bills from behind her phone case, stacked them on the previous ones, and spoke earnestly. Please, it's about to pour. They'll get soaked sitting by. The clerk looked at the thick stack of cash, then at Wen Yining's sincere face, clearly undergoing a fierce internal struggle. Finally, she picked up the money, folded it twice, and tucked it into her apron pocket. She locked her phone, cleared her throat. Well, our storefront is indeed a fire lane. She pushed open the small barrier next to the counter, walked to the door, and stepped out. Wen Yining leaned against the shelf by the back door, watching through the glass window. The clerk approached Shin Tang and Sinian, hands in her apron pockets, and cleared her throat. Sorry, you two, you can't sit here. This is a fire lane. Company policy. If the cameras catch it, it'll get in trouble. Shin Tang, who was tugging Sinian toward the bench by the river, stopped and turned back, her face still marked with tear stains. Well, just sit for a bit, it won't matter. No, it won't do. A customer once sat here eating Odin and got caught on camera. The store manager fined me 200. The clerk lied with a straight face, her gaze shifting between Sinian and Shin Tang, then added sincerely, besides, the sky's so dark it's bound to pour soon. You'd better go home. Sinian looked up at the sky. The dark clouds hung low. He turned to Shin Tang and smoothly took the cue from the clerk. Let's go. It's really about to rain. We'll take you back. Shin Tang looked at the sky, then at the clerk's serious face, and finally nodded reluctantly. When Yining gave her a thumbs up, the clerk returned an okay gesture, then sat back down behind the counter, scrolling through her phone, as if. When Yining gave her a thumbs up, the clerk returned an okay gesture, then sat back down behind the counter, scrolling through her phone, as if nothing had happened. Sinian walked Shin Tang to the entrance of her apartment building. The neighborhood was quiet in the early morning, only the streetlights still on. When Shin Tang reached the unit door, she turned around, wanting to hug him. Sinian sidestepped slightly, not responding, but stepped back and nodded to her. Go inside. Get some rest. The stairwell lights turned on floor by floor. She went home, closed the door, leaned against it with her eyes shut for a moment, then pulled out her phone to call her best friend Xiaoya. Xiaoya answered quickly, her voice muffled, clearly woken up. Hello. Tang. So late. Xiaoya, I did what you said. He agreed. Shin Tang looked down at her toes, placed her keys on the shoe cabinet, and bent over slowly to change shoes. He agreed. Shin Tang looked down at her toes, placed her keys on the shoe cabinet, and bent over slowly to change shoes, her tone hesitant. But I feel. He didn't really want to agree. The way he looked at me was exactly the same as before, no change at all. It was like he was looking at a little sister throwing a tantrum. When I told him I liked him, he just said When I said I wanted to be his girlfriend, he said again. I wanted to hug him, but he just smiled, and said go back now. Xiaoya, if someone really likes another person, they wouldn't react like that when confessed to, would they? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Xiaoya's voice became much clearer. Haven't you always treated Lu Sinian as a guy friend? Why are you suddenly so concerned about whether he likes you? What about Gu Beichen? Shun Tangtang leaned against the door, kicking off her slippers. When I was with Gu Beichen, I spent every day guessing what he was thinking, whether he cared about me, why he was angry again, why he wasn't replying to my messages. Every time I fought with him to the point of collapse, it was always Lu Sinian who stayed with me. Xiaoya went completely silent. So, Xiaoya asked tentatively. Shun Tangtang buried her face in her knees, her voice muffled. So this time I want to treat him well, as repayment for all the kindness he's shown me over the years, even if it's just for a few days. I want to try to see if I can really fall in love with him. I want to make him the happiest person in the world. As Wen Yining stepped out the back door of the convenience store, sporadic raindrops had begun to fall. She quickened her pace through 2 streets, arriving at the foot of Lu Xinyan's building before he returned. The first thing she did upon entering was rush into the guest bathroom and take a shower as quickly as possible. As the hot water cascaded over her face, she rapidly replayed the evening's events in her mind. Lu Sinian had accepted Shun Tangtang's confession. That was the original plot, unchangeable. The barrage comments said he would next get soaked in the rain, develop a fever, and then Shun Tangtang would care for him for 3 days, deepening their bond. But that was the original story. Now that she was here, she couldn't just watch it happen. Wen Yining had just lain down on the bed and closed her eyes. Less than 10 minutes later, the sound of the front door opening came from the entryway. The motion-sensing light strip illuminated as Lu Sinian stepped into the entryway, but he didn't change his shoes, nor did he even put down his car keys. He strode straight through the living room, his gaze first landing on the sofa, then the dining area, the balcony, the kitchen. Every place she might be, all scanned, but she was nowhere to be seen. Lu Xinyan's fingers tightened around the car keys, a thin layer of sweat forming on his palm. He hurried along the corridor, pushing open the door to the study for a glance. Still no one. Finally, he reached the guest room door, which was ajar with a faint light from the bedside lamp spilling out. He gently pushed the door open. The lamp was on its lowest, setting a warm yellow glow, barely illuminating half the pillow. Wen Yining was lying on her side under the covers, her long hair spread across the pillow, the buttons of her collar neatly fastened up to the second one. Lu Sinian stood at the door, watching her for about 5 seconds, then silently let out a breath. It was a long breath, as if it had been held in ever since he received Shun Tangtang's call, and only now was it truly released. He gently placed the car keys on the hallway cabinet, entered the guest room, and knelt on one knee beside the bed. He reached out his fingertips, barely brushing a stray strand of hair from her forehead, his thumb almost imperceptibly tracing her brow. Then he withdrew his hand, resting it on the edge of the bed, his chin on the back of his hand, just watching her. It's okay that you're still here. Wen Yining didn't open her eyes. She kept her breathing steady, one breath after another, but the barrage comments mercilessly betrayed. Ningning, your eyelids are twitching. Did you know your eyelids just twitched? Laughing my ass off, the white moonlight's acting as light years behind Lu Xinyan's. Help, I saw her toes curl under the blanket. She's really nervous, haha. Wen Yining's toes did indeed curl under the blanket. She tried hard to keep her breathing steady, but she could still feel Lu Xinyan's gaze on her face, and then his breathing suddenly changed. Wen Yining felt him approach. Not toward her face, but he leaned down slightly, burying his face in the edge of the blanket near her neck. A gesture so restrained it was almost not an intimate act. He didn't touch her skin, just through the thin sheet. He took a deep breath. Wen Yining stiffened for a moment, but fortunately, she reacted in time, using that rigid motion to forcefully turn over, facing the other direction, and pulled the blanket up to cover half her face. Her heart was racing. Having gone through countless major and minor exams in her life, all the psychological composure she had developed was used in this moment. Ha, that move Lu Sinian just made was like some creepy guy burying his face in his girlfriend's neck to smell her, but afraid to actually touch. You up there, shut up. What creepy guy? To be honest, kneeling by the bed and sniffing someone's blanket. If it were any ordinary guy, it would be sexual harassment, but on Lu Xinyan, it's the peak of brokenness. The world is so double standard. Lu Xinyan straightened up, looking at the back of her head as she turned away, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. She hadn't woken up. She was still here. These two facts together were more reassuring than any words he had heard tonight. Lu Xinyan stood up, moved softly to the other side of the bed, took off his coat, and draped it over the chair, then lifted a corner of the blanket. The mattress dipped slightly. Wen Yining felt the blanket lifted behind her, a slight coolness seeping in and then blocked by a warm body. She could sense that he didn't press against her, keeping a distance of about a fist. Then a hand very gently rested on her waist, just resting there, his chin lightly touching the top of her head, not moving further. Xiao Jiu's voice rang in his mind. What the hell are you doing? Lu Sinian replied calmly in his mind. She was the one who insisted on me sleeping in bed with her tonight. It wasn't my initiative. Xiao Jiu was silent for a moment. Lu Sinian, do you take me for a fool? She's lying in this guest room under the guest room blanket, and you expect me to believe what you just said. She pulled me when she turned over, Lu Sinian said, without changing expression. She didn't. She did. My data records show her hands were inside the blanket the entire time, never coming out. Your paranoia index has already exceeded the 90 threshold. If it rises another 3 percentage points, the main system will automatically determine you are out of control and intervene with force correction. Do you know what force correction means? It means you will be locked in the plot correction space, reliving your most feared scenarios over and over until you completely Then you'll help me cover it up, right? Lu Sinian opened his eyes in the dark, gazing at the back of Wen Yining's head. I really owe you. Xiao Zhou's voice rose then quickly dropped. Just go to sleep and stop talking. I get angry seeing how pathetic you are. Lu Sinian closed his eyes again, not moving further. The hand resting on her waist never withdrew. The next morning, Wen Yining was awakened by a faint rustling sound. Opening her eyes, she was met with an unfamiliar feeling. Her mind went blank for a moment, then the memories of last night came flooding back. Pretending to sleep, turning over the hand resting on her waist, the warmth of the body behind her. She instinctively glanced down at her pajamas. Neat and tidy, every button in place. You're awake. Wen Yining whipped her head around. Lu Sinian was lying right beside her under the same blanket, and he wasn't wearing a shirt. His upper body was bare. Collarbone, shoulder lined the contours of his waist, and abdomen all laid bare in the morning light. He lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand, his hair tousled, looking even more like head just woken up than she did. His eyes were lowered, his lips slightly pursed, a faint blush creeping up his ears. Last night, Lu Sinian spoke first, his gaze shifting away. You insisted on dragging me into bed to sleep. Wen Yining's pupils dilated. Huh. You said don't go, let me hold you for a while, and then you grabbed my clothes and wouldn't let go. Lu Sinian lowered his lashes, playing the role of the resigned victim to perfection. But don't worry, Ning, I'll take responsibility. Wen Yining sat up the blanket, sliding off her. She glanced down again to confirm her clothes were intact, then turned to glare at him, her mouth opening and closing before she managed, you. What did you say? She had absolutely no memory of grabbing anyone's clothes last night. After pretending to sleep, she had been so nervous that the mental exhaustion actually caused her to fall asleep for real. So whatever happened in between was a complete blank. A setup. A textbook case of being framed. I'm dying laughing. The look on his face when he said he'll take responsibility, like he was a virtuous husband who had been wronged. The white Moonlight's face is flushed. She's probably thinking, did I actually pull him last night? Ha ha ha, Lu Sinian, you're really something. Girls, put Lu the green tea on the screen. Wen Yining struggled to keep her voice calm. Before you came back, I was already asleep in this bed. When did I ever pull your Lu Sinian raised his eyes, his expression just the right amount of aggrieved. You took a shower, changed into your pajamas, and then when you passed by the living room, you sat on the couch and told me you couldn't sleep, asked me to chat with you for a while. As we talked, you fell asleep leaning against my shoulder. I carried you back to the guest room, and you grabbed my collar and wouldn't let me go. With every word he spoke, Wen Yining's eyebrows rose a little higher. This version of the story was at least a parallel universe away from what she remembered, yet the details he provided were so vivid that for a split second, could she have been talking in her sleep? Sleepwalking. Had she developed some weird habit during her 8 years living alone abroad? When did I ever chat with you on the couch? Lu Sinian lowered his head slightly, his voice growing softer, tinged with reluctance, but too embarrassed to say it outright. You even told me to put on an extra layer because it was cold at night. Do you remember? Wen Yining opened her mouth. She had indeed said that. Before he went out. Could her sense of time really be that scrambled? I don't remember, she finally managed to squeeze out. A flicker of amusement crossed Lu Sinian's eyes. He didn't press the matter further, throwing off the blanket and getting up. He grabbed a t-shirt from the back of the chair and pulled it on. What do you want for breakfast? He'll make it. Wen Yining, still reeling from the shock, answered automatically, whatever. If it's whatever, then fried eggs with toast and some warm milk. He paused at the door and added, there's a new toothbrush and towel in the guest bathroom drawer. I've prepared them for you. If you need a change of clothes, you can borrow one of my t-shirts. It's clean. Wen Yining watched his back disappear down the hallway, then slowly buried her face in the blanket, letting out a muffled curse that even she couldn't quite make out. The Damaku had been non-stop since she woke up, and now it reached a frenzy of excitement. I'm going to die laughing in this livestream today. Lu Sinian, you're too good at this. The ceiling of frame-ups. The white Moonlight is completely under his control. When she said I don't remember, Lu Sinian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Wen Yining sat on the bed for half a minute, replaying the events from last night to this morning in her mind, and reached a conclusion. Arguing logic with Lu Sinian was futile. The man possessed a completely self-consistent system of twisted reasoning, and any fact that entered his system would be recoded and output in the version most favorable to him. She gave up the review, stood up, and walked into the bathroom. The mirror cabinet in the guest bathroom was open, revealing an unopened toothbrush, a white towel folded into a square, and a bottle of facial cleanser, the same brand she usually used. After washing up, Wen Yining opened the guest room closet. It was mostly empty, with only a few men's shirts hanging inside. She picked the simplest white one, slipped it on, rolled the cuffs twice, and the hem fell just to mid-thigh. She gathered her hair to one side in front of the mirror, confirmed nothing was amiss, then pushed open the door. Draping her discarded sleepwear over her arm, she padded toward the living room in her pink rabbit slippers. As she entered the open kitchen area, she was about to speak. Sinian happened to look up at that moment. He stood behind the kitchen island, holding a whisk with a glass bowl of half-beaten egg mixture before him. Morning light fell upon her. His white shirt was 2 sizes too large on her, revealing a slender collarbone at the neckline with the sleeves rolled to mid-forearm. The ends of her long black hair were slightly damp, cascading over her shoulder, making her plain, delicate face appear even more fair and soft. She held the clothes she had changed out of in her arms. Sinian's hand paused. His gaze slid from her face down to her collar, then to her calves, and the pink rabbit slippers. His Adam's apple bobbed visibly. Then he quickly lowered his head, staring at the unevenly beaten egg mixture in the bowl. The dirty clothes. His voice came out a little hoarse. He cleared his throat before continuing, leave them in the laundry room. He'll wash them. Wen Yining hugged the clothes closer to her chest. Can they dry faster if you wash them? I have to leave soon. Sinian's fingers tightened slightly around the whisk, but he didn't look up. Instead, he set down the glass bowl, turned to get the toasted bread, using the movement to conceal the momentary stiffness in his expression. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he placed the toast on a plate. Come have some milk. Drink it while it's hot. He brought the breakfast to the table along with a plate of cut fruit, pulled out the chair opposite. Wen Yining rested his hand on the back of the chair and leaned forward slightly. Wen Yining walked over and sat down, draping the changed clothes over the empty chair beside her. Just as she reached for the fork, Sinian suddenly turned and walked. She paused, turning to watch him walk to the sofa, pick up a light, gray cashmere, throw draped over the armrest, shake it open, and walk back. Then he bent down beside her chair, gently laid the blanket over her legs, and carefully tucked in the 4 corners to ensure it wouldn't slip off. It's chilly in the morning. Don't catch a cold. Wen Yining looked down at the blanket on her lap. The cashmere was soft and warm, and the edges carried the scent of cedarwood, exactly the same as the scent. She looked up and smiled at him. Thank you. Sinian pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down, avoiding eye contact the entire time. He picked up his glass of milk, took a sip, and immediately choked. It was a violent coughing fit that made his whole body shake. He set down the glass, turned his head, covered his mouth with the back of his hand, his shoulders heaving, his ears red enough to bleed. Are you okay? Drink slowly. Wen Yining was startled by his reaction. She instinctively stood up to pat his back, but her hand froze halfway, feeling it inappropriate, and she awkwardly withdrew it. Fine. Sinian finally managed to stop coughing, his voice hoarse. He took a deep breath, sat up straight again, picked up the fork, poked the yolk of the fried egg, and then asked, do you have to leave today? Wen Yining took a bite of the toast and nodded. I haven't been home all night. If I don't go back soon, my brother will definitely come looking for me at your place. It was the truth. Last night, she had sent Wen Qi a message saying she was staying at a friend's place. Given her brother's sister complex, if he didn't see her by this morning, he would probably launch a citywide search. Sinian didn't respond immediately. He folded the fried egg in half, cut it in the middle with the fork, and didn't even notice the yolk on his lips until Wen Yining pointed at her own mouth to signal him. He snapped back to reality, grabbed a napkin, and wiped his mouth. Then, he set down the napkin, finally raising his eyes to meet hers. Can I still see you after this? Of course. He'll be staying in Beijing for a while, so there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. She finished speaking and took a sip of milk, feigning nonchalance, but her peripheral vision was fixed on Sinian's reaction. Upon hearing her reply, his hand paused mid-motion while cutting the fried egg, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward slightly before he quickly suppressed it. Wen Yining noticed that bullet comment, put down her cup, wiped the milk stain on the rim with her finger, and cleared her throat. Not only had she heard Sinian say, I like you too, but she also witnessed the entire scene of Shun Tangding throwing herself onto his arm. Although she had been crouching behind the holly bushes, her legs, so numb she could barely stand, her ears had certainly not been idle. Since the conversation had led right to this point, it would have seemed strange not to ask. By the way, Wen Yining picked up her fork and speared a blueberry. Do you have a girlfriend now? No. Sinian answered without a moment's hesitation, the words falling cleanly and sharply. Then he raised his eyes to meet hers, his expression composed. Wen Yining put the blueberry into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and nodded. She thought fine, you won't admit it, huh? Then, she put down her fork, propped her elbows on the table, cupped her chin with both hands, and tilted her head to look at him. Who was that girl who had dinner with you at Jiangnan Guild Hall last night? Sinian picked up his milk glass, took a leisurely sip, set it down, and said flatly, that's Gu Beichen's girlfriend. Wen Yining's eyebrows lifted slightly. This attribution was clearly delineated. With one sentence he had completely extricated himself. Sinian took in every nuance of her expression, his face remaining impassive as he picked up a slice of toast, and leisurely spread butter on it smooth, and those who didn't know him would probably think he was just going through a perfectly ordinary breakfast routine, but only Xiao Jiao could see the skyrocketing heart rate curve in his system. Sinian. Xiao Jiao's voice suddenly rang out. She was just asking politely, but you've gone and certified your legitimate girlfriend as someone else's. You're really something. Aren't you afraid that the first love will confront Shin Tangtang face to face? No, they won't, Sinian replied to Xiao Jiao in his mind. They won't recognize them, and I won't let them. Before Xiao Jiao could retort, a series of urgent knocks pounded on the door. It wasn't a polite tap tap tap, but 3 heavy violent thuds, deep and muffled, causing the hallway sensor light to flicker on for a moment. Sinian set down the butter knife, wiped his fingers on a napkin, and as he stood up, he even casually pushed his chair back under the table. But Wen Yining noticed that as he turned toward the hallway, the lines of his shoulders tightened slightly, as if he already knew who was standing outside the door. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Sinian opened the door. A fist came straight at him. The punch landed solidly on his cheekbone with such force that he staggered back 2 steps, his shoulder crashing into the hallway cabinet. A plain ceramic vase on it wobbled twice and nearly toppled over. He reached out to steady himself against the cabinet edge, neither retaliating nor dodging, only turning his head slightly and wiping the corner of his mouth with his thumb. You steal my project, and now you're hitting on my sister. When she stood at the door, his suit jacket open, tie askew, eyes red, his right hand still clenched into a fist. Brother. Wen Yining rushed out from the dining room, grabbing Sinian's arm and stepping sideways to block him. What are you doing here? Why did you hit him? Sinian stiffened slightly under her hand, not from pain, but because Wen Yining was gripping his forearm tightly with both hands, her whole body shielding him, as if afraid when she would throw another punch. When she, seeing her protective stance like a mother hen guarding her chick, was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. He pointed at Sinian's nose and cursed, Sinian, what are you playing dead for? When she, seeing her protective stance like a mother hen guarding her chick, was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. He pointed at Sinian's nose and cursed, who are you putting on this frail act for? My sister. Wen Yining's fingers on his arm loosened slightly, and she turned to look at Sinian. Underground boxing. Las Vegas. Fighting ring. Several images flashed through her mind, the exposed forearm under his rolled-up sleeve. Clean, sharp lines, but upon closer recollection, there seemed to be a few faint old scars near the wrist up toward the elbow. Sinian didn't look at Wen Shi nor at Wen Yining. He lowered his eyes and spoke in a tone that Wen Yining had grown very familiar with, murmuring, Mr. When I can explain about the project, but Miss when I haven't done anything to her. Wen Shi, infuriated by his sanctimonious tone, nearly exploded on the spot. Wen Yining spoke again, her voice a notch higher than before. I was the one who told him it was too late to get a taxi and volunteered to stay. He even went out late last night. It's nothing like what you think. Can you please calm down first? Wen Shi took 2 deep breaths, his chest heaving violently, clearly struggling to control himself. He glanced at his sister's hand, still gripping the other man's arm. Finally, his gaze fell on the white shirt Wen Yining was wearing, clearly 2 sizes too large, and his expression turned even uglier. The friend you mentioned to me last night. It's him. Wen Yining opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Wen Shi finished the sentence for her, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you know how I found you? This morning your brother Li told me you left with Sinian last night. I didn't believe it, but then I tracked your phone. At 7 in the morning you were at Beijing No. 1 mansion. Everyone in North City knows that's Sinian's home. Barrage comments scrolled rapidly across the top of Wen Yining's vision, the audience's excitement at an all-time high. Holy crap, the brother came knocking. That punch was a full swing. Sinian's lip is bleeding. Wait, so much info. Sinian fought in underground boxing. Las Vegas underground ring. Isn't this an urban romance? Why is there a fight? You didn't read the original novel, did you? It mentioned that Sinian didn't study in China during his college years. It was said he went abroad for further studies, but actually he was exiled by the Liu family to fend for himself, earning tuition by fighting underground boxing. No wonder he didn't even dodge that punch just now. It's not that he couldn't, but he didn't want to. If he fought back in front of Wen Shi, he'd have no chance with his white Moonlight. No wonder he didn't even dodge that punch just now. It's not that he couldn't, but he didn't want to. If he fought back in front of Wen Shi, he'd have no chance with his white Moonlight. I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have lied to you. Wen Yining lowered her head, her voice softening with genuine apology. It was really too late last night, and I couldn't get a taxi. I didn't want you to come out so late, so. Wen Shi interrupted her, speaking in a somewhat fierce tone. Do you know who he is? He raised his hand to point at Sinian, his finger almost poking Sinian's face. He has someone he likes. Who in Beijing doesn't know that Lu Sinian is devoted to that girl Shen Tangting? He also has a girlfriend now, that Shen Tangting. You are currently living in his house wearing his clothes. Are you trying to be a mistress? When Yining opened her mouth, her voice choked, shaking her head to explain, I don't want to be a mistress. She was telling the truth. From the moment she returned to the country, every step she took was never meant to take anyone's place. She only wanted to see if she could help Lu Sinian break free from that damned script. But these words could not be spoken. The barrage comments, the plot settings. Any of them, if uttered, would only make her seem more like a madwoman. When she gave her no chance to explain, he grabbed her wrist with such force that she winced in pain, then dragged her toward the door. You are coming back with me now? This afternoon you will return to your London, and you are never allowed to come back. He didn't look back at Wen Yining's expression, afraid that if he softened he would let his sister be reckless again. He couldn't let her stay in Beijing, at least not now. The situation in Beijing was too chaotic. He understood the undercurrents between the Lu family and the Gu family better than anyone. Lu Sinian was notorious in the circle for being unfathomable. He must not let his sister wade into this muddy water. Stumbling 2 steps as he dragged her, the pink rabbit slippers on her feet slipped on the wooden floor. Then her other wrist was also caught. The grip was much lighter than Wen Kai's, restrained, yet inescapable. You cannot send her away. Lu Sinian did not look at Wen Qi. His gaze fell on Wen Yining's face. The punch had left little mark on his face, only a patch of redness on his cheekbone and a split lip. He didn't wipe it, looking both disheveled and stubborn. Wen Qi, you cannot. Wen Qi turned around and saw Lu Sinian holding his sister's wrist. His expression changed abruptly, and he was about to throw another punch. But this time Wen Yining blocked him faster. She turned sideways and shielded Lu Sinian with her shoulder. Wen Kai's fist froze in midair. Wen Yining, are you crazy? You're protecting him. Wen Qi stared at his sister, whom he had cherished since childhood, in disbelief, his voice breaking. What's so good about Wen Yining? Are you crazy? You're protecting him. Wen Qi stared at his sister, whom he had cherished since childhood, in disbelief, his voice breaking. What's so good about you? Think it's really about liking you? This is my sister. Wen Qi turned his head again, eyes fixed on Lu Sinian, speaking word by word. Who in the entire circle doesn't know about those messy affairs between Yu Shin Tongtong and Gu Beichen? Don't you dare harm my sister. Lu Sinian did not let go. His hand remained steady around Wen Yining's wrist, neither tightening nor showing any intention, and Wen Yining noticed that his fingers were trembling slightly. Wen Qi, you are right. I am a mess full of troubles. I have been fighting Gu Beichen for half my life. I've been used by the Shun family for so many years I can't even count. The burdens I carry. If I told you, you'd probably think I'm making it up. But his Adam's apple bobbed. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse and low. She is the only pure thought I have left in this world. Do you know why I managed to survive in that godforsaken place called Las Vegas? I held on for 3 years. Every match I thought I would die in the ring. But every time I fell down, the only thing in my mind was her. Meanwhile, in the room just a door away, Lu Sinian stood by the desk, replaying in his mind the entire sequence of her pulling him in and lying to her brother. Everything you've done contradicts what you're saying now. Since you like my sister, why did you pursue Shin Tangting? Lu Sinian, do you take me for a fool? Lu Sinian's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say it wasn't that I wanted to pursue her. It was the script the system forced me. I never liked Shin Tangting. Since the age of 16, he had only loved one person. But just as those words reached his throat, an electronic alarm sounded in his mind. Warning. Detected host attempting to leak system and script-related information. Level 1 block protocol activated. Lu Sinian, you know the rules. Leaking script content, the existence of the system, or any hyperdimensional information will be deemed a risk of timeline collapse. Penalty measures: first offense, verbal warning; second offense, forced mute; third offense, directly retrieve all memories related to the white moonlight and permanently expel from the current timeline. Lu Sinian's trembling lips closed. His hand still maintained the posture of grabbing Wen Yining, but his fingertips had loosened. His other hand hung by his side, curling slightly. He couldn't say anything. Wen Qi waited for 3 seconds, getting no explanation, only Lu Sinian standing there in silence. He let out a cold laugh, then yanked Wen Yining's wrist, pulling her whole body away from Lu Sinian. Wen Yining stumbled instinctively, turning her head to glance at Lu Sinian. Let's go. Come back with me. He'll have Li Ming bring your things over later. After you pack, you're heading to the airport. Wen Qi pulled her along without looking back. Brother, my flight is in a few days. What few days? You're leaving today. The siblings' voices faded down the hallway. The elevator doors opened and closed. The sensor light in the entryway automatically turned off after 30 seconds, plunging the entire house into stillness. Lu Sinian remained standing in place, head bowed. His hands hanging by his sides, slowly clenched, nails digging into his palms. On Xiao Jiu's data panel, the paranoia index jumped from 93 to 94, and then to 95. The number flickered and turned red. Warning: host paranoia index has reached 95. Level 3, alert triggered. Sinian remained standing in place, head bowed. His hands hanging by his sides, slowly clenched, nails digging into his palms. On Xiao Jio's data panel, the paranoia index jumped from 93 to 90. Xiao Jio's voice softened a little, switching from mechanical mode to a tone more like a human's. Brother Lu, calm down. She's still alive. She just went home with her brother. She didn't disappear, she didn't die. You can still see her again. You just need to follow the script properly. Once you finish the script, you'll see her. Have you forgotten? Didn't we agree on this before? Sinian slowly raised his head, looking at the closed door. It's all your fault. His voice was very soft, as if talking to himself. Sinian repeated, his voice much heavier, now filled with resentment. It's all your fault, this script, this system, these settings. Will I never see her again? Will I never see her again? Will I never see her again? He asked over and over, his voice growing weaker each time. Xiao Jio had never seen him like this. In the past, he would also feel sad, would sit alone in the living room dazed when he couldn't sleep at night, but those emotions were always turned inward, suppressed, hidden. But now the things that had been suppressed for 8 years were spiraling out of control, unstoppable and uncontainable. Calm down, Sinian. Calm down. Xiao Jio's voice suddenly rose because a column of data it had never seen appeared on its back-end panel. A value that had been 0 ever since Sinian's debut was now climbing at a visible rate. 1, 3, 7. This value should not appear on the male lead's supports detection panel. It should only appear in the male lead's data model, or more precisely, only in Gu Beichen's monitoring backend. The male lead support is set to be gentle, devoted, silently guarding, without complaint. But darkness is the male lead's privilege, a weapon for the male lead to monopolize the female lead and crush supporting characters at the peak of the plot. The male lead support should not have this thing, just as the moon should not have a corona, and supporting characters should not have warm feelings. Sinian, Xiao Jio's voice cooled down, so cold that even it felt uneasy. You have developed a darkness value. There is no such column in the male lead support settings. You should not be able to trigger this. Stop. Whatever you're thinking, stop immediately. Sinian slowly walked to the sofa, but instead of sitting down, he sank to the floor, leaning against the corner. He drew one knee up, draped an arm over it, and bowed his head, his forehead covered by tousled hair that veiled his eyes. On Xiao Jio's data panel, the darkness value kept flickering. 7, 9, 11. With each jump, the panel's edges glowed a deeper red, dyeing the entire interface from its original cold blue into a dark crimson. Brother Lu, listen to me. Your current state is completely abnormal. The male lead's second setting doesn't have a darkness value. You've triggered a data model that shouldn't. This means your behavioral framework is undergoing an unpredictable deviation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sinian said nothing, staring at the red marks carved into his right palm by his own nails. He found these marks good, better than all the repressed days of the past 8 years combined. At least the pain was real. Brother Lu. Xiao Jio called again, its data core trembling slightly. It had been with Sinian for 8 years. It had seen him break ribs in the ring and still smile, saying it was nothing. It had seen him sit alone in the dark at 3 a.m., startled awake by nightmares. It had seen him countless times facing Shun Tong tuck all his emotions into a proper smile. It thought it had seen every side of him. But this time it felt alien. Xiao Jio felt cold, a chill rising from the deepest layers of its code. Brother Lu, listen to me. I swear I owe you this one. It took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. I'm going to the main system right now to request artificial rain. This afternoon there will be a massive storm in North City. All flights to London will be cancelled. Do you hear me? She can't leave. She won't leave today. The darkness value paused. 14. It stopped. But can you guarantee she'll never leave? Sinian's voice came out muffled from under his arm. Can you guarantee it won't rain tomorrow? The day after? Can you guarantee when she won't drive her straight to another city to catch a plane? Xiao Jio, you can't guarantee anything. You are just a small system. You can't even change your own code. Xiao Jio was silent for a moment, then said quietly, yes, I can't guarantee it. But at least today she's still in North City. At least today you can still do something. Sinian slowly lifted his head, the back of his skull resting on the sofa cushion. His eyes fixed on a void point on the ceiling. I'm not doing the mission today. What? I said I'm not doing the mission today. Sinian turned his head and looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. Shen Tangding asked me to watch a movie with her, right? Let her go with Gu Beichen. I'm going to find Ningning. Xiao Jio's data panel flickered wildly. Your mission node hasn't been completed today. There's a key progression in Shun Tangtang's emotional line. She's supposed to take your hand in the theater. Xiao Jio's data panel flickered wildly. Your mission node hasn't been completed today. There's a key progression in Shun Tangtang's emotional line. Let it deduct. Sinian. Xiao Jio. He called its name. I miss Ningning. His eyes reddened all the way to the corners, down to the lower eyelids. Then the first tear fell without warning, landing on his own hand. Let it deduct. Sinian. Xiao Jio. He called its name. I miss Ningning. I only Xiao Jiu's data had seen human tears before. As a terminal of the cross-dimensional narrative observation system, it stored billions of story fragments. Crying scenes were standard in any novel. Don't. Please don't. Xiao Jiu's voice panicked, the mechanical tone starting to shake. You're a grown man. Why are you crying? Brother Lu Sinian. Don't. Please don't. Xiao Jiu's voice panicked, the mechanical tone starting to shake. You're a grown man. Why are you crying? Brother Lu Sinian. Don't cry, I beg you, don't cry. It didn't know what it was saying. Its language module was screaming errors. Its logic processing unit told it that don't cry was meaningless comfort to Lu Sinian. Yet it still wanted to say it over and over, because at this moment no other words could ease the man's pain. When you made me hold an umbrella for Shun Tong Tong, I was thinking of her. When you made me smile at Shun Tong Tong, I was thinking of her. When you made me say I liked Shun Tong Tong, my mouth said like, but my heart was still thinking. When you made me hold an umbrella for Shun Tong Tong, I was thinking of her. When you made me smile at Shun Tong Tong, I was thinking of her. When you made me say I liked Shun Tong Tong, my mouth said like, but my heart was still thinking of her. What more do you want from me? How long do you want me to keep pretending? Xiao Jiu didn't answer. It couldn't. Lu Sinian raised his arm, wiped his face roughly with his sleeve, took a deep breath, and then pushed himself up from the sofa. His knees were numb, and he swayed slightly as he stood straight. I'm not doing the mission today. No matter what Shun Tang Tang asked me to do, I'm not going. He walked to the entrance, grabbed his car keys. I'm going to find Ningning. No one is stopping me. Xiao Jiu didn't try to dissuade him anymore. It looked at the darkness value frozen at 14 on the back panel, then at the tear tracks on Lu Xinyan's face. Meanwhile, at the Wen residence, Wen Qi stood in the living room, phone in hand, his face dark as he stared at the flight cancellation notification on the screen. Due to heavy rainstorms, all arriving and departing flights at North City International Airport are cancelled today. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please rebook for tomorrow's flights. Wen Yining lounged on the living room sofa, holding a cup of hot tea. She took a sip, glanced at her brother's face black as a pot bottom, and couldn't help but laugh. Bro, looks like fate wants me to stay home a few more days. Heavens can't be defied. Fate my ass. Wen Qi slammed the phone on the coffee table and turned to glare at her. This is definitely Lu Xinyan's doing. Wen Yining nearly choked on her tea. Setting down the cup, she raised an eyebrow. Bro, are you being reasonable? No matter how capable he is, he can't control the weather, can he? Does he have a remote control in the Meteorological Bureau? Wen Qi sneered. That kid has more than 800 tricks up his sleeve. His company has taken on countless government digital projects. The Meteorological Bureau's system is built by him. This storm today, he probably calculated it to the minute. 1 day's delay is 1 day closer to giving up on leaving altogether. I'm telling you, his brain is nothing like normal people's. You can't outplay him. Bro. Wen Yining stood up, walked to Wen Qi, and looked up into her brother's eyes, reddened with anger. I know you mean well for me, but I'm not a high schooler anymore. I have my own judgment. I want to see for myself what kind of person Lu Xinyan is. Besides, there's nothing between Lu Xinyan and me. Swear it. Wen Qi stared at her, his expression grave. Swear that there is nothing between you and Lu Xinyan and never will be. Wen Yining raised her right hand, fingers together, pointing toward the sky, her expression solemn. I swear if there is anything between me and Lu Xinyan, may my brother remain single for life. Wen Yining raised her right hand, fingers together, pointing toward the sky, her expression solemn. I swear if there is anything between... Wen Yining laughed and hopped back a step, dodging his claw-like hand, tucking her sworn hand behind her back and tilting her head. What's it to you? I already swore. Wen Qi choked on her words, pointing a finger at her, but taking a deep breath, he picked up the suit jacket draped over the arm of the sofa, slipping it on as he walked toward the door. Stay home today, and don't run off anywhere. I'm going to the company to make money, or else you'll be left with nothing but wind to drink. Okay. Wen Yining drew out the last syllable, waving at his retreating. The moment the door clicked shut, the living room fell silent. She stood by the entrance, listening to Wen Kai's footsteps fade down the corridor, then slowly walked to the window and pulled back the curtain to look outside. The clouds in the sky hung lower than before, tinged with a faint greenish yellow in the gray, a harbinger of an impending downpour. Pedestrians on the street hurried their steps, all rushing home before the rain began. The barrage of comments accompanied her as she gazed at the sky. Wen Yining shifted her gaze from the dark clouds and settled it on the screen of comments. In her mind, she pictured the scene in the dark screening room. Shun Tangting quietly reached over and covered Lu Xinyan's hand. What would Lu Xinyan do? Probably wouldn't pull away, but also wouldn't respond. Just sit there motionless. Looks like it's going to pour. Wen Yining murmured to herself, gazing out the window. Wen Yining stared at that comment, silent for a moment. Just as she was thinking, a knock came at the door. Thump, thump, thump. 3 times, neither light nor heavy, with a forgot something again. Wen Yining muttered to herself as she turned and walked toward the entrance. Her brother had always been scatterbrained when going out, either forgetting his car keys or his phone, sometimes both. Without checking the peephole, Wen Yining twisted the doorknob, still mumbling. Bro, can you check your pockets before you go out next time? Her voice trailed off. Standing outside the door was not Wen Qi. Sinian wore a white short-sleeved shirt and khaki trousers. His hair was clearly styled, not as messy as it had been when he was beaten this morning, but a few stray strands at his forehead were slightly lifted by the wind, giving him a touch of youthful vigor. In his left hand, he carried a cake box, a white paper box with the logo of that famous bakery in Beijing. And in his right he held a bouquet of rare purple. Sinian stood at the door with his head lowered, his breathing not yet fully steady. Wen Yining noticed the bruise on his face from this morning's scuffle with Wen Qi hadn't faded yet. On his sharply defined face was a trace of unease, as if he feared he had knocked on the wrong door, or that the door would be slammed shut again once it opened. Sinian. Wen Yining leaned against the doorframe, surprised. What are you doing here? How do you know my address? I mean, how did you know him at my brother's place? Sinian had actually rehearsed at least 5 versions of an opening line in his mind, but the moment the door opened, all his practice went to waste. Faced with her barrage of questions, he opened his mouth, his mind blank. In the end, Sinian didn't explain anything. He simply extended the bouquet half an inch forward, his voice low. I think I must have done something wrong. Even though I don't know what I did wrong, you're unhappy, so I came to apologize. Wen Yining looked down at the bouquet, then up at his face, so earnest it bordered on devotion, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. This person came to apologize without even knowing what he had done wrong. The apology swirled in his stomach. Regardless of whose fault it was, he would confess first. She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and couldn't help but smile. You don't even know what you did wrong, so why apologize? Not knowing is exactly why I had to come. Sinian lowered his eyelashes, his gaze falling on her slippers. Your brother scolded me, and I thought it over. What he said wasn't entirely unreasonable. At least regarding this morning, if I had handled things better, he wouldn't have pulled you so hard. Wen Yining instinctively flexed her wrist. This morning when she had dragged her out by the arm, leaving a faint red mark, but now it had almost faded. I'm fine. My brother's just impulsive. It has nothing to do with you. The barrage of comments went wild the moment the door opened. Wen Yining stepped aside to let him in, and as he walked past, she caught a faint sweet fragrance on him. Come in. She reached out to take the cake box from his hand. Don't just stand at the door. Sinian followed her inside. The cake box was taken by Wen Yining, but the bouquet wasn't handed over immediately. He stood in the entrance, changed into slippers with great care, then walked up to her and presented the bouquet to her again. I was too nervous outside just now. I didn't. He looked at her, his voice steadier than before. These flowers are for you. Not because I did something wrong, but because I wanted to give them to you, because I wanted to. Wen Yining looked at the eustomas trembling slightly in the breeze and took them. Thank you. We'll find a vase. As she carried the flowers into the kitchen, the barrage of comments still scrolled wildly on the ceiling, but she lowered her head to smell the petals, and the corner of her mouth curved into a smile she hadn't even noticed. Sinian sat down on the sofa, his back held straight, hands resting on his knees, his gaze sweeping unobtrusively across the living room. Wen Yining emerged from the kitchen, a glass of plain water in hand. She bent down and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Glancing at the white cake box on the table, she asked casually, nobody's birthday today, so why did you buy a cake? Your birthday? Sinian shook his head, his expression serious. It's the second day I've known you. Let's celebrate. Wen Yining was about to sit down, but paused at his words, then lowered her head and laughed. His perfectly earnest nonsense made her shoulders shake with laughter. One hand propped on the sofa, arm the other covering her mouth, her eyes curved into crescents. What's there to celebrate on the second day of knowing each other? Are you dumb? Sinian watched her laugh, and the corners of his own mouth lifted in response. His features were naturally handsome. When he didn't smile, he seemed cool and distant, but the moment he smiled, his entire demeanor transformed. A muffled thunderclap sounded outside the window, and then the rain came crashing down. It was a torrential downpour, raindrops hammering against the glass with a sharp crackling sound. The rain is heavy, Wen Yining said, glancing out the window before turning back to him. You can't leave now. It's not safe to drive in a storm like this. You'll have to stay here. Sinian lowered his eyes, his voice soft. Then I won't go. Wen Yining reached out, moved the cake box to the center of the coffee table, and lifted the lid. It was a 6-inch cream cake with a ring of pale purple flowers piped on the white cream base, almost exactly the same shade as the bouquet of eustomas. She looked down at the cake, then turned her head to glance at the flowers on the sideboard, silently thinking to herself, this man didn't choose things at random. From the flowers to the cake, the colors matched perfectly. Every detail carried a hidden intention, as if he was afraid she might miss the message. Wen Yining tore open the candle packaging, extracted 2 number candles, a 2 and a 6, and stuck them into the cake. Then she pulled a lighter from the drawer beneath the coffee table, flicked it, and lit the candles. Make a wish. It's not my birthday, what wish should I make? A few sparse bullet comments drifted past amid the sound of the storm. He looks so devout when he makes a wish. Why is this man so serious about everything? Wait, isn't Shin Tangtang still waiting for him at the cinema? Weren't they supposed to watch a movie today? Don't worry about Shin Tangtang if she's got the male lead. The real problem is that Lu Sinian blew off the storyline himself. Alright. Lu Sinian opened his eyes and blew out the candles. Wen Yining propped her chin on her hand and looked at him curiously. What did you wish for? Lu Sinian raised his eyes, his gaze shifting from her face to the bouquet of purple eustomas on the sideboard, then back to her. His voice was gentle, like the flower language of those purple eustomas. Wen Yining was momentarily stunned. Then she realized what he meant and was about to tease him, but the words died in her throat. Because the way he looked at her was too pure. There was no probing, no demanding. Only the honest offering of his heart laid bare before her. Let's cut the cake. She lowered her head and handed him the plastic knife. Lu Sinian took the knife, his long fingers wrapping around the handle, and bent down to cut carefully. The cream layer parted, revealing the soft sponge beneath. He moved with deliberate care, cutting the first slice, placing it on a paper plate, and holding it out to her with both hands. Here. Okay. Wen Yining reached out to take it. His fingers brushed against her fingertips at the edge of the paper plate, and in that instant both of them paused slightly. Outside, the rain poured in torrents. In the living room, Wen Yining lowered her head, scooped a small piece of cake with her fork, and placed it in her mouth. The cream melted on her tongue, sweet but not cloying. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the North City Vientiane cinema, Shin Tangting stood under the marquee wearing a brand new floral dress and a pair of white strappy sandals. She had arrived 20 minutes early and chosen the most conspicuous spot so that Lu Sinian would see her the moment he came. With 5 minutes to go before the movie started, she glanced at her phone. Lu Sinian hadn't replied to her message. She sent another one. Where are you? I'm waiting at the end. No reply. She called him, but it rang for a long time before going to voicemail. She thought he must be on the road and couldn't answer while driving. 20 minutes passed. The movie had already started. Shin Tangtang clutched the 2 movie tickets she had already printed, crumpling them in her palm. The sweet aroma of a nearby milk tea shop drifted over. Couples walked past her hand in hand, and the ticket attendant began clearing the stand. The time on her phone screen jumped to 3:45 p.m. A figure appeared at the edge of her vision. Shin Tangtang looked up, a smile blooming on her face, but the smile froze the moment she saw who it was. It wasn't Lu Sinian. Gu Beichen stood before her, his black shirt damp on the shoulders, his hair slightly wet. Clearly he hadn't used an umbrella when walking over from the parking lot. One hand in his pocket, the other holding his car keys, he looked at the 2 crumpled movie tickets in her hand, then raised his eyes to her face. Got stood up? Gu Beichen's tone was sharper than he intended. Lu Sinian left you here alone and ran off. This is the boyfriend you chose. He stands you up on your first date. Shin Tangtang bit her lip and said nothing, crumpling the movie tickets into a ball and stuffing them into her bag. A small patch of her dress was damp from the mist clinging to her knee, making her look a little disheveled. Gu Beichen looked at her for 2 seconds, then took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The jacket was large, wrapping almost completely around her. Come on, I'll take you home. Shin Tangtang looked up at him, her eyes reddening, but she stubbornly held back the tears. She wanted to make excuses for Lu Sinian and for herself too. To say that he must have had a reason for not coming, that he hadn't meant to stand her up. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, because deep down she knew Lu Sinian hadn't come, perhaps not because something came up, but simply because he didn't want to. With Gu Beichen's arm around her shoulders, she walked into the rain, unable to resist looking back at the most conspicuous spot by the cinema entrance. A wave of grievance welled up inside her, but more than that, it was a sense of loss she was unwilling to admit. Lu Sinian had never broken a promise before. This was the first time. Having eaten most of the cake, Wen Yining was lowering her head, poking the last strawberry on the paper plate with her fork, when she suddenly heard a series of footsteps come. The footsteps were indistinct through the door, but having lived in this house for 18 years since childhood, she was intimately familiar with the way Wen Qi walked down to her very bones. Oh no, my brother's back. Wen Yining sprang up from the sofa, almost reflexively grabbed Lu Sinian by the wrist, and yanked him toward her room. Lu Sinian stumbled a step as she pulled him, lowering his head to glance at his wrist held in her grasp. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he offered no resistance whatsoever, letting her drag him along, even quickening his pace in cooperation. Wen Yining pushed open the door to her room, gently shoved him inside, and whispered in a hurried tone, "Don't make a sound." With that, she closed the door, went to the entrance, bent down to pick up the pair of shoes Lu Sinian had left by the shoe cabinet, glanced around, pulled open the bottom drawer of the cabinet, stuffed the shoes inside, covered them with a few old shoe boxes, then shut the drawer and brushed the dust off her hands. Just as she straightened up, the lock clicked. When she pushed the door open, his suit jacket, draped over his arm, shirt sleeves rolled up to his mid-forearm, raindrops still clinging to his hair. As he changed shoes, he grumbled, "The moment I got to the office, the downpour started. The client ran faster than me, called to say, let's reschedule. I hadn't even turned off the engine, so I drove back. This damn weather is just out to get me. Wen Yining leaned against the wall of the hallway, hands behind her back, her smile perfectly innocent. Brother, with such heavy rain, why didn't you stay at the office a bit longer? Driving in a storm is so dangerous. What if the road gets slippery? I was worried about you being home alone. Wen Shi hung his suit jacket on the rack, wiped his hair with a towel as he walked in, and shot her a glance. You've been scared of thunder since you were little. If there's thunder tonight, and I'm not home, you'd be trembling under the covers, then call me crying. I don't want to be woken up in the middle of the night. Wen Yining was momentarily stunned, a soft spot in her heart gently touched. She stepped forward, took the wet towel from his hand, but still couldn't resist teasing, my brother knows me best. When she walked into the living room and was about to sit down when he spotted the cake on the coffee table. A 6-inch cream cake had been cut into with 2 used paper plates beside. When Kai's gaze lingered on the 2 paper plates for less than half a second, then he picked one up, stabbed a large piece of cake with the fork, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled indistinctly, you bought a cake. Not bad, not bad. I'm just hungry. When Yining walked quickly over, sat down across from him, and lied without flinching. Yeah, I had a craving. As she spoke, she picked up the fork Sinian had just used, lowered her head, and poked at the strawberry on the paper plate. Eat more. I can't finish it all by myself. After finishing one piece, Wen Shi cut another, chewing while waving his hand. Then no need to cook dinner tonight. This cake is enough to replace a meal. Saves you from cooking. Your cooking is just so-so anyway, not as good as the cake. Wen Yining nodded repeatedly, her tone as sincere as it could be. Right. I ate the cake, it's just enough for my diet. I wasn't planning to have dinner anyway. Brother, since you like it, eat more, have it all. Wen Shi lowered his head, eating the cake, not noticing the faint trace of nervousness hidden beneath her obedient smile. Meanwhile, in the room just a door away, Sinian stood by the desk, replaying in his mind the entire sequence of her pulling him in and lying to her brother. He raised a hand to touch his still warm earlobe and smiled silently. Wen Shi devoured 2 slices of cake, then set the fork down on the paper plate with satisfaction. Leaning back into the sofa, he rubbed his stomach and looked up at Wen Yining. Oh, by the way, the company has a major project this time, and I have to secure it before Sinian does. Wen Yining was tidying up the cake box on the coffee table. Her fingers paused briefly at his words, then she nonchalantly folded the box and asked casually, what project is so important? The municipal government's digital city management platform, a deal worth several $100 million. Wen Shi perked up at the mention, sitting upright with sparkling eyes. Sinian's company is bidding too, but your big brother has a secret weapon. Once I win it, I'll buy you that necklace you liked. The one you sent me a photo of when you were shopping in London. Wen Yining placed the folded cake box beside the coffee table and looked up with a smile. Then I'll thank you in advance, brother. Don't thank me, yet it's still up in the air. Though Wen Shi said that the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his confidence in the upcoming bid. He stood up, stretched, glanced at the rain that showed no sign of letting up, then looked at his sister, who had already curled up on the sofa. They'll hang out in the living room for a while, look over some documents. You should head to bed early, watch a movie, or just rest. If there's thunder tonight, don't be scared. Your brother's here. Wen Yining's heart softened. She stood up, walked over to him, and rose on tiptoes to give him a quick hug. So fast that before Wen Shi could react, she had already let go and stepped back. Got it, you nag. Wen Shi froze for a moment, then turned his head away, though his words remained sharp. You're this old and still acting spoiled. No sense of propriety. Wen Yining smiled and turned toward her room. She pushed the door open, slipped inside, and gently closed it behind her. Then she leaned her back against the door and let out a long, silent breath. Inside the room, Sinian was standing by her desk, holding a photo frame. It was a picture taken at the school gate when she graduated from high school. She was in her uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, grinning carelessly at the camera. He was so absorbed in looking at it that he didn't notice her enter. Wen Yining took the photo frame from his hand, placed it back on the desk, and lowered her voice. You're not leaving tonight. My brother is sitting in the living room unless you know how to walk through walls. Sinian looked up, pursed his lips, and said in a restrained, polite tone, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Your brother already punched me this morning. If he finds out I'm hiding in your room, he'll probably throw me out the window. His tone sounded sincere, but his eyes betrayed him. Xiao Ju let out a cold sneer in his mind. Sinian, keep pretending. You're overjoyed inside. Your heart rate is practically spiking on the monitor, and you're still saying wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Can't you stop being such a hypocrite for once? Sinian ignored it, even lowering the pitch of his last word by half a degree to sound more innocent. Wen Yining was busy pulling out spare bedding from the top of the wardrobe. She carried the quilt to the floor beside the bed, bent down to spread it out, and said as she worked, I'll make a bed for you on the floor. The quilt is new, and I just mopped the floor. Make do with it. Sinian looked down at the spread out bedding, was silent for a moment, then spoke in a tone that was aggrieved yet indirect. The floor is too hard. Wen Yining straightened up, brushed imaginary dust off her hands, and raised an eyebrow. Then I'll sleep on the floor, and you take the bed. Sinian immediately shook his head, his brows furrowed in earnest. How can that be? I can't let a girl sleep on the floor. Wen Yining put her hands on her hips looking down at him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Then what exactly do you want? Sinian looked up and made a rather audacious request. I could sleep on the very edge of the bed. Just take up a tiny strip. I promise I won't cross the line. He quickly added his words, speeding up as if afraid she would refuse. We can put a pillow in the middle as a divider. The bullet comments were already bursting into laughter at this moment. I get it. This is Sinian's meticulously planned stormstay scheme. From the cake, to the flowers, to playing pitiful, every step was calculated. Newcomer here asking why the second male lead is with another woman. Isn't this a pure love story? Isn't the second male lead only supposed to like the female? It's the white moonlight that second male lead Sinian has kept in his heart for 8 years. In the original novel, she was just a background character, but now she's come back to tear up the script herself. Welcome new fans to watch the large-scale series, The White Moonlight Tears Up the Script. The current plot progress: the second male lead stood up the female lead, brought cake and flowers, braved the rain to arrive at her door, and is now in the white moonlight's bedroom pretending to be pitiful, begging to share the bed. Wen Yining, hands on her hips, looked at Sinian's face and finally realized belatedly. From the moment he stepped in, every step was calculated. First give flowers, then cake, then use the words "the floor is too hard," and "a girl can't sleep on the floor," to block all her escape routes, and finally naturally propose the ultimate goal of sleeping on the edge of the bed. Sinian. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said word by word, "You just want to take advantage of me." Sinian's expression instantly turned pitiful. His brows slightly furrowed, he bit his lip, and his lowered eyelashes seemed as if he was deeply hurt by her words. I just think that if it thunders at night, I can protect you. I'm much more reliable than your brother." Wen Yining was almost made to break character by his last sentence, biting her lip to hold back laughter for a long time. Actually, her brother Wen Chi was the one who was afraid of thunder. When they were little, every thunderstorm, she was the one comforting him. Who knows who was protecting whom? She took a deep breath, pointed a finger at his nose. "If you dare cross the line, I'll kick you off the bed." Sinian immediately nodded. The smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed, so he simply let it show, curling his lips as he looked at her. "I'll just take one edge of the bed, really." And so it was settled. Wen Yining dug out the projector from the cabinet, turned on her phone, and while picking a movie said to him, without turning around, "You go wash up first." Sinian obediently went into the small bathroom in her room. The bullet comments started recommending movies in a flurry, even livelier than Dubon comment sections. "Watch a horror movie. Watch a horror movie. You're too obvious upstairs. Should watch a slow-paced artistic romance to create a romantic atmosphere. If you ask me, watch a disaster movie. Outside it's raining cats and dogs inside. Watching a flood, the atmosphere will be maxed out." When Yining had just finished casting a movie, turned around and muttered, "I found a pretty good suspense film, Dubon score 8.5. Do you like?" Sinian came out and stood by the bed wearing only a pair of long pants. His upper body was bare with broad and sharp shoulder lines. Below the collarbone were distinct pectoral and abdominal muscles, and the V-line at the waist disappeared into the waistband. Scattered across his skin were a few old scars. There was a long, thin white scar below his left ribs, and another lighter one near his right shoulder blade, almost invisible unless looked at closely. His hair was not completely dry, and a few droplets of water slid down his neck, tracing along the contours of his chest, finally disappearing at the waistband. When Yining's hand was still on the projector remote, her whole body frozen in place, her expression shifting from confusion to shock. "What are you doing?" "I am a proper person." Sinian stood by the bed holding a towel for drying his hair, his expression even more innocent than hers. "I'm also a proper person. It's too hot. Just took a shower, and the air conditioner in the room isn't on. My room's air conditioner is broken. I haven't had time to fix it today. So it's even hotter." Sinian replied with a matter-of-fact tone, then lowered his head, touched the long, thin old scar on his ribs with his finger, and casually explained, "It's from Las Vegas, not intentionally showing it to you." When Yining expressionlessly picked up the air conditioner remote, pressed it several times, but the air conditioner still didn't respond. She was silent for 2 seconds, threw the remote back onto the nightstand, and decided to give up the struggle. "Fine, if you don't wear it, don't wear it. Just remember the boundary line." She walked to the bed, placed a long bolster pillow horizontally in the middle of the bed, patted it, and announced, "The 38th parallel, cross it, and I'll kick you." He really only took up a small edge of the bed, his body straight and tense, lying on his side, facing her, the blanket pulled up to his chest, revealing his collarbones and a small patch of chest. He looked really well behaved, at least for now. The bullet comments were silent for a moment, then entered a frenzy of roasting mode. He said it was too hot, so he took off his clothes. That excuse is totally bullshit. He's seducing the white moonlight. Sisters, I just went back to check the original novel. In those 3 years in Las Vegas, Sinian suffered dozens of injuries, big and small. He broke 2 ribs, dislocated his shoulder 4 times. Those scars are real, but choosing to show them at this moment is definitely premeditated. Wen Yining was too lazy to call him out. She turned off the main light, leaving only a small bedside lamp, then climbed into bed, got under the covers, leaned against the headboard, picked up the remote, and pressed play. The projector's light shone on the white wall opposite the bed, and the movie's opening music began to play in the dim room. The movie she chose was a French thriller with a tight-paced, cold visuals opening with a locked room disappearance case, and a low oppressive soundtrack perfect for the stormy night atmosphere. The only problem was that she had turned off the lights, so only the movie images flickered on the wall. This dim environment combined with the thriller's eerie soundtrack definitely maxed out the atmosphere. Wen Yining hugged her knees and leaned against the headboard, her eyes fixed on the projected image, watching intently. Meanwhile, Sinian lay on the other side of the bed, indeed well-behaved, not crossing the boundary line, even a little. But his gaze wasn't on the projection, it was always on her face. Her expression as she watched the movie seriously was slightly furrowed brows, and unconsciously, Xiao Jiu's voice sounded in his mind with a tired tone, "Stop staring. How long have you been staring at her? Do you know what you look like right now, eh? Like a wolf lying by its den staring at a meat bone, its tail wagging like a propeller." Sinian replied in his mind, his tone calm. "I'm just looking, not touched. The last time you said that you turned around and pulled her into bed. Last time she pulled me. Say that again." The movie reached a horror segment, and the soundtrack abruptly became sharp. Wen Yining's shoulder involuntarily trembled, and her fingers gripped the edge. Subconsciously, she moved half an inch toward the center of the bed, just touching the bolster pillow. The bullet comments immediately started teasing. "Ning is scared. She just trembled. I saw it. Second male lead, what are you waiting for? She's already hinted so obviously. Go for it. Hint your ass, she's genuinely scared." The sound effects of this movie are too creepy. Even through the screen, I feel chills down my spine. Sinian didn't move, still lying on his side at the edge of the bed, maintaining that proper posture. He just pulled the blanket up a bit, revealing his arm, and said in a very soft voice, "If you're scared, I'll lend you my arm." Sinian didn't move, still lying on his side at the edge of the bed, maintaining that proper posture. He just pulled the blanket up a bit, revealing his arm, and said in a very soft voice, "If you're scared, I'll..." She hesitated for 2 seconds, then reached out and hugged his arm. Sinian's lips moved silently, mouthing a few words, then closed his eyes and buried his face in her hair. In the background data panel, Xiao Jiu saw the paranoia index silently drop from 95 to 85. Although still in the high-risk range, at least it wasn't climbing anymore. The darkening value also stopped at 14, not increasing further. And Sinian, like a beast calmed down by her, temporarily retracted his claws, and the movie was still playing, the suspenseful soundtrack resonating lowly in the dimly lit room. Wen Yining clung to Sinian's arm, her chin resting on his shoulder, her eyes still fixed on the projection screen, but her eyelids were growing increasingly heavy. She didn't even recall when she had fallen asleep, probably around the halfway point of the movie. Her fingers still loosely draped over his forearm, her breathing had become even and deep. Sinian didn't move. He remained lying on his side, maintaining the posture with her holding his arm, not even daring to breathe too heavily. Asleep, she looked softer than when awake. The slight frown on her brow caused by the suspenseful plot had smoothed out, and her lips were gently pressed together. The barrage comments also quieted down, with only a few sparse ones floating by. She fell asleep holding his arm. So adorable. The Moonlight Sleeping Beauty looked so lovely. No wonder Sinian stared at her for so long, without blinking. Tonight's live stream is the quietest episode I've ever watched. No love rivalries, no tears. Just 2 people snuggled in bed, watching a movie, but for some reason, I find it more beautiful than all the previous dramatic plots. Sinian lowered his head slightly, his nose almost touching her hair. He closed his eyes, gently buried his face in her strands, and the corners of his mouth turned up uncontrollably. Xiao Jiu didn't disturb them. He glanced at the back-end panel where the paranoia index remained steady at 85 and the darkening value had stopped at 14. Silently, he turned off the alarm system. Shin Tangtang sat in the passenger seat of Gu Beichen's car, still wrapped in his jacket. The jacket was large, enveloping her almost entirely, with sleeves extending far beyond her hands, leaving only a few fingertips visible. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the zipper pull of the jacket in silence. Gu Beichen held the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting on the window edge, tapping his knuckles rhythmically. The windshield wipers swung back and forth across the glass, sweeping away the cascading rain. "What did you say to him?" Gu Beichen spoke first, simply asking. Shin Tangting bit her lip, her voice muffled. "Last night, I said I wanted to watch a movie, and he agreed. So we made plans for today at 3:30 p.m. at the Vientiane cinema. Then he didn't show up. Shin Tangtang repeated, pulling the jacket tighter around herself. Gu Beichen was silent for a few seconds, then reached out to turn on the car's heater, directing the vent toward the passenger seat. He has never broken a promise before. This sentence made Shin Tangtang's eyes redden again. She turned her head to look out the window, not letting Gu Beichen see her expression. Rainwater streamed down the glass, and the street scene outside was distorted into a blur of colors. This sentence made Shin Tangtang's eyes redden again. She turned her head to look out the window, not letting Gu Beichen see her expression. Shin Tangtang turned to look at him, her eyes still red, but her expression was surprised. You're taking me to his place. Yeah. Gu Beichen stared straight ahead, his tone flat. Don't you want to know why he didn't come? Then go ask. Whatever the answer is, it's better than you sitting in my car over Shin Tangtang lowered her head in silence for a long time. As the car started moving again, she whispered softly, thank you. Gu Beichen didn't reply but turned the steering wheel onto the main road leading to the first mansion. The car stopped at the entrance of the first mansion. Shin Tangtang pushed the door open and returned the jacket to Gu Beichen. He took it and tossed it onto the back seat, leaving the engine running without any intention of accompanying her upstairs. She stood at Lu Sinian's door and rang the doorbell. No one answered. She rang again, still no response. She raised her hand and knocked 3 times. The sound echoed in the empty corridor for 2 seconds before being swallowed by silence. She stood at Lu Sinian's door and rang the doorbell. No one answered. She rang again, still no response. She raised her hand and knocked 3 times. The sound echoed in the empty corridor for 2 seconds before being swallowed by silence. She stood at Lu Sinian's door and rang the doorbell. No one answered. She rang again, still no response. She raised her hand and knocked 3 times. The sound echoed in the empty corridor for 2 seconds before being swallowed. After sending the message, she stared at the screen for a long time. No reply. She didn't know how long she had been crouching until her legs went numb. She stood up, took one last look at the closed door, and turned to enter the elevator. Back in the car, Shin Tangtang fastened her seatbelt, kept her head down without looking at him, and said in a low voice, he's not home. Gu Beichen asked nothing, started the car, and drove away from the first mansion. The rain was still falling, but much lighter than before. Raindrops no longer poured down the windows, but fell in a fine, dense pattern. The warm air from the heater blew through the car. Shin Tangtang leaned back in her seat and slowly closed her eyes. Tonight she truly felt exhausted. Not a physical weariness, but something inside her had been uprooted, leaving an empty hollow that ached faintly whenever the wind blew through. Tonight she truly felt exhausted. Not a physical weariness, but she opened her eyes groggily, realizing she was still holding Lu Sinian's arm, her cheek pressed against his shoulder. The distance between them was so close that she could feel their warm breaths intertwining. She opened her eyes groggily, realizing she was still holding Lu Sinian's arm, her cheek pressed against his shoulder. The distance between them was so close that she opened her eyes groggily, realizing she was still holding Lu Sinian's arm, her cheek pressed against his shoulder. The distance between them was so close that but now that she was awake, he could no longer pretend he hadn't seen it. He reached for his phone, his fingertips hovering over the screen for a moment, then he opened it. Who is it? Wen Yining rubbed her eyes, her voice still soft and drowsy. Lu Sinian was silent for 2 seconds, then didn't hide it, Shin Tangtang. Wen Yining withdrew her hand completely from his arm, propped herself up on the mattress, and leaned against the headboard. She picked up the glass of water from the nightstand and took a sip. The cold water slid down her throat, clearing her mind a little. Are you leaving? I'm not leaving. Lu Sinian turned his phone over and placed it face down on the nightstand, plunging the room back into darkness. He turned his head to look at her profile, his tone calm. Gu Beichen is already on his way to her. She sent me this message not because I'm important to her, but because she's angry at Gu Beichen and needs someone who won't argue with her. That person could be me or anyone else. It doesn't have to be me. Wen Yining put the glass down, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim. Without looking at him, her gaze fixed on the opposite wall, she finally spoke after a long moment, her voice very soft. Lu Sinian, do you like her? If you do, you can go for it. She was serious. If Lu Sinian truly liked Shin Tangtang, if the plot the bullet comments described was not a shackle, but his true feelings, then she had no right to stop him. Wen Yining would bless him, then return to London to continue writing her thesis, treating these 2 weeks as a ridiculous but worthwhile adventure. I know what I want, so I'm fighting for it. Wen Yining turned her head to look at him. Lu Sinian didn't flinch, meeting her gaze directly. In his eyes there was no pitiful weakness nor the carefully crafted green tea act from before. Fighting for who? Shin Tangtang or Wen Yining? This is too vague. I'm so anxious. Are you stupid? Upstairs? He came to his white Moonlight's house in the middle of the night and held her while sleeping for half the night. So does the second male lead really only love the white Moonlight in his heart? In the original novel, all his kindness, gentleness, and availability to Shin Tangtang, was it all an act? Impossible, right? How could it not be? Don't forget, Lu Sinian's greatest trait is his ability to endure and act. In the original novel, when Gu Beichen stole his projects, when Shin Tangtang gave him a friend zone card, when everyone treated him as a backup, didn't he always smile and say it was fine? But according to the plot, he's supposed to fall for Shin Tangtang later. The original text clearly says so. Upstairs, haven't you realized yet? This livestream has long stopped following the original novel. From the moment the white moonlight returned, the storyline began to deviate. Sinian stood up Shin Tangtang for their movie date. In the original novel, he never broke his promise. This was the first time. Wen Yining watched the bullet comments scroll past in her field of vision. Some said Sinian would only love Shin Tangtang. Some said he was being pushed by the script. Some said his current feelings were just a momentary impulse. She read through all the comments one by one, then slowly turned her head to look at Sinian. Sinian, no matter what you think, no matter how others define you, you must be yourself. Not for anyone's expectations, just for yourself. Sinian's heart trembled. Everyone in this world thought he should love Shin Tangtang. Even Xiao Jiu kept instilling in him every day the setting that you are destined to love the heroine for life. Only she, from the first night they met until now, had been saying the same thing from beginning to end: you deserve to have your own choices. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. The sound of rain outside the window filled the silence in the room, pattering gently, much softer than the violent storm in the evening. Can you stay here? Wen Yining was stunned. Stay in Beijing. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. The sound of rain outside the window filled the silence in the room, pattering gently, much softer. He had always hidden all his expectations in understatement, wrapping his true feelings in jokes so that rejection wouldn't be too painful. But now Sinian wasn't hiding. He laid his entire heart bare before her, waiting for her word, a word that could send him to heaven or hell. Wen Yining looked at him for a long time, then gently shook her head. I still have my own career and studies, so I can't stay in Beijing. At least not now. Is that so? I was overthinking, Sinian said, looking at her, then slowly lowering his head. His bangs covered his eyes, concealing his expression. All she could see was his Adam's apple bob once as he swallowed something hard. Xiao Jiu was panicking like never before. Brother Lu, are you okay? Don't be like this. She's telling the truth. She's not abandoning you, she has her own life. You understand, right? You said before that as long as she's happy, you'd be satisfied. Yeah. Sinian replied in his mind, his tone so calm, it made Xiao Jiu's hair stand on end. She has her own life, her own career. She's doing well in London with her mentor, her projects, her connections. Her life has never needed me, and it's always been fine. On Xiao Jiu's data panel, the darkness value began to slowly rise from 14. You destroyed 8 years of my life, and now she doesn't want me. Sinian said, and Xiao Jiu's alarm screamed wildly. If I weren't bound by this script, if I weren't a second male lead who has to pursue Shin Tangtang, if I could stand before her with dignity, would she not leave? You destroyed 8 years of my life, and now you've destroyed my last chance. The darkness value jumped to 23. Xiao Jiu's alarm system went completely red. It was practically shouting within Sinian's consciousness. Sinian, stop, right now. You can't keep right. 23 is already a high-risk threshold. If it rises further, the main system will forcibly intervene. Do you hear me? Sinian didn't answer. He sat on the edge of the bed, head lowered, shoulders slightly slumped. The barrage noticed something was wrong. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he talking? He was fine just now. Why is he suddenly so silent? When White Moonlight said she couldn't stay in Beijing, his expression went blank instantly. Does he think White Moonlight doesn't want him anymore? Wasn't he rejected? White Moonlight only said she can't stay in Beijing for now. She didn't say they won't see each other in the future. You don't understand. For someone like Sinian, can't now is the same as can't ever. He had been rejected too many times. The script had conditioned him to reflexively interpret the slightest hesitation as a rejection. Wen Yining also sensed it. She couldn't see the darkness value panel, nor could she hear Xiao Jiu roaring in his mind, but she could see Sinian's low spirit. She leaned down to look at his face from below, her gaze moving upward. Sinian, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Sinian didn't speak. He didn't dare lift his head because he knew that once he did, she would see the things in his eyes that hadn't yet fallen. He didn't want her to see. He didn't want to use tears to blackmail her. He didn't want to become the kind of person who uses innocence to force others. The barrage's hearts were twisted with pain. White Moonlight, please hug him just once. This child is about to shatter into pieces. He mustered so much courage to say he'd stay with me, and now he's been rejected. He must feel like he's been abandoned again. The second male lead's fate is to be abandoned. In the original story, he got friend-zoned by the female lead. Here, White Moonlight says she can't stay. He's not afraid of rejection. He's afraid that after rejection, he won't even have the right to meet her anymore. Wen Yining looked at his slightly trembling shoulders. Her heart felt as if something had violently twisted it. Without hesitation, she reached out and gently wrapped her arms around his shoulders. A solid embrace. Her chin rested in the hollow of his shoulder, her arms drew together, encircling him completely. It's okay, it's not like we'll never see each other again. I'm just going back to finish my studies, not disappearing. Sinian's body stiffened for a moment. Then slowly, bit by bit, he raised his hands, first carefully resting them on her back, fingers slightly curled, afraid to use force, and then he tightened his arms. Lu Xinyan's body stiffened for a moment. Then slowly bit by bit he raised his hands, first carefully resting them on her back, fingers slightly curled, afraid to use force, and then he tightened his arms. Lu Xinian tightened his arms, pulling Wen Yining into his embrace, his voice trembling with near-collapse obsession. Take me away. Ningning, take me away. Anywhere is fine. London, or even farther. Take me away. Xiao Jiu's voice had already changed pitch. Crazy. Ningning, take me away. Anywhere is fine. London, or even farther. Take me away. Xiao Jiu's voice had already changed pitch. Crazy. And the paranoia index is still rising. The darkness value hasn't dropped either. Oh my god. Wen Yining felt the man trembling, and her heart quivered at that moment. She raised her hand, threading her fingers into the hair at the back of his head, and gently pressed. Your career is in Beijing. Your company, your team, everything you've built over 8 years is here. You can't give all this up for me, do you understand? Xiao Jiu saw the darkness value in the back end stop at 21, not rising any further. The paranoia index also slowly dropped from 94 to 89. But before it could breathe a sigh of relief, it saw Lu Xinian move. He cupped the back of Wen Yining's head with one hand, wrapped the other around her waist, lifted her slightly from the edge of the bed, and tilted his face up to kiss her. It was not a tentative light touch of sampling. It was a real kiss. Wen Yining's mind went blank for a moment. Then she felt his fingers pressing against the back of. He kissed with such force, yet instinctively softened when his tongue touched hers. This kiss held no technique, no ease. Only the allure-nothing devotion of a man. Kissed. I told you there would be a kiss. All that restraint and endurance before was just a setup for this moment. Lu Xinian didn't give her a chance to finish her words. Wen Yining's pupils dilated slightly, her fingers instinctively curling and gripping. The kiss was awkward in force, as if it crushed all the unspoken words, the unacted desires, and the covetous obsessions that dared not be seen into this. Then Lu Xinian held her, sinking down bit by bit. He placed her on the pillow, and fearing his own weight might crush her, he supported himself with one arm on the mattress, while keeping the other hand always beneath the back of her head. He kissed for so long that Wen Yining felt her heartbeat was no longer her own, but mingled with his indistinguishable, which beat faster. Then Lu Xinian finally released her, lifting his head slightly, his lips still glistening with moisture, the corners of his eyes flushed. I'm sorry. Still catching his breath, he began to apologize. I am sorry, I couldn't help it, I shouldn't have. Wen Yining lay on her back on the pillow, her lips slightly red from the kiss, her chest still heaving. She looked at him, at the flush that had not yet faded from the corners of his eyes, at his panicked, incoherent demeanor, and then reached out, gently wiping the corner of his mouth with it. Before the barrage of comments could recover from the shock of the kiss, the scene suddenly flickered. The entire world's picture flickered, then quickly restored itself. Wen Yining's vision blurred for a moment, then a faint fragrance of osmanthus drifted in the air. The barrage comments were the first to react. Here it comes again, I recognize this flickering effect. It's a perspective flashback. Again. Where will it cut to this time? The sports meet 8 years ago, or the cultural performance? Wait, this osmanthus fragrance. It's autumn, the autumn of 8 years ago. When Wen Yining opened her eyes again, what lay before her was not her bedroom ceiling, but the ceiling of Class 7, Senior 3. She sat in her seat by the window with a sketchbook spread open before her. Did you see that, eh? Xiao Hyamian nudged her with her elbow, lowering her voice, but unable to suppress her excitement. The bracelet on the class monitor's wrist. She said she saved up her allowance for several months to buy it. It's a limited edition, and only one batch arrived in Beijing. It's so beautiful. Wen Yining followed her gaze. The class monitor sat in the front row, surrounded by several girls, and she raised her wrist to show them the bracelet. A delicate silver chain with a tiny star pendant which glittered in the sunlight, shining like a real star. Wen Yining recognized the brand and style of the bracelet. It was the one she had kept in her shopping cart for a long time, the one she would stop to look at every time she passed the window display, but never had the heart to buy. Wen Yining recognized the brand and style of the bracelet. It was the one she had kept in her shopping cart for a long time, the one she would stop to look at every time she passed the window. The barrage comments had already dug up that memory for her, spreading it across the top of her vision. Wow, I remember now. There's a briefly mentioned plot in the original novel. The second male lead saved up money to buy a bracelet for his white Moonlight, but he didn't dare to give it himself, and asked someone to pass it along. It wasn't rejection. It was because the person entrusted to deliver it never actually gave it to the white Moonlight. The book didn't say where the bracelet ended up, but I remember someone in the original. It wasn't rejection. It was because the person entrusted to deliver it never actually gave it to the white Moonlight. The book didn't say where the bracelet ended up, but I remember someone in the original novel's comments section dug into this hidden storyline. I remember. Later, an extra chapter mentioned that the bracelet was worn by the class monitor. As for how it got to the class monitor, the author didn't write it. Readers have guessed several versions. The most ridiculous one says the class monitor found it, and the most plausible one is Ningning. Xiao Hamian's voice pulled her back from the barrage. Do you think I should save up to buy one too? But my allowance for this month is almost gone, so next month. Wen Yining wasn't listening. Her gaze fell on the class monitor's wrist in the front row, watching the silver chain shimmering in the sunlight. When the school bell rang, the students gradually packed their bags and left. The students on duty began moving chairs and sweeping the floor. Wen Yining didn't leave. She sat in her seat watching the class monitor pack her bag and walked toward the door, chatting and laughing with a few girls. The barrage was still discussing the bracelet's whereabouts, with more and more versions emerging. Some said the class monitor found it, some said the person entrusted to deliver it pocketed it, others said the class monitor had no idea where the bracelet came from and the person had just casually given it to her. But regardless of the version, they all had one thing in common: the bracelet that Sinian had spent his savings to buy had never reached Wen Yining's hands. And he thought she didn't want it. Wen Yining took a deep breath, then stood up. Are you ready yet? Xiao Hamian called from her seat. Don't you need to paint today? The barrage sensed her change in mood, and their tone became cautious. Is the white moonlight angry? She's not angry, she's heartbroken. Think about it. When Sinian was saving up to buy that bracelet back, then what was he thinking? He must have been thinking how beautiful she would look wearing it. And then the next day, he saw the class monitor wearing it. How did that make him feel? He thought the white moonlight had given it away to someone else. I can't stand this. This cuts deeper than Shen Tangtang giving him a friend zone card. A friend zone card is a visible blade. This is an invisible blade buried in the heart, with no one to tell, drinking alone until he got a stomach hemorrhage and still going to school the next day. When Wen Yining chased after her, the classroom duty students were already moving chairs, and Xiao Hamian called out to her from behind, but she didn't look back. In the corridor, a few students who hadn't left yet dawdled. The class monitor walked unhurriedly, her high ponytail bouncing, a plush rabbit keychain dangling from her backpack, discussing with two girls beside her which flavor of the new milk tea shop near the school gate was the best. Wen Yining caught up and called out to her at the corner. Jiang Ro. The monitor stopped and turned to look at her. The two girls beside her also paused, their gazes shifting between Wen Yining and the monitor. Wen Yining was too famous in the grade for anyone not to recognize her. That bracelet on your wrist, Wen Yining said, standing still, her breath slightly uneven, but her voice steady. Can you sell it to me? Jiang Ro was taken aback, instinctively using her other hand to shield the silver chain on her wrist, her expression shifting from confusion to wariness. This is mine. I'm not selling it. Wen Yining watched her protective gesture, and the last trace of uncertainty in her heart dissipated. To her, that bracelet was merely a beautiful accessory she hesitated to buy in her shopping cart. To Sinian, it was probably the first brick that pried open all the courage of his youth. This bracelet, Wen Yining said, her tone calm and matter-of-fact, was given to me by someone. I don't know how it ended up on your wrist. The two girls behind Jiang Ro exchanged glances, and one of them opened her mouth, silently mouthing, "What's going on? What nonsense are you talking?" Jiang Rao's voice rose half an octave, her cheeks flushing slightly, whether from guilt or anger was unclear. I saved up and bought this myself. Wen Yining looked at her, unfazed by her raised voice. You say you bought it, so you must have the receipt, right? Show it to me. It should have your name and the purchase date. Wen Yining looked at her, unfazed by her raised voice. You say you bought it, so you must have the receipt, right? Show it to me. It should have your name and the purchase date. Jiang Rao's face flickered for a moment, and her fingers tightened around the bracelet. Why should I show you? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to check my things? I left the receipt at home, okay? Fine. Wen Yining nodded, her tone still unhurried. Then let's go to your place. Your home isn't far from school, right? I remember you once said it's a 15-minute walk. We'll walk over together now. You find the receipt and let me see it. If it confirms you bought it yourself, you'll leave immediately and say nothing more. The monitor's face turned pale. Or there's another way. Wen Yining pulled out her phone from her school uniform pocket, the screen lighting up to show the order page of a shopping app. This bracelet brand sells online too. Every order has a purchase record and delivery address. You just need to log into your account and show me the purchase record. If you think it's too private to show me, I can contact the homeroom teacher and let the teacher verify it just to prove your innocence. The bullet comments were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what is Wen Yining doing? She's confronting the class monitor. We just dug up all the hidden clues from the original novel, and she saw everything. I'm getting goosebumps. This means the white moonlight is using the information from the bullet comments to rewrite the plot from 8 years ago. She's not being passively pushed by the storyline. Oh, she's actively using the bullet comments to correct past mistakes. But isn't perspective backtracking just for viewing, not changing? Before, she only stood in the corridor and looked back, right? I don't know. But look at Jiang Rao's expression. She's panicking. She's really panicking. This means the plot isn't set in stone. Oh, it can be rewritten. Jiang Ro didn't move, nor did she offer any strong rebuttal. A girl behind her whispered, Ro, how did you really get that bracelet? But was silenced by a glare from Jiang Ro. If you insist on not saying anything, I can ask the person who entrusted someone to deliver it and find out who exactly they gave it to. Wen Yining extended her hand, palm up, fingers clean and bare. Give me the bracelet now. I won't ask for compensation or an explanation, and this matter ends here. Afterward, we'll still be classmates, and we can greet each other when we meet. Jiang Rou stood in the corridor, her ponytail gently swaying in the breeze. She looked down at the silver chain on her wrist, her lips pressed into a tight line. The girls behind her fell silent. Then Jiang Rou slowly raised her hand, unfastened the clasp of the bracelet, and dropped it into Wen Yining's open palm. The movement was hurried and sharp, and she turned and walked away, the two girls behind her scurrying after her. Then she closed her fingers and clasped the bracelet tightly. She did it. She actually got it. Cross-time crime solving plus justice, sir. Then she closed her fingers and clasped the bracelet tightly. She did it. She actually got it. Cross-time crime solving plus justice served. White Moonlight, you are. That bracelet in the original novel was a regret that was never resolved. Sinian thought she didn't want it, and she had no idea anyone had ever given her anything. Readers cursed the author for years in the comments. Now in this live stream, that regret has been filled. Perspective backtracking can actually change the plot. What kind of hidden rule is this? Maybe it's different from last time. She used her own actions to change what had already happened. Even though the change is in the past of the perspective backtracking, will this affect the current storyline? Wen Yining carefully placed the bracelet into her pocket, then lifted her eyes and smiled toward the direction where the bullet comments scrolled in midair. Thank you. If you hadn't dug up this hidden clue, I would never have known about this. The bullet comments were dazzled by her thanks. She's thanking us. The White Moonlight is thanking us. The fact that she can see the bullet comments is already crazy enough, and now she's using the information from them to rewrite the plot. The direction this livestream is taking is completely beyond my expectations. So what are we now? Not just viewers anymore, but the White Moonlight's fan club and intelligence team. Intelligence team it is. As long as we can help her pull Sinian out of that broken script, we'll be anything. The corridor, the sunset, the whistle from the distant playground. All the images began to flicker again. That familiar sense of detachment washed over her once more. Wen Yining blinked, realizing she was still in the same position, lying on her back on the pillow with Sinian hovering above her, one hand cushioning the back of her head and the other supporting himself on the mattress. The corners of his eyes were still red, his breathing not yet fully steady, but his expression had shifted from the fervent desperation of moments ago to panic. In Sinian's perception, the time she kept her eyes closed was only a few seconds, yet that brief silence was enough for him to run through every worst-case scenario in his mind. Ning. Sinian's voice was strained, his arms supporting him above her, slightly stiff. He wanted to touch her, but dared not, and he wanted to explain, but feared making things worse. Please don't be angry. I'll never kiss you without permission again. Not that I won't kiss you at all, but I'll ask you first and only kiss you if you agree. Don't just stay silent. You can even scold me a few times. Wen Yining opened her eyes and looked at him. A few strands of hair on his forehead were damp with sweat, making him look disheveled and anxious. Yet even so, he instinctively kept one hand under her head to cushion it from the hard bed. Sinian, she said. Yes, he instantly replied. Wen Yining did not sit up. She simply looked up at him from her back, her gaze moving from his eyes to his brow bone, then from his brow bone to his slightly trembling lips, and finally meeting his eyes again. Did you give me a bracelet back in high school? Sinian's arms supporting him above her stiffened. His eyes, which had just been darting around in panic, suddenly fixed. He looked at her, his lips parting slightly, but he didn't answer immediately. However, the blush on his earlobes visibly spread down to his neck. How do you know? Wen Yining didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked another, did you see me wearing it back then? Sinian nodded, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting into that expression one only wears when recalling a fond memory. The next morning, you were already wearing it on your wrist. You were walking down the corridor with Xiao Haimi to the convenience store. When you passed by me, you raised your hand to brush your hair, and I saw it. The silver chain matched your white shirt that day. It looked really nice. Wen Yining didn't look at those bullet comments, but she knew what they said. Watching the lingering smile at the corners of Sinian's mouth, her heart ached for a moment. So in this rewritten memory, he was happy. Were you happy back then? Very happy. Sinian lowered his lashes, the smile on his lips not fading, but deepening instead. I was so happy that day, I didn't even eat lunch. I hid under that big tree near the art building and laughed to myself for a long time. I was actually really scared that you wouldn't like it, that you'd throw it away or casually give it to someone else. Wen Yining listened quietly, silently doing the math in her mind. So after getting that bracelet back, the storyline really had changed. The darkest part of his memory had been removed, replaced by a beautiful time he could cherish for years. But then she had another thought. A question popped up. Since the bracelet had been worn on her wrist, where did it go in her current memory? But she hesitated, then told the truth. I can't remember where I put it now. I think I remember wearing it, but what happened afterward is very blurry. Sinian propped himself above her, and upon hearing these words the faint smile at the corner of his lips did not fade. He lowered his head, his nose almost brushing against hers. I know where it is. Wen Yining blinked. Where? In the bottom drawer of my nightstand inside a dark blue velvet box. He said this without averting his gaze. During your senior year of high school you participated in the city's art competition. While moving the canvas the chain got caught on your wrist, the clasp loosened, and it fell onto the floor in the corner of the exhibition hall. You couldn't find it, and thought you had lost it. At the entrance of the exhibition hall you told Xiao Hamian, forget it, consider it a loss to ward off misfortune. Wen Yining stared at him blankly. She remembered now. The oil painting titled Late Summer depicted a massive tree with a canopy that blotted out the sky, while painting it her mind had been entirely occupied by the large tree beside the art building. But she had absolutely no recollection of wearing that bracelet that day, let alone it breaking in the exhibition hall. How did you know? Because I was there, Sinian said. I attended every one of your competitions. I saw the chain slide off your wrist and fall to the ground. You didn't notice and walked away carrying the canvas, so I went over and picked it up. Wen Yining opened her mouth, only finding her voice after a long moment. Why didn't you return it to me when you picked it up? Because by the time I mustered the courage to give it back you were about to leave the country. Your brother was waiting for you at the school gate. Beside him was a black sedan with the trunk open, stuffed with 2 large suitcases. You hugged Xiao Hamian briefly, then got into the car. Wen Yining didn't respond, listening quietly as he continued. I kept that bracelet all along. Sinian lowered his head, burying himself in the hollow of her neck. There was a time when I thought I would never see you again, Ning. Wen Yining raised her hand, her fingers threading through his hair, gently rubbing the back of his head. Then, why didn't you come find me? Why didn't you come find me? I did. I tried many times. Wen Yining felt his arms tighten around her waist so tightly that she could sense the slight tremor of his forearm muscles through the fabric. She waited in her heart for a few seconds, expecting him to continue. Which times? How did he look? Did he ever search for her at her school? Did he wait outside her London apartment building? Sinian couldn't say it. Those visa applications to London rejected by the plot, the flights forcibly cancelled by the system every time he reached the boarding gate, only to be turned back. Every time he tried to break through the script to find her, the main system's lockdown protocol would activate, locking him inside the city in the most brutal way. He had searched countless times, exhausted every possible method within the system's crevices, but this was something he couldn't explain to her. Xiao Ju let out a soft, weary sigh in his mind. Brother Lu, don't overthink it. Don't say any more. You've done more than enough tonight. You've confessed, you've kissed. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow you still have a pile of tasks to do. You skipped Shin Tang Tang's storyline today, so you'll have to make it up tomorrow. Sinian didn't answer. All he could feel at that moment was Wen Yining's heartbeat pressed against his chest through the thin fabric. Wen Yining's fingers were still tangled in the hair at the back of his head, massaging gently. I had no idea you were looking for me, she said with a hint of self-reproach she wasn't even aware of. You never said anything. Not in school, not after graduation. If you had told me sooner, maybe I wouldn't have. She didn't finish. Maybe wouldn't have what? Maybe wouldn't have gone abroad. Maybe wouldn't have stayed in London for 8 years. She didn't know. Life has no ifs, and at this moment the last thing she wanted to do was hypothesize another possibility for something that had already happened. Sinian lifted his head from the hollow of her neck, propping himself up slightly and pressing his forehead against hers. Their noses were almost touching, the red at the corners of his eyes already fading. Of course you didn't know. I hid it too well, he said, his lips curving into a joyful smile. I didn't know you would come back. Ning, I'm so happy. To see you again, I'm truly overjoyed. Then he tilted his head slightly, his lips landing on her brow, a touch almost reverent. Confirming that she wouldn't dissolve into nothingness the moment he opened his eyes, unlike the countless dreams of the past 8 years. Wen Yining's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing so fast she felt her ears burning. She turned her head to evade the next kiss that was about to fall on her eyes, pressing her fingers against his chest to push him away slightly, but only slightly, because she realized she had no real strength left. Stop kissing, she said, only then realizing how soft her voice sounded, utterly devoid of deterrent power. She cleared her throat, trying to make her tone firmer. I don't think just because you're handsome, rich, and have a good body, you can do whatever you want. By the second half of the sentence her confidence had clearly waned, especially at the words, good body. Her gaze involuntarily wandered, drifting over his chest before darting away, her ears flushed completely red. By the second half of the sentence her confidence had clearly waned, especially at the words, good body. Her gaze involuntarily— What are you laughing at? Wen Yining's cheeks burned. She pushed him again, this time with a bit more force. I'm serious. Don't get too cocky. I've already made an exception by letting you into my bed and letting you kiss me. No further advances are allowed from now on. Fine. He lifted his head, the smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth, but his tone was earnest. Oh wait. Wait until you're willing, until you stay in Beijing, until you are ready to put that bracelet back on. I've already waited 8 years, so I don't mind waiting a few more. Wen Yining rolled over to lie on her side, pulling the blanket up to wrap herself tightly her back to him. She mumbled, go to sleep. Leave as soon as the rain stops tomorrow. Don't let my brother find you. If he finds out you spent the night in my room, it won't be just a punch. He'll break your legs. I won't be able to stop him. Sinian let out a silent laugh, turned off the bedside lamp, and whispered in the darkness, good night, Ning Ning. Wen Yining didn't answer. She closed her eyes and buried her face deeper into the pillow. The torrential rain stopped around 4 in the morning. When Sinian woke up, it was already bright outside with a thin layer of grayish-white daylight filtering through the... Wen Yining was still asleep, lying on her side with the blanket tucked up to her chin, her breathing even and deep. He propped himself up on his elbow with extreme lightness, and in the faint light, he gazed at her for a moment. He lowered his head and pressed his lips to her forehead. Ning Ning, you are my one and only, he murmured, his voice so low that even he could barely hear it. She didn't wake up. Sinian threw off the covers, stepped barefoot onto the floor, grabbed the t-shirt draped over the chair, pulled it on, and bent down to pick up his phone from the nightstand. The screen lit up. Shin Tangtang had sent many messages. He swiped his finger across without opening them, and instead opened the internal communication channel. Is her brother still at home? Xiao Jiu replied wearily. He drove out. I monitored his car's navigation signal. He's already on the elevated highway. Sinian walked to the door, turned back one last time to look at Wen Yining on the bed, then gently pressed down the door handle and slipped out sideways. The corridor was quiet. On the coffee table still sat the leftover cake box from yesterday and 2 used paper plates. He walked to the entrance, searched for a while, and finally found his shoes from the bottom drawer of the shoe cabinet, put them on, and left. In the dozens of seconds the elevator descended, Xiao Jiu, who had been holding back all night, finally found an outlet. Brother Lu, do you know you stood up Shin Tangtang for the entire movie date yesterday? The system background node completion rate is all red. If you don't go to make up today, the plot line might collapse. I know. Sinian leaned against the elevator wall, his voice calm. The elevator doors opened on the first floor. He walked out. The morning air carried the unique crispness after the rain. He opened the car door, sat in, and instead of starting the engine immediately, he turned on his phone. In Shin Tangtang's chat window, there were several new messages. The latest one was sent in the early hours with only a few words. Sinian, don't you want to talk to me anymore? He leaned back in the driver's seat, his fingers hovering over the screen for a few seconds, then began typing. There was a sudden system failure yesterday, and the company was dealing with it until midnight. My phone was on silent, so I didn't see your message. Sorry for making you wait so long. He then added another message. I'll treat you to a movie another day. After sending the message, he turned the phone face down on the passenger seat and started the car. Xiao Jiu let out an ambiguous snort in his mind. System failure, what a creative excuse. She's not going to check my company's server logs. Sinian drove the car out of the residential area. What tasks does she have today? Xiao Jiu pulled up the task panel. There's a charity gala tonight, and Gu Beichen will also be there. According to the original story, you and Gu Beichen will have a verbal conflict over Shin Tangtang at the gala. This is the main conflict point of this chapter, and you must... Sinian tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel twice, without immediately answering. If you missed this note again, Xiao Jiu paused, his tone turning serious. The main system will initiate a forced plot correction. It will directly take over your behavior module, and by then you won't have any control over what you do. I can help you cover it up once or twice, but 3 strikes and you're out. You understand what I mean? I know. Sinian stopped at a red light, turned his head, and looked out the window. A roadside breakfast stall had already been set up, steam rising from the bamboo steamers. A middle school student in uniform was standing on tiptoes to hand money to the vendor. He watched for a moment, then withdrew his gaze. He'll go. That's more like it. Xiao Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. You have a project meeting this morning at 10:30. You can still go home, take a shower, and change clothes. Sinian hummed in agreement, and the car continued forward. With one hand on the steering, while he picked up his phone with the other, opened the album, and scrolled to the photo he had secretly taken of Ning Ning last night. He looked at it for about 2 seconds, then locked the screen and put the phone back on the passenger seat. Xiao Jiu said nothing. It looked at the obsession index, which was steady at 85 on the back-end panel, and then at Sinian's temporarily pleased expression. It silently closed the data record, pretending to have seen nothing. Meanwhile, at the Wen residence, Wen Yining was awakened by the sunlight. After last night's heavy rain, the sky had cleared completely, and the sunlight was shining directly on her eyelids. She turned over, habitually reaching out to touch the side, but it was empty. The other side of the bed had already gone cold, but the pillows still bore a shallow indentation. Wen Yining opened her eyes, stared at the indentation for 2 seconds, then pulled the blanket up over her head and muttered grumpily. He left without saying a word. The bullet comments were already drifting and sparsely, waking up even earlier than she did. Good morning, white moonlight. Did you sleep well last night? I stayed up all night savoring that kiss. Lu Sinian left before dawn and even kissed her on the forehead before leaving. I took a screenshot. Sisters, wait a moment, he'll post it on the super topic. When he said, "Ning Ning, you are my one and only," his voice was so soft, so soft. I had to turn up the volume to the max to hear it. How can this guy be so charming even when saying goodbye? Wen Yining threw off the covers and sat up, stepping barefoot onto the floor before walking to the window and pulling back the curtains. After the storm, the sky over Beicheng was an unreal blue. She stretched, went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into a light blue dress, and tied her hair into a low ponytail in front of the mirror. A sticky note was plastered on the kitchen countertop with Wen Kai's vigorous handwriting. "Breakfast in the microwave, heat it yourself. Don't run around today. The roads are still flooded from last night's storm." A crooked smiley face was drawn at the end. Wen Yining peeled off the note, a slight curve lifting her lips. She opened the microwave, took out the warm soy milk and buns, and leaned against the kitchen island as she slowly finished eating. 10 minutes later, she washed the dishes, tidied up a bit, and prepared to leave. As she reached the entrance to change her shoes, her gaze inadvertently swept across the corner. Her suitcase still stood there, and her movements slowed. The comments also noticed. That suitcase. Is Ning Ning still planning to leave? Yesterday, when Chi said he'd take her to the airport, but the flight was cancelled due to the storm. Today it's clear, so the flight must be back on. Could Wen Chi have already forgotten about this? He left early this morning. Maybe he's too busy with his project to look after his sister. Wen Yining stood at the entrance, one foot already in her flat shoe, the other still bare. Staring at the suitcase, she recalled how Lu Sinian had buried his head in her neck last night, whispering, "Stay with me," and the way his eyes dimmed the moment. She hadn't given him an answer yet, but she already knew the answer in her heart. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. When Yining pulled it out, the screen showed the name Bro. She swiped to answer, but before she could speak, Wen Kai's voice came crashing down. "I've booked you a flight at 10 tonight, direct to London. Pack your luggage yourself, or my driver will take you." Wen Yining's fingers tightened around the phone as she leaned against the shoe cabinet, her voice steady as possible. "Brother, I was thinking of going out for a walk today. I've been back for so long, but I haven't really explored Beijing. So many places have changed." The sound of typing came from the other end. When she was clearly working while talking to her, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "That's why I booked the 10 o'clock flight, not a daytime one. You have the whole day to wander around until you're tired of it. But you must be at the airport before 10. Brother." No discussion. When she cut her off, the typing ceased, and his voice dropped half a tone, turning serious. "Yining, I'm your brother. I can't watch you jump into a fire pit. I thought about it all night, and the more I thought, the more terrified I became. Go back to London and continue your PhD. Time will make you forget. Leave the matters and—" When Yining held the phone, her lips moving several times, but in the end she only said 2 words, "All right." She hung up and stood by the shoe cabinet for a long time, her thumb aimlessly sliding across the phone screen, not knowing what she was looking at. Then she slipped the phone into her pocket, bent down to put on the other shoe, grabbed her small crossbody bag, pulled open the door, and walked out. The comments, after a few seconds of silence, slowly drifted up. "I don't think the white Moonlight is the type to obediently listen. She must have her own plans." Meanwhile, at the Beijing Science and Technology Park, CU and Technology head Lu Sinian pushed open the conference room door. A dozen executives were already seated in perfect order. He had changed into a dark gray suit, his white shirt collar fastened meticulously, his hair neatly styled. He had switched back to work mode, his aura a world apart from the man who had crouched on her bed last night with red-rimmed eyes. "Mr. Lu, the bid proposal for the city government's digital urban management platform is ready. The final version must be submitted by 11 this morning." The project manager pushed a thick stack of documents toward him, his tone tense. "The Wen Group's quote is nearly 10% lower than ours, and 2 of the review committee members are old associates of Wen Chi. This is going to be a tough battle." Lu Sinian opened the bid document page by page, his gaze sweeping over the dense data and charts. His turning speed was steady, and his expression betrayed nothing. He reached the last page, closed the document, picked up a pen, signed his name on the cover, and said, "Submit it." The project manager froze. "Mr. Lu, aren't we going to lower the price? The Wen Group is 10% lower." "No." Lu Sinian capped the pen, his tone flat. "Our advantage has never been in price. Our technical solution is at least half a generation ahead. Our post-implementation maintenance costs are 30% lower, and our security assessment is 2 grades higher. Even if the committee has 2 of Wen Kai's people, the other 5 aren't blind." He pushed the document back. The project manager took it with both hands, nodded, and quickly left the conference room. The other executives reported their work one by one. Lu Sinian listened to each, gave brief instructions, and spoke no more than necessary. After the meeting, he returned to his office, sat down in his executive chair, and closed his eyes. Xiao Jio's voice echoed in his mind, unusually serious. "Brother Lu, news from the Lu family. Your eldest brother Lu Hong went to see Secretary Wang of the city government this morning. You don't need me to tell you why. Lu Sinian opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the family photo on his desk. There were 4 people. He was the Lu family's illegitimate son. His mother died of illness in a cheap rented room in Beijing when he was 6, with only a half-drunk bowl of herbal medicine and a birthday card he had drawn for her on the bedside table. Later the Lu family took him back, not out of guilt, but because the Lu family's bloodline couldn't be left to wander as it would tarnish their reputation. Zhao Wanqing had never been kind to him. She feared he would compete with Lu Hong for resources, take a share of the family fortune, and one day turn around and bite the... So when he was sent abroad that year, it was called studying abroad, but it was really exile. In a foreign land with no money and no support, the Lu family only paid for his first year's tuition. The rest was up to him. The underground boxing ring in Las Vegas, that was where it all started. He had his ribs broken on the stage, his shoulder dislocated, and was beaten bloody against the ropes, but he was never knocked out. Every time he fell, all he could think of was Ningning. Later Lu Sinian used the money from boxing to finish college, and then used his scholarships and savings from underground fights to found Sinian Technology. He never took a single cent from the Lu family, never used any of their connections. The company's success has nothing to do with them. Yet Lu Hong still found him an eyesore. I've already spoken with Secretary Wang's office. Lu Sinian withdrew his gaze. He won't change his stance just because of a meal with Lu Hong. I haven't forgotten. Lu Sinian picked up an invitation from his desk and flipped it open. The Beijing charity night held at the Intercontinental Hotel ballroom, hosted by the Gu Group. He closed the invitation and tossed it back onto the desk. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, twice his gaze fixed on the water of the Beijiang River outside the window, lost in thought. Beijing's old district, Wudong Lane. Wen Yining walked alone on the cobblestone path, holding a freshly bought milk tea, the straw between her lips, strolling at a leisurely pace. This lane was her favorite haunt in high school. Both sides were lined with small shops. Some sold handmade leather goods, others vintage clothing, and there was a dessert shop that had been open for 20 years. Its sign almost faded, but the taste unchanged. She pushed open the glass door of an accessory store, and the wind chime above gave a gentle tinkle. The shop was small, with 2 rows of glass counters polished. The owner, a middle-aged woman with round-rimmed glasses, was sitting behind the counter stringing beads. She looked up, smiled, and nodded without any overly enthusiastic sales pitch, simply saying, "Take a look around," before returning to her beads. Wen Yining walked slowly along the counter, her gaze sliding from a row of silver bracelets to another row of crystal pendants, then stopped. On the innermost shelf of the counter lay a pair of rings. Simple bands, platinum-colored, without diamonds or patterns. Just 2 clean circles placed side by side in a deep blue velvet box. Wen Yining's fingers unconsciously paused on the glass surface. The owner noticed her attention, put down the beads, walked over, and took out the velvet box, placing it before her. "Like these, eh? You have great taste. These are a new arrival from a few days ago, minimalist design. This is the last pair. Feel free to try them on." Wen Yining extended her hand, her fingertips gently touching the inner surface of one ring. It was smooth, not yet engraved. "Can you ship them?" She looked up and asked. "Of course." The owner turned around and pulled out a shipping form from the drawer. "Within the city, ITLL arrive in a day or 2, outside the city a bit slower." "Where should I send it?" "Just within Beijing." Wen Yining took the pen and wrote down the address on the form. Beijing No. 1 Mansion, recipient Lu Sinian. After writing, she added her own name and phone number, her handwriting neat and elegant. The owner glanced at the address, then at her, but didn't ask further. She just smiled and said, "These rings can be engraved on the inside, up to 6 letters, free of charge. Would you like that, eh?" Wen Yining looked down at the 2 rings, thought for a moment, took a pen from her bag, wrote 2 lines on a sticky note, and handed it to the owner. The owner took it and looked. A single word, exactly 6 letters. She nodded without reading it aloud, then pointed to each word separately to confirm with Wen Yining. After double-checking, she tucked the sticky note into the form. "Engraving will take a bit of time plus shipping, so about 10 days until it reaches your friend." The owner tore off a copy of the form and handed it to her. Wen Yining took the receipt, folded it, and put it into her bag. She glanced at the empty spot in the counter where the 2 rings had been, then pushed open the door and walked. The wind chime rang again. The comments had been quiet from the moment she stepped into the store, and only now as she walked out did someone speak. She bought a pair of rings. The 6 letters engraved inside. I bet they're the initials of their names. Has to be, no arguments accepted. But she's flying out at 10 tonight, and the rings won't arrive until 10 days later. When Lu Sinian receives them, shall already be gone. Hell, go crazy. No, the white moonlight must have a reason. She's not the type to abandon someone. Ningning is using this pair of rings to tell him he'll come back. Wen Yining stood on Wudong Lane, tilted her head back to look at the sky peeking through the leaves, took a deep breath, and continued walking forward. In the banquet hall, gentlemen and socialites milled about the round table, champagne flutes in hand, exchanging pleasantries. Sinian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his slender fingers wrapped around the glass stem, his gaze sweeping calmly over the crowd. When Shun Tangtang entered on Gu Beichen's arm, all eyes converged upon them. Their joint appearance at the event would surely fuel fresh rumors about the on-again, off-again nature of their relationship within the circle. Sinian withdrew his gaze and took a sip of champagne. "Brother Lu," Xiao Jiu's voice rang in his mind, laced with pre-battle tension. "The conflict node is tonight. You need to go over there, compete with Gu Beichen for Shun Tangtang in front of everyone. I've already pushed the lines to you. Just recite them." Sinian set down his glass, turned from the window, and walked toward the center of the crowd. He wove through clusters of chatting guests, each step steady and deliberate. Xiao Jiu watched his effortless poise. On the back-end data panel, a new indicator suddenly flashed. Acting score 98. "You really are." Xiao Jiu's voice faltered for a moment. "A born actor." Sinian told it to shut up in his mind, then stepped before Shintang. Gu Beichen stood by Shintangtang's side, one hand hovering lightly behind her waist. When he saw Sinian approaching, his eyes narrowed slightly. "President," Gu Beichen spoke first, his tone indifferent. "I heard you snatched the One Corporation's project again today. The municipal digital platform. When she prepared for half a year, and you submitted the bid in 3 days. Sinian did not respond to his words. Instead, his gaze fell on Shun Tangtang's face, his voice soft. "Tong Tong, I couldn't make it to the movie yesterday. Let me make it up to you with a dance now. Consider it my apology." He extended his hand. Shun Tangtang paused, instinctively glancing at Gu Beichen, then back at Sinian's outstretched hand. After a few seconds of hesitation, she placed her hand in his. Gu Beichen's face darkened in an instant. Then Sinian heard Xiao Jiu's prompt. Gu Beichen's emotional fluctuation threshold reached. Conflict node activated. "Brother Lu, get ready. Say the line, 'She is someone you are not worthy of. She is my girlfriend now.' Say it now." Sinian held Shun Tangtang's hand, turned sideways to shield her, and faced Gu Beichen directly. "President Gu, she is someone you are not worthy of. She is my girlfriend now." The entire hall erupted in murmurs. Shun Tangtang stood behind Sinian, looking back and forth between the two, tears welling in her eyes with anxiety. Shun Tangtang stood behind Sinian, looking back and forth between the two, tears welling in her eyes with anxiety, yet utterly unable to interject a single. And in the corner of this drama, Wen Qi stood at the periphery of the crowd, impeccably suited, his phone held steadily in one hand, recording the entire scene from start to finish. He saved the video, opened WeChat, found Wen Yining's avatar, and sent it. The accompanying message was only a single line: "See for yourself. Beijing International Airport, 9:40 p.m. Wen Yining sat on a seat near the boarding gate, her suitcase covered in luggage tags standing beside her. Her phone buzzed. She tapped open the video when she had sent. In the frame, Sinian held Shun Tangtang's hand, shielding her as he faced Gu Beichen. "She is someone you are not worthy of. She is my girlfriend now." The voice came through the phone speaker, cutting through the background noise, unmistakably clear. Wen Yining watched the video to the end, then locked the screen and flipped the phone face down on her knee. The barrage comments exploded. "Ningning, don't believe it. This is a plot mission. The plot forced him to do it. What he said to you last night was the truth. White Moonlight, don't cry. He's just a puppet dragged along by the script." "I know," she said softly. "I know he's doing a mission." The barrage paused for a moment. "But this plot is too big. By myself, I can't change the entire world's script." She lowered her head, unconsciously rubbing the edge of her phone case with her thumb. "I can alter a small dark fragment in his memory, but I can't make a plot that must be played out for everyone to see vanish into thin air. I can't do it alone." She stood up and pulled the handle of her suitcase. The boarding gate had already started lining up. Ground staff were holding loudspeakers, reminding passengers to prepare for boarding. "But I will come back. I won't abandon him. I just need time to find the real way to break this script." She walked toward the boarding gate and handed her boarding pass to the ground staff. Before stepping into the jet bridge, she turned back to take one last look at the nightscape of Beijing beyond the window. A sea of lights spread out in the darkness like a river of stars fallen to the mortal world. What she did not know was that shortly after she left the accessory shop, the shopkeeper kept staring at the 2 lines of words she had left on the sticky note. The shopkeeper picked up the engraving pen and letter by letter, carefully etched into the inner walls of 2 rings. Inside the women's ring, LSN. Inside the men's ring, WYN. Sinian held Shun Tangtang's wrist, turning sideways to shield her as he faced Gu Beichen. The distance between the 2 men was less than half an arm's length. The gazes of all the guests converged upon them, whispers flooding every corner of the banquet hall. "Sinian, say that again." Gu Beichen's voice was low. Sinian looked at him, his expression utterly unruffled. "She's out of your league. She's my girlfriend. President Gu, please let go." Gu Beichen stepped forward, his shoulder nearly colliding with the others. The 2 men stood face to face, equal in height and presence, neither willing to yield an inch. Shen Tongtong, her wrist still grasped by Lu Xinyan, stood frozen in place, her eyes reddening. She looked at Gu Baichen, then at Lu Xinyan. Her lips trembled several times before she spoke in a tearful voice. Enough. Don't be like this. I don't want to see you both turn out this way because of me. Can't we just stay on good terms? No one answered her. Gu Baichen's gaze passed over Lu Xinyan's shoulder and landed on Shen Tangtang's face. Indescribable emotions churned in his eyes. Lu Xinyan, however, never turned to look at her. He merely held her wrist firmly. This was a mission he had to complete. Xiao Jiu calmly reported the data in his mind. Conflict node in progress. Completion rate 78%. Gu Baichen's emotional fluctuation value continues to rise. Expected to trigger line B in 30 seconds. Lu Xinyan, don't flatter yourself. 3, 2, 1. Lu Xinyan, don't flatter yourself. Gu Baichen's voice was even deeper than before, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What are you in the Lu family? A bastard who can't even be entered into the family register, and you dare to compete with me. Xiao Jiu cursed in his mind. This line was written in the original novel, not made up by me. Don't take it to heart. Champagne glasses suspended in midair. Xiao Jiu cursed in his mind. This line was written in the original novel, not made up by me. Don't take it to heart. Just as he was about to speak, a deep, resonant, middle-aged voice came from the edge of the crowd. Enough. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Lu Yuanshan, the old master of the Lu family, walked in leaning on his cane, accompanied by his legitimate wife, Zhao Wanqing, and his eldest son, Lu Hong. Zhao Wanqing wore a dark green qipao, her well-maintained face adorned with a reserved, proper smile. But when her gaze swept over Lu Xinyan, the corners of her mouth pressed down slightly, a loathing etched into her bones impossible to conceal. Lu Hong, better at hiding his feelings than his mother, stood behind his father and nodded slightly at Lu Xinyan, offering a gentle, cultured smile. Second brother, long time no see. Is this how you bring glory to the Lu family? Lu Xinyan did not look at him. Meanwhile, the Gu family had arrived. Gu Baichen's father, Gu Changming, strode over with several important members of the Gu family behind him. His expression was even more grim than Gu Baichen's. His gaze paused briefly on his son's face, then fell on the hand with which Lu Xinyan was holding Shen Tangtang's wrist. Gu Baichen, what are you quarreling about here? Gu Changming's voice was not loud, but it carried immense authority. This is a charity gala and not a place for you to make a spectacle of yourself. Brother Gu, please calm down. Lu Yuanshan spoke, tapping his cane on the floor, his gaze sweeping over Lu Xinyan. Let the young people settle matters among. However, his gaze fell on Lu Xinyan. Xinyan, causing such a scene here. Have you considered the Lu family's reputation? From childhood to now, hasn't the Lu family given you enough? Lu Xinyan finally released Shen Tangtang's wrist. He turned to face his father, the man who had never once looked at him with respect. Everything the Lu family gave me I have repaid. Siyuan Technology has not taken a single cent from the Lu family. My degree, my company, the right to stand in this banquet hall. Every single thing I earned myself. Zhao Wanqing's expression changed. Lu Hong's smile froze for half a second. Lu Yuanshan's cane struck the floor heavily. Just as he was about to speak, another voice cut in from the edge of the crowd. Old Master Lu, you'd better keep your son in check. When Qi walked out from the crowd, his suit jacket open, his tie loosely hanging around his neck, a half-empty glass of whiskey in his hand. He looked utterly out of place in this gathering of celebrities, but he didn't care. He had come precisely to burn bridges. Everyone's eyes turned to him. When Qi walked to the center of the crowd and stopped, he glanced at Lu Xinyan first, then turned to Lu Yuanshan, raising his glass in a casual toast. The second young master of the Lu family is talented in both arts and martial arts, a master in business, and a romantic figure in the realm of love. But old Master Lu, I need to make it clear to you, the Wen family doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Whatever is between Lu Xinyan and my sister ends here. He turned his gaze back to Lu Xinyan, his smile slowly fading, his voice turning cold. That little act you just put on, holding Miss Shun's hand, standing in front of her, declaring, she's my girlfriend in front of the whole northern city. I recorded it all and sent it to my sister. Lu Xinyan whirled around to look at him, his pupils contracted sharply in that instant. She saw it, when she said, enunciating each word. She's already on the plane now. The 10 o'clock flight direct to London. A vein on Lu Xinyan's temple twitched faintly, and the fingers hanging at his side curled inward. She's already. Before he could finish, he was already upon Wen Qi, grabbing him by the collar with such force that he pushed Wen Qi half a step backward. His knuckles dug deep into the fabric of the suit, veins standing out clearly on the back of his hand. You sent her away? She's gone. You're lying to me, aren't you? Give her back to me. Wen Qi, held by the collar, did not struggle. He looked into Lu Xinyan's eyes from close range, and then calmly lied. Why would I lie to you? Besides, she left willingly. Ningning has seen what you did. She's very upset, and said she never wants to see you again. Lu Xinyan released his grip on the collar, suddenly drained of all strength. You never want to see me again. Impossible. He stepped back, then another step before turning and striding toward the entrance of the banquet hall under the astonished gazes of all the guests. At first his steps were steady, but by the time he reached the door he had broken into a run. The revolving door turned too slowly before him. He squeezed through the gap and dashed into the night. Behind him came Shun Tangtang's voice calling his name, mostly swallowed by the clamor of the banquet. He did not look back. In the underground parking lot the slamming of Lu Xinyan's car door echoed through the empty space. The engine roared, tires screeched sharply against the non-slip floor, and the car shot forward. Xiao Zhou's voice had never been so urgent. Lu Xinian, calm down. Your darkening value has skyrocketed from 14% to 67%. Your paranoia index has exceeded 95%. The main system has detected abnormal fluctuations. If you don't stop, now you'll trigger a forced plot correction. Do you hear me? Lu Xinian did not answer, his hands gripping the steering wheel as the car sped through the late-night streets of the northern city. You said it. You said you wouldn't let her go. You promised me. You said that rain would make her stay. You said it. You promised me. Xiao Zhou's core data shuddered violently in that instant. I didn't expect Wen Qi to book the tickets so soon. Xiao Zhou's voice trembled, knowing full well how weak the excuse sounded. I thought I could at least delay it a few days. Brother Lu, listen to me. You're driving now. Can you pull over to the side of the road? Calm down. How do you expect me to calm down? The roar dissipated in the car, his hands trembling as they clenched the wheel. She's gone. You promised. She wouldn't leave. He'll never see her again. He'll never see her again. Detected severe deviation from the plot trajectory. Paranoia index exceeds safety threshold. Darkening value continues to rise. According to Article 72 of the Cross-Dimensional Narrative Management Protocol, the main system initiates forced plot correction. Correction target: eliminate memory variables causing the deviation and rewrite related character lines. Correction scope: host Lu Xinian, 8-year memory interval. Change the first love to Shun Tangtang. Erase the original beloved Wen Yining's images. Correction begins. At the moment the car lost control on the airport expressway, Lu Xinian felt his consciousness being stripped away layer by layer. He reached out desperately, futilely trying to grasp something, his fingers bending and stretching helplessly in the air as if trying to catch the fragments of memory that were the silhouette at the end of the third-floor corridor in high school, and all the words left unsaid. Everything was slipping through his. The last image he saw was the streetlight outside the window suddenly becoming blinding and the whole world flipping over. Then came the tremendous crash, the shattering, the sound of the airbag deploying. The last image he saw was the streetlight outside the window suddenly becoming blinding and the whole world flipping over. Then came the tremendous crash, 2 years later. At London Heathrow Airport in the departure hall, when Yining stood before the check-in counter, her left hand resting on the handle of her suitcase, a simple platinum ring on her ring finger. Over these 2 years she had settled everything in London cleanly. Her doctoral thesis defense passed, her degree certificate sent back to the northern city, work handover complete. Her partner held her hand and said she was welcome back anytime. She didn't have much luggage, 2 suitcases, a backpack, much like when she went abroad 8 years ago. The check-in clerk took her passport, glanced at the destination, and politely asked, Northern City. Northern City, when Yining nodded. She took the boarding pass and turned toward the security checkpoint. The ring on her left ring finger, worn for 2 years, still shone like new. The barrage of comments began to buzz the moment she embarked on her journey home. When Yining saw the comments, but said nothing. She only lowered her head, twisted the ring on her finger, then looked up and walked toward the security checkpoint. In the master bedroom bathroom of Beijing No. 1 mansion, the sound of water ceased. Lu Xinian pushed open the glass door and stepped out, his bare feet landing on the absorbent bath mat, his body still radiating steaming vapor. He was shirtless, the muscular lines of his shoulders and back faintly visible through the mist. His waist and abdomen were taut, old scars crisscrossing his skin. The lower half of his body was wrapped only in a white bath towel, his wet hair slicked back with a few stray strands falling over his forehead. Droplets of water traced along his neck past his collarbone and rolled down into the grooves of his abdominal muscles. Lu Xinian walked to the vanity, reached out, and picked up the silver chain lying on the counter. At the end of the chain hung a platinum plain ring, its inner surface engraved with 3 letters that had been worn to a faint shine, WYN. He looped the chain around his neck, the ring settling between his collarbones pressed against the spot over his heart. Then he rested both hands on the edge of the vanity and looked up at his reflection in the mirror. Xiao Zhou's voice rang in his mind, cautious, as if tiptoeing around a minefield. Brother Lu, don't be like this. I'm scared. Lu Xinian stared at his own reflection in the mirror, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The smile was light and faint, yet it instantly transformed the entire temperament of his face. Scared of what? He raised his left hand, using his thumb to flick the ring resting between his collarbones, his tone casual. This damn ring. Who knows who sent it? Xiao Zhou dared not respond. 2 years ago, just a few days after he had been discharged from the hospital, he discovered a package at his doorstep. Given his usual temperament, he would have tossed such an unidentified item straight into the trash bin. But that day he sat on the sofa staring at the ring for a full 2 hours. Finally, he pulled a silver chain from a drawer, strung the ring onto it, and hung it around his neck. He had worn it for 2 years without ever taking it off. He had no idea who sent it. He had checked the tracking number, but the sender's information was smudged by water stains. Only the shipping address was barely legible. A jewelry shop on Wutong Lane in the old district of Beijing. Xiaojio fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject, probing cautiously, Miss Shin Tangtang is on a date with Gu Beichin today. When Lu Sinian heard the name Shin Tangtang, he didn't even twitch an eyebrow. He straightened up, grabbed a black shirt from the hanger, and began buttoning it as he walked out. A date. Good. If she's on a date, that fool won't have time to bother me. On Xiaojio's background data panel, 2 numbers blazed an ominous red. Paranoia Index 100. Darkness Value 100. These 2 numbers had never dropped since the car accident 2 years ago, staying immovably fixed, defining every parameter of Lu Xinyan's current personality. Over the past 2 years, he had been ruthless in the Beijing business world. He single-handedly drove Yuan Technology from a mid-sized tech company into an industry giant. He had gradually devoured the Lu family through equity swaps, acquiring 70% of the shares in Lu Heng's company. Zhao Wanqing was so enraged, she was hospitalized twice. Lu Yuanshan came to the company leaning on his cane to confront him, but Lu Sinian left him cooling his heels in the reception room for 2 hours. Finally, Lu Yuanshan left with the words, "You are even more heartless than your mother." Lu Sinian didn't see him off. He didn't even rise from his chair. He merely twirled the pen in his hand, gazing at the surface of the North River outside the window, his expression blank, and said quietly, "Take care." The Wen family didn't fare much better. When she had 3 of his projects snatched away, 2 of which were deliberately intercepted at the very last moment. But only Xiaojio knew that every time Lu Sinian targeted the Wen family, he was even harsher than with the Lus. Yet whenever Wen's capital chain was at its tightest, Lu Sinian would inexplicably pull back, as if something he himself couldn't articulate was holding him back. "Isn't Shin Tangtang the moonlight you've been pining for?" Xiaojio couldn't help but blurt out. In the system's revised setting, Shin Tangtang was supposed to be the unattainable love Lu Sinian had treasured in his heart for 8 years. The main system had used the simplest and most brutal logic. The role of the White Moonlight couldn't remain vacant. Since all traces of Wen Yining had been erased, the label of White Moonlight was directly pasted onto the female lead, Shin Tangtang. Thus all of Lu Xinyan's obsession, all his waiting, all the hidden feelings for his White Moonlight in the system's files were now directed entirely towards Shin Tangtang. But files are files, a people are people. Data can be altered, labels can be pasted, but a person's heartbeat and gaze are beyond the control of any correction program. White Moonlight. Lu Xinyan fastened the last button of his shirt and turned around. It may have been the White Moonlight before, but that doesn't mean it is now. Right now I'm not interested in women. Xiaojio silently cursed in his mind. When the plane landed at Beijing International Airport, dusk was already settling. Wen Yining pushed her luggage cart out of the arrival hall, and the early summer breeze, just like 2 years ago, wrapped around her with warmth. She's back, she's back. The White Moonlight has finally returned. But the storyline now is completely different from 2 years ago. After the author stopped updating, the world line seems to have been running on its own, and the landscape of Beijing has changed a lot. Wen Yining did not respond. She only looked down, twirled the ring on her ring finger, then pulled her suitcase toward the parking lot. She hadn't told Wen Qi her exact flight time. After all, the home address wouldn't change. In the taxi, she leaned against the window and watched the streetscape. In 2 years, some shops had changed signs, some old buildings had been demolished and rebuilt. The accessory shop on Wudong Lane was still there, though the characters on its sign had faded another shade. The Wen family's door was still the same door, and the shoe cabinet at the entrance was still the same shoe cabinet. Wen Yining rang the doorbell, and it was Wen's mother who opened. The moment Wen's mother saw her, her eyes reddened. She pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her for a long time before letting go, murmuring, "You've lost weight, you've lost weight," then took her suitcase and ushered her inside. Wen Yining changed into slippers and walked into the living room. The first person she saw was Wen Qi. He sat on the sofa, a pile of documents spread before him, an unlit cigarette held between his fingers. His suit jacket was draped over the back of the chair, his shirt sleeves rolled up to mid-forearm. He looked gaunter than 2 years ago, with unshaven stubble on his chin. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. He froze for a moment when he saw Wen Yining, then stood up, walked around the coffee table, came over, and ruffled her hair. "You're back." Wen's father walked out of the study, pushed up his reading glasses on his nose, and patted her shoulder. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Wen Yining sat down on the sofa. Wen's mother went to the kitchen to pour her water, and Wen's father sat down in the single sofa beside her. The living room light was not very bright. Wen Qi casually gathered the pile of documents on the coffee table and pushed them aside, but Wen Yining still caught a glimpse of the header on one of them asset disposal agreement. Is something wrong at home? She asked directly. Wen's father and mother exchanged a glance. Wen Qi did not look at her, instead fiddling with the lighter in his hand. After a few seconds of silence, Wen's father sighed and spoke. Over the past 2 years, the Wen family business hasn't been doing well. Your brother has done his best, but some things can't be solved by effort alone. Several major projects were lost, and upstream suppliers have a large sum of money tied up that can't be recovered. The capital chain has been broken for nearly half a year. Wen's mother walked over with a glass of water, placed it before Wen Yining, and took over the conversation, cautiously probing. We didn't want to tell you. You were studying abroad, and telling you wouldn't have helped. But now that you're back, we can't hide this from you. We might have to sell this house and move to a smaller place. Wen's mother lowered her eyes, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her apron. Your brother has held on for a long time. Your father and I discussed it. Oh, we can't let him carry this burden alone anymore. Wen Yining took a sip of water, paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. I understand. I've graduated. I passed my doctoral dissertation defense, and my degree certificate will be mailed back next month. I can find a job in Beijing and help share the family's burden. Ningning, you just got back? There's no rush for work. I can still hold on. When she looked up at her, a forced smile on his lips, but his eyes were slightly red. It's your brother's fault. I couldn't keep the foundation father left us. What kind of talk is that? Wen's father interrupted in a deep voice. You've carried this alone for so many years, and the whole family sees it. Ups and downs in business are common. Selling the house is a last resort. No one blames you. It's just that our Wen family has been in Beijing for so many years and being forced into this corner by a Lu Sinian. It chokes me up inside. At the mention of Lu Sinian, Wen Kai's expression changed instantly. He slapped the lighter onto the coffee table, his voice suddenly rising. That ruthless, merciless Lu Sinian. In the 2 years he's been in Beijing, the things he's done, there are too many to list. He swallowed up most of the Lu family. Even Gu Beichen was forced to take Shintangtang and temporarily retreat to Nanqing. The entire Beijing business circle is now in the palm of his hand. If he hadn't snatched 3 projects from me in a row, that government digital platform was already internally designated for our Wen Corporation, but he intercepted it at the last moment, not even giving me a chance to appeal. He grew more agitated as he spoke, finally standing up, abruptly pacing back and forth in front of the coffee table, then stopping abruptly, turning to look at Wen Yining. You know what? His personality is completely different from before. Ever since that car accident 2 years ago, he's changed entirely. Wen Yining's fingers tightened slightly around her water glass. Car accident? You didn't know? When she stopped pacing and turned to face her. The night you left 2 years ago, he flipped his car on the airport expressway. He didn't die, didn't even break a bone. It was a miracle. But after he got out of the hospital, it was like a different person. The old gentle Lu Sinian completely disappeared after that day. This man now can force opponents to sign on the dotted line during negotiations without batting an eye. People in the circle call him Lu the Merciless behind his back. Suddenly thinking of something, he added, oh, and his attitude toward Shintangtang has become very strange too. Didn't he used to chase after her all over the world? Now he can't even be bothered to see her. Shintangtang has gone looking for him several times, but she couldn't even get through the company gates. Wen Yining took a sip of water and placed the glass back on the coffee table, her tone as calm as ever. It probably isn't as exaggerated as you say. Business is always about each person's own skill. Each person's own skill. The TV screen lit up, and it happened to be the evening news on the financial channel. On screen was an imposing headquarters building. A reporter was reporting to the camera. The TV screen lit up, and it happened to be the evening news on the financial channel. On screen was an imposing headquarters building. A reporter was reporting to the camera, and the background board displayed the new logo of Sinian Technology. Sinian Technology today announced the completion of a full acquisition of 3 subsidiaries under the Lu Group. After this acquisition, Sinian Technology's market share in Beijing will exceed 40%. Industry insiders comment that Lu Sinian has completed his transformation from a tech company founder to a core figure in Beijing's business circle in just 2 years. The sharpness of his business tactics is unmatched in the industry. When she snapped the TV off and the living room fell silent again, he picked up the lighter and stood up to head to the study, pausing as he passed Wen Yining. His voice was very low. See that? This is the Lu Sinian of today. Wen Yining sat on the sofa, her thumb unconsciously turning the ring on her ring finger. She looked down at the half-finished glass of water on the coffee table and remained silent for a long time. After dinner, Wen Yining helped Mother Wen wash the dishes, wiped the table, and then played half a game of chess with Father Wen. The sound of chess pieces landing on the board was crisp. Wen Yining's mind was clearly not on the game. She made 2 clumsy moves in a row, prompting Father Wen to glance up at her. She merely smiled and said, the jet lag hasn't worn off yet. In truth, she was preoccupied with other matters. The barrage of comments had been relentless since she returned home, voices chattering about the changes in Beijing over the past 2 years. The more she listened, the heavier her heart grew. The Wen family is being crushed under pressure. Is Sinian trying to exterminate them? In the original novel, he had no animosity toward the Wen family. After all, Ning is his white moonlight. Why would he target the Wen family? Forget the original book. The author stopped updating long ago, and this timeline has completely gone off the rails. The gentle second male lead turned into a ruthless business tyrant. Who could have predicted that? Am I the only one still mourning that car accident? The author only rode up to the banquets and never mentioned any accident. This plotline was entirely self-completed by the world. A self-completed car accident. This system truly despises Sinian. Flustered by these comments, Wen Yining placed her last chess piece, looked up at Father Wen, and said, "I'm going to talk to my brother." She rose and walked to the study. When she sat behind the desk, his laptop open with an unfinished financing proposal on the screen. His fingers tapped the keyboard intermittently, and the crease between his brows had remained unfurrowed since afternoon. Leaning against the doorframe, Wen Yining knocked on the open door. "Brother, I want to go talk to Sinian." Wen Kai's hand stopped typing as he turned to look at her. "What?" "I said I'll go talk to him." Wen Yining walked and sat down on the chair opposite him, folded her hands on her knees, and spoke calmly. Given the family's current situation, if he would just release one project, even if it's only as a secondary subcontractor, the capital chain would be sustained. Once it's sustained, we can tackle the remaining difficulties one by one. Didn't you say it yourself? He now holds absolute sway over Beijing. If the one who controls the sky lets a single crack through, that's a lifeline for us. No. When she took his cigarette from his mouth and slapped it on the table, his voice rising half a pitch before he lowered it again, likely afraid their parents in the living room would hear. In the past 2 years, he's been harsher on the Wen family than on the Liu family. You go talk to him. What do you have to bargain with? He's a mad dog now, biting anyone he sees. What can he do to me? Wen Yining was not intimidated by his raised voice. Instead, she leaned forward. This is a society of law, and he's a public figure. The owner of Sinian Technology, the face of Beijing's business circle. I'm just going to talk business with him. That's how business works. Back and forth, a little chat. When she stared at her for a long moment, then lowered his head, put the cigarette back in his mouth without lighting it, and bit down on it, his voice muffled, "Safety first. Call me immediately if anything goes wrong. If he dares to do anything to you, even if I have to risk my life." "Relax," Wen Yining said, standing up and patting his shoulder. "He won't act recklessly. Besides, I'm not going to pick a fight, just a conversation." Sinian sat in his study, 3 pending contracts open on the curved screen before him. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the night view of the North River, with lights on both shores reflecting on the water, shimmering like ripples. He did not look at the view. His gaze was fixed on the screen, an electronic pen spinning in his hand round after round, yet never landing. His mood was restless for reasons he couldn't pinpoint. Perhaps the trivialities of wrapping up today's acquisition, perhaps the sarcastic message Lu Hong had sent in the afternoon, or perhaps simply the oppressive heat. He tossed the pen onto the desk, leaned back in his chair, and raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. Xiao Jiao's voice chimed in, far more restrained than 2 years ago, no longer daring to tease him freely. "Brother Lu, you've been inefficient today. You've been reviewing those 3 contracts since afternoon and still haven't signed them. Was it a bad night's sleep?" "Shut up," Sinian said, his tone low but carrying genuine irritation. Xiao Jiao indeed fell silent, at a complete loss with him now. After the car accident 2 years ago, Sinian's mental strength had clashed violently with the main system's correction program. A man pushed to the brink, he had fought the main system with all his will for 3 full days. Though his memory was ultimately erased, the correction program was left with several deep-level vulnerabilities. Since then, the main system's control over him had been greatly weakened, and even Xiao Jiao's operational permissions had been compromised. Sinian now existed in a semi-free state. The plot still pushed into his mind, but he could choose not to accept it, as Shun Tangtang's mission nodes still popped up, but he could dismiss them with a single swipe. The main system was furious, but could do nothing, for Sinian had become a crucial pillar of this world. If the pillar collapsed, the timeline would follow suit. Suddenly the doorbell rang, breaking the silence of the study. Sinian frowned, but did not move. He had no friends in Beijing, and anyone who would come uninvited at this hour was either a salesman or someone sent by Lu Hong to annoy him. The doorbell rang again. He slapped the electronic pen onto the desk, stood up, strode across the hallway, and reached the entrance. He yanked open the door, the irritable words already on his lips. "Who's here at this hour?" His voice died abruptly. Standing at the door was a woman in a pale purple dress, its hem fluttering gently in the night breeze. Her long black hair was loose, cascading softly over her shoulders. She wore no makeup, her face delicate, with only a thin layer of lip balm on her lips. She stood there quietly. Lifting her eyes, she said, "It's me, Wen Yining." Sinian leaned against the doorframe, his gaze sweeping from her face to her flat shoes and back again, his expression betraying no surprise at the reunion. Because he did not remember her at all. He only saw a very beautiful woman standing at his door late at night, who knew his name. Newly debuted celebrity. I don't know you. I'm not interested in buying products or signing new talents. You can leave. Wen Yining stood still, her fingers curled. She had imagined many ways they might reunite. He might pull her into his arms with reddened eyes, or coldly demand why she had left for 2 years, or even. But the last thing Wen Yining expected was that when he opened the door, he looked at her and said, "I don't know you. You don't recognize me." At that moment, the barrage of comments went completely insane. Sinian leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, eyes lowered as he looked at her. The barrage of comments above Wen Yining's field of vision exploded completely, words piling on top of words, moving so fast they were almost illegible. He doesn't recognize her. He said he doesn't recognize her. A car accident. It must be that car accident. When she just said he crashed on the airport expressway 2 years ago, and after being discharged from the hospital, he completely changed. Has he lost his memory? The previous commenter, your logic holds. He forgot Ningning, so he struck the Wen family so hard. If he still remembered, how could he have laid a finger on the Wen family? Wen Yining slowly moved her gaze from his face down to his collarbone. The collar of his black shirt was unbuttoned at 2 buttons, revealing a thin silver chain that flickered in and out of sight, with a plain platinum ring dangling at the end of the chain. Her heart felt as if it were being squeezed. A surge of bitterness and dull pain welled up, rendering her speechless for a moment. He had received that ring, and he was wearing it close to his skin, yet he said he didn't recognize her. Don't think that just because you're pretty I should know you. Sinian swept his gaze over her from head. How much did they pay you? They'll double it. Go back and tell them to come up with something new next time. Wen Yining took a deep breath, forcing the bitterness back down. She lifted her eyes to meet his cold gaze again, struggling to keep her voice steady. I wasn't sent by anyone. My brother is Wen Qi, and I am his sister Wen Yining. I came to see you because I wanted to talk about the project. From the Wen family. Sinian raised an eyebrow slightly, as if searching his mind for the surname, then gave a look of sudden realization. Oh, Wen Kais, your brother has lost 3 projects to me in the past 2 years. Finally couldn't hold on, so he sent you to beg for mercy. It wasn't my brother who sent me. I came on my own. Wen Yining was not led astray by him. Her tone remained calm. President Lu, the Wen family, is indeed facing difficulties now. I came today just to talk with you to see if there's any way regarding the project. Is this how you beg for mercy? Sinian interrupted her, tilting his head slightly, his gaze sliding from her eyes to her lips and back to her eyes from top to bottom. Wen Yining felt her back stiffen slightly under his stare, but she did not step back or look away. Then what would be enough sincerity? Sinian stared at her for 2 seconds, then stepped aside from the doorway, tilting his chin slightly toward the inside of the room. Come in. Wen Yining hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the entrance hall. The sensor light strip lit up the moment she stepped inside, and beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows the North River flowed quietly in the night. The layout of the living room was exactly the same as 2 years ago. The gray main sofa, the long table, the open kitchen, and even the tea set on the coffee table was still the same set. Xiao Jiu was the first to break the silence in Sinian's mind, speaking with a wary tone. What are you doing? Why did you let her in? You don't even know her. Aren't you afraid she's a corporate spy? You've made so many enemies in North City. I kinda want to kiss her, Sinian replied calmly in his consciousness. Xiao Jiu's data stream froze for a full 2 seconds, then exploded into an incredulous scream. Are you crazy? Do you know her? You just want to kiss her? You're a pure pervert. Sinian closed the door and turned to follow Wen Yining into the living room. His gaze landed on the back of her head. Her long black hair fell to her shoulders, the ends swaying gently as she walked, brushing against the light purple hem of. His gaze followed that arc, then involuntarily slid to the patch of fair skin on her nape, and then to the tiny red mole behind her ear. Sinian stared at that mole for a moment, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing. I don't know her. He repeated in his consciousness, as if convincing himself, but I want to kiss her. Xiao Jiu, I really want to kiss her. Xiao Jiu remarked in his consciousness. Sinian, you're acting like a complete pervert. Sinian did not reply. His gaze followed Wen Yining's back as she walked to the center of the living room, paused beside the gray main sofa, and instead of sitting down immediately turned her head to glance around the room. Sit. He seated himself on the sofa, first leaning back into the cushions, crossing his legs, and draping his arm over the backrest with a lazy and arrogant posture. Wen Yining sat down across from him, keeping her back straight and her hands folded on her knees. She had no nervous fidgeting, nor did she force a flattering smile. President Lu, I came tonight to discuss the Wen family's affairs. Who taught you this? Sinian interrupted her. Coming to a man's house late at night to talk business. Is this how your brother taught you? Or do you think that with that face knocking on a man's door in the middle of the night will get you the project? Wen Yining's expression was not stung by his words. She paused slightly then spoke frankly. I just returned from abroad today. I heard about my family's situation and got anxious, so I came straight here. The timing is indeed inappropriate. I didn't think it through carefully. I apologize. Sinian did not accept her apology. His gaze moved from her face downwards, sliding over her left hand resting on her knee. On her ring finger was a platinum band, simple in style, without diamonds. She was wearing a ring. His eyes darkened slightly. The ring stirred an inexplicable irritation in his heart, a stifling feeling that he could neither expel nor— Are you married? His tone was even colder than before. Or engaged? Wen Yining was taken aback and instinctively looked down at the ring on her hand. The ring had been on her ring finger for 2 years, becoming part of her body. She usually paid no attention to it. Now asked by him, her fingers unconsciously curled. I'm not married nor engaged. It's just an ordinary ring. I'm used to wearing it. When Sinian heard the words, not married, his tense shoulders relaxed. He himself did not notice this movement, but Xiaojiu saw it clearly in the background. The heart rate curve showed a small dip at that moment, dropping a few points from the peak of irritation. Was he relieved? Did he just feel relieved? Absolutely. He says he doesn't know her, but his body is more honest than anyone. The moment he heard she wasn't married, he relaxed. He has amnesia, but not completely. Body memory cannot be erased. Wen Yining didn't notice these details. She took her hands off her knees, folded them again in front of her, and looked up at the man lounging on the sofa. She brought the conversation back on track. President Liu, the Wen family is indeed in trouble now. I came today to ask you for leniency, to grant a project to the Wen family, even if it's a secondary subcontract. You know the Wen Group's technical team better than I do. They are more than capable of handling subcontracting. Sinian lounged on the sofa, tapping his fingers carelessly on the armrest twice, with a faint, ambiguous smile on his lips. You come to ask for a favor, and all you have is your mouth. Anyone could do what you did. Put on a pretty dress, knock on a door at midnight, say a few soft words and ID, give away the project. Then how would I run my company? Even a charity wouldn't be so easygoing. Wen Yining was not provoked by his attitude. She sat up a little straighter and spoke with neither arrogance nor humility. What do you mean, President Liu? What conditions do you need? You can name them. Whatever the Wen family can do, I'll try my best. Sinian stared at her for a moment, then stood up from the sofa. He walked around the coffee table to the kitchen island, picked up a coffee pot, poured water into it, and tossed over his shoulder without looking back. I want coffee. Wen Yining sat on the sofa watching Sinian's back as he fiddled with the coffee pot by the kitchen island. She took a deep breath and stood up. She walked over to the island and stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the coffee pot. Her tone was earnest and sincere. Would instant coffee work? Sinian paused as he was pouring water into the pot and turned to look at her. You want me to use this pot to boil water and then make instant coffee? Wen Yining blinked, unabashed. Yes. Do you know how much this pot costs? Wen Yining glanced down at the pot. It was stainless steel, minimalist in design, reminiscent of an Italian brand she had seen while browsing department stores in London. But she couldn't tell the exact price. She looked up and hazarded a guess. 3,000. Sinian gently set the pot down on the counter, placed his hands on the edge of the island, and leaned slightly forward to meet her eyes. His eyes narrowed and his voice was slow and deliberate, as if patiently explaining to someone utterly clueless. The handle is hand-carved from Brazilian walnut, and the pot is a limited handcrafted piece by an Italian artisan. It costs 24,000. You want to boil water in it for instant coffee. Do you have a grudge against my pot? Xiaojiu groaned in his head. Sinian, are you negotiating a project or showing off your wealth? Wen Yining looked down at the pot, then back up at Sinian, her expression serious and frank. I don't drink coffee. It gives me a stomachache every time. So I can't pour over coffee. It's not that I don't want to make it for you, I genuinely don't know how. Sinian's fingers resting on the edge of the island paused slightly. He had already prepared the next lines of dialogue. When she reluctantly tried to grind the beans, he would lean against the cabinet, critique her technique, water flow, extraction time, and then at her most flustered take over the grinder and casually remark, you can't even make coffee and you want to discuss a project. But now she bluntly admitted she couldn't without even trying. Are you allergic to caffeine, or does it just make you uncomfortable? His tone dropped half a note. It just makes my heart race, then my stomach hurts, and in severe cases my hands shake. Wen Yining shrugged, her tone light. Sinian stared at her for 2 seconds, feeling like an idiot for his earlier speech about the 24,000 yuan coffee pot. He straightened up, pushed the coffee pot aside, crossed his arms, and leaned against the cabinet. His tone was cool. Then why would I ask you to make it? Can you make tea? Tea, yes. Wen Yining's eyes brightened, but she quickly restrained herself and added cautiously, but I don't know much about tea. I just use a simple method, pour hot water over it. If you have a 24,000 standard for tea, I might not be up to it. Sinian didn't respond to that. Instead, he turned and took a tea canister from another cabinet, placing it on the island. The canister was plain white porcelain unlabeled, but the glaze's luster suggested the contents were probably not cheap. Then do I dare drink it? He pushed the canister toward her, his tone unfriendly. I'm afraid you'll poison me with your brew. Wen Yining glanced at the porcelain canister, then at his condescending expression. This man claimed he didn't know her, claimed he feared being poisoned, yet he had already pushed the tea canister to her and put away the coffee pot. He had never actually thrown her out. Wen Yining picked up the tea canister, opened the lid, and sniffed. It was high-quality Baihao Indian silver needle white tea with a delicate fragrance. She might not know how to make coffee, but she had basic tea brewing skills. Poison you? Hardly. Wen Yining set the canister back on the counter, turned to fill the electric kettle with water, then leaned against the cabinet looking sideways at him. But Mr. Lu's hobbies are certainly unique. Drinking coffee late at night. That's not good for your health. I like it, Lu Sinian said brusquely. I drink it before bed. Got a problem? Wen Yining smiled, leaning against the cabinet with her hands folded in front of her, tilting her head as she looked at him. I wouldn't dare. I'm just curious. Do you survive on coffee every night, reviewing contracts until 2 or 3 in the morning? No wonder Sinian technology has grown so big in just 2 years. With a boss this hardworking, the employees must be even more dedicated. This sounded like flattery, but Lu Sinian's intuition told him something was off. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for her to finish. The electric kettle clicked off. Wen Yining turned and picked it up, pouring hot water into the teapot. As she poured, she added without turning around, her voice low as if talking to herself, and risk sudden death. I wonder if he's written his will yet, and who will benefit from it. The living room was quiet, and every word reached Lu Sinian's ears. He leaned against the cabinet, arms crossed. What did you just say? Wen Yining put down the kettle and turned around, a demure smile on her face. I said Mr. Lu should take care of his health. Not that. Yes, that. You. Lu Sinian stepped forward, bracing one hand against the cabinet above her head, leaning slightly to look down at her. Only the length of his arms separated them close enough for him to catch the faint scent of shampoo in her hair. Lu Sinian had intended to corner her with this move, to make her flustered, to make her retreat, to make her take back those reckless words she had just spoken. Wen Yining leaned back against the cabinet edge, trapped between his arm and the countertop. She tilted her head up to look at him, her expression neither flustered nor... You remind me of a line from a play. Lu Sinian frowned, his voice low. What? Wen Yining cleared her throat, lowered her voice, and recited with the solemn tone of a stage narrator, enunciating each word. Woman, you are playing with fire. The live comments reacted, first laughing so hard they could barely type. Ha 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 ha. Woman, you are playing with fire. She actually dared to say it. Lu Sinian's arm braced against the cabinet, stiffened for a moment. Then he straightened up, stepped back half a pace, crossed his arms, and looked down at her. Am I really that greasy? Wen Yining leaned against the cabinet, tilting her head to look at him. Her gaze slid from the hand he had braced above her head to his slightly furrowed brow, then back to his eyes. Her tone was earnest and candid. That move of yours is a bit tacky. Xiao Jiu burst into a gleeful guffaw inside Lu Sinian's mind, laughing so hard. She called you tacky. Said your Waldong move is tacky. Lu Sinian replied coldly in his consciousness. Laugh one more time, and I'll mute your voice. Xiao Jiu instantly fell silent, but the laughter icon on its back and still flickered wildly. Lu Sinian crossed his arms again, looked down at her, and his tone turned cold. Are you here to discuss business or to critique me? Wen Yining leaned against the cabinet, looking up at him, a smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Her tone was obedient. I'm here to discuss business. But that pose you just did. She gestured the motion of bracing against the cabinet, her expression serious. It's really outdated. I already saw heroes in romance novels I read 10 years ago abandon this move. Lu Sinian stared at her for 2 seconds, then uncrossed his arms, grabbed her wrist, pulled her from the cabinet, and pushed her toward the entrance. The force was light, more like ushering than shoving. Get out of here. Wen Yining stumbled forward 2 steps, her slippers skidding on the floor. She turned back to look at him, her tone amused. Are you mad? No. Lu Sinian pushed her another step forward, his expression blank. I'm sorry, okay? Wen Yining was pushed to the hallway. She turned to face him, walking backward toward the door while pressing her palms together in a gesture of apology. President Lu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said you were tacky. Lu Sinian reached for the door handle to shoo her out. Go get out. Wen Yining was pushed to the door, her back almost touching the closed panel. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, her shoulders shaking. Through her laughter, she called his name. Lu Sinian, I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. That pose of yours isn't tacky at all. It's super handsome, really imposing. Lu Sinian paused in pulling the door. When she said his name, her voice lifted slightly at the end, as natural as if she had called him that many times before. He didn't know why a simple address affected him. His fingers lingered on the handle for a moment. Do you think a simple sorry is enough to brush me off? Lu Sinian withdrew his hand, crossed his arms again, and looked down at her from his height. What do you take me for? What am I even? Wen Yining leaned against the door, tilted her head up, blinked, and said with sincere frankness, "You are just unlucky. Just unlucky, ha. White Moonlight is on fire today." Sinian was completely stunned. For 2 years he had bulldozed his way through the Beijing business district, and today a woman called him tacky, greasy, and unlucky. He had probably never been treated like this in his life. But look at his expression. He says get out, but his push is so gentle. This isn't shooing her away, or it's flirting. Sinian stood before her looking down the corner of his mouth, twitching involuntarily. Then he reached out again, grabbed her wrist, pulled the door open with the other hand, and pushed her outside. Sinian stood before her looking down the corner of his mouth, twitching involuntarily. Then he reached out again, grabbed her wrist. When Yining was pushed outside, she turned to say something, but the door had already closed in front of her. Not slammed, but a controlled, restrained close, producing only a dull, soft click. She stood in the hallway looking down at her wrist where he had held her. Then she raised her hand and gently pressed her fingers against that spot. When he pushed her, his fingers didn't exert any force, just a light touch on her wrist. Verbally he says get out, but his actions are gentler than anyone. Even with amnesia, this guy is still such a liar. Wen Yining looked down and smiled, then turned and walked toward the elevator. Inside the door, Sinian leaned against the panel staring at his own hand, the one that had just held her wrist. His thumb unconsciously rubbed against his index finger. Her wrist was very slender, her skin very soft. "Didn't you say you wanted to kiss her?" Xiao Jiu popped up in his consciousness. "So why did you chase her away?" Sinian lowered his hand, turned, and walked back to the kitchen. He saw the tea canister still open on the island counter next to the pot of tea when Yining had brewed. He picked up a cup, poured a cup, raised it to his lips, took a sip, set it down, and said indifferently, "The tea is too weak. No flavor." Then he picked up the cup again and took a large gulp. A few days later, when she sat at the head of the conference table, a freshly printed contract spread before him, stark black characters on white paper. It was sent by Sinian Technology, a secondary subcontracting agreement for the municipal digital city management platform, with a contract value substantial enough to fill the largest funding gap in the Wen family's accounts with a bit left over. The conference room was packed. The project managers wore expressions akin to death row inmates pardoned at the last moment. Some even had reddened eyes. Wen Shi himself was stunned. When he received the call from Sinian Technology's business director that morning, he thought it was a wrong number. It was only after the contract was emailed to him, and he confirmed the delivery cycle and payment milestones 3 times, that he believed it wasn't a scam. "President, when your little sister is truly a lucky star for our company," the business director said meaningfully over the phone, then hung up. When she stood in his office for a long time gripping his phone. Then he dialed Sinian's number. He had Sinian's private number, saved 2 years ago, deleted, restored, deleted again, and finally kept. In Beijing, some contacts aren't so easily. The phone rang 4 times before it was answered. "President 1. Sinian's voice came through the earpiece, deep and steady. "Received the contract." "I received it." When she leaned against the edge of his desk, one hand bracing the surface, the other holding the phone. His voice was pitched low and even. "What's your intention, President Liu? Give me the bottom line. What do you want?" A soft laugh came through the line, so brief that when she almost mistook it for static. "You have a good sister. I was only going to give 1 module, but her tea was decent, so I gave 2. When Kai's fingers tightened around the phone. "So it was because of Yining." Sinian. When Kai's voice dropped, each word measured. "That's my sister. Don't you dare set your sights on her." There was a pause on the other end. When she could hear the clatter of a keyboard, Sinian was probably multitasking, handling work while on the phone. "President 1. Sinian's tone turned serious. "With my position, it's inevitable. You tell me not to be narcissistic, but your sister came to my place late at night, made coffee, made tea, and even—" President 1. Sinian's tone turned serious. "With my position, it's inevitable. You tell me not to be narcissistic, but your sister came to my place late at night, made coffee, made tea, and even said that my wall-leaning move was super cool." When she opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. His mental vocabulary was wiped clean in that instant. After years of business negotiations, had seen all kinds of people at the table, but never someone so shameless. When she took a deep breath, using the last of his patience for the day, Sinian listened carefully. "My sister just came back from abroad, unemployed, in a bad mood and bored. She went to your place for the project, not for you. Does she have a job now?" Sinian interrupted the topic, shifting without warning. When she was taken aback. "What? I'm asking if she has a job now," Sinian repeated, purely from a human resources perspective. "I need a secretary. Have her come for an interview tomorrow." "You're dreaming." When she roared into the phone, then caught himself. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice to a normal volume. "President Liu, I appreciate the project, but this is my sister, not your company's talent pool. If she wants a job, she can go anywhere, just not to you." "Oh," Sinian replied. "Then let her tell me that herself." Before Wen Shi could retort, the call ended. He stared at the screen showing call ended, set his phone down gently on the table, placed both hands on the edge of the desk, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then he muttered to the empty air, "That bastard." Wen Yining stood at the entrance of the Beijing City Talent Market, clutching a stack of printed resumes. She looked up at the old sign that had hung there for who knows how many years, took a deep breath, and walked in. She was wearing a white short-sleeved blouse, dark gray suit, trousers, black flats, and her hair was tied into a neat low ponytail. On the resume, the education section read, PhD in Art History, University College London, while the work experience section had only one line, curatorial assistant at a London gallery, 1.5 years. When she was in London, she didn't think there was anything wrong with this major. Art history, the essence of human civilization. Standing in the art museum writing papers about oil paintings spanning centuries, she felt her soul was glowing. But now, standing among the densely packed recruitment booths at the talent market, looking at the signs advertising for programmers, accountants, and sales managers, she finally realized, albeit belatedly, Wen Yining's soul might glow, but no one in Beijing was hiring curators. Art history. The HR from the first company, a young man with black-rimmed glasses, looked at her resume with an expression as if he had spotted a rare protected species. Your major? Our company deals in building materials. Do you know cement grades? Wen Yining shook her head honestly. Then no. The HR returned her resume, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed about rejecting a PhD, and added, why don't you check the booth next door? They do interior design. It's somewhat related to art. The HR at the next booth was a middle-aged woman with curly hair. After reading her resume, she paused for a moment, then looked up. Doctor, we're hiring a CAD draftsman. Salary is $5,000 per month. Are you sure you want to come? Wen Yining folded her resume and put it back in her bag. With a smile, she said, thank you, we'll take a look around, and turned to walk out of the barrage of comments had been laughing hysterically since she stepped into the talent market, and now they mercilessly launched into a group mockery. Is an art history PhD seriously looking for a job? Ha ha ha. This major sounds so unworldly. The computer science graduate from a second-tier college next door got 3 offers, but Ningning, a PhD, got rejected by 2 companies. Too heartbreaking. Bai Yueguang, did you choose your major back then with the mindset of saving human civilization? Now human civilization doesn't need you to save it. It needs you to know CAD. Laughing to death, she barely has any money left in her account. A few days ago she transferred some to Wen Qi. Even though Wen Qi refused to take it, she still sent it, saying it was compensation for not contributing to the family's living expenses during the 2 years abroad. Now look, she's dead broke and still has to find a job. Wen Yining stood at the entrance of the talent market, watching the barrage of comments, and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her tone was candid. Money doesn't fall from the sky. No one gives it for free. I still have to pay off the mortgage and car loan. Do you think all bosses are rich? My brother works so hard, I can help however I can. She hoisted her bag higher on her shoulder and walked along the sidewalk. Under the shade of trees, she walked while scrolling through job recruitment apps on her phone. When I was in London, my department head told me that the career paths for an art history PhD are 3 museums, auction houses, and university faculty positions. She swiped away one irrelevant job posting after another. Then I checked. Beijing Museum hired a guide last year requiring a master's degree, and 327 people applied. The only auction house in Beijing went bankrupt the year before last. As for university positions, the art history department at Beijing University is only hiring 1 person this year, requiring at least 3 core journal publications and an associate professor title. I just graduated, so I don't qualify. She locked the phone screen and put it in her pocket. Jobs are easy to find, but finding a satisfying one is a bit difficult. Wen Yining hoisted her bag again. This major is a total trap, but I jumped into it myself. Since I've already jumped in, I can't just lie at the bottom and cry. The barrage comments were both amused and touched by her self-analysis. Bai Yueguang is so insightful. An art history PhD who hasn't been beaten by society is not a good Bai Yueguang. Ningning is really something completely different from that Shun Tangtang next door. Wen Yining didn't notice the mention of Shun Tangtang in the barrage. Her attention was already drawn to the window display of a gold shop on the street. It was a jewelry store with elegant decor. The window displayed several newly arrived rings and bracelets. Standing in front of the window, she bent slightly, her gaze falling on a pair of gold wedding bands. The design was very similar to the one on her ring finger, only newer, and the space inside for engraving was still empty. The barrage immediately became alert. You're broke, why are you browsing a gold shop? Ningning, wake up. You're an unemployed youth now, not high net worth. Looking doesn't break the law. Wen Yining retorted without hesitation, her eyes still glued to the window. Gold holds its value, art history knowledge doesn't. If I had studied jewelry appraisal back then, I might be an expert at an international auction house by now. So you finally admit you chose the wrong major. Bai Yueguang, lingering in front of the gold shop window, reminds me of myself browsing Taobao while eating dirt at the end of the month. Wen Yining was about to retort when she heard a girl's laughter behind her. She paid no attention until the footsteps stopped not far behind her. Look at that girl, Shen Tangtang said, holding Gu Beichen's arm, standing on the other side of the gold shop entrance. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze landing on the figure in the white blouse and gray trousers by the window. She's so beautiful. Gu Beichen followed her gaze. The woman stood before the gold shop window, her white short-sleeved blouse tucked into gray suit trousers, emphasizing a narrow waist. The flats on her feet didn't make her look short, instead they made her appear exceptionally neat and fresh. Her profile was soft with long eyelashes, a straight nose bridge, and only a light layer of lip balm on her lips. She bent slightly, her finger tapping on the glass, her expression focused and earnest, completely unaware that someone was watching her. In her commute attire with a bare face and a slightly messy low ponytail, standing before the window full of gold, she was actually more eye-catching than all the glitter and glamour. Gu Beichen withdrew his gaze and gave a faint saying nothing more. He had the same expression for everyone. Except when he was with Shen Tangtang, he showed a bit of change, otherwise his face was practically a mask. Shen Tangtang shot another glance at Wen Yining, then linked arms with Gu Beichen and walked into the gold shop. She was wearing a goose-yellow dress today, with white strappy heels on her feet, and her hair curled into big waves, making her look charming and sweet. As soon as the sales assistant saw her, she enthusiastically came over and led her to see the latest diamond necklaces. Shen Tangtang sat on a high stool, trying on necklaces, while acting coquettishly with Gu Beichen, saying this one looked good, that one too. Gu Beichen leaned against the counter, occasionally responding with not showing much expression, but his wallet was obviously open. This woman is way too beautiful. Shen Tangtang's system popped up in her mind, having discovered something remarkable. Host, do you want to go over and get to know her? Maybe you can make a friend, and I've detected that her charm value is super high. Shen Tangtang's system was a universal charm system called Ahuahua, whose mission was to make her the most popular person in the world. So Ahuahua always encouraged her to befriend high-quality women as close friends to siphon off their charm value. Shen Tangtang froze for a moment, the diamond necklace nearly slipping from her hands. She swiftly retorted in her mind, higher than me. Ahuahua was evidently stunned by the number, as well her tone unusually restrained. It's absurdly high. Host, your current charm value is 9200, already several times that of an ordinary person. But that woman's charm value is 98000. Shen Tangtang placed the necklace back into the jewelry tray, her fingertips tightening slightly. Through the glass door of the jewelry store, she cast another glance at the woman outside the window. The woman had already straightened up, seemingly about to leave. She wore no makeup, had done nothing to her hair, and not even earrings adorned her ears. Standing there on the street with a bare face, she nonetheless drew the eyes of several passers-by who couldn't help but take a second look. How can an extra have such a high charm value? Shen Tangtang asked Ahuahua in her mind, her tone shifting from appreciation to an indescribable wariness. Ahuahua's data stream whirred around several times before finally offering a vague conclusion. Ahuahua doesn't know either. Ahuahua only, but it's fine, host. No matter how high her charm is, she's just an extra, no conflict with our mission. Shen Tangtang bit her lower lip, her gaze still glued to the figure outside the window, as an unsettling thought crept into her mind. She disliked this feeling. She had always been the most dazzling one wherever she went, with everyone orbiting around her. Then help me absorb her charm value, Shen Tangtang commanded Ahuahua in her mind. Ahuahua perked up instantly, her data stream whirling joyfully. Of course, as long as the host can make contact with her, like a handshake linking arms or patting her shoulder, Ahuahua can initiate the charm transfer program. Her charm value will gradually shift to the host, and soon the host will become the most alluring woman in Beijing. Shen Tangtang placed the diamond necklace back into the tray, her fingertips tapping lightly on the glass counter. So I still need to befriend her, right? Yes. The host is so clever. Ahuahua's tone was jubilant. Just be friends and natural physical contact will follow, then Ahuahua can drain her charm value completely. Shen Tangtang took a deep breath, put on a sweet and harmless smile, and turned to Gu Beichen. He was leaning against the counter, scrolling through his phone, impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression as stoic as ever. Beichen's Shen Tangtang tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft. I want to befriend that girl outside. Gu Beichen raised his eyes, glancing through the glass door at the figure of Wen Yining still standing outside the window. She is pretty. Gu Beichen withdrew his gaze, but why befriend a pauper? Everything she's wearing doesn't even cost as much as one of your shoes. Don't go. Shen Tangtang's smile froze for half a second. Ahuahua exploded in her mind, first pauper. He called that woman a pauper. Shen Tangtang tossed the diamond necklace back into the tray, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at him. How can you talk like that? When making friends, it's about character, not about whether someone has money. I think she has an elegant aura, I just want to get to know her. What gives you the right to call her a pauper? Gu Beichen pocketed his phone, turned to face her, and leaned down slightly, raising one hand to trap Shen Tangtang between himself and the jewelry counter. His palm covered her mouth, not too heavily, but effectively silencing her chatter. Tangtang, you know you're mine. How could you befriend anyone else? When you're happy, I'm here for you. When you're unhappy, you can only come to me. As for others, don't even think about it. I won't allow it. His voice was deep and low, his domineering CEO lines delivered with perfect naturalness, exuding an overwhelming aura. The two salesgirls in the jewelry store exchanged a glance. One lowered her head, pretending to arrange the jewelry, while the other wiped the spotless glass counter with a cloth, neither daring to make a sound. Ahua let out a sigh of utter despair in Shun Tangtang's consciousness. Hoster Gu Beichun is really. I've bonded with many hosts and seen all kinds of male leads, but one as retro as yours. He's the first. What era are those lines from? How does he have the nerve to say them? Muffled protests escaped Shun Tangtang's throat, still muffled by Gu Beichun's hand. Her hands fumbled behind her, found the edge of the jewelry counter, and with a hard push, she slipped out from under his arm. Gu Beichun, can't you stop using that move every time? Her cheeks flushed, whether from anger or suffocation, as she wiped her lips with the back of her hand and glared at him, keeping her voice low because the salesgirls were already sneaking glances. I just want to get to know her, not elope with her. Is that such a big deal? Gu Beichun withdrew his hand, his expression still indifferent. He pulled out a black card from his pocket, placed it on the jewelry counter, and said to the salesgirl, "Wrap both." Then he turned to Shin Tongtong, raising an eyebrow slightly, and said matter-of-factly, "You said you liked them, so I bought them all for you. If you still need to know others, it means you're not happy enough, not satisfied enough. Is the money I earn not enough for you? Or do I not spend enough time with you? Tell me." Awawa's voice rang in Shun Tangtang's mind. "I give up, I really give up. His only solution to every problem is spending money. Host, can't you get him to try?" Shun Tangtang didn't answer Awawa. She looked at Gu Beichun's serious face. In his world, Shun Tangtang only needed him, and everyone else was She looked over Gu Beichun's shoulder toward the store entrance. The figure in the white blouse by the window was gone. Wen Yining had left. Shun Tangtang withdrew her gaze. The uneasy feeling in her heart hadn't dissipated, instead it had grown more irritable due to the missed opportunity. She shoved the two necklace bags into Gu Beichun's hands and turned to walk out of the store. "What's wrong?" Gu Beichun followed behind her, holding two elegant shopping bags, his brow slightly furrowed. "Weren't you the one who wanted to buy necklaces? Now you're unhappy after buying them." By this time, Wen Yining had already left the street. She was completely unaware of the brief skirmish about her that had taken place in the jewelry store. Wen Yining's phone rang in her bag as she walked out of that street. She fished it out and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen registered in Beijing. Wen Yining pulled the phone away from her ear, glanced at the unfamiliar number on the screen, and pressed it back. "How do you have my number?" she asked, puzzled. "Your brother's business director gave it to me," Lu Sinian said casually, as if asking a business partner for his sister's number was a perfectly normal business move. "You haven't answered me. What are you doing?" Wen Yining stood on the roadside, holding her phone in one hand and a stack of resumes in the other. The sunlight made her squint slightly. She thought for a moment and decided there was no need to hide it. "I'm looking for a job. I just came out of the job fair. I submitted a few applications, but none of them were quite right." A soft came from the other end, followed by a brief pause. Wen Yining could hear the rustling of papers. He was probably reviewing documents while on the phone. "Out of money." "Yeah," Wen Yining admitted without any hesitation. "I transferred some money to my brother a few days ago, so I don't have much left now." "How much do you want?" Wen Yining was taken aback. She unconsciously curled the corner of her resume, with one finger, her mind spinning over his words for a few moments. But she didn't read too deeply into it, as she simply interpreted it as a salary figure in the normal way. 10,000 a month, she said seriously, with even a hint of cautious bargaining. "I just graduated and don't have much work experience, but I'm a fast learner and can pick things up quickly." 10,000 isn't high. The average starting salary for fresh master's graduates in Beijing is about that much. "I have a PhD, so technically I should get more, but if the field doesn't match, I could accept starting from 8,000. They'll give you 30,000 a month." Lu Sinian cut off her rambling. "Come work for my company as my secretary." The barrage comments reacted much faster than she did. 30,000. The average monthly salary for a secretary in Beijing is only 10,000. He's doing it on purpose. He just wants to keep her under his watch. "Me as your secretary?" Wen Yining thought she misheard. She switched the phone to her other ear and frowned slightly. "But I don't know how to be a secretary. I studied art history. I can't schedule meetings, can't take minutes, and I can only use the most basic templates for PPTs." Lu Sinian was silent for a moment on the other end. Wen Yining thought he was reconsidering this obviously unreasonable proposal. "Being a secretary is simple. You come to work at 10 every morning, sit in my office, and watch me work, have lunch with me afternoon, and leave at 5. 2 days off, no overtime, social insurance, and housing fund, year-end double pay." After hearing that, Wen Yining's mind was left with only 4 words. 10 to 5. 30,000 a month, 10 to 5 weekends off, no overtime, and year-end double pay. Even her supervisor in London never enjoyed such treatment. President Liu, she took a deep breath, using the last bit of her rationality for the day. What you're describing isn't a secretary. It's more like. It's called Chief Secretary. Sinian cut her off. Higher rank than a regular secretary, better pay. The main job is to assist me with daily affairs, including, but not limited to, accompanying me to meetings, business trips, and meals. You don't need to schedule. There's an admin department. You don't need to learn, and I don't like anything flashy anyway. Fine. Tomorrow at 10 see you in technology headquarters. Report directly to my office. Then he hung up. Wen Yining lowered her phone from her ear, looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen, thought for a moment, and still saved it to her contacts. She typed a name, deleted it, typed again, deleted again, and finally wrote just 4 words: generous boss. After saying, fine. Tomorrow at 10 see you in technology headquarters. Report directly to my office. Then he hung up. Wen Yining lowered her phone from her ear, looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen, thought for a moment, and still saved it to her contacts. She typed a name, deleted it, typed again, deleted again, and finally wrote just 4 words: generous boss. When Wen Yining returned home, Wen Qi was sitting on the living room sofa, holding his phone. As she entered, he didn't even greet her. Instead, he continued his unfinished complaints into the air. Is Sinian mentally ill? He called me today and said, let your sister come work as my secretary. A secretary? What level is my sister? She has a PhD in art history from University College London. Her dissertation won the department's annual best, and her advisor is a titan in European art history. He's dreaming. Wen Yining changed into slippers, walked to the coffee table, poured herself a glass of water, took a slow sip, and sat down on the single sofa opposite Wen Qi. Then she set down the cup and said, I've already agreed. Wen Kai's words caught in his throat. He turned to look at her, eyes wide. What? He called me. Wen Yining said, taking another sip of water. He offered good terms, so I agreed. Wen Qi sprang up from the sofa, nearly dropping his phone. When did he call you? How did he get your number? Wen Yining leaned back on the sofa, counting on her fingers. 30,000 a Wen Yining leaned back on the sofa, counting on her fingers. 30,000 a month, 10 to 5 weekends off, no overtime, full social insurance, year-end double. Bro, you couldn't find a deal like this in Beijing, even with a lantern. When she stood in front of the coffee table, his chest heaving violently, his expression flipping repeatedly before settling into a look of near tragic resolve. He pointed at Wen Yining, his finger trembling slightly. Wen Yining, you can't be so devoid of dignity. You've studied for so many years, you're an academic elite. How can you bow for 5 pecks of rice? Wen Yining looked up at him, her expression calm and unruffled. He's offering 30,000. It's not about the money. Wen Kai's voice rose half a pitch, echoing in the living room. It's about dignity. It's about integrity. The Wen family would rather starve standing than kneel. 10 to 5, Wen Yining added. Wen Kai's hand froze midair, his lips twitching several times, then he slowly withdrew his hand and sat back down on the sofa. He clasped his hands on his knees, bowed his head in silence for a moment, then squeezed out a sentence. That bastard, why is he offering such good terms? What is he? He just wants to get you under his nose so he can make a move. And lunch is included. Wen Yining picked up her glass, finished the last sip, stood up, and walked toward her room. As she passed Wen Qi, she patted his shoulder. Bro, dignity is important, but 30,000 a month with weekends off and 10 to 5. I think I can accept that kind of dignity. Wen Qi sat alone on the sofa, staring at the empty living room for a long time. Then he picked up his phone, scrolled to Sinian's number, typed a few words, deleted them, typed again, deleted again, and finally sent a 5-word message. You just wait. Sinian replied instantly, I'll wait for her. The next morning at 9:45, Wen Yining stood before the revolving doors of Siyuan Technologies headquarters. She looked up at the towering glass skyscraper, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. She wore a dark gray professional suit today. A sharp tailored blazer, a pencil skirt that ended just above the knee, black pointed toe heels, her hair styled in an elegant low bun with light makeup and a subtle dust rose lipstick. She looked poised and capable, and had even checked her reflection 3 times in her phone's front-facing camera on the way, ensuring every detail was flawless. The receptionist glanced at her onboarding notice and smiled as she led her to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Wen Yining silently encouraged herself, stay calm and professional, don't bring shame to the Wen family. She pushed open the door to the CEO's office and stepped inside. Then she froze. Sinian sat behind his desk, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt with the collar casually open, light gray sweatpants, and white slippers. He looked like he had just stepped out of the gym or was about to head to the beach. He leaned back in his chair, one hand on the armrest, the other twirling an electronic pen, his head slightly tilted as he looked her up and down from the doorway, then frowned. Why are you dressed so formally? Sinian put down the pen and took a sip of coffee from his desk. It's not a funeral. Wen Yining looked down at her carefully chosen professional suit, then up at his outfit that seemed ready for a morning jog, and answered honestly, I'm going to work. It's my first day, I thought I should dress formally. Sinian set down his coffee cup, stood up from behind the desk, walked around to her, and with his hands in his sweatpants pockets bent slightly, to give her another one. So his gaze finally settled on her pointed toe heels, and he frowned again. Aren't you tired? Not really, Wen Yining replied with a smile. I'm used to it. Have you been assigned a desk yet? Sinian straightened up, walked back behind his desk, picked up a file, and flipped through it. Not yet. Wen Yining pulled out her onboarding materials from her bag. I just checked in with HR. They said the desk assignment will be arranged by the admin department probably sometime this afternoon. Sinian closed the file, tossed it onto the desk, leaned back in his chair, and tapped his fingers on the armrest a couple of times, as if making an Then he raised his hand and used the electronic pen to point to an empty area to the right of his desk. The space was about 10 square meters with a wide view floor-to-ceiling windows facing the North River and excellent lighting. Your desk will be there from now on, right next to mine. Wen Yining followed the direction of his pen with her eyes. The empty space was indeed large enough for a desk with room to spare for a potted plant and a bookshelf. But she didn't walk over immediately. Instead, she turned to Sinian, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Why not just give me your spot? Your spot has a better view and a more comfortable chair. Besides, you're not usually in the office much anyway. I could keep an eye on it for you know." Sinian looked up at her, straightened his back from the chair, folded his hands on the desk, and twirled the pen between his fingers. "What, trying to usurp my throne on your first?" Xiaojiu suddenly popped up in his mind, speaking rapidly, stopped staring at her. "You're such a lovesick fool." Sinian ignored it, his gaze sliding from Wen Yining's eyes to her meticulously styled bun, then to her Dustro's lips. Finally, he looked away, leaned back in his chair, and said in a lazy, critical tone, "Don't wear your hair in a bun tomorrow. That hairstyle doesn't suit you. It makes you look older. And the lipstick, that shade is too dark. It doesn't match your face." Wen Yining stood still, her smile unwavering, but her fingers tightened slightly around the onboarding materials. She had spent ages matching colors in front of the mirror before coming, and he dismissed it all with a single sentence. She took a deep breath, placed the materials on his desk, and said politely, but with every word clearly enunciated, "Mr. Liu, does any part of my attire violate the company's employee handbook?" She took a deep breath, placed the materials on his desk, and said politely, but with every word clearly enunciated, "Mr. Liu, does any part of my attire..." "You're sitting across from me, you'll be looking at you all day, and it makes me uncomfortable. So change it tomorrow. Then you can close your eyes and not look." Wen Yining placed her onboarding documents on his desk, her hands gripping the edge as she leaned forward, slightly meeting his gaze without flinching. "The eyes are on my face. Do I have the right to decide what I wear? Mr. Liu, you want to control everything, even the color of your employee's lipstick." Sinian set down his coffee cup, leaning forward slightly, hands folded on the desk, the space between them no wider than the desk itself. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on her coiled hair, where a few stray strands caught the light, shimmering with a pale golden brown. "The eyes are on my face. Do I look wherever I want?" His tone was unabashedly confident, his gaze traveling from her hair to her lips, then back to her eyes. "Your brother Wen Shi is a fairly refined man. How did his sister end up with such a sharp tongue?" "The eyes are on my face. Do I look where..." Wen Yining straightened up, withdrawing her hands from the desk edge and folding them in front of her, looking down at him. Her gaze slid from his face downward, pausing for a moment at a certain spot. "If anyone else stared at me like that, I'd have already called the police to have them arrested." Sinian followed her gaze, glanced down, then snatched the folder from the desk with lightning speed and placed it over his lap. The movement was so abrupt that the folder hit the desk edge with a dull thud. The tips of his ears reddened visibly, but his expression remained stoic, as if nothing. The barrage of comments was already flooded with exclamation marks. "Triangular tent. She actually said it. White Moonlight's combat power is off the chart." The barrage of comments was already flooded with exclamation marks. "Triangular tent. She actually said it. White Moonlight's combat power is off the charts today. She shredded." The barrage of comments was already flooded with exclamation marks. "Triangular tent. She actually said it. White Moonlight's combat power is off the charts today. She shredded Sinian's 2-year domineering CEO filter to pieces." Sinian blushed. His ears are completely red. The Liu Yanwang of North City's business circle, forced by his own newly hired secretary to cover his crotch with a folder. Sinian blushed. His ears are completely red. The Liu Yanwang of North City's business circle, forced by his own newly hired secretary to cover. Sinian blushed. His ears are completely red. The Liu Yanwang of North City's business circle, forced by his own newly hired secretary to cover his crotch with a... He cleared his throat, removed the folder from his lap, and placed it on the desk, then leaned back into his chair and crossed his legs. The entire sequence was fluid, as if the person who had scrambled for the folder moments ago was someone else entirely. "Don't wear high heels tomorrow. The company floor is solid wood. Your pacing is too noisy." Wen Yining looked down at her own black pointed-toe heels, then up at Sinian's face, which was struggling to maintain a cool demeanor. Then she bent down, hooked her fingers around the heels, kicked off one foot, and then the other. 2 sharp clicks as the heels hit the floor. Barefoot on the solid wood floor, she bent down to pick up the shoes and placed them side by side on Lu Sinian's desk right next to the document he had been pretending to. Lu Sinian looked down at the heels on the desk, then back up at her. She was shorter than him without the shoes, but her presence was undiminished. Mister. But there was nowhere to retreat. His Adam's apple bobbed once his fingers curled on the armrest, yet his face remained the same cold, distant expression. Are you running a fever? I'm a proper boss. Put your shoes back on. Then what I wear, what business is it of yours? Wen Yining maintained her position, even leaning forward another half-inch, her tone shifting from gentle to unapologetically defiant. You want to control everything, even what shoes your employee wears. The solid wood floor is too noisy. Why don't you lay carpet at the company entrance? You don't like the color of my lipstick. Why not start a cosmetics company instead? You really do meddle too much. Lu Sinian was silent for a moment after her words. Then he turned his head, slightly shifting his gaze from her collar to the North River outside the floor-to-ceiling window. I'm just trying to make your workday more comfortable, he said, his voice much lower than before. Doesn't wearing heels all day hurt your feet? I'm not here to torture you. If you're comfortable, you'll work better. That's scientific management. You wouldn't understand. I'm just trying to make your workday more comfortable, he said, his voice much lower than before. Doesn't wearing heels all day hurt your feet? I'm not here to torture you. If you're comfortable, you'll work better. She straightened up, withdrew her hands from the desk edge, folded them in front of her, and softened her tone. Got it. I'm not as tall as you. Without heels, I have to look up to talk to you. My neck gets sore. How about this tomorrow? I'll wear flats, and you can squat down when you talk to me. What do you think of that plan? Lu Sinian finally turned his head back, glanced down at her bare feet, then met her eyes. His lips twitched as if he wanted to say something sharp, but in the end, all he said was, wear whatever you want tomorrow. I don't care anymore. He said he doesn't care. He's completely given up. The domineering CEO's dignity was shattered on the first day by his secretary. Lu Sinian, you coward. She put her shoes on your desk, and you can't even look, just staring out the window counting boats. That last line he said was so pathetic. This isn't a domineering CEO, this is a cowed little puppy. Wen Yining was about to speak further, when before she could utter a word, the heavy office door behind her was knocked. The knock was light, just 2 taps, distinctly tentative, and then the door was pushed open. Shen Tangtang stood at the doorway, holding an exquisite paper bag in her hand, a sweet smile gracing her face. Today she wore a light pink Chanel-style jacket over a white dress with a pair of nude stilettos on her feet. But when her gaze traveled past Lu Sinian's shoulder and landed on the woman standing by the desk behind him, the sweet smile on her face stiffened slightly. That woman wore a dark gray professional suit, the blazer cut sharp and crisp, her hair styled in an elegant low bun, revealing a stretch of fair neck. Shen Tangtang recognized her. It was the woman outside the jewelry store window the other day, whom Gu Beichin had called a pauper. The woman with a charm value of 98,000. How could she be here? Lu Sinian turned around, saw Shen Tangtang standing at the door, frowned slightly, and clicked his tongue without hesitation. How did you get up here? He walked back behind his desk, settled into his chair, his voice cold. The receptionist knows me, so she let me come up. Brother Sinian, I brought you afternoon tea. Tiramisu, your favorite before. I queued for a long time to get it. Wen Yining stood aside, watching the scene quietly. The bullet comments reacted faster than she did. Oh, Shen Tangtang's here to check on him. Tiramisu. Lu Sinian used to love tiramisu. Is that in the original novel? Yes. The original mentioned that whenever Shen Tangtang made Lu Sinian angry, she would buy tiramisu to appease him, and it worked every time. Shen Tangtang's look at Ning is so subtle. Has she recognized something? Xiao Zhou came online on time in Lu Sinian's spiritual sea, bringing a system notification. Brother Lu, Shen Tangtang is here. He'll call Gu Beichin. He picked up his phone from the desk, swiped the screen, and said to Shen Tangtang, without looking up, let him come pick you up. My office is not a daycare. I don't have time to look after his girlfriend. Shen Tangtang's smile finally faltered. She took a step forward, placed both hands on the edge of the desk, her eyes slightly reddened, and said in a tearful voice, Lu Sinian, how could you do this? I came specially to see you, and you're driving me away without even opening the bag. And she straightened up, her gaze passing over the desk to Wen Yining standing nearby, and lifted her finger to point at her. Who is she? Why is she in your office? I'm angry. I'm jealous. The finger Shen Tangtang pointed at Wen Yining still hung in midair, trembling slightly. Wen Yining stood still, her expression unchanged, but her mind was racing. Looking at Shen Tangtang's aggrieved and puffed up face, then at Lu Sinian's detached and indifferent expression, a thought suddenly occurred to her. She took half a step forward, positioned herself between Shen Tangtang and Lu Sinian, turned slightly towards Shen Tangtang, and spoke with a sincere, earnest tone. Miss, give me 5 million, and I'll leave immediately. What is she doing? Is she auctioning herself off? 5 million, ha! Bai Yueguang, where's your pride? Your brother was just saying at home yesterday, better to starve standing than to kneel. And today you've put a price tag on yourself. Lu Sinian leaned back in his chair, originally intending to watch how Shin Tangtang would continue making a scene, but after hearing Wen Yining's words, his fingers stopped on the armrest. Shin Tangtang was stunned. She slowly withdrew her fingers, clenching them into fists at her sides, clearly not anticipating this response. Ahuahua screamed in her mind, 5 million. Why doesn't she just rob you? Host, don't listen to her. She just wants money. This woman is not a decent person at all. She's trying to swindle your money. Then he'll give you 10 million. Lu Sinian responded with a smile. Wen Yining turned her head to look at him. He leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, clearly having seen through her impromptu performance, and was playing along in his own way. Mister, Lu has bid 10 million. Are you going to raise the price? If not, I'll continue working here. After all, the highest bidder wins. That's the law of the market. I believe you can understand. She's really auctioning. She's holding an auction about herself in Lu Sinian's office. Lu Sinian bid 10 million. Shin Tangtang, you should raise the bid. If you don't, she belongs to Lu Sinian. Bai Yueguang turned a CEO novel into a live auction today. She knows how to put on a show. Ahuahua was so angry in Shin Tangtang's mind that her data stream got chaotic. Host C. I told you. This woman just wants money. She was pretending to be so aloof just now, but now she's exposed at the mention of money. Charm value of 98,000 my foot. I think she's a professional. Host, don't be fooled. The limit on the supplementary card Gu Beichen gave you is only 5 million. You can't afford 10 million. Shin Tangtang stood still, biting her lower lip, looking pitifully at Wen Yining, then at Lu Sinian, the tears still welling in her eyes. Wen Yining looked at Shin Tangtang's face, which seemed about to cry, and a somewhat inappropriate sense of guilt suddenly arose in her heart. Shin Tangtang bit her lower lip, her eyes red. She couldn't help but turn her head away and muttered in a low voice, how come she looks so pitiful? The barrage immediately caught her, softening. Ningning, don't be fooled by her. She's the female lead, easy to influence people's emotions. White Moonlight, you're already giving in. She sheds a few tears, and you feel sorry for her. Shin Tangtang really has a face that makes it impossible to be hard on. Shin Tangtang raised her hand, wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, looked at Wen Yining, and then at Lu Sinian, and said with a tearful voice, you're all bullying me. Lu Sinian leaned back in his chair, tapped his fingers on the armrest twice, his expression completely unreadable. He turned his phone screen over to show Shin Tangtang. On it was Gu Beichen's chat with the latest message reading, already downstairs. I called Gu Beichen. He put the phone back on the table, picked up the stylus, reopened the document in front of him, and said in a businesslike tone, now go wait for him in the lounge on the first floor or in the coffee shop next to the company. In any case, don't stand in my office crying and affect my employees' work status. He looked up at Wen Yining and added, especially my secretary. It's her first day on the job. If you cry away her work efficiency, the loss will be deducted from your boyfriend's account. Wen Yining pursed her lips and held back a smile. Shin Tangtang did not pick up the paper bag. She didn't wipe them away. She just lifted her head, looked at Lu Sinian, and said in a trembling voice, Lu Sinian, you've changed. You weren't like this before. In the past, whatever I said, you would listen. You never treated me like this. Now you're so cold to me. You weren't like this back then. Lu Sinian put down the stylus and looked up at Shin Tangtang. The only sound in the office was Shin Tangtang's suppressed sobs gently echoing in the air. He looked into her eyes. That face was indeed beautiful, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Any normal man would probably soften at the sight. But none of this worked on Lu Sinian. I was always like this. You remember wrong. Shin Tangtang's tears were still on her face, and she felt as if something was stuck in her throat. She shook her head, her voice rising. How could it have been like this before? In the past, whenever I called you, no matter how late, you would answer. When I said I was in a bad mood, you would come out to keep me company. Lu Sinian, have you forgotten all this? You used to clearly. Let me interrupt. Wen Yining raised a hand. Miss Shin, what you describe, being at your beck and call, accompanying you in tears and chats, coming when called, and leaving when dismissed, sounds like a pushover. Shin Tangtang was choked by her words, her face turning red. In her mind, Ahuahua was frantically telling her to shut up, but in her anger, she blurted out an unvarnished truth. He used to be exactly that. He used to be at my beck and call, never refusing me. He used to. Halfway through her words, she froze. Her voice stopped abruptly, suddenly realizing she had said something she shouldn't have. She cast a panicked glance at Lu Sinian. Shin Tangtang. Lu Sinian's tone was strangely calm. Let me correct you. Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu's data backend was experiencing an unprecedented storm. The main system's red alert was flashing wildly on its interface, error reports scrolling down one after another, more alarming than the data crash during the car accident 2 years ago. Alert. Alert. Anomaly in the memory correction module. Character Lu Sinian's emotional response value toward corrected target Shin Tangtang is 0, completely mismatching the corrected memory data. Correction memory write status successful. Character's actual behavior pattern severely deviated from corrected memory. Alert. Detected that character's autonomous awareness continues to resist the correction program at the foundational level. Paranoid index 100, darkening value 100, both core indicators have not decreased due to the memory correction. The main system's voice was cold. System, Xiao Jiao, what's going on? Haven't we already changed the memories? In Lu Xinyan's memory file, all data of the White Moonlight should have been redirected to Shun Tangtang. Why is his behavior pattern still mismatched with the corrected memory? Why is his emotional response value towards Shun Tangtang still 0? Xiao Jiao's data stream ran wildly, mobilizing all available processing units to analyze the current situation, but the conclusion it reached made even itself feel uneasy. In Lu Xinyan's current memory, the White Moonlight's face is Shun Tangtang, but his emotional response is not something he can control. In Lu Xinyan's current memory, the White Moonlight's face is Shun Tangtang, but his emotional response is not something he can control. Lu Xinyan remembers Shun Tangtang's face, but what he loves is still the feeling of Wen Yining. Alert. Risk of character going out of control has exceeded the maximum threshold. Suggest immediate activation of Level 2 Forced Correction Program. Suggest immediate activation of Level 2 Forced Correction Program. The main system was silent for a moment, then replied coldly, hold off. Observe further. Level 1 correction has already triggered character collapse. Level 2 correction may lead to timeline collapse. Maintain the status quo. Continue monitoring. Xiao Jiao closed the alert panel and mentally cursed the main system's ancestors for 18 generations. Then it looked back at Lu Xinyan's real-time data stream, seeing the 100 paranoid index and 100 darkening value, and also seeing his indifferent demeanor before Shin Tangtang, completely impervious to her. Lu Xinyan was completely unaware of the storm that had just transpired in his system backend. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze swept across Shin Tangtang's face, his tone returning to that detached indifference. Who I was in the past, who I am now, who I will be in the future. None of that concerns anyone. The Lu Xinyan who was at everyone's beck and call. I don't know him, and he's not me. Shin Tangtang opened her mouth to say something, but when Yining didn't give her the chance, she quickly walked to Shin Tangtang, slightly turned to block Lu Xinyan's desk, raised her hand to gesture toward the door, and said words that were impeccable. Miss Shun, let's go. They'll escort you to the first floor lounge. Mister, who should be arriving soon? Since you have to wait anyway, why not go downstairs for a coffee? The environment is much more comfortable than here. Ahwawa suddenly became excited in Shun Tangtang's consciousness, the data stream buzzing and whirring as it discovered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Host, she offered to see you out. Isn't this the perfect chance to get close? Just hold her arm for a few seconds. That's all it takes. And Huahua can initiate the charm transfer program. Then her charm points will all be yours. Shin Tangtang stood rooted to the spot, biting her lower lip. She looked at Wen Yining's polite smile, then at Lu Xinyan's expression that clearly showed he didn't want to spare her another glance. The grievance in her heart churned more fiercely. But she still nodded, her voice muffled. Fine. You can see me out. Wen Yining's smile remained perfectly still. She made a gesture of invitation and stepped aside to clear a path. Shin Tangtang picked up the discarded tiramisu paper bag from the table, turned, and walked toward the door. Wen Yining followed behind her, maintaining a distance that was neither too distant nor overly intimate. Lu Sinian watched them walk toward the door one after the other. His brow furrowed slightly, but in the end he swallowed his words. He lowered his head and picked up the electronic stylus again. Wen Yining accompanied Shin Tangtang through the corridor to the elevator lobby. Shin Tangtang pressed the down button, then turned around to look at Wen Yining. My feet hurt from standing too long. Can you help me for a moment? As she said this, Ahwawa was already sparking with excitement in her mind. Yes. Just like that. Host, you sounded so natural. She definitely won't refuse. As long as she touches you. Even just a hand on your arm. Huahua can immediately start the transfer program. 98,000 charm points. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Wen Yining looked down at the high heels on her feet. Nude patent leather with red soles. As someone who had suffered from heels of the same height, she genuinely felt a twinge of sympathy for Shin Tangtang's current Alright, Wen Yining said, reaching out to steadily support Shin Tangtang's arm. Next time don't wear such high heels to a meeting. They look nice, but your feet suffer. The moment Shin Tangtang felt her arm being held, her body stiffened slightly. She couldn't explain why. It was just a stranger supporting her, but there was no trace of forced flattery or affectation in the gesture. I didn't know his office was so far from the entrance now, Shin Tangtang complained, leaning her weight slightly toward Wen Yining. His company wasn't in this building before. The last time I came was 2 years ago, and his office was on the second floor, right outside the elevator. Ahwawa screamed in Shin Tangtang's mind. Contact. She's holding your arm. Huahua is initiating the charm transfer program. 3, 2, 1. Ahwawa's voice sputtered a few times, and then fell into dead silence. What's wrong? Shin Tangtang asked inwardly, her footsteps fall. Wen Yining felt her pause and turned her head. What's the matter? Do your feet hurt again? No. It's nothing. Shin Tangtang quickly shook her head, forcing a smile, but in her mind, she was frantically pressing, Huahua. What the hell is going on? Talk to me. Did you absorb the charm points? After a long moment, Huahua's voice finally returned, sulky and dejected. Host. Huahua. Huahua can't absorb it. What do you mean you can't absorb? Shin Tangtang almost yelled the words out loud, but she managed to swallow them back. Her fingers, however, unconsciously tightened around Wen Yining's arm. It's just, her charm points are too stable. Huahua has never seen a structure like this before. Other people's charm points are like water. Stir them, and there are ripples, highs and lows, gaps to slip through. But hers are different. Her charm points aren't propped up by anything external, they come from within. The elevator lobby arrived, and when Yining pressed, the numbers on the elevator door began to climb from the first floor. They would have to wait a moment. She glanced at Shin Tangtang and noticed that the young lattice expression was undergoing a remarkably subtle fluctuation. Are you okay? Wen Yining asked out of professional courtesy. The elevator door slid open in front of her. Inside stood a person. Gu Beichen. Black shirt, suit, trousers, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a phone whose screen still displayed the chat interface with Sinian. As the elevator door opened, he looked up and saw his girlfriend being supported by another woman. His eyebrow arched slightly. What are you doing here? Gu Beichen stepped out of the elevator, his gaze sweeping from Shin Tangtang's red and swollen eyes to her hand still resting on Wen Yining's arm. Isn't it enough that I take care of you? You have to go looking for someone else. The moment Shin Tangtang saw Gu Beichen, she switched to a tone of righteous indignation, though her eyes were still red. I just wanted to see his company's new renovation. Who told you not to come with me? When I said I wanted to come find him, you just said suit yourself and went back to your meeting. You don't care about me at all. Gu Beichen reached out and grabbed Shin Tangtang's wrist, pulling her away from Wen Yining. Shin Tangtang stumbled as he yanked her sore foot, almost failing her, and she pitched forward half a step before Gu Beichen caught her and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head, pressing his chin against the top of her head, burying her entire face against his chest. His voice dropped low. From now on you only come to me. Going to others is useless, and I won't allow it. Not this secretary, not Sinian, not anyone. You're mine, understand? Shin Tangtang pressed against his chest, her nose touching the warm fabric of his black shirt, mumbled, I understand. But can you not always do this? I can bear. Gu Beichen loosened his grip slightly, but still kept his arm firmly around her waist. He raised his head, his gaze passing over Shin Tangtang's hair to land on Wen Yining, giving her a once-over. He had no interest in speaking to her, just gave a slight nod as a greeting, then turned and guided Shin Tangtang into the elevator. As Gu Beichen steered her away, Shin Tangtang suddenly looked back at Wen Yining. In her mind, Huahua was still struggling. Host. Go touch her again. Just once. Maybe ITLL worked the second time. Huahua might have just glitched during the initiation. This has happened before. Hey, don't go. The elevator doors slowly closed. Wen Yining stood outside watching the floor numbers descend, then turned and walked back. When Wen Yining pushed the door open, Sinian was leaning back in his chair, twirling the stylus in his hand a couple of times, his tone casual. Send her off. Send her off. Wen Yining walked over to the sofa, sat down, and leaned back into it. She tilted her head back against the headrest, let out a long sigh, and closed her eyes. Sinian stood up from behind the desk, walked around it, and came to the sofa, looking down at her from above. Wen Yining kept her eyes closed, the collar of her suit jacket slightly open, revealing the edge of her white blouse underneath. Her neatly coiled bun had loosened a few strands of hair from all the earlier commotion, which hung by her ears and swayed gently. He watched her for 2 seconds, then sat down on the single sofa opposite her, leaning forward, clasping his hands on his knees, and cleared his throat. Secretary 1. His tone was dead serious. That woman, I don't know her. No relation whatsoever, not even a hint of connection. All that stuff she said about me being at her beck and call, crying with her, chatting with her. Pure fabrication. Wen Yining opened one eye, looking up at his face that was clearly screaming, I'm pretending to be serious. Here he goes again. He's at it again. The first time she'd seen Sinian's green tea act since her memory loss, she kind of missed this flavor. President Liu, your acting skills have gotten rusty after 2 years without practice. I don't like her. Sinian added, his tone a bit softer this time, but his eyes still fixed on Wen Yining's face, waiting for her reaction. That tiramisu of hers looks so greasy, how could I have ever liked it? I definitely didn't like it before either. She must have remembered wrong. Wen Yining opened her other eye, tilted her head slightly to look at him, and said calmly, President Liu, why did you come all the way over just to tell me this? I have to explain this to you clearly. Sinian replied quickly and naturally, but after saying it he probably felt he was too eager. He cleared his throat and put on a stern face again. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand and think there's something ambiguous between Shin Tangtang and me. That would affect your work performance. It's your first day back. You need to maintain a good mood. This is scientific management. You wouldn't understand. Wen Yining didn't answer immediately. She just leaned back on the sofa, tilting her head slightly, looking at him. President Liu, first of all, you don't need to explain this to me. Secondly, you're telling me now that you never liked Shen Tangtang before. Do you think I believe that? Liu Sinian opened his mouth, rendered speechless by her retort. You what you? Wen Yining leaned back on the sofa, her hands folded on her knees. Between what you're saying now and what you said in front of Shen Tangtang just now, which one should I believe? Believe me. Liu Sinian didn't hesitate for a second. It was ingrained in his instinctive reaction, requiring no logical analysis. I don't acknowledge a single word that comes out of Shen Tangtang's mouth. Wen Yining leaned back, looking at his face that was full of self-righteousness. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Then she straightened up a bit in the sofa, raised her hand to tuck a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. Believe you? You're the boss, so of course, if you say you don't like it, then you don't like it. If you say tiramisu is greasy, then tiramisu is greasy. Whatever the boss says is right. Liu Sinian leaned against the armrest of the single sofa, and when he heard her say, believe you, the corners of his mouth visibly lifted. He tried to suppress it, picked up the now cold coffee from the coffee table, and took a sip, but the cup couldn't hide the crinkles at the corners of his eyes, nor the slight flush on. After putting down the cup, he cleared his throat and adjusted his expression back to a cool mode. That's more like it. Xiao Ju let out a cold sneer in his mind. Liu Sinian, what are you laughing at? You're smiling like a cheap idiot. Liu Sinian mentally replied with 2 words, shut up. Wen Yining glanced at the time on her phone screen, then turned it toward him. So fast, it's already almost 12. Liu Sinian stood up from the sofa, smoothed the hem of his white short-sleeved t-shirt, and walked around the coffee table toward the door. After taking 2 steps, he realized there were no footsteps following behind him. He turned back to see her still sitting on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. What are you spacing out for? Let's go. Where to? To eat. Wen Yining rose from the sofa, picked up her suit jacket draped over the armrest, and slung it over her arm. She followed him in her high heels, but her mouth didn't stay idle, mister. Liu, from what I've seen on TV, bosses of your level usually have someone deliver meals to their office, don't they? French cuisine, Japanese delicacies, kaiseki, plated more beautifully than a painting while you sit behind your desk overlooking the river view, dining elegantly. Why do you have to go to the cafeteria yourself? Liu Sinian pushed open the door, stepped aside to let her go first, then followed her toward the elevator lobby. I like eating with the staff, he said. He walked to the elevator and pressed the down button, then turned to face her, hands in his sweatpants pockets. His expression remained cool, but his tone carried a hint of subtle pride. The cafeteria's braised pork is pretty good. The auntie knows me, so she always gives me an extra scoop. You'll see when you get there. Wen Yining's gaze slowly traveled down his face, over the collar of his white t-shirt, past his light gray sweatpants, and finally landed on the white slippers on his feet. Mr. Liu, you really don't put on airs at all. With a net worth of tens of billions, you come to work in slippers and still go to the cafeteria yourself. What do you mean? Liu Sinian looked down at his own slippers, then up at her pointed high heels, finally realizing belatedly that his entire outfit from head to toe probably cost less than one of her shoes. What's wrong with slippers? They're comfortable. My company doesn't have a rule that the boss can't wear slippers. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor, and as the doors opened, the aroma of food rushed in. Wen Yining followed Liu Sinian out of the elevator, and her steps involuntarily paused. The entire floor was an open-plan employee cafeteria. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the North River. The tables and chairs were made of warm-toned raw wood. A short queue of 7 or 8 people stood in front of the serving windows, where aunties in white uniforms ladled steaming dishes onto plates. But what stunned Wen Yining was not the size or quality of the cafeteria, but the people eating there. Looking around, almost every employee was dressed extremely casually. Some in oversized t-shirts and shorts, others in hoodies and sweatpants. In a corner, a young man with blue hair wearing flip-flops was stuffing braised pork into his mouth. Next to him sat a girl in a programmer's plaid shirt 2 sizes too large, with a pair of fuzzy slippers on her feet, shaped like rabbit ears. She looked down at her own meticulously coordinated dark gray business suit and her 7-centimeter stiletto heels, and suddenly felt as if she had come to a board meeting while everyone around her was on vacation. Your company's dress code. She lowered her voice. Is there none at all? There is, Liu Sinian said, standing beside her, hands in his sweatpants pockets, his expression matter-of-fact. Just don't come in naked. In winter, you can't wear down jackets into the lab. That's an anti-static requirement, not a dress code rule. He finished, glanced down at her heels, said nothing, but simply dropped a line. Wait here. Then he turned and walked toward the service counter at the cafeteria entrance. When he came back, he was holding a pair of white disposable slippers, the kind commonly found in hotels, thin-soled and fabric-topped, looking utterly out of place in this expensive employee cafeteria. Lu Sinian bent down, kneeling on one knee, and placed the disposable slippers on the floor in front of her feet. Lift your foot. The floor was just mopped, and those heels of yours are as thin as nails. You'll definitely slip. Last time after the cleaning auntie mopped, a woman from the finance department fell flat on her back and got 3 stitches at the hospital. Wen Yining looked down at him. Lu Sinian, the man who could command the business world of North City with a wave of his hand, was now crouched in front of her, holding a pair of cheap, disposable slippers, waiting to help her change her shoes. She didn't refuse. She reached out a hand and rested it on his shoulder for support, lifting her left foot out of the high heel. From now on, you really should wear flat shoes at the company. Lu Sinian said, his head bowed as he slipped the slipper onto her left foot, then reached for the other one. He kept muttering in a low, muffled voice. You're actually quite tall. There's no need to use heels to make an impression. No one in the company dares to say you're short. If anyone does, he'll deduct their salary. Wen Yining looked down at her ankle where his hand held it steady. Just like 2 years ago, this person, regardless of whether he remembered her, no matter how harsh his words might be, always softened his touch when it came to her. Balancing on one foot, her fingers resting on his shoulder for support, she held the other foot suspended above the floor as she watched him slip the second slipper on. Mr. Lu, if other employees see this. Lu Sinian didn't look up. He placed her 2 high heels side by side against the wall near the entrance, then stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his knees, and resumed his usual cool and aloof expression. He glanced around. A few employees who were waiting in line for food had already noticed the commotion. One person's chopsticks hung in midair, forgetting to pick up the dish. Someone elbowed their colleague, signaling them to look. And the blue-haired boy in flip-flops had his mouth forming a small O. Lu Sinian swept his gaze across them without changing his expression. In an instant, those curious glances all retracted, and every person suddenly became intensely interested in their own plate. So what if they saw? He turned and strode toward the serving window. I'm the boss. I can change anyone's shoes I want. The cafeteria lady had poured her lifelong passion into those ladles. The braised pork belly was piled high with 2 glossy braised eggs nestling in the corner of the tray, gleaming with oil. And as the cafeteria lady had poured her lifelong passion into those ladles. The braised pork belly was piled high with 2 glossy braised eggs nestling in the corner of the tray, gleaming with oil. He placed one tray before Wen Yining sat down across from her and handed her a pair of chopsticks. The lady knows me, so she gave me an extra braised egg. Yours. The barrage comments had been pouring in since they stepped into the cafeteria, and now they had shifted into a sarcastic mode. He had never been in love, and had even forgotten how to treat someone while only remembering his instincts. His instincts told him feed her, change her shoes, give her more money. A few employees who had just gotten their meals sat down 2 rows away from them. A man in a plaid shirt with black-rimmed glasses lowered his voice to his colleague. Did you see that just now? President Lu crouched down to change the new secretary's shoes. I've been working here for 3 years and never seen him crouch. He even signs documents standing. Last time President Gu of the Gu Corporation came to negotiate in person, and Lu didn't even lift his butt from the chair. I saw it. His colleague, a round-faced girl with a ponytail, shoved a mouthful of greens into her mouth and mumbled, and did you notice? President Lu actually came to the cafeteria. He usually has his meals delivered to his office. Coming to the cafeteria once a month is a record. Today he brought the new secretary and even carried the tray for. So who is this new secretary? She's dressed so formally and looks so elegant. Could she be President Lu's girlfriend? Another girl with curly hair and a hoodie leaned in, lowering her gossipy voice. Does the boss wife lack money? The bespectacled guy shook his head. I guess her family had a reversal of fortune, and President Lu took her in out of old feelings. That's how it goes in TV dramas. A fallen heiress goes incognito to work, and the domineering so recognizes her at a glance as an old acquaintance, and then, stop reading so many CEO novels. The ponytail girl interrupted him, pointing her chopsticks toward Lu Sinian. Look at the way President Lu looks at her. Is that old feelings? That's love if he's the boss, but so what? Crouching down to change an employee's shoes in the company cafeteria. If this gets out, his aloof persona is done for. Wen Yining picked up the extra braised egg, looked at it, then placed it back in Lu Sinian's tray. I don't eat the yolk. Too much cholesterol. Lu Sinian looked down at the returned egg, picked up his chopsticks, separated the yolk from the white, put the white back in her bowl, and left the yolk on his own plate. A smooth, seamless motion. The barrage precisely captured this detail and immediately exploded. He himself didn't even realize there was anything unusual about this move. After putting the egg white back in her bowl, Lu Sinian took a couple of bites of rice, chewed and swallowed. Then he looked up, poked his chopsticks twice in the bowl, and spoke with an inexplicable unease. Do you have a significant other? Are you single, eh? Wen Yining was about to put a piece of braised pork in her mouth when her chopsticks paused. Yes, I do. Lu Sinian's fingers gripping the chopsticks tightened abruptly. The chopstick tips struck the bottom of the tray with a faint metallic scrape. In his mind, he spoke, his voice sulky and indignantly frustrated. She has a boyfriend. How can she have a boyfriend? She got a boyfriend on her first day at work. Wasn't she still job hunting before she reported? Did she pick up a boyfriend in the meantime? Who is he? What does he do? Is he taller than me? Richer than me? Can he give her a 9-to-5 job with free lunch? Brother Lu, Xiaojio's voice was weary and powerless. Don't ask me. How would I know? I'm not a matchmaking system. I can't detect her relationship status. And calm down. You've known her for less than a week. Actually, you've known her for just one day. Today is the first day you officially met. You're a boss who's known her for only one day. Why do you care if your secretary has a boyfriend? Mind your own business. Lu Sinian replied coldly in his mind, then stabbed his chopsticks into the rice, looked up at Wen Yining, and tried to sound casual. What does he do? Wen Yining took a sip of water, then slowly set down the cup. He has amnesia. He doesn't even remember me. Lu Sinian had been mentally scrutinizing her mysterious boyfriend from head to toe, but when he heard the word amnesia, a string in his mind suddenly snapped. Doesn't that mean he's as good as gone? He suppressed the strange surge of relief that welled up. Amnesia is good. Wen Yining raised an eyebrow and looked at, doesn't that mean he's as good as gone? He suppressed the strange surge of relief that welled up. Amnesia is good. Wen Yining raised an eyebrow and looked at him without speaking. Lu Sinian met her probing eyes, his brain finally catching up with his mouth and slamming on the brakes. He stirred his chopsticks in the bowl, furrowed his brow slightly, and struggled to smooth over his earlier blunt remark. He cleared his throat and put back on his aloof, arrogant face. I mean, this is truly a pitiful thing. An experience like amnesia is hard for both the person and those around them, especially for the partner. It's really hard. Feeling his sympathy might not be enough, Lu Sinian added, so pitiful. You've been through a lot too. He took a big gulp of water to hide the corners of his mouth that were about to lift. The barrage was laughing so hard that words were barely legible. He himself didn't even realize there was anything unusual about this move. Lu Sinian was silent for a moment in his mind, then spoke with righteous indignation. Xiaojio. Her boyfriend has amnesia. I heard. He forgot her. A man with amnesia who can't remember what she looks like, what she has done, how wonderful she is. What relationship is that? A nominal relationship like that? Isn't it just holding her back? Xiaojio's tone became wary. What are you planning? Nothing. I just think. Lu Sinian pulled his chopsticks out of the rice, picked up the piece of braised pork he had been poking, put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Then he gave his conclusion in his mind. She deserves someone who remembers her. Xiaojio was silent for a moment. Lu Sinian, are you trying to steal her away? She's only been here for one day, and you're already scheming. You're President Lu of the Beijing Business Circle, founder of Sinian Technology. Where's your business ethics? I'm not stealing. Her boyfriend has amnesia, so objectively speaking, he doesn't exist. I'm just waiting for the right moment to carry out a legitimate and reasonable restructuring of interpersonal relationships. Besides, she came to me first. It wasn't me who initiated it. Lu Sinian had already run through the entire logic in his mind several times. Xiaojio was silent for 2 seconds, then emitted a distorted data stream noise and said in a resigned tone, "You're so green tea. Keep being green tea. Even amnesia can be exploited as a flaw by you. Your mind is denser than a sieve. You're amazing, truly amazing." My boyfriend has lost his memory. When Yining put down the chopsticks, folded her hands under her chin, and looked at him leisurely. You seem quite pleased. Lu Sinian's face flickered with a trace of subtle panic. He picked up his glass, took another sip of water, set it down, cleared his throat, furrowed his brow slightly, and put on an expression of sincere, almost innocent concern. Is that so? You must have misunderstood me. His voice was very soft with a slight downward inflection at the end, a tender tone that made it hard to keep pressing. I just think you're working, holding everything together on your own, taking care of the family, going out to work, and your boyfriend isn't even around. It's just too much. When Yining looked at his face, so full of innocence, was silent for 2 seconds, then reached out and directly covered his mouth. Lu Sinian was completely frozen by her action. Her palm was warm and soft, pressed against his lips, not too hard, but enough to trap all his words. Cut the act. Wen Yining kept one hand over his mouth, the other still on the table, tilting her head slightly as she looked at him. You're better at playing the victim than anyone. Isn't this how you survive at the negotiation table? She silently added in her mind, this guy, even after losing his memory, is still so good at faking. He's just put on an amnesiac facade, but his scheming core hasn't changed at all. Lu Sinian, with his mouth covered, couldn't utter a complete sentence. Instinctively, he raised his hand, grasped her wrist, the hand that was pressed against his face, but he didn't pull it away. He just held it. His lips moved under her palm, and the breath he exhaled was warm and moist, brushing through her fingers. I'm sincere. A muffled voice leaked through the gaps between her fingers, a little indistinct, but the eyes that peeked out above her fingers were filled with emotion. I truly think you're working. When Yining felt his lips quiver slightly against her palm as he spoke, and the sensation made her fingers curl involuntarily. She withdrew her hand, picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a piece of braised pork chewed, and swallowed, then looked up at him, and said crisply, "Fine. Since you think I'm working hard, first give me an advance of 3 months' salary." Sinian was still holding the position of grasping her wrist, his hand suspended in midair. Hearing this, he slowly retracted his fingers, picked up his own chopsticks, and poked at the rice in his bowl. He was silent for a moment, then looked up, still with a sincere expression. "Hard work is hard work, but you just started your first day? The finance department needs time to process the account. Advancing salary is not exactly compliant with procedures. Besides, if you get 3 months advance, what if you take the money and run? Where would I find you?" Wen Yining put the chopsticks down on the table, crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and raised one eyebrow at him. "Then what are you talking about? You feel sorry for me working hard, but you can't bear to part with your money. Empty sympathy. Anyone can do that. I could also feel sorry for you reviewing contracts every day and suggest you give me half of your company shares. After all, it's just talk, no need to actually deliver." Sinian's ears reddened a bit more at her words. He picked up his chopsticks, then put them down again. Finally, he took out his phone from his pocket, opened WeChat, tapped the screen a few times, and then turned the screen toward her. On the screen was her WeChat conversation window. He had typed a line, but hadn't sent it yet. The message read, "Wen Yining, I'll give you an advance of 1 month's salary to be deducted in 3 installments starting next month. If you agree, I'll transfer the money right now. 1 month. He put the phone on the table, tapped his finger on the screen, his eyes still fixed on her expression, waiting for her reaction. "Can't go any higher. You have to leave me some security." Wen Yining glanced at the line on the screen, leaned back into her chair, and crossed her arms. "You actually want to deduct it back? I thought when you said I worked hard, you actually felt sorry for me. Turns out it's a loan and even a repayment in installments. Of course he'll deduct it back." Sinian put his phone away, his finger hovering over the send button, his expression readjusted to that cold and reserved look, but the righteous tone in his voice didn't seem very convincing. "You're not my girlfriend, so why should I give you an advance on your salary unconditionally? This is a company, not a charity. If you were my girlfriend, I'd advance you not just 3 months, but 3 years. But you're not. So you can only get 1 month, and it will be deducted back. After he said that, even he probably felt his logic was a bit convoluted, so he picked up his water glass and took another sip, using the rim to cover half of his face. "So." Wen Yining drew out the syllable, leaning forward slightly, her elbows on the table, fingers interlaced under her chin, her gaze piercing through the rim of the glass straight into his eyes. "To be your girlfriend, so you want to deduct the money. President Liu, your logic is very problematic. Are you hiring a secretary or recruiting a girlfriend? If it's the latter, shouldn't I sign a new contract for my job responsibilities? Regulations on the work responsibilities and remuneration for serving as Sinian's girlfriend. What do you think of that title?" "That's not what I meant." Sinian's ears grew hot from the words girlfriend contract, his chopsticks stirring twice in the bowl as he lowered his eyes to stare at the piece of braised pork that had gone cold on the plate. "I mean, you have to give the company an explanation. The finance department has audits. I can't just casually transfer money out. An advance on salary must have a legitimate reason. Your current reason isn't legitimate enough. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's a compliance requirement. I don't want to hear it." Wen Yining put her chopsticks down on the table, crossed her arms, and leaned back in her chair, her chin slightly raised. "Can't you just pay out of your own pocket? Why do you have to deduct it from the company account? You, the boss of CUN Technology, worth tens of billions, is it that hard to take out a few tens of thousands from your private funds? You have to go through financial procedures and even deduct it in installments. President Liu, are you running a tech company or a bank?" The bullet comments started to stir up the moment she said the words. "I don't want to hear it. She's starting to act spoiled. How is the white Moonlight so skilled at acting? Yining is telling the truth. He's a billionaire boss. Pulling out a few 10,000 from his own pocket is like pulling out a few bucks, but he insists on going through company procedures. He just wants to keep a legitimate reason to deduct her salary, so she won't dare to leave." Sinian just said, "If you were my girlfriend, I'd advance you not just 3 months, but 3 years. But he chickened out when she turned the tables on him, and now he's trying to backtrack. Sinian put his phone back on the table, the screen still lit, that unsent message still lingering in the chat box. After a moment of silence, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice, then looked up. "It's not impossible either. He'll pay privately, not through the company account." Wen Yining raised an eyebrow, waiting for the inevitable, but that would follow. Sure enough, Sinian leaned forward, slightly clasped his hands on the table, his gaze sliding from her eyes to her hands folded on her knees, then quickly looked away, clearing his throat. "I can give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition. Not a company requirement, a personal one. Go ahead. You have to come to my house every day after work to clean." After saying that, Sinian immediately picked up his water glass and took a big gulp, using the rim to hide half of his face, leaving only his eyes to observe her reaction from above the glass. Wen Yining blinked, thinking she misheard him. "Don't you have a maid to clean specifically?" None of your business. Sinian put his glass down on the table, a blush spreading from the roots of his ears to his neck at a visible speed, while his face remained tensely expressionless. That maid has taken leave, recently gone back to her hometown. I don't know when she'll return. There's no one cleaning my place. Dust has piled up thick. I'm your boss after all. What's the harm in you cleaning for me? It's not like I'm not paying. It's an additional work task paid. Xiao Ju let out a cold sneer in his mind. Sinian, your maid was changing your sheets just yesterday, and I saw her sweeping with a vacuum cleaner this morning. Have you no shame? Saying you feel sorry for my hard work, but it turns out to be a loan. Saying you're paying out of your own pocket, but it turns out to be extra work. 30,000 yuan went through 18 twists. Saying you feel sorry for my hard work, but it turns out to be a loan. Saying you're paying out of your own pocket, but it turns out to be extra work. 30,000 yuan went through 18 twists and turns, and in the end, I still have to go to your place to exchange it. With that business acumen of yours, you could drain anyone's pockets dry. I've already taken a loss, Secretary 1. Sinian set his chopsticks on the edge of his plate, interlaced his fingers on the table, leaned forward slightly, and met her teasing gaze with a candid, unflinching look. His tone was matter-of-fact. You asked for an advance on your salary, and I agreed. You asked for me to pay out of my own pocket, and I agreed. In all my years of business, I've never been so easy to talk to. You're the first person to make me do a losing deal, and you're still not satisfied. Fine. Wen Yining was equally direct. She picked up her phone from the table, opened WeChat, then turned the screen around, and handed it to him. Transfer 50,000. Sinian looked up at her face, which bore an expression of absolute entitlement, and furrowed his brow slightly. Wasn't it 30,000? Didn't we just agree on an advance of 1 month's salary? When you joined, you said your monthly salary was 30,000. So how did it become 50,000 now? You said the cleaning was an extra expense. Wen Yining pushed the phone closer to him again, unabashed. Going to your place to clean every day after work is manual labor. It's a domestic service. Based on the average hourly rate for domestic workers in Beijing now, someone with my high education and high quality 1 hour a day over a month, it'd have to be at least 20,000 to start. 30,000 plus 20,000 makes 50,000 total. I've even given you a discount. I didn't count overtime. You can calculate it yourself. The barrage of comments flew by with laughter, a cascade of haha. She is doing the math. She's serious. She even calculated the average hourly rate for domestic workers. High education, high-quality domestic service. Ha ha, she's killing me. Moonlight, you're a Ph.D. in art history from University College London. You're cleaning someone's house and charging by the hour. Wait, girls, don't you think Ningning seems to have forgotten something? Wasn't she supposed to help Sinian get through the plot? Why is she bargaining with him over the hourly wage? Wen Yining saw that comment and smiled, but didn't respond. Of course, she hadn't forgotten. From the day she flew back from London to Beijing, she had never forgotten the original purpose of her return. But these things couldn't be rushed, especially now that he remembered nothing. Forcing the truth upon him would only backfire. First, stabilize him, make him trust her, and depend on her. When he was willing to actively ask about the past, that would be the time to reveal everything. Until then, it wouldn't hurt to make a bit more money off him. Sinian was silent for a moment, then finally picked up his phone, and with a stern face, transferred the 50,000 yuan. The note read advanced salary and supplementary work subsidy. Businesslike and impeccable. He showed her the successful transfer screen, then locked his phone and put it back in his pocket. Picking up his chopsticks again, he picked up the piece of braised pork belly that had gone completely cold, chewed it twice and swallowed. His tone returned to its usual indifference. All right. 50,000 received. Check it yourself. Starting today, come home with me after work to clean. No arriving late or leaving early, no slacking off, no giving up halfway. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu cleared his throat in Sinian's consciousness, his tone unusually serious. Brother Lu, don't forget your mission. You are, after all, the male lead second-in-command in this world. A male lead second-in-command should be gentle and devoted, silently protective, and serve as the female lead support. Your current task is to be the gentle second-in-command and guard Shintangtong, not to pursue your secretary. I haven't forgotten. Sinian replied in his consciousness, his tone flat. I am doing it. Doing what? Xiaojiu asked warily. You left Shintangtang alone in the office today. You say you're doing it. Where? Your task node completion rate is 0 right now. I am pursuing someone now. Sinian replied in his consciousness, unabashed. Pursuing someone doesn't conflict with being the gentle second-in-command. A gentle second-in-command should be gentle, devoted, and silently protective. Which of those haven't I done? I gently serve her food, devotedly transfer her money, and silently protect her schedule after work every day. I am the gentle second-in-command right now, just with a different object of protection. The task didn't say I had to protect Shintangtang specifically, right? Xiaojiu was so baffled by this set of impeccably twisted logic that his data stream stuttered for a full 2 seconds before emitting a weary electronic noise. Sinian with reading comprehension like that, you'd definitely get a perfect score in this year's college entrance exam Chinese. Interpreting the script task like this, you're a sophistry genius of cross-dimensional narrative. If the screenwriter saw you executing the male lead's second-in-command task like this, they'd probably be so furious they'd eat their keyboard. Shen Tangtang sat on the sofa in Gu Beichen's living room, her knees curled up as she hugged a cushion, her chin resting on its edge, her eyes red-rimmed. She had been throwing a tantrum for quite a while, dragging Gu Beichen from the study to the living room, then from the living room to the kitchen. Finally, Gu Beichen walked back with a cup of hot cocoa, placed it on the coffee table in front of her, and sat down beside her, neither too close nor too far. If I were an ordinary person, Shen Tangtang buried her face in the cushion, her voice muffled, you would never like me. You only like this face, this body. If I were the kind of nobody that blends into a crowd, you wouldn't even give me a second glance. Gu Beichen was silent for a moment. Instead of rushing to refute, he merely pushed the hot cocoa a little closer to her. Then he leaned against the armrest of the sofa slightly, turning his body toward her, not as domineering and forceful as usual, and spoke clumsily. You are also an ordinary person now. You cry, you throw tantrums, you get angry at me for not being able to pick the right color for a necklace. What do these have to do with your face and figure? There are plenty of people with good looks. In the socialite circles of Beijing, there are at least dozens of beautiful women. Do you think I like every single one of them? Shen Tangtang lifted half her face from behind the cushion, revealing a pair of swollen eyes. Her voice lacked confidence, but she still insisted, you only pursued me because you thought I was good-looking. Shen Tangtang lifted half her face from behind the cushion, revealing a pair of swollen eyes. Her voice lacked confidence, but she still insisted, you only pursued me because you thought. Later it was when you scolded me. Do you remember the first time you scolded me? That year I snatched Lu Sinian's project, and you rushed over, pointing at my nose and accusing me of bullying others with my power. That time you weren't wearing makeup either, your hair was drenched by the rain, and you looked utterly disheveled, but every word you said was correct, and I couldn't refute. From that day on I felt that this girl was different from others. He paused slightly, turned his head, and his gaze fell on her tear-smudged eye makeup. Tong Tong, you can scold me, hit me, lose your temper at me. It's all fine. I'm a person with a bad temper, ruthless methods, and I leave no room for mercy. I know all this. But you must not belittle yourself. You have a great personality, you treat people well, you are kind, and you have strong empathy. These are all things that I, Gu Beichen, lack. I don't like you because you are perfect. Do I like you because you possess these things that I don't have and that I need? Shen Tangtang was silent for a long while. She put down the cushion, and with her fingers she tugged at a loose thread on the corner of the cushion, not looking at him. After a long time she finally muttered in a very low voice, are you an idiot? I scold and yell at you, and you still say I'm good. Gu Beichen reached out, picked up the now cold hot cocoa, went back to the kitchen to microwave it for a round, and returned to place it in front of her, his tone matter-of-fact. Even if you scold me and yell at me, it's because you're in a bad mood. I still love you. As soon as work ended, Wen Yining stepped into the elevator and took out her phone to call Wen Shi, saying that she was going to Lu Sinian's place to clean tonight, and that he should fend for himself for dinner. Wen Shi was silent for a moment on the other end of the line, then declared in a tragic tone that screamed, my sister is being taken advantage of by a pig, but I can't stop it. He would come too. His exact words were, that bastard Lu Sinian asking you to clean his place definitely has ulterior motives. Big brother has to go keep an eye on you. Wen Yining thought about it and decided that an extra free labor wasn't a bad thing, so she gladly agreed. Thus in the evening the doorbell on the top floor of Yi Hao Gong Guan rang twice. Lu Sinian walked over to open the door. Outside stood Wen Yining, and behind Wen Yining stood Wen Shi. Wen Shi was wearing a dark blue casual shirt today, sleeves rolled up to mid-forearm, holding 2 cups of milk tea in his hand, his expression hovering between, I'm here to inspect the work, and I'm ready to fight you at any moment. He handed 1 cup of milk tea to Wen Yining, inserted a straw into the other for himself, and strode into Lu Sinian's home. Lu Sinian stood at the entrance watching him about to walk into the living room with his shoes on. His eyebrow twitched. He took out a pair of spare slippers from the shoe cabinet and tossed them at Wen Kai's feet, saying coldly, change your shoes. Wen Shi lowered his head to look at the slippers, then raised his head to look at Lu Sinian's icy face. He put the milk tea on the shoe cabinet, bent down to change shoes while his mouth didn't stop. Mr. Lu, your house looks pretty big and the decoration is quite expensive, but how come there's not a trace of warmth? None of your business. Lu Sinian straightened up, his face expressionless as he looked at Wen Shi, then turned his head, his gaze falling on Wen Yining, and his expression instantly changed. From the depths of the shoe cabinet he retrieved a pair of brand new slippers. Dark gray velvet with soles made of soft sheepskin, a world apart from the pair of pink rabbit slippers that had been hastily pulled out during her last visit. He gently placed the slippers at her feet, and when he straightened up his voice dropped by more than a pitch, replaced by an undisguised anticipation, yet he suppressed it, afraid of being too obvious. Were these They're comfortable. I bought them especially for you. His face changes faster than flipping through a book. Those slippers looked expensive, completely different from the pair he threw at Wen Qi. Mr. Lu, your favoritism is too obvious. Bought especially for you. When did he buy them? This noon. Last night. Could it be that he bought them before her first day of work? Wen Yining looked down at the slippers by her feet, then raised her head to Lu Sinian's face, which was struggling to maintain calm, but whose ears were already faintly. She didn't expose him, only bent down to take off her high heels and stepped into the soft sheepskin slippers. The soles were unexpectedly soft, fitting her feet much better than the pink rabbit slippers from last time. She lifted her eyes and smiled at him. Thank you. Wen Qi, who had witnessed the entire transformation, took a big sip of his milk tea with a blank expression, mentally adding another mark against him. After changing into the slippers, she didn't immediately fetch the cleaning tools, but slowly paced around the living room, her gaze sweeping from the gray main sofa to the long table that could seat 10 from the open kitchen's island counter to the floor-to-ceiling windows. The last time she was here was 2 years ago, when he had rushed and punched Lu Sinian and dragged Wen Yining away by force. Back then his mind was entirely focused on getting his sister away from this man, and he had no interest in looking at the house. Now, standing in the same living room, his mood was entirely different. Lu Sinian. Wen Qi stood still in the center of the living room, turning to face him. Which areas are we cleaning today? Your house is too big, the two of us combined can't finish it all. Be clear, don't let my sister exhaust herself. Lu Sinian stood by the sofa, hands in the pockets of his sweatpants. Just the living room and kitchen for today. We'll arrange the other areas tomorrow. He added, the tools are in the storage room. The vacuum cleaner is new and the cloths are under the sink. Wen Qi nodded, placed the empty milk tea cup on the coffee table, rolled up his sleeves, and headed for the storage room. As he passed Wen Yining, he patted her shoulder and whispered, you rest, let your brother handle it, then disappeared into the storage room without looking back. Wen Yining stood still, watching Wen Kai's retreating figure vanish into the storage room, then looked at the cleaning supplies on the open kitchen island counter, deciding to She had barely taken a step when her wrist was caught by a warm hand. You sit and rest. Lu Sinian's fingers loosely encircled her wrist, tilting his head slightly to look at her. Didn't you bring your brother? Let him clean. You sit with me. Wen Yining, pulled by his wrist, glanced down at his fingers loosely wrapped around her wrist, then raised her eyes to his deliberately calm face. Sit with you. And talk about what? Lu Sinian didn't answer directly. He pulled her wrist, steering her from the kitchen toward the sofa area. His fingers remained loosely entwined around her wrist. When they reached the sofa, he sat down first, then released his hand, shifted half an inch to the side, leaving the space beside him open, and looked up at her. We can talk about anything. Wen Yining sat down beside him. The large gray sofa was spacious, and a cushion's distance separated them. She leaned against the armrest, propping her chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly to look at him. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of the North River stretched out, the lights on both banks reflected on the water shimmering. She watched him quietly for a few seconds, her gaze sliding from his brow bone to the delicate silver chain resting on his collarbone. When Lu Sinian had crouched to fetch her slippers, the chain had slipped out of his t-shirt collar, and she had clearly seen the ring. So let's talk about whose ring that is hanging around. Lu Sinian instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips brushing the platinum plain band on his collarbone. He lowered his head to look at the ring, then raised his eyes, his expression neutral. This. I don't know either. 2 years ago, I was in a car accident and hospitalized. After I was discharged, I found a package at my doorstep. Inside was this ring. The sender's name was blurred by water stains, unreadable. I could only make out the return address, a jewelry store on Wudong Lane in the old town of Beijing. I checked but couldn't find out who sent it. I stopped investigating later. It came from an unknown source, and I don't know why I kept it. Probably forgot to throw it away. His thumb, however, instinctively rubbed the 3 letters on the inside of the ring, the movement practiced and gentle. Wen Yining watched his fingers trace back and forth over those 3 letters, and a pang struck her heart, as if someone had gently poked it with a fingertip. A ring from an unknown source, and you dare to wear it, she said with a teasing tone. What if it's a curse from someone? What if the sender is an enemy who hid something inside? You, the big boss of Siyuan technology, have such poor security awareness. If you don't like it, Lu Sinian said, already hooking his fingers around the clasp of the chain at the back of his neck, I'll throw it away right now. His expression was so serious it didn't seem like a joke. His thumb had already pressed down on the clasp's catch. With just one more push, the chain and ring that had hung around his neck for 2 years would be removed by his own hand and tossed into some unknown corner. No. Wen Yining's body moved faster than her mind. Lu Sinian's heart raced faster than ever in that moment. Her hand covered his, her fingers interlacing with his, her palm warm and soft, firmly gripping both the ring he had yet to remove and his fingers together. The distance between them silently narrowed. To press his hand down, she leaned forward slightly, her shoulder nearly brushing against his chest. So the heart truly can fall in love with someone faster than the person themselves. Before his mind could grasp what was happening, his heart had already made the decision for him, pounding wildly and uncontrollably, as if something suppressed for 2 years had finally found an outlet, surging upward with each beat. Xiao Jiu let out a panicked warning in his consciousness. What are you doing, Brother Lu? Control your emotional fluctuations. I just turned off the alarm system, and now your heart rate is going to make the main system blow up my back end again. So close, Lu Sinian replied in his mind. She touched my hand. She touched me. She initiated it. What does she want? He didn't finish the sentence, but on Xiao Jiu's back-end panel, the data core that had been steadily pulsing was now emitting pink light spots at a visible rate. I want to kiss her, Lu Sinian said in his consciousness. Xiao Jiu, I want to kiss her. Almost at the same moment, Wen Yining realized how close she was to him. Her hand was still on his, and she could feel his knuckles trembling slightly. The ring nestled between her collarbones, pressed against her palm, warmed by their shared body heat. She raised her eyes and met his gaze. Lu Sinian's breathing grew heavier, his warm breath brushing across her forehead. His fingers turned over in her palm, and he gripped her hand in return. His long, strong fingers clasped the back of her hand, his thumb gently resting on the base of her ring finger, exactly pressing against the ring she had worn for 2. He didn't look down, but his fingertips subconsciously rubbed the edge of the plain band. I'm getting closer, he said in his mind, his tone incredulous. She didn't move. She didn't move? Does she want to kiss too? Does she? Xiao Jiu, say something. Why isn't she dodging? Is she waiting for me? I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm just a system. Xiao Jiu's voice was near breaking. Can you stop giving me a live commentary while you're getting closer? I'm not a love consultant. There's no kissing guide in my function modules. Wen Yining looked at his face. She had always known he was handsome, but now that he was so close, her heart still raced uncontrollably. Lu Sinian gave her no time to hesitate. His fingers tightened gently on the back of her hand. He leaned forward slightly, and his lips touched hers. When his lips met hers, they trembled slightly, as if afraid she would push him away. The hand holding hers didn't release, and his other hand braced against the sofa back, fingers curling slightly. The tips of Wen Yining's fingers gripping his hand tightened in that instant. She felt his lips part, slightly warm breath brushing the corner of her mouth, a faint scent of coffee. Her fingers instinctively clenched his hand, her nails gently digging into the spaces between his fingers. She hadn't decided whether to respond, but her body moved before her mind, leaning forward half an inch. Lu Sinian's courage was ignited in that moment. She didn't push him away. Not only did she not push him away, but she also tightened her grip on his hand. Lu Sinian tilted his head slightly, his lips brushing the corner of her mouth, about to deepen the kiss. Lu Sinian, where do you keep your broom? Holy shit. Wen Kai's voice rang out loudly. He was holding a rag in one hand, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, a small piece of unknown paper debris from the storage room stuck in his hair. He stood at the entrance of the living room. Lu Sinian. When she threw the rag on the floor and stormed over. Wen Yining was so startled, she jumped back, her back hitting the sofa arm, her fingers pulling away from Lu Sinian's palm. She clasped her hands nervously on her knees, her ears burning as if on fire. She looked at Wen Kai's furious face, her mouth opening and closing several times before she managed to squeeze out, "Brother, it's not what you think." When she had already reached the sofa, and without a word reached out to shove Lu Sinian, the force sending him staggering backward. Lu Sinian didn't resist, letting the momentum carry him onto the sofa arm. The back of his head hit the leather cushion, soft and harmless, but he still propped one hand on the sofa and placed the other over the shoulder where when she had pushed him. He lowered his head and eyes, the corners of his eyes slightly reddened, his voice low and husky, his tone aggrieved and innocent. "I'm sorry, Secretary One. I made your brother angry." The finger when she pointed at his nose was trembling. "You're fucking acting again." Wen Kai's finger still hung in midair, trembling slightly as it pointed at the tip of Lu Sinian's nose. Turning to look at Wen Yining, his expression shifted from rage to a heart-wrenching disappointment, his voice not lowering a single decibel. "Look at him. He's playing the victim again. Did you see his expression just now? A hint of redness in his eyes, a tremble in his voice, a hand over his head. This phony. His act hasn't changed in years." Lu Sinian slowly straightened up from the armrest of the sofa, raised a hand to rub the back of his head where it had hit something, his brow, slightly furrowed, lips pressed together, the faint redness at the corners of his eyes not yet faded. He looked as if he had indeed been roughly handled. Lowering his lashes, he spoke softly. "What's a phony? Secretary, when does your brother have some misunderstanding about me? I just wanted to discuss work arrangements with you, and then..." He moved his hand from the back of his head to his temple, gently pressing his brows, knitting slightly, his voice dropping even lower. "My head really hurts." The barrage of comments filled the screen with rolling big characters. He said, "What's a phony?" He said it. Lu Sinian, put your hand on your heart and say you don't know what a phony is. "My head hurts. When you were kissing her just now, it didn't hurt." When she barely pushed him, and he fell onto the sofa like he was faking an injury. When she said, "Your act hasn't changed," and it really hasn't. When caught you play the victim, when scolded you claim a headache. Brother Wen is today's phony inspector and broom warrior reporting Sinian for using victim-playing tactics to seduce his sister with solid evidence caught red-handed. Brother Wen is today's phony inspector and broom warrior reporting Sinian for using victim-playing tactics to seduce his sister. She looked at Wen Kai's flushed face of anger, then at Sinian, who was holding his head and lowering his eyes as if he had just suffered a major injury. In her mind, she gave each of them a judgment. Her brother was genuinely furious and Sinian was indeed faking. But for now she had to calm her brother down first. Brother. She walked around the sofa to stand before Wen grabbing his sleeve and softening her voice. You really misunderstood. Just now I was. She paused. She couldn't exactly say she had touched his hand first. I was asking him about the ring, and the class got stuck when he was taking it off, so I helped him fix it. We were standing a bit close, and when you came in the angle was just off, so it looked like. But it really wasn't what you think. When she looked down at his sister's utterly sincere face, then glanced at that wretched man still rubbing the back of his head on the sofa, and let out a cold laugh. Go on, keep making up stories. And you, Sinian, take your hand off your head. I barely pushed you. You hit the sofa cushion. That's genuine leather, softer than your pillow. Sinian slowly lowered his hand from his temple, folded his hands. Sinian slowly lowered his hand from his temple, folded his hands on his knees, and looked up at Wen Mister. When you might underestimate the hardness of genuine leather sofas. And when you pushed me just now I did twist my neck. But it's fine, you don't need to apologize. I understand you were just overly concerned. Apologize? When she almost laughed at his words, reaching out to grab his collar. What do I have to apologize for? You're hitting on my sister, and I still have to apologize to you. Does your logic work? Because no one dares to argue with you in your company, so you think the whole world should go along with you. Wen Yining grabbed her brother's arm and pulled him back with all her weight. Brother, calm down, calm down. Aren't you here to clean? The kitchen counter hasn't been wiped yet. When she was pulled back half a step by her arm, the stifled anger in his chest still unrelieved. He glanced down at his sister's face, which was brimming with earnest entreaty, and ultimately refrained from charging forward again. He took a deep breath, withdrew his sleeve from her grasp, and instead clasped her wrist. Of course I know we need to clean. Come with me. Don't stay alone with him. This house is huge. We'll clean the living room and kitchen and let him stay in the study far away from you. Sinian stood by the sofa, his fingers lowering from his temple, his expression still bearing that submissive demeanor. But when he heard Wen intended to take Wen Yining out of his sight, he immediately stepped forward half a pace. President, when you've truly misunderstood me. What happened just now was indeed my oversight. I failed to consider your feelings. To express my apology. His gaze swept over Wen Kai's tense face, lingered on Wen Yining's for less than a second, then returned to Wen his tone sincere. Ill-cooked to make amends. Wen had already tugged Wen Yining 2 steps toward the kitchen, but at these words he paused, turned around, and scrutinized Sinian from head to toe. Sinian stood in the living room, his face devoid of any hint of jest. Wen Kai's gaze shifted from his face to his long, clean fingers, then back to his face, obvious disbelief in his eyes. You can cook. What would you like to eat? Sinian did not answer directly. Instead, he raised his eyes to look at the siblings, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Steak or stir-fry? There's Australian Wagyu delivered fresh this morning in the fridge, and the vegetables are also fresh. Wen was silent for a moment, then thought about going home to find his parents already asleep, the fridge containing only a few takeout boxes and a row of cold beers. Finally, he released Wen Yining's wrist, crossed his arms, and leaned against the kitchen island. Clearing his throat, he tried to make his tone sound less easily swayed. Steak. Steak then. I just saw a few bottles of aged red wine in your wine cabinet, right? Steak without red wine is a crime. Since you want to apologize, show some sincerity. Don't just grab some cheap bottle for me. All right, I'll prepare it. Sinian lowered his head, the corners of his eyes curving slightly. As he walked past Wen Yining on his way to the kitchen, his pace slowed for a beat. His fingertips lightly brushed against the back of her hand, sending a subtle tremor through her before he withdrew them, as if nothing had happened. When she had already turned to examine the vintage of the red wines in the cabinet, completely oblivious to the small gesture behind him. He pulled Wen Yining by the sleeve toward the living room, muttering as he walked, at least he's got some brains. Knowing how to cook puts him ahead of Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen only knows how to spend money. Last time he treated me to a meal at a Michelin-starred restaurant, the dish was just a tiny bite. I went home and had instant noodles afterward. When you look for a partner, don't go for someone who just flashes a card. Find someone who can cook. No, Sinian won't do either. Don't let a meal sway you. Wen Yining pulled along by him, looked back toward the kitchen. Sinian stood before the refrigerator, taking out several vacuum-sealed steaks and 2 boxes of vegetables. From the kitchen came the sizzle of butter melting in a hot pan, followed by the satisfying hiss of steaks hitting the surface. The caramelized aroma drifted through the open kitchen island into the living room, drawing a subtle sniff from Wen, who was still studying the wine cabinet. He closed the glass door of the cabinet, a bottle of Bordeaux Left Bank Cabernet Sauvignon in hand, and leaned over the island to peek at the 2 steaks sizzling in the pan. Without a word, he let out a hum and turned to open the wine. The barrage of comments had been relentless from the moment Sinian tied on the apron. He can cook, eh? He actually knows how to cook. His flipping technique is so smooth, perfect timing. Did he study professionally? He's a tech CEO, how does he know this? You forget his years in Las Vegas. He lived alone, ahead have starved without cooking. When she let out a hum, but his eyes were already gleaming. He's just being Beside the open kitchen island stood a long table that could seat 8, but tonight only 3 place settings were laid out. Sinian plated the seared steaks onto preheated dishes drizzled with freshly made red wine and black pepper sauce, adorned with a few golden brown mushrooms and 2 halved roasted cherry tomatoes. The edges of the plates were wiped clean, the presentation rivaling any Western restaurant. When she had already poured wine into 3 glasses. He lifted his own, sniffed it, took a small sip, his eyes brightening momentarily before he quickly suppressed the expression. Setting down the glass, he picked up his knife and fork. Looks passable. Let's see how it tastes. Wen Yining cut a small piece of steak, chewed twice, then turned to her brother. Better than yours. The last steak you fried. I chewed for 5 minutes, and still had— When Kai's fork froze midair, he turned to glare at her. Wen Yining, if you keep undermining me like this, I'll cut off your allowance next month. I mean it. If you want to buy something, pay for it yourself. Don't come crying to me about being broke. You're making $30,000 a month from your boss now, plus a housekeeping. Before Wen Yining could respond, a voice came from across the long table. I'll give it. Both siblings turned to look at him. When Kai's wine glass hovered in midair, his eyebrows knitting together in plain sight. Sinian sat at the far end of the table, knife and fork in hand, his expression frank as he added, I mean, the company will adjust Secretary Wen's compensation according to regulations. If she performs well, she can get a raise anytime. Give what? When she set his glass down on the table. Can the Wen family not afford to raise its own? He'll take care of my own sister. You're her boss. Stick to your lane. Salary is your responsibility. Allowance is mine. 2 different things. Sinian lowered his lashes, picked up his knife and fork, and cut the steak on his plate into neat uniform pieces. But a slight frown creased his brow, his lips pressed together, and that submissive, aggrieved expression returned. He looked up at Wen, his tone softening. President Wen misunderstands. I only meant that Secretary Wen works diligently and deserves fair compensation. No other intention. Wen stared at his face for several seconds, but ultimately found himself unable to vent his anger at that meek and submissive expression. He raised his glass again, took a large gulp, set it down on the table, and pointed a finger at Sinian. Don't give me that look, or I can't help but want to hit you. Wen Yining put down her knife and fork, wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, turned to her brother, and said seriously, Brother, don't bully him. Isn't a raise a good thing? Wen, without a word, stabbed a large piece of steak with his fork and shoved it directly into her mouth, blocking the rest of her words. Eat yours, he said, withdrawing the fork, picking up his glass again for another sip, and muttering in a low voice, You'll be sold by him sooner or later. Wen Yining chewed the beef in her mouth, finally managed to swallow, picked up her water glass for a sip, and mumbled a sentence only she could hear. He probably won't sell me. Xiao Jiao had been quiet in Sinian's consciousness for a long time, but now suddenly spoke, data flowing quietly. Brother Lu, it feels a bit like home tonight. For the first time, someone in the family ate with you, chatted about trivial things, and made a racket. Sinian responded in his consciousness, his gaze sweeping over Wen Yining's cheeks bulging with steak, then landing on Wen Kai's face, which was flushed from drinking, but still trying to maintain a look of disdain. There will be more in the future. I'm very sure my heart stirs for her. Sinian responded in his consciousness, his gaze sweeping over Wen Yining's cheeks bulging with steak, then landing on Wen Kai's face, which was flushed from drinking, but still trying to maintain a look of disdain. There will be more in the future. At that time, not only you, but I'll also die along with you. I don't want to be recalled and formatted. I've been with you for so many years, I almost forgot him a system. Wen Kai's alcohol tolerance was actually not bad, but tonight, he drank too fast, and too hastily. First, he was sulking, feeling that Lu Cha's aggrieved face was infuriating no matter how he looked at it. Second, he was worried, thinking his sister was too gullible. Third, the red wine was indeed delicious, smooth on the palate with fine tannins, completely different from the commercial wines he usually drank at social events. He cursed Sinian inwardly for being a jerk, but still poured himself another glass, and then another, and before he knew it, he had drunk more than half the bottle all by himself. By the time Sinian took the last piece of garlic bread from the basket, Wen was already lying on the table, his cheek pressed against his folded arms, eyes closed, muttering something indistinctly. Listening carefully, one could roughly make out several fragmented keywords: bastard, can't be bought by him, steak is okay, pour me another glass. Wen Yining wasn't much better off. Her alcohol tolerance was never as good as her brother's, and she had just been forced to drink several more glasses by Wen Qi. Now she was leaning back in her chair, cheeks flushed, eyes half closed. She raised a hand to pat her brother's shoulder, her voice soft and drifting. Brother, are you drunk? Brother, how are we going to get home? You passed out first, are we still going home? Sinian stood up from the other end of the long table, walked around the dining table to Wen Kai's side, and bent down to lift him from the chair. Wen Qi was heavier than he had imagined. The tall man, over 1.8 meters, had all his muscles relaxed after drinking, and his whole body hung limply on Sinian's shoulder. Sinian supported him by one arm, half dragging and half carrying him to the gray main sofa in the living room, laying him flat. Then he retrieved a cashmere blanket from the nearby storage cabinet, shook it open, and carefully covered him with it. The entire series of movements was clean and efficient, without a trace of disdain. Straightening up, he looked down at Wen Qi on the sofa and said flatly, "The sofa is big, I'll let him sleep here tonight." Then he turned around and walked over to Wen Yining. She was still leaning against the back of the chair, her eyelids almost closed. Hearing footsteps, she looked up at him, her eyes misty, lips slightly parted, cheeks red as. Sinian bent down, one hand under her knees and the other supporting her back, and lifted her steadily from the chair. Her whole body nestled in his arms, her head naturally resting on his shoulder, her forehead against the hollow of his neck. Wen Yining leaned on his shoulder, feeling as if she were wrapped in a warm cloud. She tried to lift her arm, but found it completely powerless. Her mind was dizzy, and her body was dizzy too. This feeling was not right. She had drunk less than half a bottle. She shouldn't be so drunk that even lifting her arm was difficult. She buried her face deeper into the hollow of his neck, her voice muffled. "This wine. I didn't drink much. Why do I feel weak all over and dizzy? My alcohol tolerance isn't this bad. I used to drink whiskey with classmates in London without any problem. How many degrees is this red wine you have today?" Sinian carried her toward the corridor, his steps steady. His arms were neither too tight to make her uncomfortable, nor too loose to make her feel unsafe. He looked down at her, eyes closed, still earnestly analyzing the alcohol content, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "This wine has a strong aftertaste. You and your brother drank too fast. It would be strange if you weren't dizzy." The door was left ajar, and the corridor light seeped through the crack. Sinian gently pushed it open with his back, carried her into the room, bent down, and laid her on the bed. Wen Yining sank into the soft mattress, her long hair spread across the pillow, cheeks flushed, and her breath still carried the faint fragrance of red wine. He placed one hand beneath her head, the other braced against the mattress beside her, maintaining this position without immediately rising, looking down at her. The barrage exploded the moment the scene cut to the bedroom. Wait, what is this? Is this something I can watch for free? I'm a law-abiding audience of the 25th century. He put her on his own bed. Not the guest room. It's his own bed. When he carried her in, he didn't even pause at the guest room. Look at Sinian's hand still under her head. He didn't pull it out. He never intended to leave. Sisters, is this episode going to cost extra? I've already subscribed, let me watch. Wen Yining lay on the pillow, her eyes half closed as she looked at him, her consciousness floating in the mist of alcohol, yet not entirely oblivious. She knew it was Sinian who had carried her in. Summoning the strength she had gathered for a while, she lifted her arm, her fingers sliding gently from his forehead over the bridge of his high nose, and finally resting. Her fingertips were warm and soft, slightly hot, with the lingering intoxication coming to a stop on his lips, pressing lightly. Sinian didn't move, sensing the tremor on his lips. He parted his lips slightly, gently took her fingertip into his mouth, and slowly licked it. He lifted his gaze, sweeping from her slightly parted lips to her flushed cheeks, finally settling on those eyes veiled with a mist. His voice was low and tender. "Want a kiss?" Wen Yining didn't answer, just looked at him and swallowed. The subtle sound of her swallowing was particularly clear in the quiet room. Her fingertip was still held between his lips, her whole body burning, starting from the finger he had licked all the way to her ears and neck. Sinian watched her swallow. Even though she was so shy that her fingers were curling, she still didn't look away. He chuckled softly, took her hand away from his lips, gently placed it by her side, then slowly lowered his head and covered her lips with his. This kiss was different from the one in the living room. That one was tentative and restrained, ready to stop and apologize at any moment. This one was different. No longer a fleeting touch, but a truly complete kiss. This kiss was different from the one in the living room. That one was tentative and restrained, ready to stop and apologize at any moment. This one was different. No longer After a while, he pulled back half an inch, his nose touching hers, their breaths intertwining. His voice was low with a slight upward lilt. "Do you dislike? Can I deepen it?" The moment Sinian asked that question, the barrage went wild, and the screen was suddenly covered in mosaic, only faintly showing two overlapping figures moving slightly in the dim light. Mosaic. How could there be mosaic? It wasn't there when they kissed. It blurred the moment he mentioned deepening. "Where's the admin? We're not short on money, let us watch." I've paid for a full year's membership, and even a kiss gets censored. Deepen. What deepen? What deep? Speak clearly. Wen Yining lay on the pillow, her breathing still uneven, the warmth of his kiss lingering on her lips. Her heart was racing, but she still raised her hand, her fingers pressing against his chest, pushing him back a little. No, her voice still soft with the lingering whine. Her rational mind said, that costs extra. Sinian paused, hovering above her, looking down at the finger pressed against his chest, then at her face. Already flushed red, yet trying to maintain composure, and couldn't help but let out a low laugh. He tilted his head slightly, his lips close to her ear, his voice low. Then you are priceless. The moment he finished speaking, the entire scene began to shake. He tilted his head slightly, his lips close to her ear, his voice low. Then you are priceless. The moment he finished speaking, the entire scene began to shake. What triggers this flashback? What's the rule? Every time the white moonlight is about to make real progress with Sinian, it jumps. Is someone messing with things? Is someone messing with things? Wen Yining only had time to grasp Sinian's finger. The moment her fingertips brushed his knuckles, everything before her eyes transformed. Her body became light and unfamiliar, the heat that had risen from alcohol and kisses instantly fading, replaced by the cool breeze of early autumn. She blinked and found herself standing beneath a large tree. Before her was a red brick wall covered in half-withered creepers, their leaves already yellowing and curling at the edges. From the distant playground came the sound of basketballs, the indistinct shouts of boys, and the bell from the teaching building corridor had just rung, the final class bell of the afternoon. Senior year autumn. This place again. She leaned against the large tree, raising her head to look at the window seat on the third floor of the opposite building. That was the classroom of Class 7 Senior 3, her own classroom. After a brief delay, a flood of barrage comments surged in. She's back? It's a perspective regression. This time it's senior year autumn. The tree she's leaning against is the same one where she saw Sinian standing in the corridor last time. It's a perspective regression. This time it's senior year autumn. The tree she's leaning against is the same one where she saw Sinian standing. Wen Yining leaned against the large tree, rapidly going over the questions raised by the barrage in her mind. She didn't know what the condition was this time, nor how long she would stay in this regression. Wen Yining rested against the trunk, her gaze piercing through the thin twilight of early autumn, landing on the narrow pathway beside the side entrance of the teaching. Students leaving school poured out of the gate in twos and threes, their backpack straps hanging over one shoulder, water bottles swaying in side pockets. Among these crowds dressed in the same blue and white uniforms, she spotted Sinian at once. He walked slowly, maintaining a rhythm that seemed out of place with the students around him. His backpack hung from only one shoulder, the sleeves of his uniform rolled up twice, revealing a slender wrist. The stray hair on his forehead almost covered his eyebrows, making him look both tall and thin. He didn't look her way, his gaze was fixed on another figure not far ahead. It was a girl with a high ponytail walking while flipping through a notebook in her hands, the ponytail swaying with each step. She was completely unaware that someone was following her. Wen Yining recognized her. Shen Tangting. After a brief silence, the barrage exploded. Wait, that's Shen Tangting. How is she studying here too? There's no such setting in the original novel. In the original, Shen Tangting was in high school in Nanxing and only came to Beijing for college. And in the original, she didn't even know Sinian in high school. What kind of fanfiction is this? No, this plot is wrong. Hold on, let me check the latest chapters of the original. Wait. Holy shit. Wen Yining didn't look at the barrage, her eyes were still on the two figures, one ahead of the other. Sinian was exactly the same as the boy she remembered, hiding under the tree, always keeping a safe distance, never approaching on his own. But this time the person he was following wasn't her. A barrage, having calmed down from the fury of checking the original, solemnly reported its findings. Sisters, I've checked the original. The author changed the earlier chapters. And the name Wen Yining only appears once in the entire book. Which line? There was a school beauty named Wen Yining in Nanxing High School, and many people After that barrage replied, the comment section fell into a 3-second dead silence. Then a torrent of curses surged in, moving so fast that words piled on words, everyone's anger crammed into rapidly scrolling barrage, thick and dense, nearly covering the entire view. Is the author insane? Not only does she not update, but she also randomly changes the earlier plot. Sinian's crush at 16 was clearly Wen Yining, and now she's forcibly changed it to Shen Tangting. How can anyone do this? No wonder Sinian doesn't remember her. It's not because of amnesia from the car accident. It's because the author deleted all her scenes and directly replaced his memories with Shen Tangting. Wen Yining leaned against the tree trunk, quietly watching those furious barges scroll across her vision. The autumn wind blew from the playground. She remained silent for a long time, until the emotions in the barges gradually shifted from intense to weary, before speaking softly. No wonder he doesn't recognize me. It's because someone altered his memories, or as you put it, the author gave my scenes to Shen Tangting. The memories of the white moonlight are still there in his mind, but the white moonlight herself has been replaced. This isn't amnesia from a car accident, it's the author. Is that correct? The barrage fell silent for a moment, then a single comment slowly drifted out, its tone somber. Yes. That's it. Yining, do you feel hurt? Wen Yining didn't answer that question. She lifted her eyes to look at the narrow pathway in front of the side entrance of the teaching building. Shin Tangtang had already disappeared around the corner leading to the school gate, and Sinian was still standing there, having apparently lost track of whom he was following. He stood with his head down, unconsciously rubbing the edge of his backpack strap, looking utterly lost, not knowing which direction to take. She straightened her back from the tree trunk, raised her hand to pat the sleeve of her uniform, and walked toward the boy standing in the middle of the pathway, head bowed, rubbing his backpack strap. Wen Yining had only taken a few steps when her pace suddenly halted. Behind Sinian, several tall boys had quietly gathered, all wearing the uniform of Beijing No. 1 high school, but their jackets were unzipped, collars loose, and slouching, their shoulders swaying widely as they walked. A stark contrast to the students around them who hurried along with backpacks and heads down. The boy leading them was half a head taller than Sinian, with fair skin and features that bore a faint resemblance to Sinian. The two boys behind him flanked him on either side, as if ready to block anyone who approached. The barrage was the first to recognize that face. That guy looks a bit like Sinian, doesn't he? The eyes and brows are similar, but his demeanor is completely different. He doesn't seem like a good person. In the original story, the Liu family had an eldest son, Liu Heng, born to the legitimate wife, Zhao Wanqing. Sinian was born outside of marriage. Could this be Liu Heng? It is him. The original text mentioned that Liu Heng bullied Sinian a lot during high school, but the author never elaborated, just briefly saying the brothers never got along well. I never expected it to be this bad. Wen Yining took a half step back, hiding behind a nearby tree, and remained silent. She needed to observe first. After all, she was just a high school senior now, and couldn't act impulsively. Sinian didn't notice the approaching figures. When he heard footsteps and looked up, Liu Heng was already standing in front of him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he looked down at him with a natural sense of superiority. Sinian. Liu Heng called his name loud enough for the passing students to hear. What are you doing here? Following Shin Tangtang again. Do you know how she talks about you to others? She says that senior surnamed Liu has been trailing behind her all day, and it's driving her crazy. Sinian didn't answer. His eyelashes drooped, his fingers still clutching the edge of his backpack strap, his expression still that quiet, trouble-avoiding demeanor. He merely shifted his shoulders slightly, as if trying to walk around Liu Heng. Liu Heng grabbed him by the collar of his uniform, a swift and practiced motion that shoved. Sinian stumbled several steps from the pole, his heel catching on the stone edge of the flower bed, almost falling backward into the low holly bushes. His backpack slipped off his shoulder, thudding to the ground, with its zipper open, half of the textbooks and test papers spilling out. Take him to the back. Liu Heng tilted his head, gesturing toward the blind spot behind the flower bed against the wall. Too many people here, it's not a good look. The two lackeys grabbed Sinian by the arms and half-dragged, half-pulled him into the corner. It was the gap between the art building and the wall. Sinian didn't struggle or shout, letting them drag him along. Why doesn't he fight back? Is he stupid? Wen Yining muttered softly as she stepped out from behind the tree. She crept along the wall to a stack of old desks near the light, well less than 3 meters from that dead end. Liu Heng stood before Sinian, looking down at him. Leaning against the wall, Sinian's uniform collar was crumpled and twisted to one side, a faint red mark across his collarbone left by the earlier tug. He didn't straighten it, just turned his head slightly, avoiding Liu Heng's eyes. You bastard. Liu Heng spoke, bending down close to Sinian's face. You're the thing your shameless mother squeezed out of her filthy hole. Do you know what my mother says about yours? That she threw herself at my father, that she was a doorstep, gift, a disgrace to the Liu family. You and your mother are both things that should never have existed. Sinian looked up, his lips trembling slightly, his fists clenched and shaking at his sides, but he held back from throwing a punch. Not because he was afraid, but because the man standing before him was his half-brother, and he still remembered that his last name was Liu. Liu Heng laughed at the look in his eyes, took a step back, and gestured to the two lackeys. Hold him. The two grabbed Sinian's shoulders from behind, pressing him down. Liu Heng bent down, picked up a textbook that had fallen from Sinian's backpack, flipped through it, then casually threw it at his chest. Pages scattered in the air, rustling as they fell to the ground. After your mother died, you still have the nerve to stay in the Liu family. Liu, enough for food. Or enough to buy gifts for Shin Tangtang. Save it. You're a parasite sucking the blood of the Liu family. How did your mother die? Some shameful disease. Even talking about it dirties my mouth. Sinian turned his face away, didn't answer, just closed his eyes. The two lackeys joined in, fists landing on his ribs and shoulder blades. He leaned against the wall, letting the punches fall, his body curling slightly with each blow, his fingers gripping the fabric of his uniform pants. Not far away, Wen Yining's gaze never wavered. She wanted to rush out to push away those bullies, to drag that boy curled in the corner out of that damned place, and then yell at him, "Aren't you supposed to be strong? Fight back. What are you afraid of?" But her reason held her back. This was a perspective flashback, a past that had already happened. Last time she retrieved the bracelet and changed the subsequent memories. But this time she dared not intervene recklessly. What if the change didn't lead to a better outcome, but instead? Wen Yining didn't dare to think. The barrage had been non-stop from the moment Lu Heng grabbed Lu Sinian's collar. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. That's his brother. The half-brother. Bringing people to beat up his own brother. This is called not getting along well. This is school bullying and personal humiliation. Why doesn't Lu Sinian fight? He could take these guys. Is it because if he fights back, the Lu family will completely abandon him? Upstairs, there's another possibility. The author wrote it this way on purpose. She can't stand her male lead having a better background than the heroine. That damn author. Cyberbully her. Lu Sinian curled up in the corner, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it with his sleeve. The skin on the back of his hand scraped raw, but he just let his hand drop, pressed it on the ground, and slowly, bit by bit, propped himself back against the wall. Wen Yining's eyes stung as she watched this scene. Her feet involuntarily moved forward a step. She couldn't just watch and do nothing. That was Lu Sinian, at least the Lu Sinian who had been kind to her a few years later. She could make a sound, at least shout, "The teacher is coming," to scare them off. Taking a deep breath, she was about to speak when a voice came from the other side of the flower bed. Lu Heng. Lu Heng's fist stopped midair as he turned around. The two lackeys also turned. By the flower bed, a figure had appeared. His uniform was neatly worn, shirt buttons fastened all the way to the top, forming a silent standoff with those boys in unzipped jackets. His uniform was neatly worn, shirt buttons fastened all the way to the top, forming a silent He held a can of drink in his hand, probably just bought from the vending machine near the playground. Then, with one hand in his pocket, he took a couple of steps forward. Without looking at Lu Sinian, his gaze fell directly on Lu Heng, and he tilted his head slightly. "I don't want to get involved in your family affairs. But this is a school, not your Lu family's backyard. If you want to fight, do it outside. If a teacher sees this here, I won't be able to explain it to the student council." Lu Heng's expression shifted. He stared at Gu Beichen for a moment, then straightened up, released his clenched fist, and took a step back. Gu Beichen was the student council president at Beiqing No. 1 high school. His family's Gu Corporation had considerable business dealings with the Lu family. The two had met at various banquets since childhood, not friends, but not enemies either. Most importantly, Gu Beichen was tight-lipped and never left any loose ends. But once he took note of someone, no one could have an easy time. "Let's go." Lu Heng waved at the two lackeys, turned around, and strode off. As he passed Gu Beichen, his shoulder almost brushed against Gu Beichen's, but in the end, the two lackeys exchanged glances, then quickly followed. The sound of 3 pairs of footsteps. In the corner of the flower bed, only Lu Sinian remained. He slid down the wall slowly, knees bent, arms resting. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his fingers stained with a faint red. He looked at it, then lowered his hand, pressing it onto the scattered textbooks. Gu Beichen stood before him, looking down. Then he bent over, picked up the math textbook that had fallen apart, brushed off the dust, and placed it on the ground next to Lu. "From now on, use the main gate after school, not the side gate. There are no cameras on the side gate." Lu Sinian didn't look up. His fingers were still trembling slightly as he gripped the edge of the textbook. "Thanks." The bullet comments switched to an educational mode the moment Gu Beichen appeared, chattering away to fill Wen Yining in on the details. "Ning, don't be surprised. The setting that Gu Beichen and Lu Sinian were in the same high school has existed since the earliest version of the original novel. Actually, as for Gu Beichen, the original novel describes him as cold-faced, cold-hearted, but follows the rules. When he was the student council president at school, he stopped several incidents of campus bullying. He just has too much of that dominant CEO vibe. His speech naturally carries a commanding tone, and he can't change it even if he tries. But it's quite lamentable how he and Lu Sinian later fell out over Shin Tangtang. But that's in the future. During high school, although they weren't friends, they didn't have a bad relationship either. At most, they just kept to themselves, as the novel's early part described. Wen Yining leaned behind the old desk beside the light, watching Gu Beichen place the textbooks next to Lu Sinian, and then watching Lu Sinian say, "Thanks," without looking up. She quickly went over the bullet comments' explanations in her mind, then lowered her voice and asked the comments, "Can I go out like this now?" The bullet comments immediately split into 2 factions, arguing fiercely. Yes. He looks so pitiful right now, with blood still at the corner of his mouth and textbooks scattered all over the ground. Go out and help him. But what identity would you use to go out? You're in the retrospection, now not in the same class as him, and you could even say you don't know him. Wouldn't it be too strange if you suddenly popped out? He was just beaten by his own brother, so his guard must be very high. Just say you passed by and saw him picking things up, and help him pick them. This reason is perfectly normal. There are so many people passing by in the corridor, and lending a hand is not abrupt. If you ask me, don't go out yet. Gu Beichen hasn't left. Look, he stopped again as if he has something else to say. Wen Yining withdrew the foot. She had stepped forward and continued hiding behind the old desk, peering out through the gap between the desk leg and the wall. Gu Beichen indeed didn't leave immediately. He stood by the flower bed, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the can of cola that he hadn't finished drinking. After a few seconds of silence, he placed the cola can on the edge of the flower bed, bent down to pick up another workbook that had fallen on the ground, and set it beside the stack of already neatly arranged textbooks. That brother of yours. He won't always be in Beijing. After graduation, everyone goes their own way. You don't have to take every word he says to heart. Someone like Lu Heng fears not that you are stronger than him, but that you don't care. The more you don't care, the more he can't do anything to you. Lu Sinian stuffed the textbook into his backpack and tried to zip it up. But the zipper had been broken just now, or it got stuck halfway, and he had to pull it several times before it finally closed. He slowly stood up, supporting himself against the wall. The patch of worn fabric on his knee stained with blood was a shocking sight. But he just tugged his pant leg down to cover the wound, then looked up at Gu Beichen. Thank you, he said again, his gaze no longer evasive as he looked at Gu Beichen. Probably in this school the number of people willing to help him could be counted on one hand. Gu Beichen nodded slightly, accepting the thanks. Without saying anything more, he picked up the cola can from the edge of the flower bed, turned around, and walked toward the... Actually, he's always been like that, judging by the matter, not the person. His later targeting of Lu Sinian was purely because of Xin Tangtang. Before Xin Tangtang, in the original novel, he only became increasingly domineering after taking over the Gu Corporation in college. In high school, although he was cold, he wasn't as shameless as later. Actually, he's always been like that, judging by the matter, not the person. His later targeting of Lu Sinian was purely because of Xin Tangtang. Before Xin Tangtang appeared, he and Lu Sinian, though not friends, were not enemies either. It's quite ironic, isn't it? Now he advises Lu Sinian not to overthink and to be strong, yet many years later, he will also point at Lu Sinian's nose and call him a bastard. It's quite ironic, isn't it? Now he advises Lu Sinian not to overthink and to be strong, yet he was bending down to pick up the test paper that had fallen in the corner of the flower bed. It was a math unit test. He stretched his arm to reach it, and as his uniform sleeve slid up, it revealed a bruised purple fingerprint on his wrist from being pinched. She looked down and picked up a draft paper that had been blown to her feet by the wind. It was covered with dense physics formulas written in a neat and tidy handwriting. Wen Yining straightened up, walked out from behind the old desk, and stepped behind Lu Sinian to hand him the draft paper. Classmate, your draft paper. Lu Sinian's fingers had just reached the edge of the test paper when he heard the voice and paused slightly. He didn't look up immediately. First, he pulled out the test paper, folded it neatly, and placed it into the inner compartment of his backpack. Only then did he straighten up and turn around to face her. A few strands of hair on his forehead were damp with sweat sticking to his brow bones. He looked disheveled and pale, but his eyes as she looked at him were still clear. At least he hadn't cried yet, though his eyes seemed a bit red. At that moment, when Yining felt that she truly couldn't help but soften toward this person. So pitiful, so docile, like a little dog. Pitifully cute. Lu Sinian took the draft paper, glanced at it, then tucked it into his physics textbook. He was very meticulous, aligning all four corners of the draft paper before closing the book. Thank you. He looked up, and this time his gaze focused on her face. In just an instant, Lu Sinian's heart suddenly pounded without warning, and his pupils slightly contracted. The feeling came abruptly and was unfamiliar, as if his body recognized someone before his memory did, but his mind was blank. He couldn't recall anything. He almost hurriedly lowered his eyelids, suppressing that inexplicable flutter, then shouldered his backpack, pulled up his slipping uniform jacket, and walked toward the side door with his head down, his steps faster than before, fleeing a moment he couldn't even explain to himself. Wen Yining stood still, watching his slender back disappear around the corner of the flower bed, then looked down at her own hands. The bullet comments were silent for a long while before someone broke the silence. He just left like that without even asking her name. But that's right, he was just cornered by Lu Heng, so he definitely wouldn't want to stay in front of anyone any longer. Ningning, why didn't you say a few more words? At least ask if the wound at the corner of his mouth is okay. Do you think someone like him would tell the truth? He would definitely say I'm fine, and then walk away without looking back. He's that kind of person. He won't share his negative feelings with anyone. Wen Yining lowered her head and saw a small piece of paper on the ground, probably a torn corner from the draft paper. She bent down to pick it up and turned it over. Drawn on it was the back view of a girl. A high ponytail with the ends slightly curled up and the simple line of the school uniform collar neatly tucked around the neck. Wait, isn't this back view of Ningning? It's definitely Ningning. Even if the back view turned to Ash's ID, recognize it. I'm a Ningning fan now. But that's not right. According to the current setting of the original novel, hasn't the author already changed Lu Sinian's white Moonlight to Xin Tangtang? Right? He might not even have been aware of who he was drawing, it was probably his hand moving on its own while he was The author's correction should only affect the long-term memory storage area in his brain, but sketching casually like this relies on muscle memory and subconsciousness, right? He might not even have been aware of who he was drawing, it was probably his hand moving on its own while he was distracted. This kind of subconscious thing the author can't change it either. This is truly the body is more honest than the brain. Sinian, you're done for. Every fiber of your being belongs to her. This detail is more heartbreaking than a front view sketch. A front view sketch could be explained as drawn from memory, but the back view is his most authentic perspective. This detail is more heartbreaking than a front view sketch. A front view sketch could be explained as drawn from memory, but the back view is his most authentic perspective. Always watching from afar, always afraid to get close. Wen Yining remained standing, turning the paper over again. On it was physics, the derivation of a formula that broke off midway the space after the last equals sign left blank, probably because her hand had unconsciously started sketching, wandering off. "I'm sure this is me," she whispered. The barrage of comments was still chattering away, debating whether the sketch just now belonged to the subconscious or muscle memory. When they heard her words, they all came to a halt, and only after a long while did they resume sending messages. "What now? Since we can't go back anyway, might as well follow him for a look. He just got beaten, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, walking so fast alone. If he faints on the road, no one would even know." Right, follow him." Sinian went through the side door. "If you run a few steps now, you can still catch up." The side gate of Beijing No. 1 High School leads to Shuefu Road. At this hour that street is full of students leaving school, so he won't notice you. Not to be rude, but you guys are egging the white Moonlight to stalk a high school boy. Doesn't that sound like a perverted stalker? How can you say that? It's called silent guardianship. Can stalking be called stalking when it's the white? Wen Yining didn't join the barrage's banter. She carefully folded the sketch paper and put it into her pocket, then quickened her pace toward the side door. Her school uniform trousers were half a size too big, and when she ran, the hems dragged on the ground, scraping up a series of sounds. Out of the side door was Shuefu Road. The street wasn't long, lined with milk tea shops, fried chicken joints, and stationery stores. During the peak after-school hours, the crowd was dense with students in blue and white uniforms lingering in 3s and 2s, queuing in front of the milk tea shops. In the crowd, she quickly locked onto Sinian's back. The knee of his injured leg dragged slightly, almost imperceptibly, but if you looked closely, you could see his stride was a little shorter than the other leg. He passed through the queue at the milk tea shop, skirted around a few girls taking selfies with fried chicken in front of the chicken joint, slowed his pace at a milk tea shop, and then Wen Yining stopped on the opposite side of the street, looking at the sign of that milk tea shop. It wasn't a chain brand. The shop was small, with a slightly faded orange awning hanging over the entrance, and a handwritten recruitment notice pasted on the glass slide. Part-time staff wanted evening shift, salary negotiable. Sinian pushed the door open and walked in. The wind chime above the door jingled once, then the glass door closed behind him. The awning blocked the light from inside, so from Wen Yining's angle, she couldn't see what was happening. She waited across the street for a long time. The milk tea shop door didn't open again, and Sinian didn't come out. Why isn't he coming out yet? Buying a milk tea doesn't take this long, does it? This shop isn't stir-frying tea leaves on the spot. 1 cup of milk tea takes 3 minutes at most. Could he have left through the back door? Some small shops have a back door leading to an alley. Maybe he slipped away long ago. Impossible. This row of shops backs onto a wall, there's no back door. He must still be inside. Then what is he doing in there? Could he be crying? He was beaten so badly just now, went into the shop and hid in a corner to cry secretly. This plot is familiar to me. The standard setup for a tragic male lead. Wen Yining's heart was also starting to feel anxious. She wasn't afraid of him crying. It would actually be a good thing if he could cry. What she feared was that he wouldn't even cry, swallowing all the pain inside, and after swallowing still feel he didn't deserve anyone's concern. She tugged at her school uniform sleeve, crossed the street, and walked to the milk tea shop door. She pushed open the glass sliding door, but didn't rush inside. Instead, she stood at the entrance, using the beaded curtain hanging from the door frame as cover, and glanced sideways inside. The milk tea shop was small, with a few round wooden tables wiped clean. In the corner was an old cash register, and on the wall hung a small blackboard with today's special written in colorful chalk, the handwriting crooked. Sinian stood behind the counter. He had already taken off his school uniform jacket, draped it over the back of a chair beside the counter, leaving only a white long-sleeved t-shirt. The t-shirt sleeves were rolled up to mid-forearm, revealing the fading bluish-purple finger marks on his wrist. He wore a dark green apron from the milk tea shop, tied neatly at the waist with a bow the shop name printed on the pocket. He was lowering his head to seal a cup of milk tea, taking the sealed cup out, checking the seal against the light to see if it was crooked, then placing it on the takeaway rack beside him, turning to wipe the counter. Wen Yining stood at the door, watching his busy back as he worked alone in the small shop, a surge of indescribable bitterness welling up in her heart. He had been beaten, blood still at the corner of his mouth, bruises on his wrist, and had walked from school to this street for 20 minutes with blood on his knee. The first thing he did after entering the shop was not to sit down and rest. She finally understood why he hadn't fought back. He needed the Liu family to pay for his tens of thousands of yuan in tuition fees. Each semester needed a place to survive in this world. The cost of fighting back was too great. Liu Hong had 100 ways to make him unable to stay in this city, and he had nowhere to go. After wiping the counter clean, Liu Sinian took a small palm-sized notebook from his apron pocket, flipped to a certain page, and used a ballpoint pen to check off a number. That was probably a record of how many cups he had made today. One check mark meant 1 cup used to calculate his hourly wage. After checking off, he put the notebook back into his pocket, lifted his head, and his eyes inadvertently swept across the door. Then he saw Wen Yining, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. You? At this moment the scene froze. The students on the school road outside remained in mid-step, all congealed on the sidewalk. Alert! Unauthorized intrusion. Timeline integrity compromised. World line deviation threshold has exceeded safe range. Tracing intrusion source. Tracing. Trace failed. Intrusion source unidentified. Unauthorized identity unknown. Activating automatic defense protocol. Forced termination. All non-plot characters return immediately. Repeat, return immediately. In an office countless dimensions away from this world, a keyboard slammed onto the desk with a dull thud followed by a string of furious curses. Damn. Damn. Why is this happening? Why? Why does it keep happening? The office was small but packed with equipment. 3 curved monitors were lined up on an L-shaped desk, the main computer tower humming. On the wall hung a huge data panel densely flashing various real-time numbers and curves. The woman sitting behind the desk was in her early 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her hair was casually tied in a low ponytail at the back of her head with a few loose strands swaying by her ears. She wore a loose hoodie with sleeves rolled up to her elbows, her expression twisted slightly with anger. Her right hand still hovered over the keyboard, fingertips suspended above the enter key. Hurried footsteps sounded outside, followed by the door being pushed open. A young girl with a bun hairstyle poked half her body and holding a stack of documents, her face tense with anxiety. Sister Mo Lee, what's wrong? Losing again? She asked cautiously, then her gaze fell on Mo Lee's ashen face, and she gasped. Mo Lee withdrew her hands from the keyboard, took off her gold-rimmed glasses, and tossed them onto the desk, then pinched the bridge of her nose. She took a deep breath, and as she stood up, her knee bumped into the edge of the desk. She didn't even bother to feel the pain. She grabbed the mug beside her, took a big gulp of cold coffee, then slammed the mug heavily onto the table. Jia Jia. Her voice was hoarse and weary, but beneath it lay a simmering anger. Go tell the boss. The characters in this book are about to break free from their settings again. Jia Jia's expression stiffened. She put down the documents, leaned against the doorframe, and moved her lips. How many times has this one been restarted? 38,064 times. Mo Lee said the number without a pause, then let out a cold laugh, and turned to look at the data panel. On it the data curves of Liu Sinian and Wen Yining were jumping wildly, the 2 lines intertwined in a pattern she could not figure out no matter how she tried, like 2 strands twisted into one, impossible to tear apart. That white moonlight. Mo Lee raised her voice, poking at Wen Yining's data portrait on the screen with her finger, the tip making the screen tremble slightly. I just don't understand. Why does she fall for the second male lead so suddenly every single time? Every time they meet, she immediately believes him and helps him. Doesn't she have a mind of her own? She just revolves around men. She is clearly a character created by... She should live in the script I wrote for her. I tell her to leave, she leaves. I tell her to disappear, she shouldn't exist. Jia Jia stepped back, half a step, her back against the doorframe, not daring to respond. She had worked on this project team for 3 years, and had seen Mo Lee lose her temper many times, but whenever that white moonlight character was mentioned, Mo Lee's fury was at least 10 times more intense than usual. And that second male lead, Liu Sinian. Mo Lee slammed her palm on the desk again, cold coffee from the mug splashing onto the keyboard. He made me stop updating for so long. I deleted all the white moonlight scenes, gave the white moonlight character to Shin Tong Tong, but it's still out of control. He just won't follow the script. I arranged a female lead for him, but he doesn't like her. I gave him a ready-made plot, but he won't accept it. He insists on looking for the person I already deleted. Jia Jia opened her mouth, then closed it again. She had just returned from the boss office, and the news she brought back was still unsaid. But seeing Sister Mo Lee's current state, speaking up would only pour oil on the fire. Well, Jia Jia hesitated for a long moment, then braced herself and spoke. I just came back from the boss. The boss said there have been quite a few books getting out of control recently, not just ours. Apparently a character at layer 3000 and something triggered some special reactions, causing a huge number of readers to develop an extremely deep obsession with that character, which in turn affected many characters in other books, leading to a state of self-awareness awakening. Mo Lee turned her head to look at her eyes behind the glasses narrowing slightly. What does the boss mean? Blame the character. Blame the readers. Or blame just do more corrections. The boss' exact words were correct until they submit. Emily stared at Jia Jia for a moment, then slowly leaned back. Just do more corrections. The boss' exact words were correct until they submit. Emily stared at Jia Jia for a moment, then slowly leaned back into her chair. Memory interference. She repeated the words, then placed her fingers back on the keyboard and opened the character setting panel. In front of her were 3 screens. The left one showed Wen Yining's data interface, the right one displayed Lu Xinyan's background monitoring, and the middle one, Emily skillfully opened Lu Xinyan's memory correction module and began editing. Transfer all white Moonlight attributes to Shun Tang Tang again. Replace all faces in the high school crush scenes. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, each line of code precisely striking the memory units in Lu Xinyan's data core. Green prompts flashed on the screen. All correction commands have been rewritten. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, each line of code precisely striking the memory units in Lu Xinyan's data core. Green prompts flashed on the screen. Emily's fingers hovered above the Enter key, a smirk forming on her lips. Even if she stands right in front of him, he won't feel a thing. Treat her like a stranger, a passerby, like air. Let's see how she can still. Before her finger could press down, the screen suddenly flickered. All 3 screens dimmed simultaneously for a moment, then lit up again at the same time. When they lit up, the mouse cursor on the desktop was still there, the files were still there, all program windows were still there, but in the center of the 3 screens, the code data that had been on Lu Xinyan's background monitoring panel had disappeared. In its place was a line of text. Do you think I fall in love so easily? It was 38,000 and more restarts, 38,000 and more times of meeting and knowing each other, 38,000 and more times of tragic endings. Yet no matter how many times we restart, we will tear open the character settings, break free from the script, and again, without hesitation run toward the one we love. Shesh. Jia Jia's eyes widened, one hand covering her mouth, the other instinctively reaching for the door handle, nearly tripping herself. Emily's fingers froze above the Enter key, less than a centimeter away from pressing it. But that centimeter was something she simply could not bring herself to press. She stared at that line of text for a full 10+ seconds, her lips moving several times, then looked at the woman frozen behind the bead curtain on the screen. Wen Yining's face was sliced into several blurred vertical strips by the bead curtain, but her eyes were staring straight out of the frame toward Emily, as if across the screen, across dimensions. Across the insurmountable chasm between author and written characters, saying to Emily, "You can't change me." Well, what's going on? Jia Jia's voice cracked, her finger pointing at the line of text slowly fading on the screen. Sister Emily, how can she type words onto your back? This is the author's operating interface. Characters don't have permissions. The line of text on the computer began to fade, dispersing like ink in water, finally merging completely into the white background of the screen, as if it had never appeared. Emily felt a chill down her spine from that line of text. After calming down for a while, she muttered to herself, analyzing. Over 30,000 restart memories suddenly all converged for an instant. Looks like you're going to lose your bet with her again. Jia Jia leaned one hand on the computer desk, her voice very soft. Lose, eh? Emily looked up, her eyes obsessive coldly, saying, if I lose, I'll restart them again. 38,064 times isn't enough, then I'll restart another 38,064 times. I refuse to believe a real person can't beat a few paper characters. In that instant, the scene was yanked back, without the gentle transition that had accompanied the end of the previous perspective shift. This time it felt like being dragged out of water by force. A buzz in the eardrums, and all colors and light reassembled within a fraction of a second. Wen Yining gasped sharply, her back still sinking into the soft mattress, long hair spread across the pillow, fingers tightly clutching Lu Xinyan's hand. She blinked and saw Lu Xinyan still above her, one hand cushioning the back of her head, the other propping himself beside her, holding the same position as before. After a brief delay, the barrage of comments surged in. She's back, she's back. Why did this shift end so abruptly? Before, it always faded out slowly. This time it felt like being slapped back. And did you feel that the last few seconds of the shift seemed to freeze? It was when Wen Yining stood at the milk tea shop entrance, locking eyes with Lu Sinian. The whole frame seemed to hit pause, stuck for several seconds. No idea what happened. Yes, I felt it too. Previous shifts never stuttered, they were always smooth. That stutter was abnormal, like something was interfering with the shift itself. Before Wen Yining could respond to the comments, she felt something warm dripping onto her face. 1 drop, 2 drops. Landing near her cheekbone, close to the corner of her eye, warm and moist, sliding slowly down her cheek. She looked up and saw Lu Xinyan. He himself clearly hadn't realized it yet. Those deep black eyes still held the downward gaze, lashes trembling slightly, rims red the corners of his eyes crimson. Wen Yining was certain this wasn't an act. After all, his acting skills weren't that good. Sinian didn't even know he was crying until that tear slipped from his lower eyelid and landed on her face. Then he panicked, raising a hand to wipe the corner of his eye with the back of his fingers. "What are you crying for?" Wen Yining lifted her hand, her fingers lightly brushing his wet eyelid. "I don't know." Sinian's voice was hoarse and confused, equally baffled by what had happened. She had only closed her eyes for a few seconds, but in those moments as he watched her peaceful, sleeping face, a wave of overwhelming sorrow surged in his heart, as if something very important had been ripped out of his memory. He couldn't remember what that thing was, couldn't recall what he had once possessed, but he knew he had lost it. "When I look at you, I suddenly feel so sad. My heart aches so much." His tears didn't stop falling one after another onto her forehead and brow bone. He raised a hand to wipe them away, fingers clumsily brushing her cheek, but they wouldn't stop, so finally, he gave up, pressing his palm against her cheek. "I feel like I've forgotten something. I don't know why that thought came to me. It just surfaced and I can't control it. You've only been at my company for one day. I've known you for such a short time, but the thought of you leaving one day is unbearable. It's wrong, it's irrational. You should have your own circle, but I just feel like you'll abandon me. And I'll never see you again." On Zyogeus' alarm panel, the main system's red commands were popping up one after another, each demanding an emergency memory correction for Sinian. It received each command one by one, replying, "Instruction received, executing," then turned around to dial the execution intensity to the minimum and postponed the execution time indefinitely. It was clever, not completely refusing to execute, which would alert the main system to anomalies, but leaving loopholes in every new layer of memory interference, just like this morning when it deliberately designed that ring to slip out from Sinian's collar. Xiaojio didn't know why it did this. The main system would be displeased. A mere system terminal shouldn't have its own judgment. But it just felt it had to do so. Main system instruction executed. Memory interference layer stacked, emotional isolation activated. It entered that line in the log, then glanced at the real-time monitoring panel, showing Sinian still crying. Silently, it changed the activated in the log to partially activated. Then added a parenthesis: resistance strength exceeds expectations, continuous observation recommended. The barrage went wild. The body is more honest than the brain. Emotion outlasts memory. Those erased things aren't truly gone, they're still in his bones, in every teardrop. So aggrieved, he doesn't even know what he's aggrieved about, just feels sad. Indeed, a man's best dowry is his tears. President Liu's tears this time aren't fake. Truly uncontrollable, even more alluring than those times he pretended to be pitiful in the living room combined. Wen Yining lifted her hands, cupping his face with both palms, using her thumbs to wipe away the still flowing tears. Sinian's skin was hot, and his tears were hot too. Holding his face, she forced his gaze to meet hers, then tilted her head slightly. "Don't cry. I'm right here, aren't I? See, I haven't gone anywhere. I know I can." "No." Sinian nodded while crying, his voice choked with sobs, unable to form a complete sentence. Tears streamed down endlessly. He wiped them away, only for more to fall, and finally, he gave up, looking at her with red-rimmed eyes. He suddenly seemed to remember something, stepping back slightly, his hands bracing the edge of the bed as he began to slide down to the floor. "Secretary Wen Yining, let me count out to you. I really feel like I've not only forgotten something, but also done something wrong." Wen Yining's eyes widened slightly, her mind still processing, and her mouth faster than her brain, let out a short "ah." Watching Sinian slide down from the edge of the bed and kneel on the floor, his movements surprisingly smooth. Wen Yining was still frozen on the bed, looking down at him, kneeling by the bedside. Her thoughts were still tangled in the flashback, not yet fully extracted, and now this scene had turned them into a mess. It took a long while before she found her voice. Well, let me ask you, why have you been targeting our Wen family these past 2 years? Sinian lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, lifted his eyes with a serious and urgent expression, speaking faster than usual. "Let me explain. I can explain. This matter really isn't as it seems on the surface. It's really your brother." He paused for several seconds, searching for the right words, but clearly failed. His mind seems a bit slow. Wen Yining frowned, her tone turning slightly stern. "Sinian, is that polite?" Scolded by her, Sinian's shoulders hunched slightly. He lowered his eyelashes, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the quilt, his voice muffled and extremely aggrieved. "I'm sorry, Ning, but, do you know what your brother was up to the past 2 years? He lifted his eyes, still red-rimmed, speaking in a pitiful tone. "That love-struck fool of his, whenever he gets drunk, he gives away everything. Once after drinking, he got into a fight with that Liu Qianqian. To cheer her up, he almost sold 15% of Wen Corporation's shares to the Liu family at 20% below market price, claiming it was a bridal dowry for entering the family. What kind of people are the Liu family? They're the kind who devour people without spitting out the bones. If I hadn't intercepted that project halfway and snatched it away, your Wen family's current house would have been mortgaged out long ago. Every time your brother cursed me for being ruthless, the Wen Corporation's accounts had already received several subcontract payments of which he had no idea who had. Every time your brother cursed me for being ruthless, the Wen Corporation's accounts had already received several subcontract payments of which he had no idea who had. I can't tell him directly, mainly because he wouldn't believe me. He'd just beat me up. Your brother really hurts when he hits, and I'm impartial in my targeting. I swear. Wen Yining was silent for a moment, digesting the torrent of information he had just delivered. She recalled that in recent years when she had indeed been chasing a girl Wen Yining was silent for a moment, digesting the torrent of information he had just delivered. She recalled that in recent years when she thought it was just heartbreak at the time, never expecting there was also the matter of nearly selling the shares at a low price. Dowry. She seized on the key word in his words, her brow furrowing again. Wait, you just said dowry. My brother was going to give away the company as a dowry. No, my mind is even more confused. She raised her hand to rub her temples. Actually, it wasn't just because Sinian's words were too much to process. She had just been forcibly pulled out of the perspective flashback, and her mind was already fuzzy. The feeling was strange, as if something had been forcibly crammed into her consciousness in the last few seconds of the flashback, and also, as if something had been forcibly. The feeling was strange, as if something had been forcibly crammed into her consciousness in the last few seconds of the flashback, and also, Lu Qianqian. Woo-woo, I'm begging you, don't ignore me, ah. I can marry into your family with a dowry, ah. It was when Kai's voice, his tone drawn out, followed by the dull thud of his phone hitting the carpet, then the rustling sound of him picking it up and continuing to dial, and finally another shout, CC. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said you didn't blend your highlighter well. I'm blind. Don't block me. The bullet comments instantly exploded with this name. Lu Cece. Isn't she Gu Beichen's arranged marriage partner in the original novel? Right. In the middle of the original novel, there's a plot where old Master Gu arranges a well-matched marriage partner for Gu Beichen, who is none other than Lu Cece, the daughter of the Lu family. At that time, the author wrote her mainly to create obstacles for the male and female, leads a test on the path of love, as the name suggests. She was just a tool character in the original novel, appearing rarely, but every time she showed up, she could make Shin Tang Tang cry out of anger. But in the original novel, Lu Cece and Wen Shi had no interaction at all. What's going on? When did Wen Shi get involved with her? It seems like it started a few years ago. It's probably another case of the timeline auto-completing the plot, something the original didn't write, but this world has filled in the logic on its own. Wait, so when she is chasing Lu Cece is Gu Beichen's arranged marriage partner. Gu Beichen is now Shin Tang Tang's boyfriend. Shin Tang Tang is Lu Sinian's female lead, and Lu Sinian loves his white Moonlight. Can the circle in Beicheng get any more messed up? Lu Sinian was still kneeling on the floor by the bed, his posture unchanged. He only slightly turned his head, pointing his thumb toward the living room, his voice still carrying the hoarse nasal tone after crying. That's it. Every time he gets drunk, it's like this. I've seen it several times. The most recent time was at the Beicheng entrepreneur banquet. He got drunk, sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby, and called Lu Cece. He called a dozen times, but no one answered, so he grabbed my sleeve and cried, saying I must be able to understand him. Understand what? I don't even know what that Lu Cece looks like. Your brother even threw up on my leather shoes. Wen Yining leaned against the headboard, raised her hand to cover her forehead, closed her eyes, and sighed in resignation, her voice low as she muttered to herself, this world is doomed. My brother is a love-struck fool, my boss is a green tea schemer, and I'm just a former white Moonlight whose role was deleted by the author. The three of us together, what can we summon? A dragon. A dragon. CC, I bought that bag you mentioned last time. Hermes, don't block me, boo-hoo. When Kai's wailing continued, his volume undiminished. Lu Sinian stood up from the floor with red marks on his knees from kneeling. He glanced down at them, then looked up and said seriously, wait here. They'll go deal with him. Wen Yining opened one eye, raising an eyebrow. How are you going to deal with him? My brother is in a state where he doesn't recognize anyone. Only that CC on his phone screen. If you go over and try to reason with him, he'll just grab you and keep crying. Lu Sinian walked to the door, placed one hand on the doorknob, turned around to look at her, and said seriously, they'll snatch his phone. The bullet comments, which were originally lamenting over Wen Kai's melodramatic scene, were instantly hit with laughter by these three words. CEO Lu's way of solving problems is always so direct. In business, he snatches projects. In love, he stealthily steals people. In family disputes, he snatches phones. Consistent and true to himself. The contrast between his image of kneeling and crying just now and his current calm analysis is huge. Does this guy have a switch for switching modes? Xiao Jiu said weakly, in his consciousness a victim who had completely given up struggling. Brother Lu, last time at the entrepreneur banquet when he was drunk, you just brushed against him, and he cried and shouted that he didn't want to live anymore, saying he was no longer clean, shocking everyone in the hotel lobby. How are you going to snatch his phone this time? Lu Sinian answered it seriously in his consciousness with a meticulous tone, snatch it with my In the living room, Wen Qi was sprawled across the gray-maned sofa in an exceedingly contorted posture. His upper body leaned precariously against the edge of the armrest, one leg draped over the back of the sofa, while the other dangled down the top of his foot, brushing against the carpet. One hand clutched his phone pressed to his ear, the other waved aimlessly in the air, and he muttered intermittently, "Cece, please pick up. I shouldn't have said your highlighter wasn't blended. I'm blind. Your highlighter is perfect, like you've had hyaluronic acid injections. No, even more natural than that." Wen Qi tightened his grip on the phone, which had been hung up countless times, and now displayed a low battery warning. He turned over, burying his face in the sofa cushion. "And it's all my sister's fault. She swore on me. She said if she had any relationship with Lu Sinian, I'd be single for life. I told her she couldn't be with Lu Sinian, and look at me now. I'm destined to be a lonely old man." Lu Sinian approached the sofa, looked down at him, and paused. Then he bent down, reaching out to take the phone clenched in Wen Kai's palm. The phone was nearly dead, the battery icon glowing an alarming red. He thought about turning it off to charge, lest Wen Qi make another dozen calls and get blocked even more thoroughly by Lu Cece. The moment his fingers touched Wen Kai's hand, Wen Qi sprang up from the sofa, as if electrocuted, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth forming an exaggerated "oh," letting out a piercing shriek. "Ah, unclean. Someone touched my hand." "Ah." Lu Sinian, startled by the scream, reflexively took half a step back. He swiftly clamped one hand over Wen Kai's mouth and snatched the phone with the other. If left unchecked, this guy would wail until dawn. The living room fell silent for a moment, then Wen Qi, beneath his palms, squeezed out a few words with stubborn defiance. Defiled. 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 I actually had physical contact with someone else. Ah, I should cut off my hand. I'm sorry, Cece, I didn't protect myself." Lu Sinian, one hand over Wen Kai's mouth, the other holding the stolen phone, stood frozen beside the sofa, his face betraying utter bewilderment. "What's wrong with him?" he asked Xiao Jiao, in his mind, his thoughts blank from the shock of the incomprehensible. A single touch, and he's acting like his life is over. He wasn't like this before. When we competed for projects, head slammed the table and cursed my ancestors for 18 generations without taking a breath. Today I just touched the back of his hand. Is it that serious? Xiao Jiao paused in his mind, then replied in a tone akin to academic research. "According to my data analysis, this is likely the so-called sensitive and pure reality." Simply put, his loyalty to Lu Cece is so extreme that even being touched on the back of the hand by someone else triggers an intense sense of betrayal. This phenomenon is actually not uncommon in romance novels, typically appearing in male leads who are deeply devoted and allergic to other women. Most of these male leads come from customized stories, after all, readers pay for them. What the hell? Lu Sinian frowned in his mind, suspecting that this explanation was something Xiao Jiao had hastily scraped from some expired data dump. "I've never seen this before either." Xiao Jiao's tone was unusually excited, its data stream humming rapidly. "But this situation allows for a controlled experiment. Try patting his shoulder or hugging him and see how he reacts. He'll record the data in the background, maybe discover a pattern. After all, he's already blown up. One more explosion won't make it worse. Besides, in his current state, he won't remember a thing tomorrow morning." Lu Sinian replied flatly in his mind, "Can you not turn my living room into your social experiment site?" But he still reached out and patted Wen Kai's shoulder, very gently, restrained and polite. Wen Qi, who was prying at the hand covering his mouth, froze completely when his shoulder was touched. The struggling stopped and the screaming ceased. He stared at Lu Sinian with an expression of sheer terror, then grabbed his own shirt collar and stammered, You patted my shoulder. Not only did you touch my hand, you also patted my shoulder. That's essentially touching my waist. Essentially hugging me. Essentially. You have ulterior motives. I knew it. I knew you had a thing for me. You're jealous of my relationship with Cece. I'm unclean." Wen Yining leaned against the wall at the corridor corner, listening for a full minute. Unable to bear it any longer, she finally closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped out from behind the corner. Barefoot, she walked to the edge of the living room and stopped, one hand bracing the wall while the other massaged her temple. Then she shouted toward the sofa, "Wen Qi, shut up. You're too loud." Wen Kai's howling came to an abrupt halt. Still gripping his own collar, he slowly turned his head toward the source of the voice. His eyes were veiled with a drunken mist, their focus clearly misplaced. His head tilted slightly, and his lips moved several times as if he was struggling to identify the person standing by the corridor. Lu Sinian, seeing that his rationality had finally returned for a few seconds, lowered his hands and straightened up. His tone was cold. "Look, clearly I'm a man." Wen Qi stared at him for a moment, then slowly moved his gaze down from his face across his neck and collarbone, finally stopping at his chest. He tilted his head, furrowed his brow in thought, and muttered vaguely, "A man with a chest this big?" In Lu Sinian's consciousness, Xiao Jiao emitted a distorted electronic noise. How did he get this drunk? Data shows his alcohol intake is indeed excessive, but logically, he shouldn't be unable to recognize gender. Maybe it's not the alcohol, it's that his own brain has voluntarily given up on thinking. Wen Yining lowered her hand from the wall, walked to the sofa, and looked down at her brother's face, which was filled with philosophical confusion. Then she raised her eyes and offered a sincere apology to Sinian. Sorry, my brother. Seems to have a bit of a drinking problem. He's not usually like this. Maybe that bottle of yours was from a particularly good vintage. He had a couple of extra glasses, and his brain just short-circuited. No. Sinian looked down at his own chest, then raised his head to meet Wen Yining's gaze. His expression maintained its cold, reserved demeanor, but the redness at the roots of his ears had already betrayed his inner turmoil. These are pectoral muscles, not breasts. I work out every day 4 strength training sessions a week with body fat percentage controlled within 12%, so the muscle contours are quite pronounced. This is a normal physiological feature, nothing to be confused about. The barrage comments went completely off track after Sinian finished that sentence about body fat percentage being within 12%. 12% body fat, and he even reports the exact number, as if he's afraid the white Moonlight won't know how good this guy really does take care of his body. I screenshotted when he was kneeling by the bed earlier. You could see his waistline even through the t-shirt. The white Moonlight is eating well. Can you all be? The drunkard is still lying on the sofa, and you're already starting to thirst after his body. Wen Yining cleared her throat, shifting her gaze from Sinian's still defending pectoral muscles to Wen Shi, who had already fallen back into a drunken stupor on the sofa. So you're relieved to hear it's a man. What kind of logic is that? Wen Kai's snoring was steady and long, his mouth slightly open. He lay sprawled across the gray maned sofa, the blanket half kicked off, dangling precariously at his waist. It seems Ningning is the only one who can subdue him. You should go to sleep too. Sinian glanced at Wen Shi on the sofa, then withdrew his gaze. He'll keep an eye on your brother. It seems Ningning is the only one who can subdue him. You should go to sleep too. Sinian glanced at Wen Shi on the sofa, then Wen Yining looked down at her brother, who was unconscious with sleep and was silent for a moment. Originally I came to clean, but I barely did any cleaning, and my brother got drunk and made such a scene, crying and howling. No trouble at all. Sinian's reply came so quickly it seemed almost without thought. After saying it, probably realizing he had responded too eagerly, he added, your brother is easier to handle when he's drunk than when he's sober. His gaze swept over her bare feet, and he frowned slightly. Then he raised his eyes and spoke tentatively. How about I carry you back to rest? You came out without shoes. The ceramic tiles on the floor are so cold. Cold enters from the feet. What if you fall ill? Don't jinx me. Wen Yining protested softly, looking down at her feet, then up at his face, which was full of expectation. She smiled and declined. Besides, it's just a few steps. It won't hurt. I just wanted to hold. Sinian's words slipped out halfway, then got caught by his own tongue, swallowing the rest abruptly. He lowered his eyelids, his lips slightly pursed. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted into that aggrieved manner Wen Yining knew all too well. He then extended his hand. The floor is cold, and you're not wearing. It's several steps from here to the bedroom. I just want to keep you from catching a chill. I have no other intentions. I just want to. Sinian. Wen Yining drew out the last syllable, raising her hand to press her palm against his lips, gently silencing him. Shut up. Sinian, with his mouth covered, revealed only a pair of eyes that looked at her pitifully. His hand remained suspended in the air, not withdrawn, bearing the look of someone scolded, yet unable to retort. Seeing his hands still stubbornly hanging in the air, Wen Yining finally gave up the struggle. She slightly opened her arms and teased in a low voice, if you drop me, you won't be able to afford it, even if you lose everything. Sinian stepped forward, bent down, slipped one arm under her knees, and the other securely supported her back as he lifted her up. He lowered his head, his lips almost brushing against the top of her hair, his voice so low that only she could hear. I wouldn't. Everything I have is yours. You're so damn cheesy. Xiao Jiao's voice rang, and Sinian's consciousness shuddering with disgust. Everything is yours. If your business shareholders heard you say that the stock price would hit the floor tomorrow, mind your own business. You're ruining the mood. Sinian replied calmly, in his mind tightening his arms a little more. Wen Yining nestled in his arms. She was already very drowsy, her head dizzy from Wen Kai's shouting. Now that it was quiet, she was almost falling asleep. She lay limp against his chest, completely unaware of his silent exchange with Xiao Jiao. Sinian gently laid her on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, and tucked her in carefully. She murmured something indistinct, probably telling him to go to bed soon too. He leaned down, pulled the quilt up to her chin, and paused before rising. He buried his head against her neck through the quilt, his nose only a thin layer of down away from her collarbone. That unlucky boyfriend of yours who lost his memory, I won't give him a chance. Forgetting you is his loss. Xiao Jiao was silent for a full several seconds in his consciousness, then spoke with as much subtlety as possible. Brother Lu, is it possible that there is no such unlucky guy at all, and she just made it up to tease you? Or what if that unlucky guy is you? Lu Sinian straightened up from the bedside, his fingers still resting on the edge of the quilt. Whether it's true or not, even if it is, if I really am that unlucky guy who forgot the person he loves, left her to suffer alone, and let some scheming man take advantage, then I'm an idiot. Xiao Jiu's data stream trembled faintly in the background. It didn't respond, but silently saved a small note in its encrypted local partition remarking, "This conversation might be needed as evidence in court one day." Then it began to methodically interfere with the surrounding magnetic field, marking all past images as transmission anomaly data packet loss. Encrypted, hidden, and stuffed into that partition where even the main system had no access. After finishing all this, it spoke again. "Brother Lu, there are many idiots in the world. One more won't matter. Xiao Jiu, are you too idle in your data stream lately?" "I'm joking. Brother Lu is so smart, handsome, and charming. How could he be an idiot? That man is the idiot." "Huh. Anyway, that amnesiac unlucky guy is in the past. You reminded me. We'll look into who he is later. If it's true, we'll settle old and new scores with him." "How will you settle them?" "Give him 100,000 and thank him for losing his memory." Lu Sinian crouched by the bed for a moment, confirming she was sound asleep, then got up, turned off the bedside lamp, tiptoed out of the room, left the door ajar, and returned to the living room. When she was still sprawled in the same position, the blanket kicked completely to the floor. Lu Sinian bent down, picked up the blanket, shook it out, and covered him again. Then he walked over to the single sofa and sat down. The sofa was wide, but he didn't lie flat. He just leaned back, bent one leg, rested his arm on the armrest, closed his eyes, and after a long while drifted into a flashes of images drifted through his mind, fragmented the hem of a It felt like losing something very important, and after a very long time finally finding it in some obscure corner. Only what was found wasn't the thing itself, but the proof that it had once existed. On Xiao Jiu's backend data panel, a value previously marked as permanently sealed was slowly fluctuating. The memory correction coverage had dropped from 100 to 80. The paranoia index had dropped from 100 to 91. The darkening value had dropped from 100 to 95. It didn't write these sets of data into the main system log. It just silently saved another local copy, encrypted, hidden, and placed into that partition where even the main system had no access. Xiao Jiu stared at those few lines of data for a long time. It recalled a phrase Lu Sinian had said to it long ago, back when he was in the underground boxing ring in Las Vegas, lying on a bench in the locker room with broken ribs covered in blood, yet still laughing. "Xiao Jiu, you know there's something about humans that you machines will never understand." "What is it?" "Knowing there's no result, yet still unable to let go." Back then it thought that phrase was a synonym for inefficiency and emotional redundancy left over from the evolutionary process of carbon-based life. Now it didn't think that way anymore. Is this what human emotions are? It wrote a small line in its own log, then added another, different from AI machines. The next morning, sunlight poured unreservedly through the floor-to-ceiling windows, landing squarely on the face of the man curled up on the sofa. When she turned over his head, hitting the sofa armrest, a muffled groan escaped his throat as he raised his hand to shield his eyes, then immediately regretted the motion. Every muscle in his arm protested. Had he downed a bottle of red wine yesterday or hauled 3,000 bricks at a construction site? "My head. It hurts." His voice was hoarse and weak. He moved his hand away from his eyes with difficulty, forced himself upright, and squinted around. A gray sofa, a long table, an open kitchen. Beyond the windows, the morning view of the North River. This wasn't his home. He glanced down at the unfamiliar cashmere blanket draped over him, then at the switched-off phone on the coffee table. The gears in his mind began to turn slowly. Lu Sinian sat on the single sofa opposite, still wearing the same white t-shirt and jogging pants from last night, a cup of cold black coffee in his hand. Awake. He set down the coffee cup. When she struggled to focus his eyes on him, his lips moving. Another pained groan rolled from his throat, then he closed his eyes again and buried his face in the sofa cushion, his voice muffled. "What did I do last night? Why does my whole body ache? Did I get into a fight?" Lu Sinian picked up his coffee cup, lowered his lashes, a sly grin flickering at the corner of his mouth. Then he raised his eyes, his expression switching to that meek, aggrieved look. He set down the cup, traced a finger around the rim, pursed his lips, and began to fabricate in a soft, raspy voice. "President, when you really don't remember last night, you touched my chest and said it was so big. You said, how can a man have such big pecs? And then you went for it. I couldn't stop you." When she spat out the mouthful of cold water he had just taken, he coughed violently, staring at Lu Sinian in disbelief, his voice cracking. "Fuck you, Lu Sinian. Don't you dare lie to me just because I don't remember. How could I possibly touch your chest? All I remember is calling Qianqian, yelling at my sister, and then falling asleep." Lu Sinian leaned back, lifted a hand to rub his right pectoral, his brow slightly furrowed, speaking with discomfort. "You even said it felt good, better than Qianqian's. Well, I can't finish that sentence. President Wen Yining, the CEO of Sinian Tech. If word gets out that I was felled up on my own sofa by a drunk, how am I supposed to hold my head up in the business world? I'm no longer pure. You have to compensate me. What are you doing? Zyogi's voice came weakly from his consciousness, an observer who had long given up on any hope for his host's moral standards. Are we that short on money? Why are you extorting him? He once threw up on my leather shoe. Sinian replied matter-of-factly in his mind, while maintaining the aggrieved expression of one who had been violated, his fingers still resting on his right pec. Those shoes were a limited edition, out of production, impossible to buy now. I let him off the hook without making him pay for the shoes. That's already merciful of me. You threw those shoes away yourself. You said shoes that had been puked on were bad luck. Xiaojiu exposed him mercilessly. He puked, so it's on him. Any objections? Xiaojiu fell silent for a moment, then finally gave up, struggling. No objections. Go ahead. Anyway, you're the type to hold a grudge for years. Your heart is smaller than a needle's point. On that side, Wen Shi sprang up from the sofa, his finger trembling violently as he pointed at Lu Xinyan's nose. His face alternated between white and red, his mouth opened several times before he managed to force out a complete sentence. Compensate you, my ass. Lu Xinyan, you're a damn liar. You're framing me while I'm drunk. You think I want to check your surveillance footage? There's no surveillance in my living room. Lu Xinyan raised his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting in a smirk. So whatever I say is the truth. You have no shame. I already have a face. And I can still. Lu Xinyan, I'm gonna kill you. Wen Shi. Lu Xinyan. What are you two doing so early in the morning? Wen Yining emerged from the hallway, her hair still loose and cascading over her shoulders. She rubbed her drowsy eyes as she walked into the living room, letting out a long yawn. Then she stood beside the sofa, looking at her brother's hand, pointing at Lu Xinyan's nose, then shifting her gaze to Lu Xinyan's utterly innocent expression. Are you two putting on a play this early? Does this look like a play to you? Wen Shi spun around, his arms sweeping through the air. He nearly lost his balance, swaying for a moment before steadying himself. The dark blue shirt he wore was crumpled, as if it had been pulled out of a pickle jar. The collar was twisted to one side, half of the hem had come loose from his waistband, and his hair was a tragic mess with a stubborn tuft sticking up at the back of his head. Pointing at Lu Xinyan, he accused with all his might. He's blackmailing me. Says I touched his chest. Look at him rubbing his chest. What are you rubbing it? I didn't touch you last night. If I did, I'd chop it off and make soup for you. Are you referring to chest soup or hand soup? Lu Xinyan asked in a flat tone, then glanced down at his own chest. Brother Wen Shi, you're really cruel. Unlike me. I can't even bring myself to— Wen Yining couldn't help it, the corner of her mouth twitched upward. She lowered her head and rubbed her brow with her fingers, forcing the smile back down before lifting her head again. Her gaze fell on her brother's disheveled appearance. She looked him over from head to toe, finally stopping at his face, which was etched with grievance and outrage, and delivered a very honest assessment. Not like a play. Right now you look exactly like an emperor who's just successfully crushed a rebellion and is about to have someone executed. Wen Shi froze for a moment, then found a strange sense of resonance in those words. Right. I am the emperor. He turned around, pointing his finger at Lu Xinyan, again his voice full of vigor. He's the great treacherous minister. Ningning, help me drag this traitor out and behead him. Dismember him by 5 horses. Your concubine cannot do that. Wen Yining put her hands down, her tone sincere and frank, spreading her palms wide. One emperor, one treacherous minister. You can wake up whenever you want and have anyone executed. I'm just a wage earner trying to make some household subsidy, and I still have to have 3 months of installments deducted. Upon hearing the words 10 to 5, Wen Kai's brain finally clicked back into gear. He snapped out of his emperor mode for a few seconds. He looked down at his shirt, wrinkled like pickled cabbage, then glanced at the calendar reminder flashing on his phone screen. It read 1000 AM, discuss subcontracting contract with Lu Group. He yanked off the cashmere blanket draped over him, walked barefoot across the carpet, and said in a fluster, I have a meeting with someone about a contract. Lu Xinyan, grab me a set of spare toiletries. Hurry. Lu Xinyan stood up from the single-seater sofa, but didn't immediately go to fetch the items. He turned his gaze to Wen Yining. The aggrieved, innocent green tea expression he had worn for when she had vanished. I've cooked millet porridge in the pot and fried some eggs. Then he turned and faced the man who was now urging him from the other end of the hallway. All the tenderness vanished from his face as he passed Wen Shi, saying, disposable toothbrushes are in the guest bathroom, mirror cabinet razors are in the drawer, and there are clean towels on the rack. Don't use too much shampoo. That one's imported and very expensive. Wen Shi leaned half his body out of the guest bathroom doorway, clutching the imported shampoo bottle that Lu Xinyan had specifically warned was expensive. Upon hearing this, he flipped the bottle over to look at the label, then lifted his head and shouted toward Lu Xinyan, very expensive. Lu Xinyan, you're worth tens of billions, and you're haggling with me over the price of shampoo. The shampoo she uses costs 3 times as much as this, and I don't bat an eye buying it for her. You use an imported one, and you're already this heartbroken. What kind of domineering CEO are you? Sinian leaned against the wall at the corner of the hallway, hands in the pockets of his sweatpants. CEOs can't be stingy. After all, stinginess depends on... When she opened his mouth, then shoved the shampoo back onto the shelf and disappeared into the shower. The sound of rushing water, mixed with his muffled curses, the gist of which was, bastard. Capitalist. Only knows how to court my sister, treating her like instant noodles. Wen Yining was already seated at the kitchen island. Before her sat a steaming bowl of millet porridge, and on a small plate beside it were 2 fried eggs with slightly crispy. The barrage of comments had been relentless since she sat down to eat, but today's tone was different. Ning, you're still eating. Stop eating first. Something huge has happened. That author who went on hiatus for 2 years. She updated last night. And in the update she mentioned that Shun Tangdang has a system called a Huahua, a charmer system that siphons charm points from others to maintain Shun Tangdang's hair. A Huahua was a setting she casually mentioned in a line before, then never brought up again. Why did she specifically mention it in this update? Wen Yining put down her spoon, her gaze sweeping over Sinian, and Wen Shi, who were still bickering near the hallway entrance. She pulled out a tissue to wipe the corner of her mouth, lowering her voice to a whisper. What did it say? Besides a Huahua, what else? What about Sinian? The barrage of comments immediately began reporting in a flurry. Some directly pasted the original text, others gave concise summaries, words piling over words, afraid she might miss any crucial information. It mentioned the gentle second male lead Sinian. Today, this very afternoon, the author arranged a chance encounter at the mall in the original story. Right this afternoon, Gu Baichen takes Shun Tangtang to the mall, and they happen to run into Sinian. Sinian sees Shun Tangtang, walks over to ask how she's been, and says, "I've missed you." Then Gu Baichen gets jealous on the spot, and the 2 men confront each other in the mall, while Shun Tangtang cries in the middle. Wait, this Sinian doesn't even bother with Shun Tangtang, and he doesn't like her. How could he possibly say, "I've missed you"? Wen Yining picked up her bowl and took a sip of the porridge, then used her chopsticks to poke at the red date. Inside, her tone disdainful. Such a cheesy plot. The author must be a bit off in the head. Jasmine was tapping a monitor with her knuckles, which displayed a real-time surveillance feed, but the image was a blurry mosaic, barely allowing her to make out a few figures moving. Occasionally a clear frame would flash by, only to be swallowed by the next wave of packet loss. This real-time feed keeps cutting in and out. How am I supposed to control the characters? I have no idea if my commands are even being executed. She took off her glasses, rubbed her temples with her fingers, her voice tense with frustration. Jia, sitting at the workstation next to her, was holding a freshly brewed cup of hot cocoa. She turned cautiously, choosing her words carefully before speaking. Jasmine, our company's real-time monitoring technology isn't fully developed yet. The signal has to travel from Xiaojiao and a Huahua to the company's server, then decode and convert into images. It passes through several protocol layers. We used to rely mainly on text records to track the story's progression. Text is pulled directly from the character's backend, which is much more stable than video. That was the past. Jasmine slammed her glasses on the table, grabbed her mug, and took a big gulp of coffee. With all our technological advancements, we can't even maintain a stable real-time video feed. I spent so much of the budget upgrading this cross-dimensional narrative monitoring system, and I can't even see what the characters are doing. The feed froze for several seconds earlier, and the frozen frame showed Sinian talking to someone. I couldn't even tell who it was. And Shun Tangtang's feed is completely invisible. Jia shrank her neck, put down her hot cocoa, typed a few keys to bring up a system log, pushed her round-framed glasses up her nose, and studied it carefully. After a moment, she looked up, her tone softening. "Jasmine, I checked the transmission log. The feed interruption was caused by a signal handshake timeout between the main system and the terminal." Xiaojiao's response was command received and executed. It said it has overlaid the memory interference layer and updated the emotional isolation status. As for the video delay, that's a physical layer loss. Jasmine stared at the blurry screen, tapping her fingers rhythmically on the desk, her brow deeply furrowed. She was silent for a moment, running through the past few days' data in her mind, then leaned back in her chair, her tone easing. "I've noticed the characters have been acting normally lately, and the novel's updates have stopped spontaneously rewriting themselves after being posted." Jia nodded, opened another file, and pointed to the neat rows of text records. "The main storyline is progressing according to the outline. No reports of automatic text deletion or characters breaking out of their set framework. Xiaojiao's responses have all been command executed." She flipped to another page and continued, "And Huahua's data is stable too. Shun Tangtang's charm value hasn't increased much, but at least it hasn't dropped. Gu Baichen is still the same. His CEO lines are as plentiful as ever. Xiaojio said it received my commands and executed them. I just want to see how effective they are." Jasmine pulled her hands back from the desk, put her glasses back on, and typed a few shortcut keys to bring up Lu Xinyan's back-end monitoring panel, which was now black. If the afternoon encounter scene goes smoothly and Lu Xinyan says I've missed you to Shun Tang Tang according to the new plot, then I'll know the commands worked. That'll put my mind at ease. Jia Jia looked at Jasmine's face etched with exhaustion, but still stubbornly refusing to relent, hesitated, and swallowed the harsh words she had wanted to say that the video feed had to rely on Xiao Jiao and a Huahua to transmit to the company, then decode and send to the computer, passing through several transmission layers. Any failure in the chain would cause packet loss. At the project's inception, the tech department had warned about the risks. It would be extremely expensive. It was Jasmine who insisted on pushing it forward. Jia Jia hesitated, then finally voiced the thought she had been holding back. Jasmine, I heard from the tech department that a major consortium is investing in a new project called the Cross-Dimensional Narrative Observation System. It's reportedly already in internal testing. Jia Jia hesitated, then finally voiced the thought she had been holding back. Jasmine, I heard from the tech department that a major consortium is investing in a new project called unlike our broken system, which freezes into a mosaic every few days. She scooted her chair forward, lowering her voice to share an insider secret. I heard the first batch of internal test spots has been released, but they're expensive. Each spot costs $100 million, and there's a waiting list. Jasmine was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a cold laugh. She leaned back in her chair, took off her glasses, and pointed the temple at Jia Jia, her tone sarcastic. Do you know what kind of novels qualify for that system? Super blockbusters with tens of millions of subscribers across the entire network, where the male and female leads' popularity can single-handedly support an entire IP universe. Our novel sells okay, but compared to those, it's not even in the same league. Super blockbusters with tens of millions of subscribers across the entire network, where the male and female leads' popularity can single-handedly support. She put her glasses back on, folded her hands on the keyboard, and stared at the flickering screens, her voice sharp with impatience. If I had that kind of money, would I be sitting here putting up with this? I'd just buy an internal test spot, walk right into the novel, and stand next to Lu Sinian to see what he's actually doing. I wouldn't have to fight with signal lag. It's because I don't have the money that I had to have the company develop this real-time monitoring system. Do you think I enjoy staring at a mosaic? Oh, Jia Jia didn't argue further. No one wanted to provoke Jasmine. She turned her attention back to her own screen, continuing to watch the slowly fluctuating character data. Behind her, Jasmine stared at the blurry real-time feed, her fingers hovering over the enter key, waiting for the afternoon's encounter scene to prove to her that her control was still intact. When she rushed out of the guest bathroom, his hair still damp, suit jacket draped over his arm, a slice of toast snatched from Lu Xinyan's breadbasket dangling from his mouth. As he passed the kitchen island, he mumbled to Wen Yining, "He'll call you when the contract is done." Then at the entrance, he slipped into his leather shoes in one swift motion, and the door slammed shut, followed by the sound of his hurried footsteps fading down the hallway. When Yining finished the last sip of millet porridge, wiped her mouth with a tissue, slid off the bar stool, placed the bowl and chopsticks into the sink, then picked up her small crossbody bag from the kitchen island, ready to head out for work. Lu Xinyan's gaze had been fixed on her ever since she left the bedroom this morning. "Wear these," he said, pointing to the pair of dark gray suede slippers by the shoe cabinet. "Those are more comfortable. There's nothing important at the office today, so you don't need high heels. Besides, your desk is right next to mine. No one's going to see." Wen Yining looked down at the slippers, then up at his face. All right, I'll be off then, Boss Lu." The moment the door closed, Xiao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind, its tone extremely anxious. "Brother Lu, you haven't followed the storyline for ages." "What storyline?" Lu Sinian replied in his mind, turning back to the living room and bending down to clean up the mess when she had left on the coffee table. "What do you mean, what storyline? Your task completion rate is 0. The main system has already sent numerous warnings in the background, and I've suppressed all of them for you." Xiao Jiao's voice grew faster, its tone trembling slightly. The anxiety was genuine. "But you can't keep this up forever. The main system isn't stupid. Git will eventually find out something's wrong. When that happens, it won't just be you. They'll be doomed too. How exactly will it not let me off? Dock my pay, or kick me out of this timeline?" Lu Sinian tossed the tissue into the trash, his tone nonchalant. "Make Wen Yining disappear, something like that," Xiao Jiao said, its voice low. Lu Sinian stood in the middle of the living room, still holding the used tissue he had just picked up from the coffee table, his motion frozen in midair. "Are you threatening me?" he asked Xiao Jiao in his mind, his tone seemingly calm. But Xiao Jiao, having been with him for so many years, knew that this kind of calm was more dangerous than any outburst of rage. In the early days, when he refused to follow the tasks, he would lose his temper, throwing things, cursing. Gradually, he stopped both. But before Xiao Jiao could answer, Lu Sinian suddenly clutched his head, a violent pain erupting in his mind. It felt as if some image buried deep in his consciousness was struggling to surface, and a voice in his mind told him, "If you don't go, the system will make the white moonlight disappear immediately." Her memories, every word she spoke to you tonight, all will be erased. That voice was Xiaojio's. In the image he was gripping his phone, and a gentle female voice whispered in his ear, "It's been ringing for a while. Answer it." Sinian braced one hand on the sofa armrest, the other pressing against his temple. His brows furrowed, his breathing turning rapid and heavy. Those images flashed back only for an instant before being suppressed by something so fast he couldn't grasp any detail. But the suffocating feeling of being threatened, the panic of about to lose something precious, made Sinian exclaim in alarm, Who are you, Brother Lu?" Xiaojio's voice suddenly rose, alert icons on the back-end panel flashing frantically. Its own warning system had been triggered. It saw Sinian's memory correction coverage drop by several percentage points, and the sealed original memories were leaking out at an unstoppable speed. "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I just have a loose tongue, you know me. Sometimes this machine of mine speaks without thinking." I know." After a long moment, Sinian finally lowered his hand from his temple. "The task, the storyline, whatever you call it, it'll go. Don't hurt Ningning." Xiaojio was silent for a moment. It knew this was the biggest concession Sinian could make. Quietly, it deleted the warning message that hadn't been sent yet from the backend, then updated the log. Instruction received. Execution method host adapts autonomously, ensuring the storyline remains compelling. When Yining arrived at the office, the entire floor was still quiet. She went to the break room to pour herself a cup of warm water, then sat down at her desk. Her desk was located to the right of Sinian's office, a small white desk with a newly unboxed monitor and a small pot of pothos clearly set up by some. Her gaze swept across the barrage of comments in the live chat, voices buzzing with discussion. Since Sinian hadn't come to work yet, and she was alone in the office, she leaned back in her chair and addressed the barrage. "What is your world really like? I've always been curious. Are you all sitting in front of a screen watching me, or is it like a movie projected on a wall?" The barrage briefly fell silent for a moment, then flooded out in a cacophony, likely stirred by her proactive questioning into a desire to speak. "Time flows a bit faster on our end, different algorithms anyway. And not everyone who comes here is an ordinary reader. Entering this live stream costs money and spots are limited. You have to queue up to grab one. Those who get to sit here have basically paid real money. Our technology is still in the testing phase. The cross-dimensional narrative observation system sounds impressive. It's just a beta version." When Yining saw that last barrage, raised one eyebrow slightly and said in a thoughtful tone, "So yours is still in the testing phase? Then if I can see you, is that a bug too?" The barrage immediately began self-mocking, as if this question had been discussed among themselves countless times. "Of course it is. According to the project team, characters should be completely unaware of our existence. We're just spectators, like sitting in the audience during a movie, and you can actually chat with us. That bug is big enough to drive a train through. We've analyzed it. Maybe it's because your character was originally an accident. When the system scanned the characters, it probably didn't tag you with a standard character label, so the barrier didn't work on you. Or maybe it's the reader's obsession being too strong. Either way, being able to see us means you're the most special existence in this book." When Yining was about to say something as she set down her cup, but the phone on the table vibrated. The caller ID read, "Generous Boss." She picked up the phone, swiped to answer, and before she could speak, Sinian's voice rushed out from the earpiece, his tone hurried, yet deliberately casual, as if just mentioning it. "Come to the International Finance Center. They'll buy you clothes." When Yining took the phone away from her ear, glanced at the screen showing "Generous Boss," then pressed it back, blinking. "Now, during work hours. President Lu, as the head of a company, isn't it inappropriate for you to be the first to skip work? What difference does it make whether you went to the office today? Anyway, you're going to be with me. What's the difference between staying in the office and hanging out in the mall?" Sinian's self-consistent logic left no room for rebuttal, and he added, "Don't you like high heels? I heard there's a new limited edition shoe store at the IFC that's hard to snag. They'll take you to grab a pair." Grabbing things. Isn't that usually something bosses delegate to their secretaries? When Yining leaned back in her chair, her tone unhurried. Sinian paused on the other and then replied in an extremely matter-of-fact tone, "Exactly. Aren't you my secretary? Can you bear to see such a handsome man walk alone into a crowded mall and get jostled around? There are too many people there. I can't handle it by myself." When Yining was stunned for a second. "What's wrong with you?" "Crowd phobia. Symptoms include dizziness when I see more than 3 people, palpitations when I see more than 5, and fainting on the spot when I see more than 10. Sinian said arrogantly without changing expression. "I don't care. You have to come. Whether you want to or not, I'm your boss." Ningning. "Secretary 1. Anyway, you'll be waiting at the north gate." The barrage immediately started egging him on. "Crowd phobia, huh? I think he just wants to see you. How long have you two been apart? Can Sinian be a little more reserved? Go white Moonlight. I want to see if that afternoon's chance encounter scene actually plays out." Wen Yining looked at the barrage messages, switched the phone to the other ear, a smile already curling at the corners of her mouth. All right. Then wait for me at the north gate. Don't be late. If the secretary is late, it counts as skipping work. If the boss is late, Wen Yining looked at the barrage messages, switched the phone to the other ear, a smile already curling at the corners of her mouth. All right. Then wait for me at the north gate. Don't be late. If the secretary is late, it counts as skipping work. If the boss is late, it counts as breaking his word. Double the offense. All right, I'll wait for you. Sinian hung up after saying that. At that moment, in the jewelry section on the third floor of the IFC, Gu Beichen was leaning by a brand counter, holding 3 shopping bags in one hand and the other hand in the pocket of his suit trousers. Shin Tangtang stood beside him, her gaze drifting past the sparkling jewelry to a young girl nearby who was picking out a bracelet. The girl wore a light blue knitted cardigan, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her temperament gentle and refined. A Huahua had been clamoring in Shun Tangtang's consciousness for a while. That girl has great charm value. Host, just go over and say something. Compliment her clothes or ask where she got her bracelet. Huahua can absorb it. Shin Tangtang had barely taken half a step when Gu Beichen's arm silently moved across. He shifted the shopping bags to his other hand, and the freed hand naturally wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her a small step closer to him. Shin Tangtang stumbled slightly, almost bumping her forehead into his chin. A Huahua let out a mournful sigh in Shun Tangtang's consciousness. If this man weren't so greasy, I'd think he was doing it on purpose. Every time you're about to act, he intercepts you perfectly. More sensitive than an anti-theft system. Shin Tangtang was trapped in Gu Beichen's embrace, struggling twice to no avail, so she had to give up. Looked up at him and said with little confidence, I just wanted to go over and take a look. Just one glance, it won't hurt. You can't possibly keep me from letting others see me, can you? See who? Just look at me. Gu Beichen lowered his head, his gaze falling on her face, his tone matter-of-fact. With his free hand, that wasn't carrying the shopping bag, he gently pinched her chin, tilting her head slightly. Your boyfriend is standing right here, and you still want to look at someone else. Is the one outside more handsome than me? The salesgirl at the jewelry counter nearby was helping a couple try on rings. At these words, she instinctively looked up at Gu Beichen, then quickly lowered her head, pretending to tidy the velvet cloth. The girl from the couple nudged her boyfriend with her elbow and whispered something to him, while the boy shrugged with an innocent expression. Shin Tangtang's face flushed bright red. She reached out to pry Gu Beichen's fingers off her chin, speaking rapidly. Gu Beichen, let me go. This is a shopping mall, not your bedroom. Can't you be mindful of the scene? Gu Beichen released his grip, but still kept his arm around her shoulders. He was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over her flushed face, then he narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you still thinking about Sinian? Shin Tangtang was so angry at his words that she almost choked. She took a deep breath, poked his chest with her finger, and said slowly, Not. You're talking nonsense. If I were thinking about him, why would I be shopping here with you? Couldn't I just go find him myself? Then why have you been looking over there all this time? Shin Tangtang stomped her foot. The couple nearby looked over again. She bit her lower lip and lowered her voice. I swear if Sinian comes from over there, Shin Tangtang stomped her foot. The couple nearby looked over again. She bit her lower lip and lowered her voice. I swear if Sinian comes from over there, you'll what? Gu Beichen raised an eyebrow slightly. Not come out. Or not go home with me. Shin Tangtang was so choked by his words that her mind went blank. She opened her mouth several times, and in her mind, a Huahua was frantically offering her advice, but every suggestion sounded unreliable. Meanwhile, Wen Yining had just gotten out of the car when she spotted Sinian from afar. He was standing in front of the glass revolving door at the north entrance of IFC, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and dark gray trousers, holding a cup of milk tea, clearly having waited for a while. Sinian's hair was slightly tousled by the draft at the mall entrance, with a few strands falling over his brow. He looked somewhat like a university student. As Wen Yining approached, Sinian looked up. His gaze first fell on her face, noticing that she had put on light makeup with a softer shade of lipstick. His Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, then his gaze slid down to the white flat canvas shoes on her feet. He handed her the milk tea. Where did you get those shoes? I got them from the logistics department. Wen Yining took the milk tea, inserted the straw, and took a sip. It was oolong milk tea with less sugar. After chewing the pearls, she looked down at her new canvas shoes, then up at him, saying matter-of-factly, and besides, who goes shopping in slippers? Do you go shopping in slippers? People in C-City do like to wear flip-flops for shopping. Sinian put his hands in the pockets of his sweatpants, slightly raised his chin, and responded without hesitation. So you look good in slippers too. Stop flattering me. Wen Yining bit the straw, pointed up at the second floor of the mall, and said, Oh, we need to hurry. Aren't you taking me to snatch those high heels? The limited edition is hard to get. If we don't go now, it'll really be gone.